Chapter 1, This week's task, Being Single is Guilty. Hey, have you got the certificate? Do you want my daughter to get the certificate with you? It was a sultry afternoon in Jianglin City, and the sun was so hot that it seemed like it could sting. Under an old camphor tree in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau, a middle-aged uncle looked down at the young man squatting on the ground and said in an unquestionable tone, "If you fail to complete the task, my daughter can go with you to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the certificate. But I need to make it clear to you. Once the task is completed, you will get divorced immediately. Don't have any wishful thinking. It's impossible for my daughter to really marry someone like you." Lu Sheng was squatting on the ground, his head feeling heavy from the scorching sun. He raised his head dizzily and looked at the two people who were talking. My father has a Chinese character face and wears an old plaid shirt. Behind him followed a young woman with light makeup on her face and a tight t-shirt. The strong pure lust style is the type that most men will like. The girl glanced down at Lu Sheng, immediately frowned, and said coquettishly, "Dad, I don't want to marry this fat man." The middle-aged man immediately changed his tone and persuaded in a good voice, "My dear, today is the last day. Survival is always important. Dad won't really let you marry such a person. Just be patient." After speaking, he turned to look at Lu Sheng again and asked impatiently, "Hey, I'm asking you to get a big deal, do you want it or not?" Lu Sheng squinted and looked above the girl's head. A gray-white title that only he could see slowly emerged. A club ace princess waiting for an honest man to take over. Lu Sheng looked at the title above the woman's head and said softly, "Ace princess?" The girl in front of him suddenly blushed. "Damn fat man, what are you talking about?" After saying that, he turned around angrily and walked away with high heels thumping. "Dad, I don't want to get the certificate with him, let's go." The middle-aged man looked confused, took 2 quick steps, and followed his daughter. "What happened to Ace Princess? What's wrong with the princess?" "Dad, shut up." The title on the girl's head gradually faded away, and was soon replaced by a new one. A little girl pretending to be innocent. On the old camphor tree, cicadas chirped. Under the old camphor tree, Lu Sheng silently looked at the weird and unfamiliar world around him and sighed softly. My mind moved slightly, and a virtual floating frame appeared in front of me. This week's task, Being Single is Guilty. Task description: all adults over the age of 18 need to obtain a marriage certificate before the task deadline, otherwise they will die. Extra points rules, only visible to members circle plus. Task completion status: not completed, 0 days, 9 hours, 57 minutes and 11 seconds. The Mander Game Project team wishes you a happy game. Lu Sheng instinctively reached out and clicked on the circle plus number after the member was visible, and a new floating window immediately popped up. 10 points for a single view, 25 points for a monthly membership, based on natural months, 18 points for a continuous monthly subscription, 258 points for an annual subscription, for free trial coupons for relatives and friends. Member rights can only be viewed by myself. If more than 3 people know about it, there is a risk of permanent account ban. P.S. Being overheard doesn't count, #nervousface hashtag. Lu Sheng waved his hand irritably, dismissing the floating window from his eyes. He touched the sweat on his face and shook his head helplessly. Today is the 3rd day since he came to this world, and also the 3rd day since he traveled through time to this fat man. In 3 days, he almost had a general understanding of the world. This world is called the Evil World. Controlled by a game called Monday. Every Monday at midnight, the Mander Game Project team will release a main quest. Complete tasks to get game points and monetary rewards. If you fail to complete the task, you will die. Death in this world is as easy as deleting data from a hard drive. It only takes 1 delete to completely erase a living person from this world. What a farked up world. Lu Sheng stood up with difficulty, his overweight body causing him to breathe heavily. And this farking body? The memories before time travel were as fuzzy as a mosaic of a girl in Lu Sheng's mind. I can only see the outline clearly, but I can't see the details clearly. But he still vaguely remembered 2 things. First, I am a young founder of a technology company. Second, I am a very self-disciplined elite sportsman. Therefore, when he opened his eyes and found that he was in the body of such a down-and-out fat man, the huge gap made him unable to recover for a long time. But fortunately, people who can make a name for themselves in the business world at a young age have some strong psychological qualities. After experiencing a brief disappointment, Lu Sheng quickly accepted the reality. The top priority is to complete this week's tasks as soon as possible. Lu Sheng turned his bloated neck unaccustomedly and looked around at the crowd. One after another, gray, white or blue titles slowly lit up on the heads of these people. An ordinary and confident bachelor. A self-loving right-hand muscle stick. A craftsman who works hard 360 days a day. Lu Sheng didn't know what his talent was. He only knows that these titles, which only he can see, can accurately reveal everyone's truest and unknown secrets. At this moment, he urgently needs to find a partner who can help him complete his mission. The ideal title would probably be a lesbian who doesn't like men. In this way, the other party will not pay too much attention to your appearance, and it will also be convenient for you to quickly terminate the contract after completing the task. Speaking of which, the Club Ace Princess just now is nothing to Lu Sheng. They didn't like each other at first, but they just broke up after completing the task. It's a pity that he accidentally read the title above her head and made her angry. Lu Sheng looked around and scratched his head in distress. What can be left at this time will be more or less difficult. A widowed old woman. A senior otaku who only likes the second dimension. A fat sister who is 6 months pregnant. Just when Lu Sheng was still hesitating to whom to invite, the fat sister who was 6 months pregnant, actually walked towards him. Hey, fatty, come with me, I'll take you to complete the mission. The fat girl looked at Lu Sheng confidently. Looking at your conditions, you are definitely not worthy of me. But I really have no choice. I only have 2 conditions. One is that the child in my belly needs a household registration. If you want a divorce, you have to wait until after my child is born. Second, I don't have to accept the betrothal gift, but after receiving the certificate, you have to find a way to compensate me. After all, I can receive the certificate with you, which can be regarded as saving your life. Lu Sheng shook her head decisively when she heard that she had to wait until the child was born before she could get a divorce. This made the fat sister very angry. Why is it your turn to be so picky as a fat bastard here? Do you think I'm not good enough for you? Or are my conditions too much? If you don't cherish the opportunity given to you, I want to see if anyone can want you like you are. The fat girl frowned, and saliva flew all over the sky. Lu Sheng didn't want to get involved with her, and was about to turn around and leave when a cold voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Did you get your marriage certificate? If not, I can go with you to complete the mission. Lu Sheng was startled and quickly turned to look in the direction of the sound. She is a girl wrapped in a large windbreaker. A face was completely blocked by a mask, sunglasses, and hat. I couldn't see clearly what she looked like or the expression on her face. But Lu Sheng could clearly see the bright yellow title above her head, which was particularly dazzling in the crowd. A crazy national goddess. Chapter 2. Even the VIPs have to queue up. Lu Sheng never expected to see such a title at this time and place. He couldn't help but want to look through the gap between the sunglasses and the mask to see what this crazy national goddess looked like. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see anything. The fat girl next to her frowned, stared, and looked this girl up and down. It's really eye-opening that someone is actually snatching a fat house. But looking at the way you are wrapped up so tightly, there must be something wrong with you, otherwise you wouldn't be able to fall in love with him. After saying humph, he waddled away and walked away. The girl wrapped in a windbreaker ignored the fat sister's sarcastic remarks and asked again. Would you like to come with me to get the certificate? The voice was still calm and without any emotion. To be honest, at this moment, Lu Sheng was muttering in his heart that it must be false. It stands to reason that the national goddess has countless suitors. Why did she choose to get a marriage certificate from her? Is there really something unspeakable? Lu Sheng was always thoughtful, so he did not immediately agree to the goddess's invitation. Instead, he looked at the title above the girl's head again. Wanted to see if there were any clues. This time it was replaced by, a wealthy daughter with no worries about food and clothing. Lu Sheng was even more confused. She is good looking and has no worries about food and clothing. Why does she want to get the certificate from herself? With my current physical condition, I don't have the capital to let the national goddess back me. It doesn't matter if you don't agree, I'll find someone else. Seeing that Lu Sheng didn't speak for a long time, the girl wrapped in a windbreaker pressed the brim of her hat, turned around and left. Wait, I agree. Although there are still many confusions in his heart, given Lu Sheng's current situation, there is no better choice than this girl. Besides, this girl just helped him out. Lu Sheng tried his best to put on a friendly smile on his face. My name is Lu. Don't tell me your name. The girl in the windbreaker suddenly interrupted Lu Sheng's self-introduction. But then he realized that his tone was serious, so he softened it a little and said. You will know after you get the certificate. Oh. Although Lu Sheng's heart was full of doubts, he still kept his mouth shut knowingly. The two quickly arrived in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. At this time, there were already thousands of people lined up in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The uncle who maintained order patrolled the outside of the teen with an indifferent expression, shouting mechanically. "You are not allowed to cut in line. Cut in line and wait until the end." There was an ant in the team dressed as a lady, fanning the wind with her hands, and complaining loudly and impatiently. "I am always a distinguished guest wherever I go. Why can't you just pay some money and let me go in first?" The uncle sneered. "What's wrong with the VIP? Even though you're a husky, you have to line up honestly." The girl in the windbreaker did not go to the end of the long queue, but led Lu Sheng straight to the back door of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lu Sheng followed behind and asked doubtfully. "Where are you taking me?" "Get a marriage certificate." "Aren't you going to line up?" The windbreaker girl shook her head. "But the uncle just said that huskies also have to line up." The windbreaker girl suddenly stopped and turned to look at Lu Sheng. "Are you a husky?" Lu Sheng felt an inexplicable chill from the top of his head to the soles of his feet, so he had to say quickly. "It's okay, it's all up to you." The girl in the windbreaker said no more, turned around and continued walking to the back door of the Civil Affairs Bureau. As expected, the two were stopped by a uniformed staff member. "Everyone who wants to get a marriage certificate has to line up in front. Everyone is treated equally." The girl in the windbreaker calmly stretched out a finger and handed it to the man. "Look at my ladder points." The staff member impatiently stretched out his hand and touched the fingertips of the girl in the windbreaker. Then he jumped up from his seat and stammered. "Hug, I'm sorry, we have never seen a guest as distinguished as you here. Come with me." After saying that, he bowed and led the way, as if he was completely different from before. Lu Sheng roughly knows that the power system of this world is based on ladder points. Whether it's money or power, they are just accessories brought by high points. Ladder points are the only criterion for measuring a person's identity. The higher the points, the more distinguished the visitor is. To be able to make the staff member who just said everyone is treated equally willing to lead the way shows that this girl's points are probably very high. Lu Sheng couldn't help but click on his own properties panel. Name, Lu Sheng. First career, none, 50,000 points to awaken. Money, 1,400. Ladder points, 9. Looking at the poor number 9, Lu Sheng felt more and more that the distance between him and that girl was probably further than the distance between the North and South Pole. Today is destined to be a mutual accommodation to achieve the task. After today, the two of them will probably never have any intersection again. Under the attentive guidance of the staff, Lu Sheng and the windbreaker girl quickly arrived at a separate reception room. After a while, a middle-aged man with a smile came in carrying 2 cups of tea. "Then I'll go through the registration formalities for you two right now?" The windbreaker girl nodded non-committally, then looked at the middle-aged man and asked. "Can I not take pictures?" The middle-aged man's face suddenly showed a troubled expression. The registration procedure is a unified standard across the country, and the process cannot be completed without taking photos. The girl in the windbreaker pondered for a moment and nodded, then reached out and took off the hat, sunglasses, and mask on her head. Lu Sheng suddenly discovered that the title above the middle-aged man in front of him quickly changed from an ordinary man full of expectations to a crazy Yang Yuyan fan. I saw his face glowing red, his mouth opened and he said excitedly. "You are really young, young." The windbreaker girl beside her nodded. "Help us complete the registration procedures as soon as possible." The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly and turned to look at Lu Sheng, his eyes full of confusion and disbelief. As if to say, why would MLGB fall in love with him? Lu Sheng was also full of curiosity at this moment. What kind of girl is sitting next to her that can make an uncle so crazy? So he quietly turned sideways and looked at the girl in the windbreaker. When I first saw it, I was really shocked. Small face, small red lips. The nose, eyebrows, and eyes are all very delicate. She had a cold expression, but there was a hint of coquettishness in her face. There was an old saying in Blue Star before Lu Sheng traveled through time, beauty is in the bones, not the skin. But the woman in front of her is a model of excellent skin and bones. It's really a good skin that God is chasing for food. Even before time travel, Lu Sheng might not have had the courage to pursue such a goddess. Now he is sitting next to me and wants to get a marriage certificate from him. Lu Sheng also felt a little dazed and unreal for a moment. The marriage certificate procedure was completed quickly due to the diligent work of the middle-aged people. Lu Sheng glanced at the marriage certificate handed to him. There were 3 words written under the woman's name in the column. Yang Yuyan. Is it really called Yang Yuyan? Seems like a celebrity? Yang Yuyan beside her was a little surprised that Lu Sheng didn't recognize her. You do not know me? Lu Sheng was rummaging through boxes and cabinets in his mind, but he had only been in this world for 3 days. I really don't know who the girl in front of me is. He had no choice but to nod his head honestly. That's best. Yang Yuyan snorted and walked to the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau first. Lu Sheng followed behind, unable to see clearly whether she was happy or angry. Instead, the middle-aged man muttered something as he passed by Lu Sheng. The mouth shape looks like MLGB is pretending to me. The 3 people soon arrived at the back door. The middle-aged man waved to Yang Yuyan reluctantly, and suddenly saw Yang Yuyan turn around and bow slightly to him, and then whispered. Please keep what happened today a secret for me. That's nature, that's nature. The middle-aged man was flattered, nodded, and bowed, with a happy smile on his face. Then he turned to look at Lu Sheng seriously and said. The same goes for you. Miss Yuyan is forced to collect the certificate from you today because of the rules. She can't help herself. She is not allowed to talk nonsense. Lu Sheng looked at the man dumbfounded, but found that the man's eyes did not stay on him at all. Looking at Yang Yuyan with an obsessed look. Miss Yuyan will come to apply for the divorce certificate another day and come to see me. Yang Yuyan didn't answer and walked quickly to the other end of the road. At this time, a bright red sports car was parked on the asphalt road 500 meters away. Yang Yuyan opened the car door and got in. Sitting in the driver's seat is a girl whose face is also covered with a mask. Although her appearance cannot be seen clearly, her figure is a bit scary. She turned her head to look at Yang Yuyan and asked worriedly. Shayan, is it really okay for you to ignore your fiancé and go all the way to get your marriage certificate from a fat man? Yang Yuyan casually took off her high heels and threw them aside, then gently rubbed her ankles. It's not just for the latter points, what else can I do? Chapter 3 I've made all the arrangements, just get the divorce. Yang Yuyan clicked on the task panel as she spoke. A line of small words appeared below, extra points rules, only visible to members circle plus. Extra points rules, for members only. Do you know each other? 0 to 10 points the stranger the 2 people receiving the certificate are, the higher the score will be. Status gap, 0 to 10 points the greater the status gap, the higher the score. Appearance difference, 0 to 10 points the greater the appearance difference, the higher the score. Yang Yuyan compared the 3 rules and said to herself. I should have a chance to score 30 points this time. By the way, Xiao, don't tell everyone what happened today. Just say that I have completed the task. Gu Xiaoxiao stepped on the accelerator, and the red sports car flew out with a buzz. I know, my eldest lady. You are almost 30,000 points, do you need to work so hard? Yang Yuyan took off her hat and mask, and stared out the window with her beautiful eyes. It takes 50,000 points to awaken the first profession and have the opportunity to play the dungeon where Grandpa got into an accident. I don't know if Grandpa's illness will last that long. Don't worry, your Grandpa will be fine. Gu Xiaoxiao quickly comforted him, and then asked worriedly. It's about your fiancé. How are you going to explain it? It's just a family marriage. I don't know him in the first place. I have nothing to explain. Yang Yuyan nonchalantly took off her windbreaker and threw it at her feet. With his hands behind his back, he stretched out in front of the sun. Under the clear sky, the dangerous peaks on the chest are particularly moving, revealing a full and vigorous youthful atmosphere. After watching Yang Yuyan leave, Lu Sheng also walked back home. But it's more like a place to stay than a home. His original owner in this world was sent to his uncle's house by his father since he was a child. For the next 16 years, he never saw his father again. Of course it's not pleasant to live under someone else's roof. From the diary of the original owner, Lu Sheng learned that he had been looked down upon by his aunt and cousins since he was a child. My biggest wish in life is to be able to move out on my own when I reach adulthood at the age of 18. On a certain level, the original owner's character of being cowardly, timid and somewhat inferior has a lot to do with the environment in which he grew up. Now Lu Sheng's soul lives in the body of the original owner. Although he doesn't know where the original owner's soul has gone, he still secretly decides that he will fulfill his wish for the original owner. The first thing to do is to change your appearance and lose the white fat. By coincidence, Lu Sheng suddenly saw a bright yellow title floating on a trash can on the corner of the street. A trash can hiding a surprise. No one is interested in a dumpster except homeless people and stray dogs. But in Lu Shang's eyes, the trash can in front of him was no longer a trash can, it was clearly a treasure box waiting to be opened. After all, in this remote city, the title of Bright Yellow is an extremely rare existence. In addition to the national goddess who just received the certificate from him, this is the second one Lu Shang has seen in 3 days. He quickly dragged his fat body and ran towards the trash can impatiently. Always cautious, he did not rummage through trash on the street. Instead, he walked towards an alley next to him while holding the trash can. The uninformed passers-by looked at his cautious back with confusion. Why is it that even trash cans are being stolen these days? Lu Shang walked deep into the alley and after making sure no one was around, he poured out the contents of the trash can. The pungent rancid smell unique to summer rushed into Lu Shang's nose, almost sending him away. Lu Shang resisted the urge to vomit, and picked up a short stick and rummaged around on the ground in a daze. Suddenly, there was a soft ding-dong sound in my ears, and a strange clothes rack-type device appeared in the inventory. Lu Shang hurriedly clicked on the attribute button of the item. Prop name, Time and Space Treadmill. Item rating, Rare, B. Prop introduction, the moment you step on the treadmill, you will come to a parallel time and space. There is 5 times more time there than in this world. Enjoy the extra time just for you. Hey, it turns out it's not a clothes drying rack. Lu Shang looked at the new props rated B, feeling surprised and happy. A parallel space with 5 times more time means that I can exercise in it for 5 hours, but it is only equivalent to 1 hour in the real world. This is simply good news for self-disciplined people like myself. Lu Shang couldn't wait to go home and try out the effect of this new prop. Unknowingly, I walked to the door of my uncle's family. This is an old community located in the outer suburbs. Because there are no requirements for ladder points, most ordinary people live here. In the evil world, the hierarchy is firmly controlled by ladder points. Where you want to go and where you can live are all determined by your points. Only those with more than 5,000 points can live in Shangjing City outside the 6th Ring Road. Those with less than 5,000 points can only stay in surrounding cities, but there are also different check-in requirements. For example, Jianlin City, where Lu Shang is located, is nearly 300 kilometers away from Shangjing City. If you want to live in the core area of the city, you need 1,000 points. If you want to live in the outer ring, the minimum requirement is 500 points. Those with less than 500 points can only live in the outer suburbs, which is equivalent to the urban-rural fringe area. For ordinary people in this world, the main way for them to obtain points is to complete weekly tasks. But since there are no points to open member-exclusive content, how many points you can get each time as a reward depends entirely on luck. Therefore, most ordinary people have less than 500 points and can only live in the outer suburbs to seek a stable life. Lu Shang's uncle and aunt are obviously ordinary people. My uncle works in a biopharmaceutical factory, and my aunt usually does odd jobs in some small supermarkets. Life is enough, there is no way to enjoy life. Their biggest hope is that their precious children can turn into phoenixes and take them to the sky one day. Lu Shang raised his hand and knocked lightly on the door. I'm home. The door opened from the inside, and a woman of about 50 years old stood behind the door. The figure is maintained pretty well. The makeup on her face also maintains the dignity that a delicate woman should have. Auntie. Lu Shang called politely. Auntie nodded. She seemed to be in a good mood today. She gave Lu Shang a rare smile and then turned back to the house. Went on a blind date? How was it? Did you get the certificate? Lu Shang responded softly. Yes, I got it. If you don't get it, then you don't get it. After all, not many people will like you like this. Auntie wiped the table and muttered. But don't worry, Auntie can't just leave you alone. I just contacted my little sister. She said that she has a distant cousin who has had Down syndrome since she was a child. I originally wanted to use this mission to let her go, but I finally agreed to meet you after some hard work. You can gain some strength for yourself later and act like a man for others to see. If you succeed this time, remember to be nice to others in the future. After all, it can be regarded as saving your life. Lu Shang understood that his aunt obviously didn't hear what he said clearly. He put on his slippers and walked into the house, saying hello to his uncle who was watching TV with his legs crossed. Then he said again. Auntie, please worry about it. What I just said is that I have already received it. You got it? The aunt who was wiping the table suddenly froze on the spot, with uncontrollable disappointment and anger flashing across her face. How can that be okay? I've already told others. What do you want me to do? Why don't you go and leave that person first? Chapter 4 Global Gamer Forum. What did you say? It's a good thing that Xiaolu can complete the task on his own. Besides, this kid can't even take care of himself. If you find him a child with Down syndrome, how will he take care of him? In this family, the only one who was willing to say a few kind words for Lu Sheng is his uncle. However, my uncle is usually very busy at work. He leaves early and comes home late. He likes to drink and get himself drunk every day when he comes home. I don't usually discipline myself much. Today is Sunday, and it is afternoon. It is one of the few waking hours that my uncle has. Perhaps because she felt it was a little ridiculous, her aunt snorted from the crack of her nose and looked at Lu Sheng with a complaining look on her face. Why didn't you tell me earlier when you got the certificate? All my efforts were in vain. You really can't raise a child well no matter how hard you raise it. After saying that, he threw away the rag and went to the back room wearing slippers, probably to call his good sister. Lu Sheng stood quietly, without complaining or speaking. Firstly, it's because he has always been cautious in character and will not easily break the status quo before he fully understands the rules of survival in this world. Secondly, no matter what the purpose, Aunt always wanted to save her life. It's just that he looks down on himself. After waiting until his aunt closed the bedroom door, Lu Sheng said to his uncle lying on the sofa. Uncle, I'm going back to the house first. The uncle waved his hand, his eyes never leaving the TV screen. The TV is playing the final sprint strategy for this week's mission, as well as a special plan for what next week's mission will be. The invited guests are two special researchers from the Research Association. How have these bullshit researchers ever made accurate predictions? The uncle lying on the sofa complained dissatisfiedly. The current mission is really getting more and more weird. I don't know what it will be like next week. Lu Sheng didn't stay in the living room for long, turned around and opened the door of his bedroom. His bedroom is a small room of less than 6 square meters. There was only a simple bed, a low cabinet and a desk in the room. On the desk are an old-fashioned virtual imaging computer and a black yin-yang fish. That was the only thing my father left to the original owner. Lu Sheng opened the yin-yang fish and found half a photo inside. It is a photo of the young original owner and his father. The pixels of the photo are very low, but you can still vaguely see that the original owner was pretty and cute when he was a child. My father is also very handsome and should be a handsome man. Lu Sheng held the yin-yang fish in his hand and looked through it. Yin and yang fish are usually a pair of black and white. Now that the black one is in my hand, where has the white one gone? Is there half a photo hidden inside? Could it be the mother of the original owner? Is there anyone else? However, I am afraid that even the original owner cannot answer these questions, and Lu Sheng has no way of knowing. He still obediently took out the time-space treadmill from the inventory and focused on fitness. Because the room was too small, Lu Sheng could only put the treadmill on the bed. The length is just right. The only problem is that running on it will make the bedboard creak. Wouldn't this be a good idea? Forget it, I can't worry about that much anymore. Losing weight is the most important thing. Lu Sheng climbed onto the treadmill and took the first step. Suddenly, time and space flowed in front of my eyes, and when I opened my eyes again, I came to a pink room. The room has gauze curtains, fragrance, and a very large love-shaped double bed. The bed was covered with flowers and family planning supplies were placed. Lu Sheng looked at the room with interest while running on the treadmill. It can be seen that the previous owner of the treadmill carefully decorated this otherworldly space. But this outfit looks too damn like a love hotel. What also confused Lu Sheng was that as long as he stopped running, he would return to the real world. What is the use of this room full of big beds, flowers and family planning supplies? But soon the deer discovered another benefit of the treadmill. It is a network that can connect to the real world and be projected on the veil in front of you. Lu Sheng can take advantage of the exercise time to learn more about the world. To understand the world, you cannot do without a website. Global Gamer Forum. It is the world's largest player-sharing community founded by the Global Game Research Association for sharing game experience, clearance strategies, and item trading. After Lu Sheng logged into the forum skillfully, he clicked into the game experience sharing section. What he urgently needs to know at this moment is, besides the weekly tasks, what other ways can he get points? After all, if you want to move out on your own, having a certain number of points is essential. He quickly found a post called, Top, Complete Guide to Earning Ladder Points. It introduces in detail the 3 ways to obtain points. Complete weekly tasks and obtain ladder points through bonus points rules. Complete the dungeon and receive points rewards. Spend money to redeem in the game lobby, but you can only buy but not sell. The price of points will fluctuate over time. The current price is 1 million for 1 point. Lu Sheng looked at the redemption price of points and couldn't help but secretly sighed. Only 1 million can be exchanged for 1 point. This is obviously a game that only rich people can afford. Sure enough, I saw a lot of comments below, writing, "Ordinary people shouldn't think about buying points, that's for wealthy families." Yes, a friend of the original poster is from a wealthy area. He said that people there will spend a lot of money to buy hundreds or even thousands of points on the first day of the birth of a newborn. Change the qualifications for a newborn to live in the urban area. Darling, 1,000 points is 1 billion. If you quit, quit. Ordinary people really envy the lives of those big guys, so they can only rely on dungeons. Lu Sheng noticed that there were 999 plus replies following this comment in the copy below. So I reached out and clicked on this comment. Download a copy, are you kidding me? Do you know how high the mortality rate is for ordinary people who download the dungeon? How high is it? I really can't live this miserable life anymore. I've been watching the live broadcasts of other people's copies in the past few days, and I also want to try another copy. Brothers in front of you, please calm down. I remember that the Institute has published relevant statistics before. If you read this for an amateur, it seems that 2 to 3 people out of 100 people can survive. Damn, the mortality rate is so high? Then I'll just finish the weekly tasks honestly. Same as above, thank God if I can survive the weekly tasks. Regarding the subsequent comments, Lu Sheng did not continue reading. No wonder so many ordinary people remain ordinary people throughout their lives. It turns out that the ladder to climb up is so difficult. But for Lu Sheng, being willing to be mediocre is the only thing he is unwilling to do. After all, before traveling through time, he once stood on the top of that world, overlooking the people below. Once most people have seen the scenery at the top of the mountain, they never want to go back to the well at the bottom of the mountain. Of course the same is true for Lu Sheng. Building up his body is only the first step. Winning points and climbing to the top again are his longer-term goals. It's just that he has always been cautious and will not try easily before he is sure. You still need to know more about this world before you consider dungeons. Before he knew it, Lu Sheng had been running on the treadmill for an hour and a half. For him, who weighs 230 pounds at this moment, it is already the limit of limits. Lu Sheng had no choice but to stop and sit down on the treadmill. With a boom, the bed board broke. The uncle who was watching TV and the aunt who was preparing dinner appeared outside the door with frightened faces. They frowned as they looked at Lu Sheng, who was sweating profusely and sitting on the broken bedboard. I just kept hearing something wrong inside. What on earth are you doing? Auntie's tone was very unkind. I'm telling you, I don't have the money to buy you a new bed. Lu Sheng had just put the Chronospace treadmill back into the inventory, and he didn't know how to explain it at this moment. So he simply said nothing. The uncle sighed. Xiaolu, it's time to lose weight. Uncle Bed can buy it for you, but you can't continue like this. When my aunt heard this, she immediately looked at her uncle with raised eyebrows. Tell me, where did you get the money to buy him a bed? Could it be that you hid your private money behind my back? No, I mean next month's salary, next month. Next month's salary will be given to Jianyu to pay the tuition of the competitive university. You forgot, how can you still have money after paying it? If you ask me, I might as well just sleep on the floor to avoid collapsing another bed. The aunt left Lu Sheng's room cursing. The uncle waited for his aunt to walk away before winking at Lu Sheng. It looks like he is saying, Uncle, think of a way. Lu Sheng nodded gratefully to his uncle, but after thinking about it, sleeping on the ground might be the best way. Not only can you free up space on the treadmill, but you can also avoid making noise, which is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. So he got up and started to clean up the room, throwing the broken boards and bed frame downstairs. I rested and rested until I finished it all at night. Lu Sheng fell on the floor of the room and gasped for air. At this moment, he heard the door of the living room being pushed open with a bang, and a pleasant female voice came. Mom, do you know who I got the certificate from today? Chapter 5 Unexpected Score. From the sound, Lu Sheng guessed that her cousin Jianyu was back. 1 year older than him, he is currently a sophomore at the athletic university. If she hadn't framed herself for breaking into the girl's apartment by mistake last year, Lu Sheng would now be a freshman at the athletic university. However, Jianyu still acted like it had nothing to do with him afterwards, and didn't even apologize. Anyway, my family doesn't have enough money to send you to college. Although the process is a bit ugly, the ending is the same. Lu Sheng has never seen this cousin since traveling through time. At this moment, I felt a little curious, wanting to see what this cousin who the original owner had scolded countless times in his diary looked like. Oh, it's yeah, who's back? Tell mom which man is so lucky to marry you. The aunt trotted from the kitchen to the door with a face full of joy, and reached out her hand attentively to take the backpack from her daughter's shoulder. Mom, guess what? Xiao Wang from Lao Wang's house next door? No. Your little bird brother from Uncle Peng's family? No. Mom, don't keep guessing about these little people, guess the bigger picture. Guess it's too high? Auntie looked like she was racking her brains, but there was already an uncontrollable smile on her lips. Oh, Mom really couldn't guess it. It's Li Shuhao. Jiang Yu fell down on the sofa excitedly, with a happy smile on his face. Who is Li Shuhao? The uncle finally looked away from the TV and looked at Jiang Yu with a blank expression. You don't even know Li Shuhao, the core member of the Blue Elephant Guild. The aunt rolled her eyes at her uncle in disgust, then sat down next to Jiang Yu with the same excitement and reached out to hold her arm. Oh, my girl is really promising. She actually got along with someone from the Blue Elephant Guild. Good times are coming for our family. Jiang Yu coughed rapidly, then looked at her aunt and said. Of course. When he transfers money to me next time, I will buy you that Hermes bag that you have been reluctant to buy. These words touched her aunt's heart, making her even more happy. The uncle snorted coldly from the side. He's just a member of a local guild, so he's so excited. What's wrong with the local guild? Don't they still download dungeons and earn points? Besides, most people can't even get in touch with the local guild. Yeah, ignore your dad, he only thinks about Yang Yuyan. Auntie rolled her eyes at uncle skillfully again, then stood up and walked to the kitchen. Mom is just curious. Li Shuhao is very capable and handsome. There must be a lot of girls chasing him. How come he is chased by my precious daughter? Jiang Yu collapsed on the sofa weakly and smiled mysteriously. Mom, of course I have my own abilities. Lu Shang rested on the ground for a while, thinking that he should say hello to his cousin anyway. So he opened the bedroom door and walked out. I saw a girl in cool clothes sitting on the sofa. She was wearing a short tube-top skirt and her face was covered with colorful makeup. A pair of long legs were placed on the sofa very casually. From Lu Sheng's point of view, she could clearly see the fat under her skirt. To be fair, the appearance can be around 7 points. Jiang Yu saw Lu Sheng coming out of the door, his nose wrinkled slightly and his brows raised. Hey, you're at home too. Have you completed the mission? Don't let it explode at home after midnight. Lu Sheng could see the disdain in Jiang Yu's eyes. That look was like a lady looking at a homeless man. There is both superiority and disgust. Lu Sheng could also see the title above Jiang Yu's head. It's a line of small, light blue characters. A frail young woman who has just had artificial induction of labor. Lu Sheng seemed to understand what Jiang Yu meant by I naturally have my own abilities. You went to the hospital? Lu Sheng found a chair to sit down at the dining table and asked calmly. What nonsense are you talking about? Jiang Yu's reaction was surprisingly big. He sat up straight on the sofa and looked at Lu Sheng with fierce eyes. Lu Sheng smiled nonchalantly. I just heard that you have been coughing. You should go to the hospital. Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief, but she was still not sure whether Lu Sheng knew about her affairs, so she quickly changed the subject. Mom, is dinner ready? I'm so hungry. Okay, here we go. Auntie's mood suddenly improved again. She hummed a tune and walked out briskly with her rice bowl in hand. This bowl belongs to you, this bowl belongs to my husband, and this bowl belongs to Xiaolu. I'll heat up some more soup, and you can eat first. Lu Sheng glanced at the rice in his hand and saw a title floating on it. A bowl of white rice mixed with saliva. Lu Sheng didn't know how much this aunt disliked the original owner before, but he definitely couldn't suffer this loss. So he dropped the bowl of rice in his aunt's bowl without a look, not forgetting to praise deliberately. The rice cooked by Auntie today tastes so delicious. Auntie seemed to be in a better mood after hearing this. As long as it's delicious, I'll come and eat with you right away. The four of them ate their dinner with their own thoughts, and the uncle filled up 4 tails of white wine for himself as usual and began to drink by himself. A special plan for this week's mission was broadcast on the TV. Experts predict that this week's mission may result in nearly 3 million deaths, with the death toll reaching the peak in the past 6 months. Click. The TV was turned off by Uncle. Stop reading this, yeah, let's talk about the recent events at school. Sunday evenings usually go by quickly. In a short while, it was 11:59, the time to go to Beijing. Normally no adult in the world would be asleep at this hour. Because in just 1 minute, this week's task reckoning will take place. Brand new tasks for the next week will be released shortly after. The uncle's family of 3 were all crowded on the sofa, nervously staring at the countdown on the TV screen. Lu Sheng also moved a small mat and sat at the door of his room. As the countdown on the TV changed from 1 to 0, bang bang bang, several explosion sounds suddenly came from the community. For people in this world, this situation is no longer surprising. Instead, everyone is more concerned about their points and what the next task will be. At this moment, Jiang Yu suddenly shouted excitedly. Oh my god, I actually gained nearly 7 points this time. The difference in status is 6 points, the difference in appearance is 1 point, and the difference in recognition is 0 points. The ant on the side couldn't help complaining. If I had known that these 3 bonus points were required, I should have divorced your father first and then found a stranger to get a fake certificate. I wouldn't have gotten 0 points now. After Jiang Yu got over her excitement, she looked at Lu Sheng teasingly. What about you, what score did you get? Before Lu Sheng could speak, his aunt had already taken over. With his conditions, it would be good to get 3 or 4 points. That's not necessarily true. Maybe he can get a high score because of the difference in appearance. After all, there are not many people who are more ugly than him. Ha 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 ha, the living room was filled with the proud laughter of the mother and daughter. Lu Sheng also clicked on his task panel and was suddenly stunned when he looked at the scores above. Total points earned for this mission, 20 points. The details of points obtained are. Chapter 6, this week's task, give my sincerity. Appearance difference, 0 points? Lu Sheng looked at the score details in front of him and couldn't recover for a while. The national goddess who looks like a fairy is actually 0 points different in appearance from my own fat body? What went wrong? Lu Sheng was puzzled. Is it possible that that girl's world-famous beauty was all achieved by makeup, but when she took off her makeup, she looked like an ordinary person with a plain appearance? Lu Sheng quickly shook his head. Titles never lie. The title on Yang Yuyan's head is indeed the national goddess and cannot be faked. So why is this happening? Lu Sheng thought about it and was left with only one possibility. This is the scoring standard for the appearance gap, which may be calculated based on the best appearance of 2 people. It seems reasonable if you think about it carefully. Because this can avoid one of the parties from deliberately acting ugly in order to gain points. This minimizes the loopholes in the game and ensures the fairness of the game. Does that also mean that he is actually a fat man with unlimited potential? At this moment, in a luxurious villa in the wealthy district of Shangjing City, Yang Yuyan was also shocked when she looked at the score details. That fat man's appearance is actually the same as mine? This is simply the greatest insult to myself. Gu Xiaoxiao curled up and smacked her lips. It's only a mere 3 points. Sure enough, you can't get high points just to be lazy and get the certificate with the players in your own team. After speaking, a pair of big eyes looked at Yang Yuyan. Xiaoyan, you will probably get full marks this time. After all, judging from the 3 scoring rules, there is a huge gap between you and that fat man. Gu Xiaoxiao's eyes were innocent and curious. But when it fell on Yang Yuyan, she felt particularly uneasy. Bah, almost. Yang Yuyan responded perfunctorily, and then immediately changed the topic. This week's mission will be released soon. I don't know how difficult it will be and whether it will affect next week's dungeon plan. This time it was Gu Xiaoxiao's turn to show a nonchalant expression. Since you, Miss Yang, led the team, has the rule of 1 dungeon per week been broken for our team? Yang Yuyan did not reply, but stared nervously at the task panel in front of her. According to the rules, a new weekly task will be announced the next minute after the points are settled. Sure enough, at 0:01, a new task jumped in front of us on time. This week's task, dedicate my sincerity. Task description, give your significant other a sincere gift. If you don't give the other half a gift that makes the other half like it, you will die. Extra points rules, only visible to members circle plus. Task completion status, not completed, 6 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes and 29 seconds. The Mander Game Project team wishes you a happy game. This week's weekly task is actually a series of tasks related to last week's task. Yang Yuyan looked at the task panel with a solemn expression. I don't have the fat man's contact information, nor do I know where he lives. How can I send a gift? On the contrary, Gu Xiaoxiao showed a relaxed smile. What, this week's task is the easiest in the past 6 months. Not only does it not affect next week's dungeon plan, it can even be completed early tomorrow morning. I just don't know if the extra point rules this time are difficult. Yang Yuyan and Gu Xiaoxiao reached out their hands at the same time and tapped lightly on the plus sign in front of them. A large section of extra points details popped up. Extra points rules, for members only. Gifts that you really like, 0 to 10 points each time you give a gift that the other person sincerely likes, you can add 1 point each time, with a maximum of 10 points. Unique gifts, 0 to 10 points. The more unique the gift, the higher the score. Unique gift, give, receive, afterlife flowers, plus 100 points. What is this afterlife flower? You can actually get 100 points. Gu Xiaoxiao looked at Yang Yuyan in surprise. Yang Yuyan also shook her head. This is the first time I have heard of this kind of flower, but since it has such a high point reward, it means it is extremely difficult to obtain. Let's focus on the first two items. It's just that it doesn't seem easy to achieve the first two items. What is a gift that the other person will really like? What is a unique gift? Yang Yuyan only felt a buzzing pain in her head. Over the years, she has always been the recipient of gifts, and she has never gone to great lengths to give gifts to others. What's more, how could she know what an otaku likes? Gu Xiaoxiao on the side suddenly became excited and looked at Yang Yuyan with a smile. Xiaoyan, you can easily get high scores in this week's tasks. Can I get high scores easily? Yang Yuyan looked at Gu Xiaoxiao with an incomprehensible expression. It's considered good if you don't get 0 points. Gu Xiaoxiao looked at Yang Yuyan with sparkling eyes. That fat guy is an otaku at first glance. Isn't it obvious what otakus like the most? What do otakus like best? Of course it's you, my Miss Yang. Gu Xiaoxiao sat up straight with a determined look on his face. As long as you give him a few signed posters of yours, he will definitely be happy. If you think he's not happy enough, I can also give you your original stockings, which are different and make him. Xiaoxiao, shut up. Looking at Gu Xiaoxiao with a smirk on her face, Yang Yuyan cursed angrily. I know you can't come up with any serious ideas. Besides, that fat man doesn't seem to know me. How can it be? Gu Xiaoxiao had disbelief written all over his face. You, the captain of the Sheng Tian Guild, the most shining star in the Mandarin game, how could someone not recognize you? I think that person is probably just pretending. Are you pretending? Yang Yuyan herself was not sure. Okay, it's really hard for you to give gifts. Why don't you leave this task to me to help you complete it? Gu Xiaoxiao put on a very considerate expression. Just a pair of big eyes that kept turning, not knowing what they were thinking about. You finish it for me? Yang Yuyan bit her red lips, thought for a moment, and nodded. But don't do anything outrageous. Gu Xiaoxiao patted his chest and said confidently. Don't worry, I'll take care of this. I can't wait to see the smile on his face when he receives the gift. Ha 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 ha. Compared with Yang Yuyan, Lu Sheng probably has a lot more headaches. A daughter of a wealthy family, she is also a national goddess. Live a prosperous life and have no worries about food and clothing. What can you give her that she will like? If I go by my experience before traveling, of course I will send a package. But I'm afraid I can't afford the bag that makes Yang Yuyan's heart beat. How about giving some thoughtful and unexpected gifts? But the key is that I don't know this eldest lady at all. I don't know what I like and what I hate. Lu Sheng only felt that he was one head and two older, and at this moment he deeply realized the importance of being well-matched. The three uncles who were curled up on the sofa breathed a sigh of relief the moment the mission came out. The aunt excitedly gave her daughter beside her a big hug. Yeah, what gift do you think Li Shuhao will give you? Is it the money you love most? Mom, am I the kind of person who only loves money? Jiang Yu pretended to mumble, but her eyes were full of smiles. This week's assignment was tailor-made for her. But don't worry, Mom, Li Shuhao is so rich, he will definitely not treat me badly. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yu immediately shouted excitedly. Oh, Mom. Li Shuhao contacted me. He asked me to guess what gift he would give me, and said it would definitely surprise me. The aunt looked at her precious daughter with a doting look on her face. How could your mother have guessed what happened to you young couple? Jiang Yu fell into her aunt's arms noncommittally, full of longing for happiness. I just went shopping with him yesterday, and I looked at a newly released Gucci bag for a long time. He is so considerate, and I will definitely not understand it. But speaking of which, I saw a car with him the day before yesterday. We saw a house together the day before yesterday. Lu Sheng stared blankly at the title above Jiang Yu's head, which in less than a minute changed from a young woman who expected to receive a package to a noble lady who thought she could receive a building. What on earth is this woman thinking? At this moment, the smile on Jiang Yu's face suddenly solidified into an embarrassing bitter smile. He said he would give me a signed poster of his and asked me if I was surprised and if I liked it. Chapter 7 Gifts Yang Yuyan Likes. The atmosphere in the living room suddenly became quiet and awkward. Tisk, is this the big star in your eyes? The uncle who was lying on the sofa, half drunk and half awake, snorted disdainfully. The aunt who was eager to protect her daughter immediately retorted. What happened to the signed poster? Now a signed poster of Li Shuhao can be sold for 1,000 yuan on the player forum. Isn't this the same as giving money? Besides, aren't some people eager to receive some signed posters of Yang Yuyan? Uncle's face suddenly turned red. What nonsense are you talking about? Who would care about a signed poster? Who cares? Aunt suddenly stood up and walked to the bedroom wearing slippers. After a while, he came out with a roll of posters in his hand and threw it at his uncle. Hey, this is for you. The uncle took the poster and unfolded it, and was shocked. This is not something I hid on the bed. Ahem, these posters are mine to begin with, so how can I count them as being given to me by you? Auntie raised her eyebrows with a half-smile. Now I give you permission to stick them on the wall. Can I put it on the wall? There was a flash of ecstasy in the uncle's eyes. Then the smile on Aunt's face suddenly froze in the air. Damn it, the mission has been completed. You damn old man, you are really promising. Lu Shang, who was sitting on the pony next to him, heard the words Yang Yuyan, and suddenly his heart moved, and he couldn't help but ask. What kind of gift would Yang Yuyan like? Jiang Yu, who was in a very bad mood at this time, immediately rolled his eyes at Lu Shang. You stinky otakus just love to have unrealistic illusions. Do you need to care about what kind of gifts Yang Yuyan likes? The aunt who was slapping her uncle with her slippers suddenly seemed to have found an outlet. Both of you, uncle and nephew, are stinky. You are obviously a loser, but you still want to eat the meat of a swan. I am really blind, how could I fall in love with you? The uncle on the side was beaten silently. He couldn't bear it anymore and had to beg for mercy. Bow, I'll buy you a bag. The Hermes I just mentioned. Real? Auntie finally stopped and put the slippers on her feet. You have some conscience. Outside the window, the bright moon hangs high in the night sky. The originally brightly lit community building also gradually extinguished the lights in front of the windows in the darkness. The night is already deep. Auntie and Jiang Yu have already returned to the house, and Lu Shang also plans to go back to the room and think of a solution. Caught off guard, I heard my uncle say from behind. She loves gear. What? Yang Yuyan likes equipment. Her fans all know that she likes to download dungeons, get clearance rewards, and equip props. Her support color is pink. The uncle very skillfully began to recite Yang Yuyan's cheering slogan. A lady of Jasper, graceful in her prime, loved for a lifetime, connected by salt in her heart. After speaking, he was afraid that Lu Shang would not understand, so he quickly explained. Salt-hearted means that her fans are very united because her fans are called Salt and Pepper. Lu Shang was shocked to see his uncle lying on the sofa with a serious face and talking non-stop, and he had to admit in his heart. Uncle seems to really love Yang Yuyan. She is indeed a crazy national goddess. After almost 5 minutes, my uncle finally got sleepy. He looked at Lu Shang with drunken eyes, narrowed his eyes and asked. Are you also Salt and Pepper? But he quickly shook his head. You must not be, otherwise you wouldn't know what she likes. I don't know which brat was so lucky to get the certificate from her this time. Will he be good to her? Does he know what she likes? It's also his fault that this stupid mission made her get married young. Hey! Under his uncle's sincere words to himself, Lu Shang, like a child who had done something wrong, carefully returned to his bedroom and slumped down on the chair. Where should I find equipment? Lu Shang skillfully opened the Global Gamer Forum and entered the words equipment acquisition in the search box. A dialog box quickly popped up on the screen. Sorry, you don't have enough points to use the search function. Fark. Lu Shang angrily closed the dialog box and resignedly scrolled down page after page in the game experience sharing section. Finally, on page 24, I came across a help post. Come in and tell me, where did you get the equipment? The poster's first equipment was obtained in the first act of the dungeon, Dragon's Awakening, but that was already 3 years ago. The current dungeon is getting more and more difficult, and I no longer have the guts to play it anymore. I would like to ask if there are any other ways to obtain equipment? Equipment can only be obtained in dungeons. I haven't heard that equipment can be found in the real world. Upstairs, the equipment is originally used in the dungeon. What do you usually use it for? Aren't you afraid of the public security department? I also got it in the previous copy, and I don't think there is any other way to get it. The comments below are either talking about which dungeon they have obtained equipment in, or they are saying that there is no way to obtain equipment other than dungeons. Only one post at the very back said, "Let me tell you a little, I once picked one up in the trash can." As a result, it was all ridicule. However, when Lu Shang saw this post, he suddenly had an idea. That's right, didn't I also pick up a chrono treadmill in the trash can? Since props can be exploded from trash cans, equipment should also be exploded. And with his talent, he can also see the title on the trash can, which is simply a magical tool for picking up trash. Lu Shang was suddenly overjoyed and was about to type a reply. Who said you can't find equipment in the trash can? But on second thought, maybe the fewer people who know about this, the better. So I immediately gave up the idea of replying, and instead secretly made up my mind. Tomorrow morning it's time to take some time to dig through all the nearby trash cans. The next morning, we were in the suburbs of Jianlin City. A bright red sports car parked at the entrance of an old community. Gu Xiaoxiao, wearing a short shirt and hot pants, walked out of the car holding a gift box. Her curvy figure and youthful and beautiful face attracted the attention of passers-by. Hey, I came here early in the morning to deliver gifts. I don't know which boy is so lucky. Gu Xiaoxiao lowered his head and glanced at Yang Yuyan's marriage certificate in his hand, and suddenly became angry. Building 3, Heimu Community, Yuanjiu Road, Jianlin City. Damn it, why only the number of buildings in the community is listed? There are no units, floors or house numbers. How did you get this marriage certificate? Gu Xiaoxiao felt her scalp numb. She stopped an uncle who was throwing away garbage and asked, "Uncle, do you know how many households there are in the third building?" The uncle spoke unusual Mandarin and gestured with his hands while holding up a garbage bag. In 3 buildings, there are always 5 units. In our place, there are always units with 23 floors. There are 10 households on each floor. Do you have a calculation? How many households are there? Gu Xiaoxiao looked at the garbage bags flying in the air and took a small step back unconsciously. I totaled it up according to the uncle's words. Good guy, there are a total of 1,150 households. It would be harder than finding a needle in a haystack to find the fat guy named Lu Shang from 1,150 households. Gu Xiaoxiao's face suddenly smelled worse than salted fish. It's true that Xiaoyan didn't even leave any contact information after receiving the marriage certificate. If I had known this, I wouldn't have given her any gifts. Gu Xiaoxiao sighed, took out Yang Yuyan's marriage certificate from his arms and handed it to his uncle. Covering Yang Yuyan's face and pointing at Lu Shang above, she asked, "Uncle, do you know this person?" The uncle who was throwing away the garbage squinted at Lu Shang above and shook his head. I don't know. There are too many people in this community. After saying that, he was about to leave, but suddenly he stepped back. He looked at the distance and then at the photo in Gu Xiaoxiao's hand. Little girl, do you think that fat man over there digging through the trash can is the person you're looking for? Chapter 8. A little pervert who refuses to admit defeat. Gu Xiaoxiao looked in the direction of his uncle's finger. I saw a fat man covered in sweat holding a trash can and dumping all the trash on the ground. Then he eagerly picked up a short stick and skillfully rummaged through the garbage on the ground. On the cement floor behind him, there were 3 trash cans that had been rummaged through. Is that the person you're looking for? The uncle looked at the girl in front of him with curiosity, and he really couldn't figure out what the relationship between the two was. Gu Xiaoxiao seemed to have been petrified all over. I want to say yes, but this is too embarrassing. I want to say no, but doesn't that person look exactly like the fat man in the photo? I was in a dilemma for a while, and in the end I had to cover my face, thank the uncle, and then walk towards the trash can. Xiaoyan is really not very particular. Even if it's just to get points, she should find someone a little more normal. On the other side, Lu Shang was holding his breath and searching carefully on the ground. The title on the trash can just now is, a trash can with something in it. And the color of the title is blue, which is better than the 3 gray and white ones just now. As Lu Shang kept exploring, a ding-dong sound suddenly came from his ears. Immediately afterwards, a hard drive-like prop appeared in the inventory. Hard disk? Lu Shang looked at this prop warily, wondering if there was anything that could lead to depravity. The item's attribute menu quickly expanded in front of you. Prop name, Fatigue Hard Drive. Prop rating, excellent, C. Introduction to the prop, you can temporarily store all fatigue inside, and then take it out and release it together when you are free. Hard drive size, 180 hours of fatigue. Lu Shang was overjoyed when he saw the introduction to the props. This hard drive is simply tailor-made for you. The reason why I can only exercise for 2 hours a day is because 2 hours is the limit of this obese body. But if you can store all the fatigue in your body first, wouldn't it be possible to exercise unlimitedly throughout the day? Lu Shang quickly followed the instructions and stored the fatigue in his body into the hard drive. I saw that the size of the hard drive was reduced for 4 hours, but the pain in my body suddenly disappeared completely. It really works. Lu Shang forgot the stench of garbage for a moment and grinned happily. Does picking up trash make you happy? A very pleasant voice suddenly came from behind Lu Shang, instantly pulling Lu Shang back from his boundless joy. Oops, someone found out? Lu Shang quickly turned around and looked at the man. She is a young girl with an overly proud figure. She is very tall but looks very cute. Covering his mouth and nose with one hand, he looked at himself with a pair of big eyes. Is your name Lu Shang? Lu Shang never expected that there would be people who knew him in this world. And she is such a beautiful girl. He nodded subconsciously. Gu Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. I'm here to help Xiaoyan deliver gifts, can we change places? Lu Shang suddenly realized that he was Yang Yuyan's friend. No wonder. He quickly took Gu Xiaoxiao to a pavilion downstairs in the community. Gu Xiaoxiao looked at Lu Shang curiously. Do you need to pick up trash for a living now? No, I was just picking it up for fun. Playing with it? No, I dropped something inside and want to get it back. So? Gu Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief, then took out the box and handed it over. Here, Xiaoyan gave you a gift, please open it and take a look. Lu Shang looked at the box, and his heart was really full of curiosity. What gift will Yang Yuyan give herself? He carefully opened the lid and looked at the gift inside, and suddenly he was stunned. A signed poster? Yeah, do you like it? Gu Xiaoxiao looked at Lu Shang expectantly. I love so much. Lu Shang looked at Gu Xiaoxiao and forced a smile on his face. Gu Xiaoxiao smiled politely, then opened his virtual chat box and sent a message to Yang Yuyan. Xiaoyan, I sent it out. Have you completed the mission? I quickly received a reply from Yang Yuyan. What did you send? It shows that it is not completed. Undone? Gu Xiaoxiao never expected that the gift that he thought was foolproof would not be liked by Lu Shang. This otaku is indeed different from what I expected. But that's okay. Gu Xiaoxiao quickly replied to Yang Yuyan. Wait a moment, there's more. Then he took out another box and handed it over. There must be no problem this time, please open it again and take a look. Lu Shang looked at Gu Xiaoxiao with a determined look on his face and opened the lid of the gift box again. He poked his head in and looked inside, and suddenly he seemed to be struck by lightning. This is... Gu Xiaoxiao took out the men's boxer briefs from the box with a smile on his face, deliberately lifted a corner of the trouser leg, and waved it in front of Lu Shang. Did you see it? It has her autograph on it. How about you wear her close to your body? Do you like it? Lu Shang looked at Gu Xiaoxiao dumbfounded. After waiting for a long time, he asked. She gave this to me? Gu Xiaoxiao thought for a moment and answered honestly. To be precise, I picked out the gift, and I signed the words when I asked her to sign the poster. You don't like it? Lu Shang looked at, a confident little pervert, above Gu Xiaoxiao's head and said with a wry smile. I would also like. I think so. What otaku can refuse underwear signed by Xiaoyan? Gu Xiaoxiao once again called up the virtual chat interface and asked. Xiaoyan, it's finally done now. This time she received a screenshot. Task completion status, not completed, 6 days, 15 hours, 34 minutes and 21 seconds. Failed again? Gu Xiaoxiao looked at Lu Shang in shock. You like women, right? Lu Shang nodded affirmatively. Then how could this happen? The underwear signed by Xiaoyan actually failed. Do you really want to use it? Gu Xiaoxiao stared at Lu Shang seriously for a long time. You are a bit interesting. But it doesn't matter. Since I didn't succeed today, I will come again tomorrow. I don't believe you don't like it. Fat man, let's leave each other's contact information. Lu Shang also had this intention. When he gave gifts to Yang Yuyan in the future, at least he would not be unable to find anyone. After Gu Xiaoxiao left his contact information, he stood up very neatly and walked towards the sports car. The tall figure wrapped in a short shirt and hot pants swayed in the morning breeze on a summer morning, making passers-by salivate secretly. Lu Sheng noticed that the title above Gu Xiaoxiao's head was now changed to "A little pervert who refuses to admit defeat." He began to worry that he would receive something strange tomorrow. After watching Gu Xiaoxiao's bright red sports car leave at lightning speed, Lu Sheng quietly rummaged through a few more trash cans. But unfortunately, all I found were props rated around ordinary E-level. There is no weapon Lu Sheng wants. Seeing that it was noon, Lu Sheng got up and walked home. Nearly 4 hours of exercise in 2 days has made him lose nearly 5 pounds. My current weight is 225 pounds, although I still attract people's attention from time to time when walking on the road. But Lu Sheng could feel the changes in his body. He is a self-disciplined person to the point of being crazy, and he is very demanding on his body. In the original plan, Lu Sheng planned to use the characteristics of the ultra-dimensional treadmill to reduce his weight to the level of a normal person in 1 month. But now that he has obtained the fatigue hard drive, he plans to reduce this time to half a month. Chapter 9. You're already married and why don't you move out? When Lu Sheng returned home, his aunt and Jian Yu had already eaten and did not wait for him. When she saw Lu Sheng pushing the door open, her aunt said calmly, "The little dear is back. There's still some food in the kitchen. Go ahead and serve it yourself." Jian Yu never raised his head to look at Lu Sheng from beginning to end, as if he was nothing. He was still dressed casually. A pink sleeveless dress was worn over the vacuum upper body. When Lu Sheng came back, he didn't hide anything and kept his head down while eating. From the angle Lu Sheng walked in, you could clearly see the majestic peaks under her skirt. Lu Sheng shook his head helplessly and walked to the kitchen. Such casual clothing is indeed in line with Jian Yu's always bold and unrestrained style. But to some extent, it also shows that Jian Yu does not regard himself as a normal man from the bottom of his heart. A parasite? Or a dead fat pig? There was actually only one mouthful of rice left in the rice cooker. Fortunately, Lu Sheng has been controlling his food intake recently, so the rest is almost enough. Auntie pretended to explain. Uncle said yesterday that you were too fat and asked you to eat less. Is there enough leftover food? Do you want me to cook more? Lu Sheng was forced to stay at his uncle's house for a while because he had neither money nor points. I had no choice but to suppress my anger and replied coldly. Enough. Auntie nodded indifferently, and then continued chatting with Jian Yu with a gossipy face. Just this morning when I went out to buy groceries, I saw a very beautiful woman driving a red sports car to our community to deliver gifts. You said there are people in our community who can get certificates with such a woman. It's really cannot tell. Jian Yu made a cut sound. There is nothing to envy. In a few years, I will be like this too. Auntie's face immediately lit up with joy. Yes, by then we won't live in this community anymore. Let's move to the city. As he spoke, he put vegetables into Jian Yu's bowl and asked, when will we take Su Hao home to see him? He will make even the neighbors next door envious. Jian Yu pouted. Mom, I'm so busy downloading dungeons, how can I have time to come back? Besides, where will I live when I come back? You can't sleep in the same room with me. Auntie looked at Jian Yu with wide eyes. Oh, you two haven't, not yet. Mom, that's what I am. Lu Sheng, who was engrossed in eating at the side, almost choked on his rice. He raised his head and glanced at the title above Jian Yu's head. It was still a frail young woman who has just had artificial induction of labor. When Jian Yu saw Lu Sheng suddenly looking up at him, his heart jumped inexplicably, and he immediately stared at Lu Sheng. What are you looking at? If you hadn't occupied a room, would Su Hao have no place to stay when he comes back? Auntie was silent for a moment thoughtfully, and suddenly turned her head to look at Lu Sheng. Xiaolu, you and Ye have obtained the certificates. There is only such a small space in the house, and it is indeed difficult to live in it. Does your significant other have a house at home? Do you want to move there? Lu Sheng was slightly startled when he heard this. His significant other definitely has a house, but he definitely can't move into it. He also understood the meaning of his aunt's words, which was that she wanted him to move out as soon as possible. This matter was already in his plan, but he didn't expect it to come so suddenly. Lu Sheng now only has a measly 29 points and 1,400 yuan in savings. It was really far from his dream of a small house in the outer ring of Jianlin City. What to do? Should I stay here shamelessly or sleep on the street? Obviously neither was suitable, so Lu Sheng quickly thought about ways to solve the problem in his mind. However, in the eyes of his aunt, his silence made him look cowardly and useless. But this time, she repeatedly warned herself in her heart that she must not be soft-hearted anymore and must seize this opportunity to send this dragster away. Auntie made up her mind, and the look on her face suddenly became much more determined. Little dear, to put it bluntly, my uncle and aunt have raised you for so many years. Now that you are married, you can't let me and your uncle raise you. Lu Shang never expected that his aunt suddenly spoke so eloquently. In this case, he didn't want to stay in this home any longer, lest he be wronged every day for no reason. So my heart skipped a beat. I looked up at my aunt and said, "Okay, Auntie gives me another 2 weeks and I will move out." 2 weeks was the shortest time Lu Shang had just calculated in his mind that he could earn enough points in money. Impulse is impulsive, but Lu Shang still pays attention to stability in everything he does. I won't just slap my forehead blindly and go out to sleep on the street. But even so, it shocked my aunt. She had thought that according to the character of this cowardly little loser, he would remain as cowardly as before and refuse to leave. But this time Lu Shang not only agreed, but actually said it would only take 2 weeks. Is this still that little trash? But she was surprised, and her aunt was still happy when she thought that she was finally getting rid of this dragster. He quickly struck while the iron was hot and said, "It's okay, just 2 weeks. Auntie is not the kind of unreasonable person." Jiang Yu also looked at Lu Shang with a sneer on her face. She didn't believe that this parasite would really be able to move out after 2 weeks. When the time comes, I will probably stay shameless. At this time, she looked up at the clock on the wall and suddenly screamed. Yeah, the Blue Elephant Guild's press conference is about to start. Mom, come and see your son-in-law. As Jiang Yu spoke, he jumped onto the sofa and turned on the TV excitedly. Jianglin City local station is live broadcasting the press conference of the Blue Elephant Association. It is similar to the football and basketball games played before Lu Shang traveled through time. All guilds will hold a press conference before releasing a copy to release strategy plans and answer questions from reporters. In this world, the next copy is the world's largest sports entertainment project. Under the unified management of the Global Game Research Association, a complete guild training and surrounding industry construction have been formed. There are supporting promotion and relegation mechanisms, youth training echelon construction, live broadcast and broadcast rights management, and fan economy operations. In addition, unlike those cultural and sports activities before time travel, because dungeons are linked to points, all wealthy families and well-known companies will make every effort to form their own guild systems. Being able to join a guild and become a professional player is the biggest dream of most ordinary people. Currently, in the Huaxia region alone, there are 3 super guilds, 15 Class A guilds, 70 Class B guilds, and thousands of Class C and below guilds. The Blue Elephant Guild is a local second-level guild. Press conferences are usually only conducted by local stations for interviews and live broadcasts. Although it does not have much influence globally, it has a large number of die-hard fans in Jianglin City. At 12 o'clock, as the members of the Blue Elephant Guild came to the interview booth one after another and took their seats, large barrages began to appear on the TV screen. 2 people were mentioned the most. Chu Changge and Li Shuhao. One is the captain of the Blue Elephant Guild, and the other is a popular youngster in the team. Anne trotted over and sat down next to Jiang Yu with a smile on her face. Hey, our Shuhao is just good looking. Look at this barrage, he's very popular. Jiang Yu said very proudly. That's right, Suhao completed 12 consecutive kills in the last dungeon, and his strength is comparable to that of Super Guild players. Now the popularity in the team has surpassed that of Captain Chu Changge. Auntie nodded repeatedly with satisfaction. Yeah, this Suhao is good at everything, but he is too good looking. It's not good for the little girl in the recruitment team to like this. Look at the little girl sitting next to him, she always looks at him, mother. I don't like it. Mom, that's his old girlfriend. Shuhao was recruited by me. Lu Shang. At the press conference, reporters raised their hands to ask questions. Team Chu, please briefly introduce this week's dungeon strategy plan. Okay. Chu Changge skillfully moved the microphone in front of him and said. This week is the 4th act of the strategy copy, Sword in Dawn. The goal of the copy is to clear all the main and secondary lines, plus harvest all hidden props. Because we are a regular guild, we plan to only send 4 people this time, which is a record for the smallest number of people in the world for this dungeon. We also want to give ourselves confidence that although we are a B-level guild, we can't compete with those A-level guilds. It's not bad at all compared to level and super guilds. Good. Some reporters below could not help but applaud. The barrage also started to flood the screen like crazy. Captain Chu's domineering attitude means having such determination. That is, compared with those grade A guilds, how are we inferior? With Team Chu and Su Hao here, there is a chance to reach the A level this year, right? Next, another reporter raised his hand to ask. Su Hao, this question is for you. The mission last week has ended. You said you would keep your other half secret for the time being. Is it convenient to reveal who she is now? Chapter 10. A new copy arrives. Jiang Yu and her aunt suddenly became very nervous, staring directly at Li Shuhao on the TV. I saw Li Shuhao glance at the reporter slightly dissatisfied, took the microphone and said. As everyone knows, getting the certificate is mainly for mission needs. I will not disclose who the other half is, but what I can say is that she is an ordinary girl like most of the viewers in front of the TV. It turns out that ordinary girls also have the opportunity to get a certificate from Shuhao. Shuhao is really down to earth, I love him. Lu Sheng could clearly see that Jiang Yu's face suddenly turned a little ugly. The aunt comforted her and said. After all, Shuhao is a public figure and has female fans. I say this to take care of his career. Jiang Yu kept a straight face and said nothing. At this time, the reporter asked another question. Shuhao, everyone knows that Miss Xia Shui was your girlfriend before. This time we are not together due to weekly tasks. After the tasks are over, will you continue your relationship? Li Shuhao turned his head and looked at Xia Shui, who had been stealing glances at him, with a faint smile on his lips. No one can say anything about feelings. I can only say that everything is possible. Snapped. With a crisp sound, Jiang Yu threw the remote control on the ground and walked towards the bedroom angrily. Auntie hurriedly chased after him, and when passing by Lu Sheng, she said angrily. Stop watching the fun and go wash the dishes. At the press conference, reporters were still asking questions related to weekly tasks. The team members in the interview booth all answered questions one by one very professionally. At this moment, a virtual floating box suddenly popped up in front of everyone's eyes. The new copy series, Afterlife Flower and Bana Lotus, is officially released. In order to encourage everyone to actively participate in exploring the new copy, a new incentive policy has been launched. All the first batch of players to participate in the dungeon test will be rewarded with an additional 100 points after clearing the level. The new copy key is now open for reservation. The Mander Game Project team wishes everyone a happy game. On the TV, all the members of the Blue Elephant Guild who attended the press conference also saw the sudden news. They looked at each other for a while, discussing something in a low voice. This is after a year, and the Mander Game Project team once again launches a new series of copies. The time coincides with the press conferences of various guilds. Captain Chu Changda hurriedly took the microphone and said. Sorry, everyone has also received it. A new copy has just been released. Therefore, the copy plan for this week may change, and we will make a decision after our internal discussion. It is expected that we will hold a press conference again before tomorrow night to announce our plan for this week. Today's the press conference will end here. After speaking, he stood up first and hurriedly left the press conference. On the TV screen, barrages flew across the sky quickly. Damn it, a new dungeon series is out. I saw that several Super Guild press conferences have also ended temporarily. It is estimated that they are all going to get the first batch of guide copies, and some of them are looking forward to it. 100 extra points for everyone, I'm a little excited. Please, this is a brand new dungeon. There is no clearing guide. Do you have the chance to earn those points? Wealth is sought in danger, brothers. If it were normal, even if the reward for clearing the level was doubled, Lu Sheng would not easily download this dungeon due to his cautious character. The plan he just made for himself was to start with old dungeons that already had clearance strategies. Then, relying on my extreme self-discipline, I increased the frequency of my own dungeons when others only downloaded one dungeon a week. It was also because of this that he made the decision to move out from his uncle's house 2 weeks later. But the 100 points extra reward in front of him forced him to reconsider his plan. After all, 100 points is really not a small amount. It's equivalent to clearing some old copies 3 to 4 times. Although the old copy has some clearance strategies, which reduces the risk of death in the copy. But the risk of downloading it 4 times in a row is not much different from downloading a new copy. That being the case, why not try this new copy? Thinking of this, Lu Sheng already made a decision in his mind. His thoughts moved slightly, and a virtual floating frame called Copy appeared in front of him. The new copy series, Afterlife Flower and Bana Lotus, is officially released. Click the reservation button now to become the first batch of test players and enjoy an additional 100 points reward. Looking at the fiery red reservation button, Lu Sheng took a deep breath, then decisively reached out and pressed it. A new floating box pops up. Congratulations to player, Lu Shang, for successful reservation. Jackdaw Express will send you the login key within 24 hours. Jackdaw Express, sure to arrive the next day. Turns out the key wouldn't arrive until the next day. This was different from Lu Shang's original thought that he would enter the dungeon soon, which meant that he had an extra 24 hours of preparation time out of thin air. Lu Shang did not dare to relax for a moment. Plan carefully and act boldly. This is the character imprinted in Lu Shang's bones all the time when he was a powerful businessman in another world before he traveled through time. He needs to make as many preparations as possible in the limited 24 hours. For example, open more trash cans, treasures. After Lu Shang finished washing the dishes, he rode his bicycle straight to the outer ring. Perhaps compared with the suburbs, there are more surprises in the trash cans in the outer ring. With the help of the fatigue hard drive, Lu Shang rode at a speed that his body size should not have. In less than an hour, he had arrived on the road in the South Outer Ring Road. The density of buildings here is obviously much looser than in the suburbs, but the density of garbage bins is twice as high. The whole road seemed quiet and refreshing, which was his ideal residence. Lu Shang slowed down to make it easier for him to observe the title on the trash can. Those gray, white and blue trash cans no longer interest him. Today's top priority must at least be the bright yellow trash can. Hard work paid off. Lu Shang finally saw a line of bright yellow titles above the garbage classification and recycling point in a community called Lulun. A trash can not to be missed. Lu Shang wished he could run over and search around immediately, but the young security guard at the gate of the community obviously wouldn't let him in so easily. Lu Shang glanced at the title above the security guard's head from a distance. A good security guard who does his duty. He couldn't help but look back at the security booth in another community behind him. A sleepy ordinary security guard. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Why do I want to go to a community where there happens to be a good security guard? It's really bad luck. While thinking in his mind, he stretched out his hand and clicked on the 3 words, good security. Suddenly a virtual pop-up box popped up. Whether to check the attribute details of the title, good security, it will cost 1 ladder point. Lu Shang was startled, staring at the virtual pop-up box in front of him in surprise as if he had seen a new world. The title actually has attributes? Although it would cost 1 ladder point, Lu Shang couldn't help his curiosity and clicked the yes button. Title entry, good security guard. Attribute details, keep all security responsibilities in mind, even if there is a slight disturbance, you must do your best to deal with it. Whether to copy this title will cost 10 ladder points. Lu Shang was surprised again. The title could actually be copied? If copying didn't cost 10 ladder points, Lu Shang might actually give it a try. He waved his hand to disperse the virtual floating frame in front of him. He recalled the attribute details he had just seen in his mind, thinking thoughtfully. Even if there is a slight disturbance, we must do our best to deal with it? Lu Shang raised his head and glanced at the community notice board on the security booth. No smoking, no pets allowed in this community. Then he turned and looked at the little black dog looking for food under a trash can not far away. An energetic little native dog. Suddenly an idea came to my mind. Chapter 11. A retired parent from a top wealthy family. Damn it, you little wild dog, stop here. Looking at the young security guard running away after the little black dog in a hurry, Lu Shang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He walked quietly through the security booth and walked towards the garbage sorting and recycling point not far away. Taking into account the difficulty of sorting garbage, this time he did not dump all the garbage in the trash can to the ground. Instead, he picked up a bamboo pole and slowly rummaged through the trash can. Hey, why are you a young man today? From time to time, residents of the community come out to take out the trash and pass by Lu Shang to say hello. Lu Shang responded politely. Finally, after searching for almost 20 minutes, there was a soft ding-dong sound in my ears. There is a stack of sticky notes in the inventory. Lu Shang clicked on the properties interface. Prop name, reverse restoration sticker. Item rating, rare, B. Introduction to props, various industrial supplies can be restored to raw materials, remember not to paste them at will. This prop looks interesting. Lu Shang casually tore off a sticker and stuck it on the plastic ceiling next to him. There was a loud ping ring sound, and the ceiling suddenly disappeared out of thin air, leaving a pile of iron ore and a pool of oil on the ground. Damn it! The effect of reversely restoring the stickers exceeded Lu Shang's expectations. He never expected that he could restore the iron rod and plastic to such an original state. Damn it, what's going on here? A familiar voice came from the distant security booth again. Lu Sheng quickly changed direction and hurriedly escaped from the garbage collection point. Just when he was about to leave the community and try his luck elsewhere, an ordinary dressed man caught his interest. The uncle's outfit is actually very ordinary. Wearing a plaid shirt and navy blue pants, he has gray hair and will stop to cough from time to time. The reason why it attracted Lu Sheng's attention was because of the title above his head. A poor old man who was cursed. Curse? If it were before time travel, Lu Sheng, who wholeheartedly advocates science, would think this is nonsense. But in this world, everything seems possible. Out of curiosity, Lu Sheng clicked on the words cursed. After paying 1 point, the attribute details of the title entry popped up in front of Lu Sheng. Title entry, cursed. Attribute details, title owner's immunity plus 200%, allergic to all proteins, allergic to all exhaust gases, allergic to all opposite sexes, can be solved by contact with the same sex. This title has a soul lock and cannot be copied until it is fully unlocked. Mind lock? What is this? Just as Lu Sheng's thoughts moved, a new dialog box popped up. The title that is locked by the mind cannot be fully expanded in its attribute details, so it cannot be copied. Only after completing the unlocking can you see the complete attribute details. Current unlocking conditions, gaining the trust of the elderly. If it were someone else, he might not be able to help but come up and have a few words with the uncle at this time. But Lu Sheng is Lu Sheng after all, he is a cautious and not nosy person. There are already too many strange things in this world, and he doesn't want to attract strange things to himself. So he planned to leave quietly. But at this moment, the old man in front of him fell to the ground with an ouch without any trace of pretense. There was no one around, the grass and trees were silent, and even the wind blowing in the air was quiet. Lu Sheng stood there with a stunned look on his face, with mixed feelings in his heart. Is the uncle going to have trouble? Lu Sheng, who has received self-protection education in the new era, skillfully summoned the first-person camera. After repeatedly confirming that the video recording was working properly, he cautiously walked towards the uncle. Uncle, are you okay? The uncle curled up, fell to the ground and coughed violently, looking very bad. Lu Sheng was about to reach out to help the uncle, when he suddenly saw the title above the uncle's head change. A bad old man who plans to cheat. Lu Sheng sighed, retracted his outstretched hand, walked to the uncle and squatted down 3 meters away. I thought to myself, no wonder you were cursed to do such immoral things all day long. The uncle coughed violently for a while. Seeing that the fat man never came over, he sat up angrily and looked at Lu Sheng with a look of resentment. What are you looking at? You knocked me down, why didn't you help me? Lu Sheng's mouth suddenly opened wide. Is this okay? Don't you even talk about the laws of physics now? Uncle, I didn't meet you just now. Who said that? When I was lying on the ground just now, didn't your hand almost touch me? Almost? Ahem, no. Look at my legs. They're all swollen. It's because you fell. Lu Sheng glanced helplessly at the uncle's red and swollen legs and said seriously. Uncle, you are allergic to the opposite sex. Did you sneak in some ant when you went out? Allergy to the opposite sex? Lu Sheng nodded. You don't know? Contact with the same sex can alleviate it. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and patted the uncle's leg. In less than a minute, the redness and swelling on the uncle's leg really subsided. The uncle looked at the swollen leg with a shocked expression, and his expression gradually became serious. No wonder every time I have sex with them, my whole body becomes red, itchy, and swollen. Is it because I'm allergic to the opposite sex? But I don't have this problem. Lu Sheng wanted to say, Uncle, because you have been cursed. But after thinking about it, I probably wouldn't believe it even if I told him about cursing. Maybe he thinks he's a lunatic. Lu Sheng is not willing to do thankless things. Okay, Uncle, you've recovered from your illness and it's time for me to leave. From now on, remember to do more good deeds and be less affectionate with others. Lu Sheng stood up with difficulty and was about to leave the community when he was suddenly stopped by the uncle from behind. Young man, I've seen so many doctors but can't find the cause. How can you tell at a glance that I'm allergic to the opposite sex? Lu Sheng didn't want to explain to the uncle, so he made up a random reason. Because I am a little Taoist priest who can read feng shui and fortune tellers. If I have a chance in the future, I will give you a fortune teller. Unexpectedly, the uncle seemed to believe it was true. No wonder, little heavenly master, please help me. I have more and more problems recently. I am allergic to anything from sitting in a car to eating meat. How should I cure it? Bang. There was a soft sound in Lu Shang's ears, and then a dialogue box appeared in front of him. Congratulations on gaining the trust of the old man and successfully unlocking the first soul lock. The attribute details of the title are now updated as follows. Title entry, Cursed. Attribute details, since you have discarded them, never touch them again. From now on, you will lose something every 6 months, until you finally lose yourself. The owner of the title has immunity plus 200%, is allergic to all proteins, is allergic to all exhaust gases, and is allergic to all members of the opposite sex, can be solved by contact with the same sex. This title has a soul lock and cannot be copied until it is fully unlocked. Current unlocking conditions, get the old man's confession. The moment Lu Shang saw the title details, he suddenly thought of something strange. This title is so suitable for Ant. As the old saying goes, evil people must be punished by evil people. It would be great if this title could be placed on Ant's head. Lu Shang immediately turned his head and squatted back next to the uncle, trying to get the uncle's confession. Uncle, why did you deliberately touch porcelain? The uncle looked at Lu Shang with a complicated expression, and finally smiled and said. It's because one time, I suddenly fainted while walking on the road. Later, I was helped up by a teenager, and the redness and swelling on my body disappeared. When the redness and swelling returned again, I tried to ask my aunt at home to help me, but the redness and swelling not only did not disappear, but became more serious. I didn't know it was caused by heterosexual allergy. I thought it was related to strangers helping me. Lu Shang looked at the uncle in surprise. So you fell down on purpose just so I could help you? The uncle nodded solemnly. I'm not trying to extort money. My family has money. As he spoke, the title on the uncle's head changed in vain. A shiny orange title suddenly appeared in front of Lu Shang. A retired parent from a top wealthy family. Chapter 12 The gift from the goddess has arrived. Orange title? Top wealthy family? Lu Shang was so shocked that he couldn't recover for a moment from the sudden and unexpected turn of events above the uncle's head. He originally just wanted to try to copy the title on the uncle's head, but he never dreamed that he would see such a new title in such an inconspicuous community. He stretched out his hand tremblingly and lightly touched the top wealth house. The title details popped up again. Title entry, Top Wealthy Family. Attribute details, specifically refers to Qingtian Technology, Yang's Real Estate, and Linsheng Medical, the 3 largest family groups in China. The title owner will have at least 10% of the share inheritance rights of one of them. Whether to copy this title will cost 100,000 ladder points. Looking at the 5 zeros following the 1, Lu Shang had to regretfully give up the idea of copying. But this title and the uncle under this title have brought great shock to Lu Shang. Who would have thought that the old head of a giant chaebol would live in such an unknown community? Are you tired of the intrigues in the shopping mall and have decided to retire? Or is there some unknown secret behind it? Lu Shang guessed that it was probably the latter. The uncle looked at Lu Shang expectantly. Little master, if you can cure my disease, I can give you a lot of money. Lu Shang swallowed his saliva and asked in a pretentious tone. Uncle, you have to tie the bell to untie it. Think about it, is there anything you need to regret? Repent? Why do Taoist priests treat people like God? Inclusive and inclusive, open to all rivers. Well. The uncle lowered his head, seeming to be thinking about his extraordinary life. Lu Shang waited for 5 minutes, but still didn't see the uncle speaking, so he had to try to remind. For example, did you discard anything or anyone? The uncle's face seemed to be in great pain. I have let down many women in my life. At this time, the title above the uncle's head has become that of a top wealthy family parent, and Lu Shang doesn't know how long it will take for him to change back. Lu Shang, who was rushing to search for equipment, had to give up temporarily and wait until later. So at that moment, I said goodbye to the uncle on the grounds that the auspicious time has passed and the secret cannot be leaked. However, when we parted, we still exchanged contact information. Because the past life experience engraved in my bones tells me, what is the most important thing in this world? Top connections are the most important. After bidding farewell to his uncle, Lu Shang rode several main roads in the outer ring one after another. But only one prop was found. Prop name, Snake Pressing Hat. Prop rating, excellent, C. Introduction to props, it has special effects on reptiles. These days, even homophonic memes can be used as props. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening when Lu Shang returned home. The uncle was so drunk that he lay on the sofa and fell asleep. Auntie had gone back to her room to rest, and Jiang Yu was sitting on the sofa watching TV. As expected, there was no food left on the table, but there were a bunch of bags, Jiang Yu seemed to be in a good mood and turned to glance at Lu Shang. Hey, fatty, you're back. It's a pity that you are a man. Otherwise, I would lend you one of the bags Xu Hao gave you to carry. Lu Sheng thought. If I were a woman, you wouldn't say that. He said casually while changing his slippers. I think I can carry the black one. Fat man, that's what I'm going to carry, so don't overdo it. Oh. Lu Sheng agreed casually and turned back to the room. He now has no time to appreciate Jiang Yu showing off his trophies in front of him. Jiang Yu obviously had some unfinished thoughts and couldn't help mumbling. Damn fat man, what have you been doing every day lately? After Lu Shang returned to his room, he took out his time-space treadmill. I was about to start exercising when I suddenly received a message. It was actually from Gu Xiaoxiao. Fat man, you have also seen that a new copy has been released. There will be a closed-door meeting in the guild tomorrow. I can't come. The gift will be delivered to you by courier. You must be satisfied this time, otherwise Xiaoyan will kill me. Lu Shang was a little helpless. Whether he liked it or not was determined by the system and he couldn't pretend. But then he thought about it, Yang Yuyan wanted to complete the task, and he needed equipment to download the dungeon tomorrow. Then why not hint that Gu Xiaoxiao would give me some equipment? Wouldn't everyone be happy? He then replied. I plan to download a copy this time, but I don't know what to bring with me. Gu Xiaoxiao is also a good person and immediately understood the meaning of Lu Shang's words. Okay, I understand. But you have to pay attention to safety when entering the dungeon as an amateur. Although the points are high, you still need to have life flowers. Don't die by then, causing our Xiaoyan to find someone else to complete the task. Lu Shang politely replied with the word yeah. Although Gu Xiaoxiao always thought about Yang Yuyan, this was the first time that someone cared about him after Lu Shang came to this world. After closing the chat dialog box, Lu Shang stepped heavily on the treadmill. Time and space changed before his eyes, and he came to that interesting room again. This time he has a fatigue hard drive and plans to exercise in it for at least 50 hours. Still the same, Lu Shang opened the Global Gamer Forum while jogging. The hottest topic right now is, of course, about the newly released copies, Afterlife Flower and Bana Lotus. Many game research experts also posted in it, expressing their analysis and opinions immediately. But what surprised Lu Shang was the second-ranked topic, called My Bustard Goddess Contract Husband, if you don't give me a gift, I will give it to you. Lu Shang clicked in and took a look, and immediately he couldn't laugh or cry. Just after watching the Shangtian Guild's press conference, Goddess Yuyan said that she has not received the gift for this week's mission. You bustard goddess contract husband, if you don't give me a gift, I will give it to you. I would like to recommend some gift ideas, and I will pick the top 3 and send them to the goddess tomorrow. The comments below were very lively and filled with nearly 100 pages of eloquent comments. The comment with the highest number of likes is, Come on, poster, you can't even see the goddess. The man immediately replied. Don't worry, salt and pepper guys, I have connections and can see you. Lu Shang flipped through 50 pages, excluding those who scolded him. Almost everyone recommended various types of equipment. This goddess Yang really doesn't like anything except equipment. If you only love equipment, Lu Shang really has no choice for a while. We can only wait for the copy to come back. Anyway, if you can't come back, it doesn't matter whether you send it or not. In the following time, Lu Shang completely watched the strategy videos of several old copies. However, with his authority, he could only see some clearance videos of unknown guilds. All videos from super guilds like Shangtian require senior members to view. Lu Shang ran on the hyperchronous treadmill for a full 50 hours, and it was already 8 o'clock in the morning when he returned to the real world. Thanks to the help of the fatigue hard drive, Lu Shang doesn't feel a trace of fatigue at this moment. On the contrary, I lost a lot of fat due to exercise and looked refreshed. He stood on the electronic scale and wanted to see the effects of exercise. Lu Shang couldn't help being surprised when he saw the number popping up on the electronic scale. One day ago I weighed close to 225 pounds, but I lost 25 pounds overnight. Now there is less than 200 pounds left. The speed of weight loss is really amazing. At this time, the self in the mirror had obviously lost weight. The biggest change was a pair of eyes, which were more than twice as big as a day ago. Vaguely, it seems that there is something like his father's style in the photo. At this time, a message box suddenly popped up. Your package has been left at the door, please check it as soon as possible. It seems that the gift from Yang Yuyan has arrived. Lu Shang couldn't wait to see what the national goddess would give him this time. Chapter 13 Yang Yuyan's Personal Weapon. In order not to surprise his aunt and Jiang Yu too much, Lu Sheng specially wore a loose pajamas with a towel wrapped inside. But even so, when they saw Lu Sheng's face, both aunt and Jiang Yu opened their eyes wide in surprise. Xiaolu, what did you do last night? You must have sucked something dirty. Auntie, let me tell you, our family has always abided by the law. If you do something illegal, hurry up and turn yourself in. If you don't, your aunt will kill you. Looking at his aunt who looked upright and fearful that she would be implicated, Lu Sheng said helplessly. Auntie, you misunderstood. I have been losing weight these days and wanted to give her a surprise. This reason was compiled by Lu Sheng a long time ago. Slimming for love is the most versatile and effective weight loss catalyst in the world. As expected, the aunt nodded doubtfully. That's just right. I didn't prepare much for breakfast today because I was afraid you wouldn't have enough. Jiang Yu said coldly from the side. I watched too many chicken soup videos on the internet and thought that losing weight would make me look better. In fact, after losing weight, most people find that they are still ugly now as they were before. Auntie gave a cheesy smile. Why do you care so much? Just let him be. Lu Sheng didn't bother to talk to the mother and daughter, so she walked straight outside the house and brought him the long gift box at the door. Jiang Yu narrowed her eyes and asked curiously. What is this? It's a gift from my significant other. Auntie suddenly became interested as well. Hey, your gift looks decent. It seems like your significant other is pretty good. What does he do? Does he have a serious job? Lu Sheng responded casually. Also a supermarket cashier. Oh, that's not bad. Auntie's eyes looked a little disappointed, but she immediately said. Although it's not as good as college students like us, yeah, it's pretty good if we can have a stable job. Lu Sheng didn't answer anymore and returned to his room holding the gift box. In the living room behind him, Jiang Yu said jokingly while stroking his bag. What's so shameful that you have to hide in a room and take it apart? Such a long thing, it can't be a doll. You don't know, he was in the room that day, creaking, and the bed collapsed. Grrrrrrrrrrrr, a fat guy with a baby, I can't even sleep just thinking about it. Lu Sheng returned to the house and immediately closed the door. This mother and daughter pair really made him a little upset. He carefully opened the lid of the box, and a blood-red longbow suddenly appeared in front of him. Weapon name, Blood-Stepping Swallow. Weapon rating, Epic, A. Weapon introduction, monsters with less than 5% health remaining, super powerful bows and arrows that can kill with one hit. Looking at the unique chilling aura of blood-treading swallow, Lu Sheng finally understood why Yang Yuyan only loved weapons and despised flowers and bags. Because in the face of weapons, no matter how good the flowers and bags are, they will be eclipsed. It's like wanting to keep a pet. You would be complacent about receiving a hound with a noble pedigree, only to find that she is interested in a BMW with blood. This is a gift on another level entirely. And if Lu Sheng's uncle was here right now, he would definitely recognize that this long bow was Yang Yuyan's first sidearm. Not only is it a sweaty BMW, it is also a sweaty BMW that the goddess herself owned. In the Shangtian Guild building, Gu Xiaoxiao looked at Yang Yuyan with a distressed expression. Xiaoyan, it's just to complete the weekly task. As for giving the blood-stepping swallow to that fat man? Yang Yuyan was dressed in a professional OL outfit today, with delicate light makeup on her face and a white shirt tightly stretched on her chest, making her look extraordinarily majestic. She took a sip of coffee and said nonchalantly. Since we have to complete the mission, it's better to be safer. Besides, didn't you say that he also wants to download a copy? An amateur must have reliable equipment. That's what I said, but that's the blood-stepping swallow, your first long-range weapon. Do you know how much you can sell it for if you take it to the player forum to sell it? Yang Yuyan smiled. I didn't plan to sell it for money. Besides, I've already switched to chasing the moon, so there's no point keeping it. Yang Yuyan picked up a pile of information from the table and handed it to Gu Xiaoxiao. There are still a few hours until the secret key is delivered by Jackdaw Express. These are the analysis materials that I summoned the guild experts to do overnight last night. You can take them and take a look with the team members. In addition, we will arrange a temporary press conference in another hour to announce our personnel and plans for the new copy. Yes, my Captain Yang. Gu Xiaoxiao took the information and made a face at Yang Yuyan. By the way, I just forgot to ask, have you completed your mission? Only then did Yang Yuyan remember the weekly tasks, hurriedly opened the task panel, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finished. Gu Xiaoxiao was also relieved. I think it's time to finish it. If blood-trampling Fian still can't satisfy him, I can only rely on you to sacrifice yourself. Little. Okay, I'm going out, I won't disturb you anymore. Gu Xiaoxiao stood up with a smile and was about to leave the captain's office when suddenly the door opened from the outside. Captain Yang, someone just asked me to get someone to come in and download the dungeon with us. He said he is your die-hard fan. The speaker was a fair-skinned boy wearing glasses. When Gu Xiaoxiao saw the boy, he frowned slightly. Beishan, where is my gift? Luo Beishan adjusted his glasses unconsciously and showed an awkward and polite smile. Guaranteed delivery before downloading a copy. When Yang Yuyan heard that someone wanted to use connections to recruit people into her team, her face immediately turned cold. Beishan, it's not like you don't know the rules of our guild. You can just refuse. There's no need to ask me. Luo Beishan nodded in agreement and explained. This time, it's the people from the Research Association who are entrusted with the matter. Research? Gu Xiaoxiao raised his eyebrows and looked at Yang Yuyan worriedly. Yang Yuyan still looked indifferent. What's wrong with the Research Association? No matter how powerful they are, can they still interfere with our guild's next arrangement? The main reason is that this person was found by someone from Vice President Liang's side. People from the database? Yang Yuyan frowned when she heard the words Vice President Liang. Luo Beishan nodded slightly. The copy of the video of Director Yang's accident can only be recovered from the database, so I didn't refuse you and came here to ask you. Yang Yuyan frowned and remained silent for a long time. Finally he nodded gently. Bring the person with you, but we cannot guarantee his safety. He must be responsible for it. Clear. Luo Beishan nodded and exited Yang Yuyan's office with Gu Xiaoxiao. Yang Yuyan looked out the window and sighed softly, then pulled out a book of information on the table. Grandpa, what disease do you have, and why can't you do anything after seeing famous doctors? Is it really that kind of thing? Yang Yuyan slowly released her hand and wrote 6 words on the document covered by her thumb. The Curse of Black Dragon Mountain. Chapter 14, Exams are the easiest. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, there was a sudden dong sound of knocking on the glass outside Lu Shang's bedroom window. He opened the window and saw a mechanical crow flying in. The crow is silver-white in color and looks full of futuristic technology. He was holding a gift box on his feet and placed it on Lu Shang's table. It should be the secret key. Lu Shang reached out and took the gift box. Before he could say thank you, the mechanical crow flew out of the window. Only a pre-recorded voice is left. Jackdaw Express, sure to arrive the next day. Lu Shang looked at the palm-sized gift box in his hand, and his heart was pounding. After taking it apart, do you want to download a copy? Just in case, he wrote a letter to his uncle in advance. Apart from thanking him for taking care of me over the years, there seems to be nothing in the letter that can be used to express his gratitude. Lu Shang had to lament how failed the original owner had been over the years. After arranging all the future affairs, Lu Shang carefully opened the gift box. Inside lay a piece of magnet the size of 2 fingers. From time to time, streams of light of various colors pass over the surface of the magnetic piece. It looks very technological. Lu Shang didn't hesitate anymore and reached out to hold the magnetic piece. As if a drop of rain fell into the center of the lake, the world in front of Lu Shang suddenly rippled. When he opened his eyes again, he came to a spotless world, and a question slowly emerged in front of him. Who is your favorite person? Parents, wife, children, friends, myself. Lu Shang's memory before the time travel was incomplete, and it was only a few days after the time travel. He didn't even have friends, let alone a lover. He had no choice but to choose an answer at random. Wife. Second question. What are you willing to give for the one you love? There are 5 options below. Time, body, spirit, wealth, strawberry-flavored lollipop. Lu Shang felt like something was messed up. He made a decisive choice. Body. Last question. What is the personality of your ideal partner? Gentle, aloof, enthusiastic, clingy, and independent. Lu Shang didn't think about this problem for too long. Aloof. He likes the thrill of conquering snow-capped mountains. Besides, a woman's aloofness is just because you haven't entered her heart. Once she is yours, she is also gentle, warm, and clingy. After answering the 3 questions, an emotionless female voice appeared in Lu Shang's ears. Player Lu Shang, based on your answer, you will enter Area 104. Death in the game is a real event, I wish you good luck. Good luck. The world in front of me seemed to have come to an end, and in the blink of an eye there was only darkness. After an unknown amount of waiting, a line of black words slowly appeared. Afterlife Flower and Bana Lotus Copy Series. Act 1, Far From Home. In the world 100 years later, human civilization has entered the Mecha era. The rapid development of science and technology brings not civilization, but the destruction of civilization. With ruins and miasma everywhere, the ground was no longer suitable for human habitation, so the city in the sky was born. However, the city in the sky is limited by space, and only high-ranking citizens and innocent people can stay. Those subordinates and criminals were still suffering in the world below, but they never gave up their plan to attack the Sky City. Report from the front line: Sun Qitian, the leader of the criminals, recently came to Wujia Mountain, summoned 100,000 criminals, and robbed mechas in an attempt to attack the Sky City. In order to prevent the rebellion of the subordinates, Sky City sent out A-class heavy-duty mecha giant gods and tens of thousands of troops to suppress them. At the same time, the recruitment of reserve forces is also in progress. Copy rating, A. Character identity, Sky City Tianhe Guard Reserve. Main mission update, kill 10 mutant beasts, 0/10. Quick! 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 Get moving, we're about to set off, don't wait any longer. Lu Sheng's back was pushed hard, and he slowly opened his eyes, revealing a dim world. There is a faint smell of sulfur in the air, the sky and clouds are very close, and the sun seems to be right in front of you. Where is this? Before he had time to think, Lu Sheng had already followed the crowd towards a huge heavy iron door. The iron gate is more than 50 meters high and nearly 100 meters wide. There is a large stone plaque above the door, with 3 large characters engraved on it. Nanshanmen. On the high walls on both sides, hundreds of soldiers wearing light armor, holding laser guns in their hands, were performing patrol tasks. Lu Sheng quickly took a look at the people around him. They were all new soldiers wearing basic armor like him. He didn't know how many players and NPCs there were. Most people were like him, following the crowd slowly moving forward with a blank look on their faces. Give way, give way. Suddenly, a group of people squeezed up from behind Lu Sheng and roughly pushed Lu Sheng and others aside. Why are there so many amateurs in this area? With 100 points, no one wants to give it a try. They are all those who want points rather than their lives. Okay, just say a few words. After completing the common sense test, go directly to the number 3 mecha to gather. The last person to speak was a very tall young man with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, and a mature and sophisticated temperament. Lu Sheng happened to know him. The captain of the Blue Elephant Guild, Chu Changda. Lu Sheng, the young man who pushed Lu Sheng and others aside rudely just now, also knows him. The popular youngster of the Blue Elephant Guild is Li Shuhao. By coincidence, he was assigned to the same area as the Blue Elephant Guild. In the Mandir game, the dungeon mission will be divided into several identical partitions. Each zone has its own kill ranking, first pass rewards, and hidden treasures. Amateurs will be assigned to corresponding divisions based on the questions and answers before the game. In a guild, everyone can be bound together and fall into a certain zone at the same time. Being in the same zone as the Blue Elephant Guild means that there will be local media broadcasting live around them. This new dungeon is so domineering, just one door is so exaggerated. Doomsday Survival with Mecha Elements, this is my favorite book. I saw my Shuhao at a glance. It's such a conspicuous bag. Jiang Yu, who was sitting on the sofa, looked at the barrage of praise for Li Shuhao and snorted dissatisfied. Your Shuhao, he's obviously my Shuhao. Suddenly she seemed to see something amazing and jumped up from the sofa. Mom, I just saw a fat guy next to Shuhao. He looks just like the fat guy in our family. Xiaolu? Impossible, how could he download a copy? He is so afraid of death. Makes sense. As the members of the Blue Elephant Guild gradually walked away, the live broadcast camera also followed them. Lu Sheng followed the flow of people and spent more than 10 minutes before finally arriving at the gate. The instructor guarding the door said seriously. Common sense test, if the score is less than 50, the mission will fail. You go to number 74. As he spoke, he pointed at a mecha room that was less than 3 square meters next to him. Lu Sheng obediently got in, and the mecha door closed behind him. Lu Sheng's eyes suddenly fell into darkness, but soon, a gorgeous light show of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple flashed quickly, and a line of bright green text appeared on the screen. The team test starts now, each question only has 5 seconds to answer. 20 questions in total. Start now. A 3-dimensional image of a very cute little rabbit suddenly appeared in front of Lu Sheng's eyes, with a horn on its head and blood-red eyes. May I ask what this mutated beast is? Little Rabbit, Soulwalker, Bloodthirsty Demon, and Good Rabbit. Lu Shang looked up at the virtual image and was surprised to find a title on the rabbit's head. A brutal bloodthirsty demon. Lu Shang smashes his mouth. This question is so difficult. He reached out and clicked on the bloodthirsty maniac. Correct answer. May I ask what this mutated beast is? Direwolf, Direwolf, Direwolf Dog, Direwolf Dog. Lu Shang looked up again and glanced at the title on the native dog's head. A ferocious direwolf dog. Pretending to think for 2 seconds, he reached out and touched the direwolf dog. Correct answer. It took Lu Shang almost less than a minute to answer all 20 questions. On the screen in front of me, a line of large golden characters appeared. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the entire network to pass with perfect scores. You will receive a 20-point reward and a chance to draw treasures. At the same time, a world broadcast appeared in front of all players. Congratulations to the player Way of Life in Area 104 for becoming the first player in the entire network to pass the common sense test with perfect scores. As soon as the news came out, it immediately exploded all over the internet. In Dungeon 2, Gu Xiaoxiao, who had just scored 50 points, looked at Yang Yuyan in shock. A brand new dungeon, a new world view, and someone can actually answer it correctly? What kind of master is coming out of Area 104? Yang Yuyan shook her head in surprise. Area 104 should be some second-level guilds. Look back at their recordings and do some research. Besides, my mission just failed and I have to do it all over again. Please wait for me for a while. Chapter 15. A pure love warrior who has been dumped countless times. There was a soft ding-dong sound in Lu Shang's ear, and on his attribute panel, the ladder points became 46 points. No wonder everyone wants to download the dungeon. It is indeed much easier to get points than the weekly tasks. Then 5 treasure boxes appeared in front of Lu Shang. A useless piece of trash. A useful piece of garbage. A treasure chest not to be missed. A rubbish within a rubbish. A piece of rubbish that fools novices. There are 5 treasure chests in total, 4 garbage and only 1 cannot be missed. If Lu Shang hadn't been able to see the title of the treasure chest, he would probably not have been able to draw any good treasures. He decisively clicked on that, a treasure chest not to be missed. Confirm? Confirm. Really confirmed? Don't think about anything else? Congratulations, you have obtained the epic, Critical Strike Air Hammer. Now you can leave the mecha room and go to the next destination. A black air hammer soon appeared in Lu Shang's equipment inventory. He clicked the attribute button of the Critical Strike Hammer. Equipment name, Critical Air Hammer. Equipment rating, Epic Level, A. Equipment introduction, ignore the word chi, he is the little treasure that keeps you going. The things you smash with it can 100% explode equipment, points, and money. Have fun with critical hits. Ignore the word chi? How could you ignore the word chi? Lu Shang held the air hammer in his hand and squeezed it gently, and the air hammer immediately made a lovely crunching sound. If this thing can be smashed to death, it probably won't survive for long without smashing it. At this time, Lu Shang didn't realize the benefits of the Critical Strike Air Hammer, so he threw it into the equipment slot. Lu Shang closed the equipment panel with a wave of his hand and quickly left the mecha room. The instructor who searched him just now walked over quickly and threw him an iron sign. Time waits for no one. Hurry, go and gather under mecha number 1. After saying that, he pushed Lu Shang hard from behind, and Lu Shang, who weighed 200 kilograms, was pushed 3 meters away. Lu Shang, holding the iron sign in his hand, walked out of the giant iron gate and was suddenly stunned by the sight in front of him. On an open flatland, there are more than 10 super-large construction fortifications like rocket silos standing side by side. What stayed in the launch silo were combat mechs of different heights. The average height is about 10 meters, and the tallest one is a full 15 meters tall. In front of the launch silo was a vast sea of clouds, rolling with thick and dim waves. The strong wind blew in my face and slapped my face, causing my face to hurt. Lu Shang dragged his fat body and hurriedly ran in the direction of the mecha numbered 1. There is a green iron house next to each mecha, built close to the edge of the city, and 1 step forward is thousands of feet high in the sky. All the soldiers waiting to go out were waiting anxiously in front of the iron house. The instructor of mecha number 1 is a middle-aged man with a mustache. Seeing Lu Shang running over panting, she looked at the iron plate in his hand with suspicion. It's really mecha number 1. Go inside to get the armor and mask. We'll set off in 5 minutes. The armor is adaptive carbon fiber soft armor, which is very comfortable. Even a fat man like Lu Shang can wrap it up very well. The mask is very similar to the gas mask on TV. When worn, it has the effect of night vision. Seeing that everyone had almost arrived, Mustache strode to the front of the crowd and stood astride with his hands behind his back. Listen to me. The waiting soldiers were shocked and quickly stood in a row. You are all reservists of the Tianhe Guards. You are about to go down below to perform the assessment mission. There are a few precautions that you must keep in mind. 1. After you get down, pay attention to the movements of the mecha at all times. The range of action should not exceed 1 kilometer around the mecha. 2. Remember not to take off your mask before reaching the canopy below. When entering the canopy, don't take off your mask easily unless there is a special reason. 3. The goal this time is to kill mutant beasts. Many mutant beasts look harmless to humans and animals, but are actually very cruel. You must not show mercy. Does everyone understand? Clear. All the soldiers shouted in unison, their momentum was like a rainbow. Very good, each person will be tasked with at least 10 mutant beasts. Whether you complete the task will determine whether you can successfully transform into a formal warrior. Follow me. We will be together with Randa Mei in 1 minute. After Mustache finished speaking, he strode towards the mecha. He grabbed the metal armrest on the outside of the mecha with one hand, pulled out the safety lock from his waist with the other hand, and fastened it to the steel ring under the armrest. Lu Shang followed the crowd and came under the mecha. I saw a circle of secret numb pedals and handrails around the mecha's legs, as well as steel rings used to fasten safety ropes. Lu Shang followed the Mustache's example and fastened himself firmly to the steel ring. The Mustache looked around the crowd and asked loudly. Have all the safety ropes been fastened? Have the protective masks been put on? Let's set off. After saying that, without waiting for anyone to answer, Mustache pressed the protective cover firmly and gave a thumbs up in the direction of the mecha's cockpit. Lu Shang heard the sound of counting coming from the launch silo. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom! With a deafening sound of ignition, Mecha number 1 jumped straight into the sea of clouds below. Thousands of feet high in the sky, the cold wind was as sharp as a knife, like a wild beast roaring in Lu Shang's ears. The feeling of weightlessness caused by the rapid fall was like a heavy hammer hitting Lu Shang's chest hard. At this moment, Lu Shang finally understood why it was said that ordinary people had a narrow escape from death. Just this task of jumping from a height of 10,000 feet is not something that ordinary people without professional training can handle. As expected, the strong sense of oppression made many amateurs faint. The unconscious body floated disorderly in the air with the safety rope around his waist, like a personal kite. Lu Shang wanted to look far into the distance, but the surroundings were filled with thick dust and yellow smoke. Visibility does not exceed 2 meters, and the difference in air quality is evident. He could only vaguely see a few soldiers beside him, all of them clinging to the mecha's thighs like dead dogs, not daring to move. However, even this is not safe. Suddenly, an unknown hard object flew from the diagonal stab and hit the mask of the person next to him like a bullet. Bang! The mask shattered in response. The man panicked and stretched out his hand to cover the hole, but it was no use. After fluttering for a few times, there was soon no movement. There was another human-shaped kite in the air. I don't know how long it took, but Lu Shang finally saw a huge bubble appearing below. At this time, the voice of Mustache came to my ears. We are about to enter the A31 canopy. After landing, pay attention to the mutant beasts. It is recommended to work in groups of several people and not to act alone. Boom! The mecha's anti-propulsion device started to activate, and the speed of everyone's fall suddenly slowed down. The world around him gradually became clearer, and the human city protected by the sky finally lifted its veil. It is an abandoned city with no people. After the mecha landed, it quickly deployed its radar to scan the surrounding environment. About 5 minutes later, the mecha's emotionless voice came. The surrounding environment has been scanned. The air quality is poor. There are no traces of subordinates or criminals nearby. There are mutant beasts and the mission can be started. Mustache made a fist with one hand and raised it by his temple, signaling everyone not to move yet. Reconfirmed the traces of nearby servants and criminals. The radar on the top of the mecha turned again, and 5 minutes later the mechanical sound sounded again. The deep scan has been completed. There are no traces of subordinates or criminals nearby. There are mutant beasts and the mission can be started. Unlock and act quickly, you have about 6 hours. Mustache waved his hand quickly and took the lead in undoing the lock on his waist. Lu Shang jumped off the mecha. The moment he stepped on the ground, his fat body couldn't stop trembling, and he almost gave out his feet and kowtowed to the mecha. Fortunately, he managed to control his body with willpower, so that he wouldn't be too embarrassed. This body is really holding me back. I have to exercise more frequently after I go back. At this time. Plop. There was a crisp sound. A tall man about 1.8 meters knelt down in front of Lu Shang. Brother, what are you? Ah, here, this is a unique custom of our family. It is used to worship heaven and pray for blessings. Well, why don't you worship me if you don't worship God? Brother, why are you talking? If you move aside, won't I worship God? Lu Shang stepped aside considerately, and suddenly saw an orange title light up on the man's head. A pure love warrior who has been dumped countless times. How many painful experiences does it take to change to an orange title? Lu Shang suddenly had the idea of making friends with this man. Chapter 16. Women don't like it, but monsters do. My name is Lu Shang, should we act together? Lu Shang was the first to send an invitation to that person, which was very rare. The man didn't hesitate at all, stretched out his hand and shook Lu Shang's hand. Zhu Jiuzhou. Are you an amateur or an NPC? There are no NPCs like me. 2. And you? I'm an amateur too. Ah, that's just right. Lu Shang and Zhu Jiuzhou looked at each other in silence for a moment. You looked at me, I looked at you. Finally, Lu Shang spoke first. Are you going to stay on your knees? As I said, it's a salute to heaven. Well, how long do you plan to pay tribute? Zhu Jiuzhou looked at the ruins in the distance and sighed heavily. Until someone is willing to come up and give me a hand. Lu Shang helped Zhu Jiuzhou up and found that the man was taller than when he was kneeling, estimated to be 1.9 meters tall. Because of the mask he was wearing, Lu Shang couldn't see clearly what this unfortunate man who had been dumped countless times looked like. But from the physical appearance, there is an inexplicable sense of honesty. At this time, the soldiers around them had dispersed one after another. Lu Shang and Zhu Jiuzhou each took out their guns and walked into the alleys of the city. Hey, with such heavy ash, the city must have been abandoned for decades. Zhu Jiuzhou pushed open a concrete pillar blocking the road and pushed it aside. Hey, why do you, an ordinary person of your stature, come to download the dungeon? Is it just for the extra 100 points? Lu Shang stared at the ruins under the cement pillars with vigilance and replied. Aren't you here for the points? Zhu Jiuzhou shrugged. I'm not. I'm here to heal. Download the dungeon to heal? Emotionally hurt, I've always had a rough relationship. The two of them unknowingly reached the end of the alleyway, where there was an abandoned noodle shop. Lu Shang poked his head inside. A newborn blue-skinned cockroach. Let's go in and take a look. Lu Shang greeted Zhu Jiuzhou and took out the critical air hammer from the inventory. This is probably the only thing it can kill. Lu Shang held up the air hammer and walked cautiously in the direction of the title. Zhu Jiuzhou leaned against the door, helping Lu Shang observe the direction of the mecha, and asked. Hey, do you want to hear about my relationship experience? Lu Shang originally had no interest in this kind of thing. But when I think about this man being able to turn being dumped into an orange title, his relationship experience is somewhat legendary. So he said. Say it, if it makes you feel better. Thanks. Zhu Jiuzhou smiled gratefully at Lu Shang and then said. My ex-girlfriend and I were in a relationship for 3 months, and it was the longest relationship I've ever been in. I even thought of a name for the child, and she even took me home to meet her mother. Guess what? Do you like her mother? No, my future mother-in-law and I hit it off immediately, and we really felt like mother and son. Later, I simply called her mom, and she called me son. Sometimes when a neighbor met me, she would jokingly introduce him as my son. Wouldn't that be nice? Lu Shang had already arrived behind the blue-skinned cockroach. He slowly raised the critical air hammer, stared at the cockroach intently, and asked. Why did it turn yellow later? Hey, the bad thing is that a neighbor really takes it seriously and wants to introduce me to someone. Zhu Jiuzhou looked into the distance with regret. It turned out that her mother forgot that I was her daughter's boyfriend and actually took me on a blind date. I also forgot about it and let the other party fall in love with it. Snapped. Lu Shang stumbled, and the critical air hammer strangely missed its position. The blue-skinned cockroach escaped from death and panicked and got into the dusty cupboard. You mean, your girlfriend's mother took you on a blind date and fell in love with another girl? Zhu Jiuzhou nodded sadly. My ex-girlfriend was furious when she found out. She broke up with me that day. After that, she ran away from home and hasn't come back yet. Lu Shang now believes that the orange title on Zhu Jouzhou's head is definitely not in vain. The rest of the dumped stories must be exciting too. There are no mutant beasts here anymore, let's move to another place. Zhu Jouzhou nodded and followed Lu Shang. Sometimes I envy you. Why do you envy me? To be so fat, you must have never experienced the pain of love. Lu Shang and Zhu Jouzhou had just reached a dead end, and now they had no choice but to go back the way they came. Not seeing any valuable titles along the way, Lu Shang speeded up his pace unconsciously. At this moment, the thick dust on the road suddenly began to jump regularly. Lu Shang's heart tightened and he asked in a low voice. What? Zhu Jouzhou said casually with a look of despair. Did you just let go of a blue cockroach? Yes, I accidentally let it escape. That's right. The biggest difference between mutant beasts and ordinary insects is that they can hold grudges. You bullied the little cockroach, and now its mother is probably here. As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow suddenly fell on the road in front of the two of them. There are two tentacles as long as one person dancing back and forth in the shadow, which looks very scary. Lu Shang turned his head tremblingly, and sure enough he saw a huge blue-skinned cockroach looking at the two of them with bared teeth. The sharp barbs on the two front legs were like sharp knives, glowing coldly among the ruins of the city. What do we do now? This was the first time for Lu Shang to come into contact with death at such a close distance, and he didn't know what to do for a moment. Run, split up, and only one of them can survive. As soon as Zhu Jouzhou finished speaking, his body shot south like an arrow from a string. Lu Shang was about to run in the opposite direction when he suddenly realized that the giant blue-skinned cockroach had chased Zhu Jouzhou, leaving him standing alone in the dust. Another orange title floated over Zhu Jouzhou's head in the distance. A young man born with a monster-absorbing physique. Lu Shang looked at Zhu Jouzhou's back and couldn't help but sigh. Not liked by women, but liked by monsters. This young man's unique physique makes him the perfect candidate for a teammate. Under the dust in the distance, Zhu Jouzhou ran back crying and using all four limbs. The big cockroach was chasing after him. He was sharpening his knife, but he seemed to be the only one in his eyes. When passing by Lu Shang, she didn't even look at him. Zhu Jouzhou looked sad, and no longer looked as hopeless as before. Why does it only chase me and not you? Lu Shang did not answer, but silently cheered for him. Look, the pain of love, doesn't this cure it? Zhu Jouzhou cried out in his heart, but did not dare to stop. Seeing that he could no longer run, he panted, and said. Help me think of a way to kill this beast. Lu Shang raised his head and glanced at the title above the big cockroach. A blue-skinned cockroach that protects its children. He spent 1 point to get the blue-skinned cockroach's attribute details. Title entry, blue-skinned cockroach. Attribute details, primary mutant beast, the maximum size can be twice that of ordinary people. The barbs on the front feet are extremely powerful, but the weak point is the back, because the mantis back is unbearable. Ha! Chapter 17. You are really my good partner. If you hold on a little longer, I'll find his weakness. Lu Shang dragged his heavy body and struggled to climb up a ruins beside him. The ruins are about 2 stories high. Looking down from here, you can just see the back of the big cockroach. Lu Shang only had 3 pieces of equipment on him at this time. A laser gun was delivered during the mission, a bow and arrow was given by the goddess, and the critical air hammer was drawn by me in a lottery. Lu Shang waited before taking out the laser gun and pulling the trigger on the big cockroach. Since he had no professional shooting training, he could only hit 1 out of 3 shots. But the big cockroach that was shot in the back clearly showed great pain. His eyes were red, and he chased Zhu Jouzhou even more violently. Fark, what did you do to it? On the abandoned street, Zhu Jouzhou ran wildly and cursed. I wasn't the one who hit you, why did you just hit me so hard? Lu Shang calmly lay on the ruins and shouted to Zhu Jouzhou. After a few more shots, it will hang. It's almost time to run back. I can't hit it if it's too far away. I'll fark your mother. While cursing, Zhu Jouzhou quickly circled around the streetlights and ran quickly in the direction of Lu Shang again. Lu Shang whispered in surprise. Ha! The gun actually has an infrared sight. Didn't you just open it? Sorry, it's my first time and I don't know. I #%***. This time with the help of infrared rays, Lu Shang's shooting was immediately much more accurate. In less than 5 minutes, the blue-skinned cockroach had less than 10% of its remaining health. Lu Shang thought of his blood-stepping swallow. Below 5%, you can kill in 1 hit. He suddenly wanted to try the effect of the blood-stepping swallow. However, it is still a little far away from the 5% kill line, and the blood volume needs to be controlled. Lu Shang then adjusted the shooting target to the head, and patiently rubbed the big cockroach's blood bit by bit. Hey, why did you suddenly aim at its head? Didn't you hit it on the back? Zhu Jouzhou was so tired that he almost collapsed, his eyes were tired and confused. Lu Shang made a silent gesture towards him. Shu, be patient, it's almost over. Finally, with Lu Shang's unremitting efforts, the blueskin cockroach's bloodline dropped below 5%. At the same time, little red lights appeared on the bow of the blood-stepping Fian. That's it. Lu Shang quickly took out the blood-stepping flying swallow from the weapon slot, stretched his bow and prepared an arrow, and was about to shoot. Suddenly an idea flashed in my mind. Since you can kill with one hit if it's less than 5%, what if I shoot a hammer? Crunch! There was a lovely sound in the air. Zhu Jouzhou saw an air hammer fired from Lu Shang's long bow and flew towards the big cockroach. He couldn't help but was so angry that he jumped on the ground and cursed. You are such a bastard. You waste your time treating me as your friend and telling you my love story from the bottom of my heart. But the moment the blueskin cockroach hit the air hammer, it exploded on the spot with a bang. Immediately afterwards, there was a crunching sound, and a lot of equipment appeared on the ground. Ha! It's dead? Zhu Jouzhou looked at the air hammer in disbelief and then at Lu Shang. Can such a cute thing kill monsters? +1 points and +15,000 money popped up on Lu Shang's personal attribute panel. Although the points are not many, they are just enough to get back the money. 15,000 money is also a lot of money. Lu Shang climbed down from the ruins with satisfaction and walked towards the equipment there. Lao Shu, you have to believe me. Only when brothers work together can we break the gold. Stop talking. For the sake of the equipment here, reward me with another love story of yours. Next time, I'm tired today. Zhu Jouzhou collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily. In the past 15 minutes, he had gone through all his countless love experiences in his mind. Now think about it, what's the point of suffering a little love? Lu Shang knelt down and sorted the equipment on the ground. 3 excellent, C, air guns, 1 rare, B, laser pistol, and 5 rare, B, high-voltage grenades. There is also a pair of excellent, C, armor and a pair of rare, B, leggings. It's just a low-level mutant beast, but it actually dropped so much equipment. The effect of the critical air hammer cannot be underestimated. Lu Shang put away the air rifle, pistol and high-pressure grenades on the ground, and threw the armor and leggings to Zhu Jouzhou. These are for you. Thanks. Zhu Jouzhou looked at the armor with confusion on his face. Why are the weapons all yours and the armor all mine? Because you'll need it later. Lu Shang stood up and patted Zhu Jouzhou on the shoulder. How are you resting? The mecha is almost gone. We need to leave this area as soon as possible. Zhu Jouzhou took a deep breath and stood up from the ground. About there. Real? Zhu Jouzhou nodded affirmatively. That's good. Before the mecha goes too far, there's still time to kill a mutant beast. Just wait a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Shang walked into an abandoned hardware store next to him. After a while, I heard Lu Shang yelling at the top of his lungs from the hardware store. Lao Zhu! Get ready to run! A bad premonition suddenly arose in Zhu Jouzhou's heart. Why run? Lu Shang was seen running out of the hardware store panting, followed by a native dog that was covered in cold. Fark! The moment Zhu Jouzhou and the native dog's eyes met, the native dog decisively gave up chasing Lu Shang and chased Zhu Jouzhou crazily. I'll fark your mother! On the empty street, Zhu Jouzhou's earth-shattering wail sounded again. Lu Shang put his hands on his knees and gasped for air. He looked at the title on the native dog's head. A furious dire wolf dog. He stretched out his hand and clicked on the words dire wolf dog. Title entry, dire wolf dog. Attribute details, the biggest threat to the primary mutant beast is the ice fog on its body. The temperature can be as low as -80 degrees. Be careful of frostbite. It is a wolf dog, a running dog, and a licking dog. It likes money and women. Satisfy it and you can conquer it. Like women? What kind of woman does a dog like? Lu Shang looked very irritably at the man and the dog chasing each other in the distance, and shouted loudly. Lao Zhu, is there anything you can do if a beach likes a woman? Zhu Jouzhou's reaction was surprisingly consistent with Lu Shang's. Damn it, is a beach like this still trying to steal a woman from me? Xiaolu, don't worry about anything, just beat this beast to death. Lu Shang had this intention. He climbed up a ruins again, raised his laser gun and pointed it at the dire wolf dog's head. However, the native dog is much more agile than the big cockroach. He can always nimbly avoid the laser gun's rays at the last moment. Lu Sheng fired 7 shots in a row and only hit 1 shot. On the road, the race between man and dog is about to come to an end. In a short time, Zhu Jiuzhou was already at a disadvantage. Seeing that he was about to be pushed to the ground and rubbed by the dire wolf dog, Zhu Jiuzhou took out a picture album from his arms and threw it out. Here it is, here it is, here it is, don't you like to see it? Zhu Jiuzhou burst into tears looking at the album flying in the wind. It's like losing a beloved girl. Looking at the playgirl that fell to the ground, Lu Sheng and the dog were stunned for a moment. The reason why Lu Sheng was stunned was that Zhu Jiuzhou actually carried the small forbidden book with him. The reason why the dog was stunned was that he hadn't seen anything so exciting for a long time. The dire wolf dog even squirmed a little when passing by playgirl. But finally I couldn't resist the temptation, so I trotted forward and opened the cover. The boundless spring scenery is approaching. The dire wolf crouched on the ground intoxicated, licking page after page. Lu Sheng decisively pulled the trigger and fired 3 shots at the dog's head. Before the earth dog exploded, he quickly took out the blood-stepping Fian and fired the air hammer. Bang! The dire wolf dog also exploded on the ground. Lu Sheng also got 1 point and 15,000 gold again, as well as a piece of equipment. The biggest harvest is a portable large-caliber laser cannon. The weapon rating is as high as a level. Weapon name, Portable Large-Caliber Laser Cannon. Weapon rating, Epic, A. Introduction to the weapon, carry it on your back and shot with me, your heart is cold, your heart is flying, lay by. Chapter 18 It's not so easy to be caught by the servants with me here. When the two of them finished packing the equipment on the ground and looked up again, Mecha number 1 was nowhere to be seen. Zhu Jiuzhou patted Lu Sheng on the shoulder. Xiaolu, we have to catch up quickly. If we leave the mecha's detection range, we risk encountering subordinates and criminals. Lu Sheng asked with some confusion. Who are the common people and the guilty people? Why are Xiaozi and you so afraid? Zhu Jiuzhou rarely put away his smile and showed a solemn expression. They are all desperados. If they can survive in a place like this for many years, they no longer regard human beings as human beings. They are more cunning and cruel than mutant beasts. The corpses of the people who fall into their hands rarely remain intact. Lu Sheng couldn't help but take a breath when he thought of the young people who were trafficked into drug dens before time travel. He hurriedly took 2 steps to keep up with Zhu Jiuzhou's pace. The two of them walked quickly on the streets at dusk. The weak sunlight filtered through the turbid air, making their shadows longer and longer. For a while, the two thought they had been abandoned by the mecha. Because no matter how hard they chased, they could never see the mecha. It shouldn't be. We were obviously not that far away just now. Zhu Jiuzhou wiped the sweat from his face and looked anxiously into the distance. Empty streets, empty skies. There are no warriors from the Tianhe guards, and no mutant beasts hiding in the shadows. The street wind blowing from the slanting thorns blew the city garbage into the air. The quiet ruins seemed even quieter than before. Lu Sheng suddenly felt a little uneasy. Lao Zhu, I feel something is wrong. Zhu Jiuzhou nodded, leaned down and held the laser gun in his hand. Lu Sheng followed behind, holding a gun in one hand and a high-voltage grenade in the other. The two of them walked cautiously forward, leaning against the abandoned street shop on one side. There was a corner 50 meters away, and the sunlight was blocked by tall buildings, casting only a shadow. Zhu Jiuzhou signaled Lu Sheng to slow down and leaned out half of his body to look behind the corner. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Zhu Jiuzhou's body suddenly became motionless, as if he had been petrified. Lao Zhu, Lao Zhu? Lu Sheng pushed Zhu Jiuzhou's back hard, and Zhu Jiuzhou's body suddenly fell forward without warning. Lu Sheng was shocked and took a step back quickly. He held the grenade tightly in his hand and was about to throw it behind the corner. Ouch, don't throw it, I was kidding. Zhu Jiuzhou, who was lying on the ground, quickly waved his hands and pointed to the front of his head while laughing. It's a mecha. It was blocked by a tall building just now. Lu Sheng was shocked, glanced at the mecha in the distance, and then glared at Zhu Jiuzhou lying on the ground. I almost threw the grenade just now. Zhu Jiuzhou chuckled and got up from the ground, inserting the laser gun back into his waist. We were all so nervous just now that we wanted to play a little joke with you. Let's go and catch up quickly. Lu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief and complained while putting away the high-voltage grenades. I should really tell you a story about the boy who cried wolf. The two of them were about to walk towards the Mecca when they suddenly smelled the smell of blood on their noses. It has a very strong smell of blood. Zhu Jiuzhou quickly dragged Lu Shang and hid in the shadows behind the corner. Dong dong dong. There was a knocking sound from under a manhole cover in front of the two of them. Then the manhole cover was pushed open, and a skinny, dark man crawled out from inside. The hair is very yellow, the skin is very old, and there are almost no teeth left in the mouth. After the man climbed up, he leaned half of his body down the well and lifted something up with all his strength. It took a lot of effort to pull someone up from the bottom of the well. A dead man. Zhu Jiuzhou and Lu Shang were immediately shocked. Because this man is wearing the armor of the Tianhe guards. His throat was stabbed, and blood was still flowing out of his throat. The thin man bent down, carried the dead man on his back, and shouted down the well. I'll take him to Lao Dao while it's still fresh and sell it at a good price. The beast tide will come soon, and more people will die. Remember to come out early to pick up the corpses. The people below responded and closed the manhole cover. The thin man carried the man on his back and walked towards the main road step by step. Suddenly, as if he sensed something, he suddenly turned around and looked in the direction where Lu Shang and the two were hiding. A pair of eyes shimmered with light green like a wild beast. Lu Shang's heart suddenly rose to his throat. He held his breath, not daring to make a sound. Fortunately, the thin man squinted his eyes for a long time and showed no intention of coming over. Perhaps he was afraid that the body was not fresh enough, so he turned his head and hurriedly walked to the other end of the road. Lu Shang saw a yellow title flashing above his head. A servant who sells human organs. At the same time, the task panel popped up. Main mission update: protect the Mecca and survive the beast tide, 0/25. If the Mecca to which it belongs is destroyed, the mission will fail and you will not be able to return to the Sky City. Countdown to the first round of beast tide, 15 minutes. Lu Shang and Zhu Jiuzhou had been hiding in the shadows until the thin man's figure disappeared across the road, and then they cautiously walked out. Lu Shang found that both of his hands were covered with sweat. He didn't notice us just now, did he? Zhu Jiuzhou shook his head with lingering fear. Probably not, otherwise he wouldn't have left like this. That's good. Let's go. The main mission has been updated. We have to hurry up and get to the Mecca. Zhu Jiuzhou nodded and then patted Lu Shang on the shoulder. Don't worry, with me here, it won't be so easy for the subordinates to catch you. After saying that, he took big steps and walked towards the direction of the Mecca. As soon as the two of them walked out of the corner, they suddenly saw a pair of green eyes staring directly at them. Where are you two planning to go? Lu Shang was startled, and subconsciously reached for the laser gun at his waist. A steel thorn was pressed against his back. If you move again, your heart will be pierced. Lu Shang immediately let go of his hand and glanced at Zhu Jiuzhou beside him from the corner of his eye. His hands were already raised high above his head. Tisk, TSK, you must have thought you were hiding well just now. Let me tell you, I can smell Shangmin's smell if I close my eyes and smell it like this. The thin man laughed strangely, reached out and took off the masks on the heads of Lu Shang and the two of them, and stared at their faces for a moment. Shangmin is so good. They are all so tall, white and fat. I really want to go up and have a look. The moment the masks were taken off, there was a strong smell of dust and sulfur in the air, which made Lu Shang and Lu Shang choke and cough repeatedly. The thin man patted their faces with a look of pity. What two fragile kittens. As he spoke, he waved his hand to the people around him. Take it away. Send it to Ancestor first to see if it suits you. Two servants quickly stepped forward and worked together to lift the manhole cover away. A cold wind blew up from the bottom of the well, making people feel chilly in their hearts. The steel thorn behind Lu Shang pushed forward hard. Go, jump down. Chapter 19: Escape from Death in the Dungeon. Lu Shang and Zhu Jiuzhou were pushed down from the entrance of the manhole by subordinates with their hands tied behind their backs. The scene underground was different from what Lu Shang had imagined. Because the city has been abandoned, the sewage has long since dried up, leaving only sewage pipes extending in all directions. It's a bit like a hare's nest, or the intricate underground fortifications in a tunnel battle. Unexpectedly, although the air here has some bloody smell, it is not full of stench. Even compared with the outside, because there is a lot less dust, the air quality is actually much better. The leading servant turned on the bright flashlight. With the dim light of the flashlight, Lu Shang saw Zhu Jiuzhou's appearance for the first time. Actually, he looks pretty good. He has a square face with a Chinese character, and his facial features are all quite strong. Coupled with his tall and strong figure, he can be regarded as a spirited young man. There's no reason for you to be dumped countless times because you look like this? Zhu Jouzhou also saw Lu Sheng clearly for the first time. I thought I would tease him a little bit, but Zhu Jouzhou's reaction was far beyond Lu Sheng's expectation. Looking at your body shape, I thought you must have a chubby face, but I didn't expect you to be quite handsome. This is the first time Lu Sheng has been praised for her beauty since she came into this world. I felt a little shy for a moment. Shut up, everyone. The thin man following the two men couldn't bear it anymore and shouted angrily. Where is this place? Why are you here? Why are you complimenting each other? Can you respect us? Lu Sheng and Zhu Jouzhou immediately shut their mouths knowingly. A group of people clung to the side of the sewage pipe and walked forward in silence. Lu Sheng noticed that there were blood stains left by the bodies being dragged around the pipeline. There are also many evil and strange paintings painted on the walls on both sides of the tube. Some paintings also have blood-red text written underneath them. When will there be fresh lungs for me to replace? My body is full of stones and I am in so much pain. Lao Dao has no fresh lungs. I gave the only one left to my 6-year-old sister. Will I die? The world is destroyed by the rich, why have we become the common people? Lu Sheng's whole body was shocked, and suddenly a servant's voice came to his ears. The beast tide is coming. At the same time, messages kept popping up in Lu Sheng's notification bar. The first wave of beasts begins to attack. Mecha number 1 is under attack. -10. -10. -10. A series of damage figures kept flashing in front of Lu Sheng's eyes. He was anxious but helpless. At this moment, the subordinates in front suddenly stopped. He reached out and touched the wall of the tube, and a small door was pushed open in front of Lu Sheng. Is there a secret door on the wall of the pipe? Immediately afterwards, Lu Sheng's vision went dark, and a hood was placed on his face. The steel thorn on his back pushed hard again, and he stumbled into the secret door. The road behind the secret door was winding and winding. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Lu Sheng was pressed down on the stone bench by a pair of strong hands. The hood was lifted, revealing a dimly lit room. There was a carved mahogany chair in the center of the room. The thin man stood beside the chair and looked at Lu Sheng with a sinister expression. After a while, the sound of crutches hitting the ground came from outside the house. The thin man's spirit was shaken and he ordered the people on both sides. Ancestor is here, please lower the curtain quickly. In front of the mahogany chair, a veil soon appeared. A man who looked like an old man sat down on the carved mahogany chair on the other side of the curtain and looked calmly at Lu Sheng and Zhu Jouzhou on the other side of the curtain. Lu Sheng couldn't see the old man's face clearly, but he could see a blue title rising above his head. An old man looking for a messenger. The old man called Ancestor didn't speak from the beginning to the end, but just stared at the two of them silently. Lu Sheng felt uncomfortable all over. It was as if I had the illusion that I was a live fish being picked at the market. After a while, the Ancestor slowly stood up and walked outside the house. If these two don't work, send it to Lao Dao. The servant behind the gauze curtain responded, quickly walked up to Lu Sheng and the others, and was about to take them away. Lu Sheng knew very well what it would mean to send it to Lao Dao, so he quickly shouted. Are you looking for a messenger? We can do it. Zhu Jouzhou looked at Lu Sheng in astonishment, but found that the Ancestor who had walked to the door suddenly stopped, and turned around in astonishment and asked. How did you know? Lu Sheng didn't know how to explain it. He couldn't say it was because he could see the title above his head. In desperation, I had no choice but to make it up randomly. Because you never leave anyone alive. If you catch Shangmin, you will stab him to death immediately and send him to Lao Dao to dismember his organs. But you brought us here alive this time, which shows that you have something you want us to do. And in our capacity, we can probably only deliver a message to you. The Ancestor nodded silently and sat back on the mahogany chair. It's quite smart. But how can I trust that you will do things for me honestly? This question is not easy to answer. With the way the Ancestor acted just now, it is obvious that he cannot be believed by just a few verbal assurances. Lu Sheng was anxiously searching for the answer in his mind, and then heard Zhu Jouzhou say. Because this world was destroyed by rich people, why have you become common people? Now it was the turn of Lu Sheng, the Ancestor, and all the servants to look at Zhu Jouzhou in astonishment. The room became extremely quiet, and Lu Sheng stared nervously at the Ancestor behind the curtain. After a long time, the Ancestor slowly opened his mouth and said. Whether you mean it or not, this is the answer I want to hear. Yes, you are indeed the people I am looking for. The Ancestor waved his hand and asked the thin man to deliver something like a brocade bag to the two of them. This time I want you to help me give this thing to an old friend of mine in Sky City. If you deliver the things, you have completed the task, but remember not to open the bag privately. The password lock on the kit will trigger an alarm if you enter it incorrectly once. Once you fail to complete the task or trigger the alarm, no matter where you are, someone will definitely come to take your life. Lu Shang and Zhu Jouzhou nodded obediently. The ancestor waved his hand again. Okay, let's send them out. The thin man agreed, stuffed the kit into Lu Shang's arms, and then ordered someone to push the two of them out of the room. Follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, a new task panel popped up in front of Lu Shang's eyes. Side mission update, Ancestor's token. Please give the tip bag to Jean Taibai of Ronghua Mansion in Sky City before tomorrow night. Note, entering the wrong password or failing to deliver the token on time will destroy the original dungeon plot and result in permanent assassination punishment by the subordinates. Shouzi and others send Lu Shang and Zhu Jouzhou to the entrance of the manhole where they came from, and cut the ropes on their hands. There is a tide of beasts above. Go out on your own. Complete the mission of the ancestor well, otherwise you will definitely feel the terror of the ancestor. Besides, pay attention to your own safety and don't die in the beast tide. Lu Shang was just about to ask if he could return the laser gun that had been taken away to us, but when he turned around, there was Slim Man and others there. At this time, new information popped up in the notification bar. The 20th wave of beasts begins to attack. Mecha number 1 is under attack. -100. -100. -100. Mecha number 4 has been completely wiped out and the mission has failed. Mecha number 7 has been completely wiped out and the mission has failed. Chapter 20. You are a real warrior. In Dungeon 2, the 20th wave of beasts attacks simultaneously. The members of the Shangtian Guild, with Yang Yuyan as the center, guarded the mecha in an orderly manner. Yang Yuyan flipped her hand and shot 5 silver arrows from the moon-chasing bow at the same time, firmly suppressing a group of mutated beasts behind the cordon. As expected of my goddess, the attack power of this hand exploded directly. I just looked through several guild live broadcast rooms, and only Xingtian's mecha hasn't lost a trace of blood so far. Will special rewards be triggered if you clear the level with full blood? Gu Xiaoxiao said proudly while suppressing the mutant beast in front of him with a thermal weapon. Xiaoyan, if you defend 5 more waves, we will really be able to clear the level with full health. This time, the first prize in the region is right around the corner. The Shangtian Guild soldiers beside him suddenly became energetic. There is only one first prize for each copy in the region. Not only is the reward itself generous enough, it is also a symbol of honor. Behind Yang Yuyan, a rather good-looking young man immediately flattered her and said, Shangtian Guild is indeed a super guild. The quality of its members is different. It really opened my eyes. After Liang Qiu finished speaking, he glanced at Yang Yuyan repeatedly, only to find that Yang Yuyan had no intention of replying to his words. While feeling disappointed, he had no choice but to quickly say, Yuyan, why haven't you used the S-Class Mad Dragon gun I gave you this time? Do you not like it? Yang Yuyan never glanced at Liang Qiu from beginning to end, and replied coldly. I forgot to bring it out. How could I forget to bring it? Liang Qiu sighed repeatedly with a heartbroken expression. Gu Xiaoxiao rolled his eyes at the side. I'm telling you, Master Liang, Xiaoyan is already married, so stop being so sentimental. Liang Qiu looked like a little boy who had been exposed. His face suddenly turned red, and he said after a while. I am Salt and Pepper, Xiaoxiao, you misunderstood. Yang Yuyan walked to the other side impatiently, holding the moon-chasing bow in her hand, and said in a serious tone. The attack power of each wave of beasts is increasing. Although we can still suppress them in an orderly manner, we must not take it lightly. Don't think about clearing the level with full blood, focus on what's in front of you, and guard it for me one after another. Dungeon 104, around Mecha number 3. Everyone in the Blue Elephant Guild was still struggling to support themselves under the mecha. All the team members, including Chu Changde, were injured, and the number 3 mecha behind him still had less than half of its health left. Li Shuhao's performance was still outstanding, with both guns opening the way and another beautiful wave of 10 consecutive kills. In the live broadcast room, Sango, a well-known local commentator in Jianglin City, was talking passionately. This level is a relatively typical tower defense mission, but it is different from ordinary tower defense. It is a frenzy of alien beasts right from the start, without giving any preparation time. In my opinion, the A-level dungeon rating must be given to a low yes. It has to be at least an A+, maybe even an S. Of course, Captain Chu Changde's arrangements during this wave of offensive are remarkable. Li Shuhao's performance is still outstanding, with another 10 consecutive kills, which can basically reach the level of some super guild members. The barrage in the live broadcast room was full of praise for Li Shuhao. You even brag about Chu Chang'e. This wave was saved by Su Hao. Among all the blue elephants now, there is no objection that Su Hao is the best at beating him. One person improves the level of a team. In the copy, Chu Chang'e patted Li Shuhao on the shoulder. Well done. Li Shuhao shrugged and said impatiently. In the future, we will transfer more powerful players and don't just recruit some who are holding us back. Chu Chang'e smiled awkwardly, looked back at the mecha, and cheered everyone. There are only 5 rounds left. Our mecha still has nearly half of its health. The clearance mission is just around the corner. If nothing unexpected happens, the first prize in our district will be ours. Li Shuhao curled his lips. What other surprise could there be in Area 104? Just now, how many mechas have been wiped out? When Lu Sheng and Zhu Jouzhou climbed out of the well, they were stunned by the sight in front of them. Thousands of mutant beasts jumped out from every alley in the abandoned city like a tide. Crazy attacks on the Tianhe Guard soldiers and the mechas behind them. A large number of mutant beasts have accumulated around Mecha number 1 where the 2 of them are. A group of escort soldiers struggled to hold on under the mecha, but suffered heavy casualties. There were already half fewer people than when they came down before. Hundreds of laser guns sprouted from the tall mecha, firing desperately at the mutant beasts coming from all directions, but it was already difficult to stop the mutant beasts from approaching it. The health bar above the mecha has turned red, with less than 1/10 of its health remaining. The mustachioed instructor stood on the waist of the mecha and shouted loudly. Everyone, please don't panic, retreat to the mecha in an orderly manner, form a defensive formation, and work together to repel the enemy. The warriors of Sky City would rather die in battle than retreat. Lu Sheng and Zhu Jouzhou climbed to a 4-story ruins and frowned at the scene in front of them. Zhu Jouzhou turned around and asked Lu Sheng. What should we do? Lu Sheng looked at Zhu Jouzhou, remembered the title above his head, and suddenly had a bold idea. So he took out the large-caliber laser cannon from the inventory and handed it to Zhu Jouzhou, and then said deliberately with a righteous look on his face. If the mecha is destroyed, our mission has failed. We have no way out. If you live and die for the benefit of your country, why should you avoid it due to misfortunes and blessings? A man will be a hero in life, and he will be a hero in death. The soldiers of the Sky City would rather die in battle than retreat. Zhu Jouzhou looked at Lu Sheng, who was looking upright, and his eyes suddenly heated up. Although I only understood the last sentence, I felt like my whole body was on fire. I understand what you mean, we will fight them. As he spoke, he stood up, pointed the laser cannon at the beasts, and roared. My heart is cold and my heart is flying, lay by. A thick laser beam shot towards the herd of beasts in front of the 2 of them like a searchlight. A piece of flat land was blasted out in the middle of the group of alien beasts. The power of this laser cannon far exceeded Lu Sheng's expectations. At the same time, almost all the mutant beasts turned their heads and looked over. They saw Zhu Jouzhou standing on the top of the 4th floor, glaring at them like a god. With just one glance, all the mutated beasts turned around and rushed towards Zhu Jouzhou as if they were crazy. Holy shit, what's going on? Why are they all, dear? Zhu Jouzhou looked around in panic, but Lu Sheng was nowhere to be seen beside him. There is only a prop that looks like a hard drive and a sentence left by Lu Sheng. If you really can't beat them, just run away. This fatigue hard drive can also let you run for 4 days, which will definitely tire them out. Chapter 21. The only achievement of repelling the beast tide in the region was achieved. Looking at the thousands of mutated beasts coming towards him, Zhu Jouzhou cursed sadly to the sky. Then he put the laser cannon on his back, picked up the fatigue hard drive, and ran towards the open space. The alien beasts all went crazy and chased after him. There seemed to be no one else but him. Then, an astonishing scene appeared on the streets of this abandoned city. Tens of thousands of mutated beasts lined up in a long dragon that was hundreds of meters long, chasing a tall man who was 1.9 meters tall. This big man of 1.9 meters also seems to have unlimited physical strength. While circling crazily around the mecha, he kept shouting. My heart is cold and my heart is flying, lay by. The laser beam behind him continuously destroyed the strange beasts that tried to get close to him. But the alien beast behind him would rather risk being destroyed than catch him. An extremely dangerous craze for alien beasts turned into a game of greedy snakes wandering the streets of the city. At this time, whether it was the middle-aged man with a mustache, the soldiers of the Tianhe Guards, or the ancestors who were hiding in a corner and watching everything in front of them, they were all dumbfounded. What is Rebbe? Why are you all chasing Lei Bai? These two boys really have some skills. At this time, Lu Shang had already climbed up to an abandoned TV tower. Looking at the mutated beasts with residual blood filling the streets below, he silently took out his blood-stepping swallow. Lu Shang's character has always been steady. He can stay behind and quietly make a fortune, but he will never rush to charge into battle rashly. This is just like doing business before time travel, you need a deputy to show off for him. And Zhu Jiuzhou happened to be the ideal deputy candidate he found in this world. Lu Shang pressed the air hammer on the blood-stepping swallow and began to happily harvest the remaining blood of the mutated beast below. At this moment, a black inflatable hammer was seen flying around above the herd, making a cute squeaking sound. From time to time, it would fall lightly on the heads of those mutated beasts with residual blood, and the mutated beasts would immediately split apart with a bang and turn into weapons on the ground. +1. +1. +1. Countless +1s flashed before Lu Shang's eyes, and within a short time, his ladder points reached 412. The money also skyrocketed to 4.37 million. Lu Shang took a look at the completion status of the previous task. 377 mutant beasts have been eliminated. Far exceeded the target of 10. He couldn't help but sigh. It's great to have a human shield as a teammate. As all the mutated beasts turned around and chased Zhu Jiuzhou, the Tianhe guardsmen under Mecha No. 1 finally got a breather. But most of them were scarred and collapsed on the ground. Mecha No. 1 is no longer under attack, and at the same time, the firepower of hundreds of laser guns can all hit the mutant beast. After more than half a day, the mutant beasts in the alleyway have been almost cleared away. The tide of beasts that had been so brutal just now was suddenly reduced to a few strange beasts, still chasing Zhu Jiuzhou tirelessly. Of course, they were quickly wiped out by laser cannon fire. Zhu Jiuzhou looked at his record of killing 4,579 mutant beasts and couldn't help laughing loudly. I never thought that I, Lao Zhu, would have such a brilliant day. As the last mutant beast was killed, the sound of system broadcast came from mid-air. Congratulations to all the players of Mecha No. 1 in Area 104 for successfully repelling the beast tide and winning the first achievement award in the area. The new task panel jumped in front of Lu Shang again. Complete the main mission by killing 10 mutant beasts, plus 10 points, plus 10,000 gold. Complete the main mission and survive the beast tide, plus 10 points, plus 10,000 gold. Complete the main hidden mission to repel the beast tide, plus 50 points, plus 200,000 money. Randomly get a chance to draw a treasure chest. 5 treasure boxes appeared in front of Lu Shang again. A pretty good treasure chest. A very nice treasure chest. A treasure chest that cannot be missed. A treasure chest for recharging. A random trash can. Not surprisingly, Lu Shang chose the third one. There was a soft ding-dong sound, and another ring appeared in Lu Shang's equipment slot. Lu Shang clicked on the equipment attributes. Equipment name, Black and White Impermanence Summoning Ring. Equipment rating, Legend, S. Equipment introduction, you can summon Black and White Impermanence to help you fight. It is common all over the world and consumes 100 points every minute. If anyone is unhappy, let the King of Hell send someone to take him away. To be honest, Lu Shang was dumbfounded when he first saw this equipment. Imagine that in a future world filled with thermal weapons and mechas, if you suddenly see such a piece of equipment, who wouldn't be confused? It felt like Ultraman was fighting a little monster, and the Lord of Hell suddenly appeared and said, I will take this monster away first. Absurdity opens the door to absurdity, absurdity to its core. But no matter what, the black and white impermanence in this world is definitely a dimensionality reduction blow. When these two gentlemen suddenly appear behind you and offer to help you, whoever is on the other side will feel anxious. Of course, 100 points are consumed every minute. Not only the opponent is beating drums, but Lu Shang is also beating drums in his heart. Is this something that ordinary people can afford? The system broadcast in midair continues. After 15 minutes, all mechas will return, please be prepared to return. The first half of the first act of the dungeon, the Hero's Expedition, ends here. After returning to Sky City, the first rest point will be opened. Players can temporarily return to the real world to make some adjustments, and we will recruit everyone back to the game at any time within 24 hours. The second half of the expedition from Heroes takes about 2 to 3 days. Players are asked to arrange their time reasonably and pay attention to the balance between work and rest. The Mander Game Project team wishes you a happy game. After the broadcast was finished, a return countdown appeared in front of Lu Shang. Damn it! Only 15 minutes left. Lu Shang pulled Zhu Jiuzhou and ran towards the weapons all over the city. The treasures smashed by the critical air hammer fell everywhere. If you want to get them all, you will definitely not have enough time. You can only take what you get. After Lu Shang's tireless efforts, he finally picked up 54 rare grade B laser cannons, 689 excellent grade C air guns, 1,247 excellent grade C laser swords, and 2,116 pieces before the countdown ended. A rare grade B high-pressure grenade. If these weapons are sold on player forums, it is estimated that they can make an income of less than 10 million. What surprised Lu Shang the most were two things. One is epic level A mirror armor. Weapon name, Mirror Armor. Weapon rating, Epic, A. Weapon introduction, can refract attacks from all ray weapons. If you dare to shine a laser on you, you are hurting yourself. The other item is the Epic, A, Sniper Rifle. Weapon name, Pama Zheng Fei Sniper Rifle. Weapon rating, Epic, A. Weapon introduction, an extremely arrogant sniper rifle. No matter who the opponent is, one shot is 10% of full health. Of course, you need to pay a small price of points, but you shouldn't be reluctant to give it up. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, the mecha successfully ignited and flew high into the sky. Lu Shang held the handrail tightly while watching the ruined city in front of him getting farther and farther away from him until it disappeared into the thick dust. I can't help but sigh. This is my first dungeon journey. Although it was only halfway through and far from over, Lu Shang could already deeply appreciate the benefits of playing the dungeon. Whether it is points, money or weapons and equipment, it is much easier to obtain than in the outside world. No wonder so many people are willing to risk their lives to download the copy. No wonder becoming a guild member is everyone's dream. However, Lu Shang also knew in his heart that the reason why he was able to successfully repel the beast tide this time was thanks to Zhu Jouzhou's special physique. If ordinary people come here without professional training and tacit teamwork, it would be putting it mildly to say that they will escape death. Just looking at the amateurs around me, their legs were covered with mechas when they came down. Now there are only a dozen or so people left here and there. High returns always coexist with high risks. You may have the courage to come down, but you may not have the ability to go back. Chapter 22. It turns out that everyone is blaming him for grabbing the first prize. Half an hour later, Lu Shang returned to the magnificent Nantian Gate. The moment he landed, the system prompt box popped up. You have reached the rest point. Do you want to temporarily save the game and leave the copy world? Lu Shang looked around, but did not see Zhu Jouzhou. Feeling a little disappointed, I directly clicked the yes button. Time passed before his eyes, and suddenly, Lu Shang returned to his room. It was already midnight, the cicadas were chirping, and the weather was still muggy. Lu Shang pushed the door open and went out, only to find Zhang Yu still sitting on the sofa, staring angrily at the TV in front of him. Seeing Lu Shang come out, he shouted angrily. What are you looking at? I just stay in the house all day long. It will be bad luck if I see you. With that said, he turned off the TV with a click and walked angrily to the room. He kept mumbling. I don't know which bastard caused Suha to lose the first merit award he got in District 104. These amateur players who have nothing to do are competing with the guild for the first prize, and they don't want to upgrade. They are really full. Lu Shang looked at Zhang Yu's cursing back. It was rare that he was not angry, but he was in a good mood. Who else could it be? Of course it's me. Early the next morning, my uncle's family gathered around the dining table to have breakfast. Since this week is a brand new copy, the attention is unprecedented. Even my uncle, who always leaves early and comes home late, did not go to the factory early in the morning, but stayed to have breakfast with everyone. Jianlin City TV station is broadcasting a special program about the review of yesterday's copy. As a special guest, the famous talker Sangdu is commenting on the situation in yesterday's copy. Yesterday, this situation was indeed rare. When the barrage popped up in District 104 to repel the beast tide and win the first merit award in the district, I even shouted at the end of my throat, saying that the Blue Elephant Guild finally managed to hold on until the moon came out. The hard work paid off. But later I found out that I had made a mistake, so I was still a little disappointed. Host, have you found anyone who can fight off the beast tide? Sangdu shook his head. No, because the number 1 mecha team are all amateurs. Normally, there are no cameras prepared for the live broadcast. Although the Research Association urgently dispatched 2 camera seats afterwards, it was already too late. Host, tell me what you think about this amateur. I see some people on the internet are saying that this is the trumpet account of some great god? Sangdu cleared his throat. I estimate that the probability of it being the trumpet of a great god is relatively small. because everyone saw the beast tide yesterday. There were tens of thousands of mutated beasts, and even a great god couldn't handle it. My guess is that this person may be someone from the Mander Game project team. The host was obviously surprised. People from the project team? This is a very bold guess, because after all, no one has ever talked about this topic in the entire world. Sango sat up straight and looked determined. Look, at the beginning of the dungeon, there was a common sense test question. Under the new worldview, someone actually got full marks. And this person happened to be from Area 104. This is definitely not a coincidence. The host nodded. It makes sense, but in any case, the copy is not over yet. Whether this person is a great god or lucky, it remains to be tested by time. We are also here to wish the Blue Elephant Guild can succeed in the next game. Achieving good results in half of the copies has added glory to our Jianglin city. Let me tell you, this guy is just lucky. He got some props that can restrain the beast tide. The Shangtian Guild made such a good start yesterday and cleared the level with full health, but he couldn't get the first achievement award in the region. The uncle got more and more angry as he talked and slapped his chopsticks on the table. The aunt on the side was actually not angry. On this issue, the family's views were surprisingly consistent. That's right, an amateur just joining in the fun caused our Shuhao to lose his first merit award in District 104. Only then did Lu Shang, who was locked in the room, realize that the achievements he and Zhu Jojo had achieved yesterday had actually caused such a heated discussion among players around the world. I felt a little worried for a while. He didn't want to become the focus of everyone so quickly. When the uncle saw Lu Shang pushing out the door, he was startled. Xiaolu, why are you so thin? Lu Shang then explained. I've been losing weight recently, for several days. The uncle breathed a sigh of relief. It would be great if you can lose weight. Your dad was a handsome guy when he was thin. If you can lose weight, you will definitely be good. Jiang Yu was still in a bad mood at this time, and said sarcastically. What a handsome guy. If you ask me, ugly people tend to cause more trouble. This time, it was rare that my aunt did not agree with Jiang Yu's words. She lowered her head and whispered. His dad is really good looking. The uncle glared at his aunt and patted the chair next to him. Come and sit here. It's rare for our family to have breakfast together, so you're the only one left. Lu Shang was inexplicably moved. He served himself a bowl of porridge and sat down next to his uncle. Uncle seemed to be particularly talkative this morning, arguing with Aunt and Jiang Yu about the situation in the copy from time to time. As he spoke, he slapped the table again. Hey, there is one more thing that makes me angry. Yesterday in the dungeon, there was a pretty boy who followed Yang Yuyan shamelessly. He is probably the other half of her contract. Lu Shang was startled and looked up at his uncle. While waiting for him to continue, his aunt was already standing aside and said sarcastically. The other half of the contract is probably a serious husband who is happy with her. Fart. Yang Yuyan never looked at him seriously from beginning to end. The uncle seemed to be even angrier than Lu Shang, the real contract husband. Lu Shang was immersed in his porridge and found a moment when no one was chatting and suddenly said. Uncle, Aunt, I plan to go out and stay for a few days this week. Both uncle and aunt's eyes were full of surprise. The difference was that the uncle's eyes were not only surprised but also a little confused, while the aunt's eyes were full of surprises. Why, are you unhappy living at home? The uncle glanced at his aunt and asked in a calm voice. Lu Shang shook his head and replied with a smile. No, my partner and I agreed to rent a house together. So I wanted to take advantage of these few days to go out and do odd jobs and earn some money. In fact, the real reason is that the second half of the copy is expected to take 2 to 3 days. This means that Lu Shang will disappear for at least 2 days. At that time, it is inevitable that you will be asked where you are, and your uncle will even be worried for no reason. Instead of doing this, why not just find a reason to go out first? In addition, he has some savings now. It is better to be able to live alone than to suffer in this house. The uncle seemed relieved after hearing this, nodded and said. Well, that's a good thing. Young couples should live together, not with us old guys all the time. Normally, when my aunt heard Lu Shang say that he wanted to go out and do odd jobs to earn money, she would inevitably get a few words bitter, but this time she actually praised her. The little dear has really grown up. So how many days do you plan to stay out this time? I'll be back before Sunday this week. I'll just clean it up next week and maybe move out first. Well, you have to move there as soon as possible to reunite with your wife. Don't let her stay alone in the empty house for too long. Chapter 23 Yan Yuyan's Problem. After Lu Sheng finished breakfast, he simply packed up his things and went out. Now he has as much as 4.59 million in his account, enough for him to live in a 5-star hotel for several years. The only problem is that he still only has 482 points. 5-star hotels in the city are not yet accessible. But this is not a problem for Lu Sheng, because he did not plan to stay in a 5-star hotel. Lu Sheng found a resort hotel near the Lulan community where he stayed last time. 200 a night, he paid 1,000 yuan directly. Lu Sheng has inexplicably fallen in love with this place since he came here to rummage through the trash last time. There are few people, it's quiet, and the security is responsible. If he really has the opportunity to buy a small house in the future, he will definitely buy it in this community. The hotel room is quite clean. When you open the curtains, you can see the 2-lane asphalt road and the dense sycamore trees. Lu Sheng stood on the electronic scale in the room and weighed himself. He weighed 196 pounds, nearly 4 pounds lighter than 2 days ago. Everything in life seemed to be slowly returning to normal. Lu Sheng, who had temporarily escaped from his uncle's house, lay contentedly on the large cream-white mattress, feeling extremely relaxed. Near noon, Lu Sheng ordered a takeaway for himself. He pulled his chair to the window and browsed the player forum while eating takeaway. The most popular post at the moment is indeed, Master of Area 104, please surrender yourself as soon as possible. The whole post is speculating on which great gods trumpet the amateur who not only got perfect scores on the common sense test but also fought off the beast tide is. There are many netizens arguing fiercely below. The one who can kill so many mutant beasts must be a guild. I wonder which guild is so perverted. Please, the guild has live broadcasts. If you don't have a live broadcast slot, it means you are an amateur. Amateur? Oh my god, can an amateur be so good? Give me confidence, brothers, I also want to write a book. The following comments are mainly focused on guessing who this great god is. Lu Sheng browsed briefly and found that no one could accurately describe who this great god was. So I relaxed, closed the post, and started browsing the forum. To his surprise, the second-ranked post was actually, the shitty goddess contract husband, if you don't give me a gift, I will give it to you. But what is different from before is that this time the poster has updated it again. Everyone, the poster did what he said and gave the gift to the goddess Yuyan. Not only that, he also downloaded the dungeon together with the goddess. It was so exciting. Wow, what is the background of the original poster that he can actually write a book with the goddess Yuyan? Stop guessing upstairs. The owner is Liang Qiu, the grandson of Vice President Liang, the person in charge of the Research Association's database. This background is awesome, no wonder. Seeing that the content in the post was not scolding himself, Lu Sheng clicked the red cross in the upper right corner with relief. Of course he would not have any illusions about his status as Yang Yuyan's contract husband. With his current status, compared with Yang Yuyan, he is simply a person from two different worlds. This is just a task. The person Yang Yuyan could finally like was someone with Liang Qiu's status. Lu Sheng looked at the time, it was exactly 1 o'clock in the afternoon. There are nearly 11 hours until the 24-hour call-up. Lu Sheng plans to have a good sleep first and then exercise on the ultra-time treadmill for 3 to 4 hours. The only small hidden danger is that the fatigue hard drive will be full soon. You have to find an opportunity to release it. A temporary board meeting was being held in the luxurious conference room on the top floor of Yang's real estate headquarters building in the commercial district of Shanghai. Those attending the meeting were all the major shareholders of Yang Real Estate, Yang Yuyan's grandfather Yang Changqing, father Yang Kaishan, 3 brothers Yang Hai, Yang Kuo, Yang Tiankong, and the head of the Gu family, Gu Yucheng. The only 2 girls left are Yang Yuyan and Gu Xiaoxiao. The subject of the meeting was, of course, the mysterious man. I have sent people to investigate. There is indeed no live video. It is definitely not a member of another guild. The eldest brother Yang Hai turned on the projector and projected the news collected overnight on the middle of the conference table. Although there is no live video, we still managed to find 2 amateurs who were present at the time. From their description, they are 2 ordinary people. One is about 1.9 meters tall and has very good physical strength. The other is a fat man who hides on top of the TV tower and uses an air hammer to harvest mutant beasts. Both parties involved mentioned that the tall man had extremely good physical strength. He ran at full speed for more than 2 hours, and even a mutant beast couldn't catch up with him. Second brother Yang Kuo frowned and looked at Yang Hai. Running at full speed for 2 hours is not tiring? How can there be such a person? Maybe special props were used. Yang Tian answered. In the prop illustration we are working on recently, there are similar props that can relieve fatigue. The key to the problem is not the props. Yang Kaishan held his chin with his right hand and muttered. The key is why these mutated beasts are chasing the tall man. Also, the person who got full marks in the common sense test is probably among these two people. With a completely new worldview, how can ordinary people get full marks? So there must be something unusual about these two people. Dad, what do you think? Everyone in the room finally turned their attention to Yang Changqing, the founder and chairman of Yang's real estate group. After a burst of uncontrollable coughing, Yang Changqing took a breath and said firmly. No matter whether these two people have a guild or not, they must join our Shengtian guild as soon as possible. The board of directors can approve at least 100 million funds for this solicitation. If there are special competitors, the funds can be increased to 500 million. Yang Changqing's words set the tone for today's interim board of directors. We will try our best to recruit two people, and the cost will be within 500 million. Yang Hua, who is responsible for public relations and marketing strategy, nodded to Yang Changqing. Understood, Chairman. We will first let out the news about 100 million, firstly to confuse our opponents, and secondly to explore their trump cards. Yang Changqing nodded. Just do it. The interim board meeting has come to an end. Yan Yuyan suddenly asked. Grandpa, how is your health? Everyone present looked at Yang Changqing with great concern. Yang Changqing waved his hand. It's okay. I recently met a little heavenly master who gave me a treatment method, which is quite effective. Little heavenly master? Yan Yuyan immediately frowned. Grandpa, don't trust those street liars casually. Maybe your competitors deliberately arranged to be around you. Don't worry, Grandpa knows it. You, on the other hand, haven't told everyone yet who is your significant other who is getting the certificate from you. This time, everyone's eyes turned to Yan Yuyan again. Yan Yuyan's face turned red. Grandpa, didn't I say it before? In order to get points, I just randomly found an ordinary person. You don't need to know him. Yang Kaishan looked at Gu Xiaoxiao with a straight face. Xiaoxiao, have you seen the other half of Yuyan? What kind of person is he? Gu Xiaoxiao suddenly felt excited and whispered. I've seen it before. They are indeed ordinary people, but people are okay. The last two words okay are as thin as a mosquito's moan. Is it really okay? I read online that Xiaoyan hasn't received the gift yet. This time it was third brother Yang Tiankong who spoke. His favorite thing is to search the internet for gossip about his precious sister. Yang Kaishan suddenly frowned, looked at Yang Yuyan and said seriously. Xiaoyan, you're here now and you haven't even received a gift. Who are you looking for? Although you are here to complete the task, you also represent the face of our Yang real estate. Not just anyone can get a marriage certificate. Yang Yuyan lowered her head and did not speak. Yang Kaishan said in a gentler tone. Lin Yang also called this morning. Your fiancé wants to ask what we mean. Now that the last task has been completed and the points have been earned, is it time to divorce him and get married to him? Chapter 24. What is the password? Let me try it first. At 9 o'clock in the evening, after a full sleep and 3 hours of exercise, Lu Shang was really bored and lay in bed in a daze. Suddenly I remembered that I still had a side mission that I had not completed, so I quickly took out the secret keycard and returned to the dungeon again. When he opened his eyes again, he had arrived outside the Nantian gate. There are no players nearby at this time. Only the soldiers guarding the city patrolled back and forth on the walls on both sides very dedicatedly. After Lu Shang submitted his identity information, he entered Sky City. This was the first time he took a closer look at this future city. Streets filled with neon lights, high-rise buildings with bright lights. Futuristic virtual projections are everywhere in the city. The air still smells of sulfur. But everyone here seems to have become accustomed to this smell, and it doesn't affect them at all from nightclubs to nightclubs. This is a city that never sleeps. Under the bright moon in the distance, there is a particularly bright group of high-rise buildings that is very eye-catching. There are two relatively short buildings on each side, and the one in the middle is unusually tall. It seems to be a beacon for the city and a silent curse to the world. That's the City Lord's Palace. Lu Shang opened the side task information. Side mission update, Ancestors token. Please give the tip bag to Jean Taibai of Ronghua Mansion in Sky City before tomorrow night. Note, entering the wrong password or failing to deliver the token on time will destroy the original dungeon plot and result in permanent assassination punishment by the subordinates. The mission location is Ronghua Mansion, and the delivery target is Jean Taibai. Lu Sheng took out the kit from his arms and weighed it in his hands. It's very light, about the weight of a bag of mung beans. There seemed to be a letter inside, neatly folded. There is a combination lock at the mouth of the bag, which is a lion's headlock composed of 4 digits. There is a wireless transmitter behind it, which flashes a weak green light. Lu Sheng suddenly thought that the ancestor's token was with him, so how could Zhu Jouzhou complete the side mission? Where is he now? Where do you live in the real world? What kind of person is he? It's no wonder that Lu Sheng suddenly misses people when he sees things. Because Zhu Jouzhou is indeed the only person he has considered a friend since he came to this world. Lu Sheng couldn't help but take a second look at the combination lock, and suddenly discovered that a title slowly appeared above the lion's headlock. A lion headlock that will alarm if you enter the wrong password. I know. Having a title and always reminding myself not to enter random passwords is really a lot to worry about. Are you that imprudent? Lu Sheng thought as he put the kit back into his arms. I accidentally slipped my hand and pressed on the title entry alarm if you enter wrong password. After deducting 1 point, the entry details popped up. Title entry: if you enter the wrong password, call the police. Attribute details: once you enter the wrong password, 7758, the wireless alarm function will be triggered and you will be punished by permanent assassination by the subordinates. Whether to copy this title will cost 10 points. Lu Sheng looked at the attribute details with a confused look. If you enter the wrong password, 7758, you will. This title not only displays the password, but also highlights it very thoughtfully. What does it mean? Are you afraid you won't understand? Tempt yourself? Lu Sheng first calmly spent 10 points to copy the title entry. Judging from the attribute details, this entry may be of great use in the future. The moment he pressed to confirm the copy, a panel called Title Entry suddenly appeared in Lu Sheng's mind. In the first space on the panel, there was a title called Alarm if you enter wrong password. The next step is to deal with the password. 7758? It doesn't look like a serious password. Want to try it? Lu Sheng repeatedly checked the content of the side tasks. If you enter the wrong password or fail to deliver the token on time, you will be hunted down by your subordinates. In other words, unlocking the lock privately is not among the conditions that trigger a pursuit. If it can be unlocked successfully, is there still a chance to trigger a new hidden mission? Lu Sheng hesitated for a long time and finally gave up trying to open the combination lock. He is a very cautious person. If the password is wrong, wouldn't he get into trouble for no reason? After making the decision, Lu Sheng decisively stuffed the kit back into his arms. There was not much time left in the mission, and he had to find Jin Taibi quickly. The location of Ronghua Mansion is not difficult to find. Virtual projections all over the street include map functions. Lu Sheng quickly found Ronghua Mansion according to the map navigation. It's near the city lord's palace. Located in an area of wealthy people's villas. There is not only Ronghua Mansion, but also Fugafu, Jinyu Mansion, Mantang Mansion, etc. In short, every mansion is a private courtyard. Lu Sheng knocked on the door of Ronghua Mansion. The person who opened the door was an old man who looked like a butler. Nose to the sky, eyes to the ground. Who are you looking for? I'm here to deliver something to Mr. Jin Taibai. Are you looking for the master? What are you sending me? I'll take it in for you. Lu Sheng was about to take out the kit from his arms, but suddenly thought that whether it was delivered to him or not would affect his life or death. It would be safer to hand it to him personally. So he quickly said, I was entrusted by a friend of Mr. Jin. I must hand the token into his hands with my own hands. The housekeeper immediately stared at Lu Sheng warily. My little friend, you must have watched too many TV series. What era has it been? You still need to return a token. Modern people find it difficult to write letters. You should hurry up and leave. I won't see any guests today. Saying this, he waved his hand and was about to close the door. Lu Sheng was anxious and had an idea and said, It's a token that my ancestor asked me to send. Shut up. The housekeeper suddenly became very nervous and quickly looked both ways. What ancestor? How come my master has such a friend? Go quickly, go quickly. Lu Sheng looked at the uneasy and impatient look on the housekeeper's face, and couldn't help but feel happy. It seemed that he had found the right way. So he deliberately raised his voice and said, Old ancestor. Say. This thing must be done with your own hands. I will take your father's life. The housekeeper quickly covered Lu Sheng's mouth, glared at him angrily, and then turned to lead the way. You come in with me. Lu Sheng followed the housekeeper through a maze-like garden and arrived in front of a magnificent villa. The laser probe in front of the door scanned the housekeeper's body, and the door of the villa opened in response. The decoration in the villa is even more luxurious than it looks from the outside. Giant crystal chandeliers, golden Nanmu furniture, colorful glazed skylights, and a room full of bookshelves and unopened books. The housekeeper took Lu Sheng to a living room on the second floor, pointed to a large sofa in the room, and motioned for Lu Sheng to sit down. Wait here for a moment, the master will be here soon. Lu Sheng sat on the sofa and looked around the 5-meter-high living room, suddenly feeling like he was seeing a medieval European aristocrat. After a while, the sound of a cane was heard outside the door. An old gentleman wearing a crisp suit and holding a cane with a round handle and a thin pole walked in slowly. Taking a look at Lu Sheng, he walked alone to the wine cabinet aside, put on white gloves, and started pouring wine. What to drink? Martell, Remy Martin, or Evian Snow Landscape? Mutai, thank you. What? The old gentleman looked at Lu Sheng with a puzzled look. What is Mutai? Forget it, thank you for a glass of water. The old gentleman shrugged, poured himself a small glass of Martell, and then placed a glass of Evian Snow Mountain water in front of Lu Sheng. He cleared his throat and sat down opposite Lu Sheng. He raised his left leg and placed it gracefully on top of his right leg. With his upper body straight, he asked unhurriedly. I heard that you are here to deliver a token for my old friend? Lu Sheng nodded. Are you Kim Tae-baek? The old gentleman nodded slightly. Lu Sheng then took out the kit from his arms and handed it over. My ancestor asked me to give you this bag. There is a code lock on it, and only you can open it. Oh, it's my ancestor. I haven't seen him in a few years. Why did he suddenly think of giving me something? Jean Taebai very calmly reached out to take the brocade bag and weighed it in his hand. There is also a lock. What's the password? Let me think about it. Try this first. Etc. Lu Sheng jumped up from the sofa and looked at Jean Taebai in horror. You try it first? Chapter 25 The giant spirit god was defeated, Neza applied to fight. Jean Taebai looked at Lu Sheng inexplicably and asked naturally. What's wrong? I haven't contacted him for a while. Is there any problem if I can't remember the password? Cold sweat suddenly flowed down Lu Sheng's face. This password lock will trigger an alarm if you enter it incorrectly once. Please be careful not to destroy the token. Well, there's still this matter. Jean Taebai then put down his bag of tips, elegantly picked up the wine glass and took a sip, tapping his fingers on the rim of the glass. Then what's the password? My birthday? His birthday? Our birthdays? Lu Sheng suddenly felt as big as his head. I thought that once the tip bag was handed over to Jean Taebai, the task would be completed. Who knew that this unreliable old man couldn't even remember the password clearly? For the sake of his own safety, Lu Sheng had no choice but to remind him falsely. Is it possible that this code is related to the harmony? Is it homophonic? Jean Taebai put down his left leg, and this time put his right leg gently on top of his left leg. There have been some homophone codes used over the years. 0748, go to hell. 8384, neither 3 nor 4. 2746, so disgusting. It's all wrong. Lu Sheng sighed. Is it possible that it's the more intimate kind? Nonsense. What can I have to be intimate with him? Jean Taebai frowned and scolded loudly, but then he closed his eyes and recalled. 1930, I still miss you. 5230, I fall in love with you. 1314, for the rest of my life. 7758, kiss me. Cough cough cough. Lu Sheng suddenly coughed violently. 7758. Yes, it's 7758. We were in. Jean Taebai was talking happily, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Lu Sheng looking at him curiously, and quickly fell silent. He took another sip of foreign wine and picked up the kit again. It won't be wrong this time. Lu Sheng caught a glimpse of Jean Taebai entering the 4 numbers 7758 into the combination lock. He heard a click and the combination lock opened. Lu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the title just now did not lie to me. At this time, a new message popped up in the notification bar. The side task Ancestors token has been completed, plus 10 points and plus 10,000 money were obtained. Get the map of the item dungeon. With this map, you can find the ancestor at any time. Jean Taibai took out a triangular pyramid-like object and a letter from his brocade bag. He unfolded the letter and glanced at it quickly, then quickly took the triangular pyramid into his arms. He glanced at Lu Shang warily and forced a smile on his face. You probably haven't opened this bag yet. Lu Shang nodded solemnly. That's good. Jean Taibai folded the letter and carefully put it into his arms. Suddenly he turned his head and stared at Lu Shang and asked. No, why did I just feel like you knew the password? Lu Shang's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Jean Taibai squinted his eyes, looking at Lu Shang from top to bottom like a fox. At this moment, the alarm suddenly sounded in the villa, and the housekeeper just broke in from outside the door. Sir, the city lord's mansion is urgently recruiting, and we need you to rush over as soon as possible to discuss matters. Jean Taibai quickly stood up, supported his crutches, and walked straight out of the door. Lao Wan, help me see off my guests. Yes, sir. Lu Shang soon left Ronghua Mansion and returned to the bustling streets. There were still not many players in the city at this time, and there were still nearly 2 hours until the second half of the dungeon started. Just when Lu Shang was wondering where to go, the system broadcast suddenly sounded. Emergency game background update, the A-class heavy mecha giant spirit god was completely defeated in the frontline battle. The city lord's palace will urgently recruit 50,000 soldiers to join the S-class mecha Nezet and go to the lower world in 24 hours. Emergency recall mode is now enabled, and all players will be recalled to the copy in an emergency. Players who have returned to the dungeon should go to the recruitment square as soon as possible to sign up for the expedition. As soon as the system broadcast sound ended, there were suddenly many more players around Lu Shang. Some people are holding their rice bowls to eat, while others are sticking their buttocks out to wipe their shit. Suddenly coming to the dungeon world, these people all looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what happened. At this time, listen to the system broadcast sound again. Emergency update of game background. At the same time, Lu Shang's task panel also popped up. Main mission update, go on an expedition with the team. All players are requested to go to the recruitment square within the specified time, report and register, and become a member of the expedition team. Report countdown 29 minutes and 59 seconds. The moment he saw the mission update, Lu Shang hurried to the virtual projection on the street, skillfully called up the map, and navigated to the location of the recruitment square. Located near Nanshanmen, less than 2 kilometers away. If you want to arrive within half an hour, you have to run and jog a few steps. Lu Shang then dragged his slightly bloated body and tried his best to rush to the vicinity of Nanshanmen. From time to time, players would pass him swiftly, forcing him to sigh again and again. Although the fatigue hard drive can prevent him from feeling tired, he really can't run fast. Finally, with 1 minute left, Lu Shang rushed to the call-up square with difficulty. The person in charge of welcoming the newcomers happens to be the mustache instructor. He glanced at the panting Lu Shang and handed him a document directly. Sign this and you can report later. Lu Shang took the document and looked at it. Fight to the death agreement. My heart couldn't help but tremble. The agreement listed dozens of orders for fighting to the death, including preferring death to retreat and preferring death to surrender. Escape and surrender will be regarded as defection and face the penalty of death. Lu Shang had no choice but to bite the bullet and sign a life and death agreement. The mustachioed instructor then pointed to a giant tent behind him. You will be assigned to the Special Service Force. Go over there and wait for the expedition. Lu Shang wiped the sweat from his head and walked quickly towards the giant tent. When he walked into the tent, he found that hundreds of people had gathered inside the tent. Most people have already put on their armor and are waiting for the next action instructions. Lu Shang saw as many as 20 live broadcast cameras in the tent. Under the most densely packed camera seats, more than a dozen members of the Blue Elephant Guild were standing. Almost everyone has a tracking camera, and star players like Chu Changda and Li Shuhao even have 2 to 3 cameras around them to capture close-ups of their faces and details. Perhaps learning from the lack of camera seats yesterday, this time there were many seats arranged even in a place where amateurs gathered. Lu Shang guessed that the Research Association must also be eager to find the mysterious person. Lu Shang looked around for Zhu Jouzhou in the crowd. Logically speaking, with his height of 1.9 meters, he should be very conspicuous. But Lu Shang looked around and couldn't see Zhu Jouzhou's shadow. I can't help but feel a little disappointed. Where did this kid go? While still searching, suddenly a group of instructors walked in from outside the tent. Everyone is here, stand still. The escort soldiers in the tent immediately stood at attention. The leading instructor stood astride in front of everyone and said loudly. In 24 hours, we will follow the S-Class Mechaneza to Wojia Mountain and face the criminal army of Sun Chitin, the leader of the criminal people. Since everyone here has just become a regular member from the reserve force and lacks a lot of basic training, the superiors have decided to conduct emergency special training for you tonight. The special training content is mainly based on basic fighting. Everyone present will be divided into 2 teams to receive training. Don't underestimate emergency special training. As the saying goes, if you sharpen your weapon in battle, it will be useless. The more you practice, the more likely you will be able to survive on the battlefield. Everyone must go all out and take it seriously. Listen to me. Do you understand? I understand. The momentum inside the big tent was like a rainbow. Especially the members of the Blue Elephant Guild are gearing up one by one, vowing to avenge their disgrace in the second half and win the first merit award in the division. Chapter 26. It turns out that the title can be replaced. Lu Shang was not grouped with the Blue Elephant Guild. It's the best thing for him. Because he is not used to having his every move exposed in front of hundreds of thousands of viewers. Although with 20 live broadcast cameras, it is difficult to guarantee that you will not be photographed, but it is also good to be farther away from the spotlight. The fighting instructor of Lu Shang's team is a lean and muscular man with a scar on his face. To facilitate practice, all team members were divided into groups of 2. Maybe it's because Lu Shang is considered weak, but he is playing against a girl. The girl's appearance is of the type that is not stunning at first glance, but becomes more and more beautiful the more you look at her. Especially when there is always a slight smile on his lips. It makes people feel like they are drunk in her dimples. The girl bowed slightly to Lu Shang. Hello, my name is Linglong. Hello, my name is Lu Shang. Please give me more advice. Please give me some advice, ouch. Before Lu Shang could finish his words, Linglong quickly stepped in front of him, threw her over her shoulder, and hit him heavily on the ground. Very good, the strength and speed are well controlled. The instructor passed by the 2 of them and gave Linglong a thumbs up and an understatement. Lu Shang stood up unsteadily, his whole internal organs burning with pain. It's not like he never learned free fighting before traveling through time, and he also won the amateur championship. But now he is powerless. He can clearly see the opponent's moves, but he has no time to dodge. Linglong looked at Lu Shang with a smile, moved her neck from side to side, and said softly. I'm coming again. Good. This time Lu Shang was hit in the face with a left punch, and then received an uppercut. Suddenly, stars twinkled in front of his eyes. Lu Shang collapsed on his back. Girl, what do you do? Linglong still looked at his sweet smile, and a bright yellow title slowly appeared above her head. An agile King Kong Barbie. Lu Shang clicked on Agility. Title entry, Agility. Attribute details, Flexibility plus 100%. It's me who is as light as a swallow. Whether to copy this title will cost 20 ladder points. Without any hesitation, Lu Shang decisively chose to copy the title. You can't get this beating in vain. At this moment, a hand slapped Lu Shang heavily on the shoulder. Lu Shang tried his best to look at the man, and suddenly found Zhu Jiuzhou looking at him with a smile. Lao Zhu? Zhu Jiuzhou nodded towards Lu Shang. I'm late. Fortunately, I killed more than 4,500 mutant beasts yesterday, so they let me in. But I didn't expect to see you looking so embarrassed as soon as I came in. Tell your brother Zhu which tough guy bullied you, and brother Zhu will help you get your situation back. Lu Shang weakly pointed in the direction of Linglong. Not a macho man, but a girl. Girl? Zhu Jiuzhou looked at the girl Lu Shang was pointing at with confusion, and suddenly shouted in surprise. Little brat? What kind of copy are you trying to download? Linglong looked at Zhu Jiuzhou with a face of surprise, raised her chest unconvinced and said. I'm too young. Zhu Jiuzhou's face was full of displeasure. Do you know how dangerous copies can be? Unexpectedly, Linglong took Zhu Jiuzhou's arm with a smile. Are you concerned about me? Go! 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 Zhu Jiuzhou waved his hand impatiently. Lu Shang was dumbfounded as he watched this man and a woman brazenly spreading shit in front of him, and couldn't help but ask. Lao Zhu, what is going on? Zhu Jiuzhou wrinkled his nose. She is my contract wife. Ah? It was also the girl who my ex-girlfriend's mother took me on a blind date and fell in love with. Ah! Lu Shang suddenly became energetic. He sat up from the ground and looked at the girl with wide eyes. Phoenix eyes, cherry lips. The skin is very white and the facial features are very soft. After Zhu Jiuzhou's introduction, it seemed to look better than before. Linglong smiled sweetly at Lu Shang. Has he told you all our stories? Lu Shang thought to himself, to be precise, it shouldn't be your story. But he nodded politely. The smile on Linglong's face became even happier. He's so nice. Zhu Jiuzhou shrugged helplessly. Anyway, we originally collected the divorce certificate to help you complete the task. When the task is completed this week, we will collect the divorce certificate. Okay, Brother Zhu. Linglong's face was immediately filled with disappointment. Zhu Jiuzhou turned to look at Lu Shang and sighed. Originally, I wanted to help you vent your anger, but now it seems I can't. Lu Shang waved his hands repeatedly. It's okay, it's okay. You two practice, and I'll find someone else. Lu Shang was wandering aimlessly in the tent, and by chance, the fighting instructor caught him. Hey that fat man, what's going on? Are you practicing well? So leisurely. Lu Shang's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly stood up straight and replied. Report to the instructor because I can't find a training partner for the time being. Can't find a training partner? The fighting instructor glanced around the tent and found that everyone was sparring in pairs, and there really was no extra manpower. So he waved to a tall adjutant beside him. Come here and practice with this kid. Lu Shang looked at the adjutant who was as tall as a hill in front of him, and immediately regretted why he had given up on the beauty of an adult and given up on the exquisite girl just now. The adjutant flicked the bangs on his head and looked at Lu Shang with a smirk on his face. Come on, fatty, let's practice. As soon as he finished speaking, a right fist flew like a whirlwind and hit Lu Shang right in the stomach. The beating caused Lu Shang to take 5 steps back, bend over and fall to the ground. On the adjutant's head, a bright yellow title slowly lit up. A muscular man with incredible strength. Based on the principle that beatings should not be in vain, Lu Shang copied both entries. Title entry, incredibly powerful. Attribute details, strength increase plus 300%. One person is better than 4 people. Title entry, muscular man. Attribute details, opposite sex attraction plus 50%, explosive power plus 50%, endurance plus 50%, anti-hit ability plus 50%. Don't be obsessed with me, I'm not worthy of you. The above 2 entries cost Lu Shang nearly 50 points in total. He only has one question now. How to use these copied entries? In fact, when he saw the title cursed above the uncle's head in Lulan community, Lu Shang had an idea in his mind. If only these titles could rest on others. In the spirit of giving it a try, Lu Shang dragged the title agility in the title entry panel to himself. At this moment, a prompt panel suddenly popped up in front of me. Whether to replace the entry, agility, requires 30 points. It's really possible. Lu Shang was overjoyed and quickly clicked the confirm button. At this time, the title above his head became an agile fat man. At this time, the muscular adjutant walked towards Lu Shang with a wicked smile again. Fat man, are you so big just for show? It's no fun at all if you fall down in one hit. But it feels very good in the hand. It's soft, and it doesn't hurt after the beating. It's pretty good as a punching bag. The muscular adjutant pressed hard on the joints of his left hand as he spoke. Fists as big as sandbags crackled in the air. When he was less than 1 meter away from Lu Shang, the adjutant raised his fist again and hit Lu Shang in the face. Instead of letting you go to the battlefield and be killed by the subordinates, why don't I be a good person and eliminate you first? The muscular adjutant's punch was like the wind, and he was about to hit Lu Shang's face. At the critical moment, the adjutant's eyes suddenly blurred. When he looked again, the big fat man was gone. Chapter 27 You got the lottery. The adjutant stood there in astonishment, looking at Lu Shang who was hiding aside, and was filled with surprise. Why did this fat man suddenly become so flexible? Maybe it's just good luck. He quickly shook his head, took a step back, assumed an offensive stance again, and walked around Lu Shang. He quickly spotted the flaw in Lu Shang's body and quickly punched him. The punch came very quickly, and the adjutant was so confident that even ordinary amateur masters were not sure he could dodge it. However, contrary to expectations, the fat man in front of him moved around for a while, and then moved away lightly again. How can this be? The muscle adjutant and the fighting instructor looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. How can a dead fat man not be beaten? The adjutant punched several times in a row without belief, but all of his punches hit the air. He was so shocked that he couldn't recover for a long time. Is this the same big fat man who fell down with just one beating? Lu Shang himself was stunned after dodging this combination of punches. He never expected that just changing a title could have such a significant effect. The fighting instructor patted the adjutant on the shoulder and pulled him aside. You go and take a rest, I'll come. As he spoke, he clapped his fists and came to the opposite side of Lu Shang. Above the head, a bright yellow title slowly emerged. A muscular man who was proficient in fighting. Lu Shang quickly clicked on the title details. Title entry, proficient in fighting. Attribute details, fighting proficiency reaches elite level. You used to be indifferent to me, but now I make you fall to the ground. Whether to copy this title will cost 35 points. Although the price of 35 points really hurt Lu Shang. But Lu Shang, who had already reaped the benefits of the title, immediately decided to copy. Elite-level fighting skills are indeed much more difficult to deal with than the muscular adjutant's straight punches just now. Even if Lu Shang increased his flexibility by 100%, he still could not easily escape from the fighting instructor. After a while, Lu Shang was beaten again and fell to the ground. Sweat kept falling from his cheeks, making the granite floor shine. Lu Shang looked at the title above his head, a fat man with agility, and his thoughts changed rapidly. Since you can't avoid it, it's better to try to win by surprise. So he quickly changed the title above his head to a fat man with incomparable strength. Then he followed the fighting instructor's oncoming fist and punched back unexpectedly. Bang! Two fists collided in the air. The extremely confident fighting instructor actually flew up under the watchful eye of the adjutant beside him. Boss, where are you going? Shut up! The fighting instructor limped back in from outside the tent, looking at Lu Shang with a horrified face, one right hand trembling uncontrollably. Why is this fat guy suddenly more powerful than the adjutant? In fact, when punching with all his strength, muscle adjutant is still slightly stronger than Lu Shang. However, in normal sparring, muscular adjutant usually only uses 30% of his strength due to his status. But even so, it has left an impression of superior strength. After a while, the fighting instructor recovered from the severe pain. He barely managed to take a breath and said, "This punch is not bad, the power is very good, but the technique is a bit rough. I will have to practice more when I have time in the future." After speaking, he quickly turned around and walked out of the tent without waiting for Lu Shang's reply. Lu Shang looked at the instructor who was leaving in a hurry, and then at his fist, feeling pleasantly surprised. It seems that a new door is slowly opening in front of me. The emergency training lasted until noon the next day. Everyone collapsed on the ground exhausted. Lu Shang, Zhu Jiuzhou and Linglong were not affected at all because of the help of the fatigue hard drive. Instead, he seemed a little out of place in the crowd. After lunch, everyone was sitting there and resting. Yesterday, the leading instructor came in again with a group of people. All of you, stand at attention. The leading instructor shouted loudly, and all the soldiers in the escort team immediately stood up. The leading instructor glanced at everyone with satisfaction. It seems that yesterday's special training was very effective. Today we will change the gameplay and still play against each other, but it will be a duel between two groups of you. The team that wins more can decide the starting order of tonight's action. As soon as the leading instructor finished speaking, the barrage in the live broadcast room suddenly became lively. This is unfair. Fighting is a daily training program for the guild. How can amateurs compare? Whoever caused the opponent to encounter the blue elephant can only say that he was unlucky. I don't know who Su Hao will face, that person will be the worst. I just want to see Su Hao. Pairs of PK are determined by drawing lots between men and women. The two sides of the battle find an open space in the tent to duel, as long as there is an instructor beside them to judge the winner or loser. Since the number of instructors was limited, circles spontaneously formed around the instructors in the tent. The Blue Elephant Guild is in the middle of the tent. Since there were so many people wanting to watch, a huge circle was formed in the middle of the tent. Laughing to death, Blue Elephant is so popular that Sheng Sheng set up a ring in the tent. How great is this? You can see every team member's duel, no one loses. It can only be said that the Blue Elephant Guild understands the effects of the program. Lu Shang was lucky enough to draw an ordinary amateur. The two then found an instructor near the corner and began the competition hastily. Lu Shang leaned on the title above his head. A fat man with great strength. After 10 battles with one force, he beat the opponent with 3 punches until he begged for mercy and surrendered. After the duel, Lu Shang wandered outside the Blue Elephant Guild's competition circle and watched the excitement from a distance. It can be seen that professional guild members are indeed much better than ordinary amateurs. There's a saying, don't challenge other people's careers with your hobbies. Almost within a few moves, an ordinary person would be pushed to the ground by the members of the Blue Elephant Guild. It caused constant complaints in the live broadcast room. It's so boring. I should have guessed what I was expecting before. Wait for Xu Hao and see how long it takes for him to win. That would only make it more boring. Lu Sheng saw Linglong and Zhu Jiuzhou outside the crowd, and quickly stepped forward and asked. Who did you two draw? Linglong shrugged. I searched for a long time but couldn't find that person. Someone said he was from the Blue Elephant Guild and asked me to wait here. Then he handed the name tag in his hand to Lu Sheng. I saw the name above, Xia Shui. Lu Sheng remembers this name, Li Shuhao's ex-girlfriend. How about you? Lu Sheng looked at Zhu Jiuzhou and found that he was even more confused. They all said I had great luck and were very optimistic about my performance. Who is this person? Is he such a good person? Lu Sheng then looked at the name tag in Zhu Jiuzhou's hand and saw 3 big characters written on it. Li Shuhao. Chapter 28. So you are Li Shuhao? Is this guy a good guy? Zhu Jiuzhou looked at Lu Sheng innocently. You don't know Li Shuhao? Why should I know him? That's right. After all, the Blue Elephant Guild is only a local second-level guild. If Zhu Jiuzhou doesn't live in Jianlin City, it's normal for him not to know him. Lu Sheng encouraged Zhu Jiuzhou and patted him on the back. You won a lottery. At this time, most of the Blue Elephant Guild's competitions have ended. The current record is 10 wins in 10 games, with only Xia Shui and Li Shuhao left to play. Xia Shui is known as the first female warrior of the Blue Elephant Guild. Li Shuhao has recently completed multiple 10 consecutive kills. Ranking the two of them last, it can only be said that the Blue Elephant Guild really understands the live broadcast effect. As Xia Shui slowly walked into the crowd, the Blue Elephant Guild members on the side began to shout. Who is Linglong? Come here quickly, it's your turn, don't waste time. Linglong let out a dissatisfied hum. It's really unreasonable to make me wait until now and still blame me for wasting time. As he spoke, he pushed aside the members of the Blue Elephant Guild and came to the middle of the crowd. Xia Shui did not expect that her opponent would be such a petite girl. I couldn't help but chuckle. Little sister, are you here to download a dungeon at such a young age? Linglong hated people saying she was young, so she puffed up her chest and said. Where am I young? Xia Shui smiled and shook her head, not taking Linglong seriously at all. The little one is quite cute. Little guy? Linglong was like a powder keg with a fuse, and suddenly ran towards Xia Shui like the wind. A left swing followed by an uppercut hit Xia Shui hard. Above her head, the yellow title, an agile and angry Barbie, was so bright that it glowed. Xia Shui didn't expect that there would be such a huge amount of energy in her exquisite little body. Caught off guard, he received 2 punches, and one eye immediately became bruised. The members of the Blue Elephant Guild beside him couldn't help but exclaimed. The barrage also started to flood the screen crazily. You read that right, Xia Shui was beaten. My eyes are all blue and I feel distressed. There is no need to feel bad about your ability. The dignified first female warrior of the Blue Elephant Guild was actually dazzled by an unknown little girl. Xia Shui could not bear this kind of humiliation. In a rage, he began to launch a crazy counterattack against Linglong. Above Xia Shui's head, a title suddenly changed. An angry woman. Lu Sheng clicked on the details of the title entry. Title entry, angry from shame. Attribute details, in the angry state, strength plus 20%, critical hit rate plus 20%, physical strength minus 20%. My sister gets so hairy that she even scares herself. Judging from the titles above their heads alone, Xia Shui's attribute bonus is not as good as Linglong's. Lu Sheng relaxed a little. On the PK stage, Xia Shui's offensive was like a tidal wave, chasing Linglong with punches. Linglong relied on her agile body skills to always resolve the punches one by one. What Lu Sheng didn't expect was that Linglong's boxing skills should not be underestimated either. He can often spot the opening of the opponent's punch and quickly respond with a combination of punches. Not long after, Xia Shui gradually became exhausted. The speed of punching and running has slowed down. However, Linglong was still as light as a swallow and was about to gain the upper hand. Xia Shui was getting more and more anxious. If she continued like this, she would become the first guild member to lose today. If she really lost in the end, she could foresee how she would be scolded by the barrage. You can fight like this with an amateur. Sure enough, you are still 10 Chu Changa short of the grade A level. One person lowered the level of a guild. This shows how difficult Xu Hao is usually. Trash, get out of here. Xia Shui absolutely cannot let that happen. With a thought in her mind, a dark yellow drop-shaped prop appeared in her hand. With a flick of his finger, the yellow water droplets fell to Linglong's feet. Xia Shui did this little trick very secretly, but the bright yellow title on it still caught Lu Shang's eyes. Item name, Little Butter. Prop rating, excellent, C. Introduction to the prop, a small thing that can instantly reduce the friction between contact objects to zero. Due to its volatile nature, it often lasts only a few seconds, so there is no need to leave any clues. Lu Shang looked at the introduction to the props and quickly shouted, "Be careful." However, it was still a step too late. Linglong stepped on the little butter without any precautions. She suddenly felt the soles of her feet slipping, and then it was difficult to stand firm no matter how hard she tried. A smile finally appeared on Xia Shui's face, and the combination of punches she had accumulated for a long time hit Linglong's face accurately and powerfully. He knocked her away, far away. This change happened so suddenly that even the instructor on the side was stunned for a while before speaking out. Xia Shui wins this round. The members of the Blue Elephant Guild who were standing by suddenly swarmed forward, surrounded Xia Shui, and cheered loudly. Lu Shang, who witnessed all this, couldn't help but said in a deep voice. Members of a dignified guild actually have to cheat to win? Who are you talking about cheating? The members of the Blue Elephant Guild immediately surrounded Lu Shang and the others. If you can't beat someone, just accuse others of cheating. Who is the shameless person? Lu Shang looked at Xia Shui with a cold face. Didn't you just throw the little butter? Xia Shui's face suddenly turned red, and she hid behind the crowd and never dared to speak. The members of the Blue Elephant Guild who stopped in front of her quickly shouted protectively. What props? Take them out and look at them. Say what you say is unfounded. Don't wrong others. A small amount of butter will evaporate in an instant. Of course, Lu Shang can't provide any evidence at this moment. Seeing that Lu Shang could not produce any evidence, Li Shuhao stepped forward proudly and pulled Xia Shui into his arms. If our Blue Elephant Guild still cheats after beating you amateurs, we should simply disband. If your skills are inferior to others, don't show off your power. If you are not convinced, we can compete alone. Li Shuhao's heroic act of saving the beauty immediately made the audience in the live broadcast room who didn't know the truth instantly become excited. It has to be Hao Shu's CP, too sweet. Look at those little subconscious moves, these are the real lovers. When this week's mission is over, we will probably get back together again. Jiang Yu, who was in front of the TV, was suddenly shaking with anger. In her anger, she didn't even notice that the fat man who spoke was somewhat similar to her Lu Shang. She turned off the TV bitterly and ran back to the room angrily. You are so shameless, you dare to steal a man from me. Some people are just so weird. It is her man who is shameless, but he insists on blaming that woman. Lu Shang looked coldly at the cheerful Blue Elephant Guild members in front of him and thought to himself. Since you care so much about winning or losing, why not let your ace team member stumble? He turned around and looked at Zhu Jouzhou beside him and said. Lao Zhu, he is your opponent, Li Shuhao. Chapter 29. Are you still called Li Shuhao? Still barking? Zhu Jouzhou was stunned for a moment, and then said coldly. That's just right. The old and new grudges can be resolved together. Li Shuhao pushed Xia Shui away from his arms and looked at Zhu Jouzhou with an indifferent expression. For such an amateur to have any grudges with me, the showdown between us will be over soon. Following the crazy shouts of the Blue Elephant Guild, Zhu Jouzhou and Li Shuhao quickly set up a confrontational stance on the competition stage. Lu Shang glanced at the titles above their heads. What's on Li Shuhao's head is a madman who is skilled in fighting. On Zhu Jouzhou's head is a muscular man with rough skin and thick flesh. Judging from the quality of the title alone, Zhu Jouzhou is not as good as Li Shuhao this time. Judging from the scene of the two fighting, it was indeed Li Shuhao who had the upper hand. Zhu Jouzhou had all his strength, but he couldn't use it. He was repeatedly hit by Li Shuhao with his skilled fighting skills, and then quickly distanced himself to avoid his own counterattack. Although Zhu Jouzhou has rough skin and thick flesh, his physical fitness is higher than that of ordinary people. But under Li Shuhao's constant blows, he gradually showed signs of fatigue. The popular young man of the Blue Elephant Guild still showed his true qualities well, why he was able to complete 10 consecutive kills many times. However, Zhu Jouzhou's tenacity exceeded Li Shuhao's expectations. The two fought for nearly 15 minutes, but they still couldn't decide the winner. Li Shuhao couldn't help but feel a little irritable. As soon as I came, I boasted about Haikao before starting the fight, so I wouldn't waste too much time on everyone. Secondly, although I have the upper hand now, if it drags on for a long time, my physical fitness will also be a problem. At this moment, Li Shuhao finally found a flaw. He took advantage of the gap between Zhu Jiuzhou's unstable punches and quickly detoured behind Zhu Jiuzhou. First, he lowered his center of gravity and knocked Zhu Jiuzhou down, and then used a crossbar to seal him firmly to the ground. The members of the Blue Elephant Guild immediately burst into applause. As long as nothing goes wrong, Zhu Jiuzhou, who has his anti-joint suppressed, has no chance of winning. The cross is solid and we win. Xu Hao is still awesome, nothing to say. Being able to compete with Xu Hao till now, this big guy is pretty good. On the ground, Zhu Jiuzhou gritted his teeth and was still trying his best to get rid of Li Shuhao's control. However, Li Shuhao used the strength of his hands, feet and core to lock him tightly and not give him any chance to counterattack. Time passed by minute by second. Unless Zhu Jiuzhou had innate supernatural power, if he persisted, Li Shuhao would only have his arm broken. Just when everyone in the Blue Elephant Guild thought that Li Shuhao was a sure winner, Lu Sheng suddenly took action. Since you can cheat, won't I? My cheating method is not only better than yours, but also more subtle than yours, and my flaws will never be revealed. He quickly gave Zhu Jiuzhou the title of incomparably powerful. This title that allows him to defeat the fighting instructor is replaced by the tall Zhu Jiuzhou. You can imagine how amazing the effect is. Li Shuhao, who originally thought he was sure of victory, was suddenly lifted up by Zhu Jiuzhou. Then he turned over and slammed Li Shuhao to the ground. Li Shuhao's internal organs suddenly trembled with pain, but he couldn't lie down on the spot because Zhu Jiuzhou's next fist was hitting him. Li Shuhao turned around and rolled aside in great embarrassment. Zhu Jiuzhou's fist landed exactly where he had just lay. A marble floor was actually cracked by the smashing. Li Shuhao took a breath of surprise and immediately touched the wound on his body, coughing repeatedly on the ground in pain. However, Lu Sheng had no intention of letting Li Shuhao go. Whether it was because of the arrogant and domineering attitude of the Blue Elephant Guild just now, or because he happened to be Jiang Yu's contracted husband, Lu Sheng planned to borrow Zhu Jiuzhou's hand and teach him a lesson. So he calmly gave Zhu Jiuzhou the title of proficient in fighting. Now, Zhu Jiuzhou's title has become a muscular man who is proficient in fighting. And Li Shuhao's title is still a madman who is skilled in fighting. From the perspective of title attributes, proficiency in fighting corresponds to the entry-level level of the profession. And mastery in fighting corresponds to elite-level masters. But in the blink of an eye, Zhu Jiuzhou's fighting skills surpassed Li Shuhao by a large margin. The situation on the field instantly reversed. Zhu Jiuzhou seemed to have an enlightenment, and one fighting technique after another quickly appeared in his mind. Ankle lock, triangle lock, guillotine, neck choke, arse fisher choke, heel hook. Coupled with his already tall figure, Zhu Jiuzhou, who was promoted to a fighting elite, is simply more powerful than a fighting instructor. In less than a minute, he pinned Li Shuhao firmly to the ground with a naked choke. At this time, both the barrage in the live broadcast room and the Blue Elephant Guild members beside him became silent. No one could believe that Li Shuhao, the proud man of heaven, would be defeated by an amateur. Just when everyone was still secretly expecting Li Shuhao to fight back and return as a hero, they saw Li Shuhao feebly slapping the floor and shouting, "I give up, I give up." The arrogant Li Shuhao lost the personal PK match with Zhu Jiuzhou in disgrace. The barrage in the live broadcast room has turned into a mess. Some people hurriedly came to protect the Lord and defend Li Shuhao. Everyone knows that the winner has been decided just now at Crossku, but Xu Hao is soft-hearted and was taken advantage of. Is this stupid guy's attack a bit serious? He almost injured Xu Hao. I've seen him unhappy for a long time, and finally got a chance to vent. Is there any mistake? This is a dungeon, and everyone has to give way to your brother? I still boast every day that I can catch up with the level of other Super Guild members. There are also those who analyze the entire situation objectively and calmly. To be fair, Xu Hao had the upper hand in the first half, but I don't know why the big man suddenly became so fierce. But the most impressive barrage is, I never expected that the only game the Blue Elephant Guild lost was to Li Shuhao. Of course, the final result of the PK between the two teams was that Lu Shun lost. The Blue Elephant Guild gained the power to choose the order of battle by virtue of its overall higher number of wins. And they undoubtedly chose to fight first. The one-day emergency training finally came to an end. Zhu Jiuzhou still couldn't figure out how he won until he got out of the crowd. Linglong looked at Zhu Jiuzhou with admiration, her eyes filled with starlight. Were you angry because of me just now? Zhu Jiuzhou's eyelids twitched and he took off Linglong from his arm. You're overthinking it. I just can't stand those people from the guild. Then he patted Lu Sheng on the shoulder. Little dear, let's go. Go eat. Lu Sheng agreed with a smile and followed the two of them in a great mood. To say who gained the most on this day, of course it was Lu Shang. Not only did he teach Li Shuhao a lesson, but he also gained a better understanding of his talent. It adds an extra layer of protection for him to survive in this dangerous dungeon world. Unknowingly, the time came to 9 p.m. The big tent before the expedition suddenly became solemn. Just now, news came from the front line again. The first wave of 10,000 vanguard troops following the Neza Mecha was once again lost in Wujia Mountain. It is said that the scene was quite tragic. This also forced the special service troops, who originally only carried out mopping up and battlefield cleanup work for the vanguard troops, to be dispatched in advance and shoulder the heavy responsibility of frontal combat. This also means that players who have signed a death battle agreement have a greatly increased risk of death. As long as Wujia Mountain cannot be captured, there will be no choice but to die in battle. 21:15. New mission information popped up on the message panels of everyone in the area. Main mission update: capture Wujia Mountain. Kill all the criminals and capture Sun Qitian alive. Chapter 30. Damn it, how could this be an A-level copy? In the large tent in Dungeon 2, Liang Qiu looked at the mission panel with a pale face. No, I've seen thousands of dungeon videos in the Research Association database, and none of the dungeons rated A are that difficult. In fact, in his past knowledge, the missions of the Alien Beast Frenzy had already exceeded the difficulty level of A+. As a result, I never expected that the difficulty of the first main mission update after returning from rest would increase. Capture Wujia Mountain. That was the Wujia Mountain where even the A-level heavy mecha giant spirit god and 50,000 advanced troops were wiped out. Thinking of this, Liang Qiu couldn't help but sweat broke out on his forehead. Gu Xiaoxiao crossed his arms on his chest, glanced at Liang Qiu and sneered. Young Master Liang, downloading a dungeon is not as simple as sitting in the research room watching videos and taking notes. Accidents can happen here at any time, and you must be prepared to die in battle at any time. Luo Bishan added in a timely manner. We will arrive at Wujia Mountain in a while. Due to the chaotic situation at the scene, we may not be able to guarantee the safety of young Master Liang. You need to be more careful. Liang Qiu's face turned green and white for a while. He glanced at Yang Yuyan in front of him and let out an unconvinced hum. Who said I would only sit in the research room and watch videos? My actual combat ability is rated A+ in the Research Association. I am fully qualified to be the main member of a super guild. Ha, that's best. Gu Xiaoxiao responded with a half-smile, and when Yang Yuyan turned to look at all the members of the Shengtian Guild, she quickly stood at attention. Yang Yuyan wore an exclusive red tight-fitting armor this time, showing off her exquisite figure. Coupled with her innate cold and seductive temperament, it is thrilling and frightening at the same time. She looked at everyone and said loudly. Although our identities in the game are rookie warriors who have just become regular soldiers, in the real world we are members of the Shengtian Guild. We are iron-blooded warriors who have been tempered day and night, and have combat strength that far exceeds that of the vanguard. As captain, no matter how difficult the task is, I will never give up on you, and please don't give up on yourself. Yang Yuyan's words were both strong and soft, which made all the members of the Shengtian Guild high-spirited and shouted in unison. Clear. The barrages in the live broadcast room were like heavy snow drifting. Predator, son-in-law Sheng Tian. Clear. At the same time, inside the headquarters building of the Global Game Research Association, President GMO and all the vice presidents all looked at the copy videos of several major super unions with solemn expressions. Shiraishi, the vice president in charge of game strategy research, stood up and said. This time the difficulty rating of the dungeon far exceeds the original difficulty rating system, and the weekly tasks are also different from the original ones. They are presented in the form of a themed series for the first time. Our expert team believes that the overall structure of the game should have undergone huge changes from the past. GMO tapped his fingers on the table and asked thoughtfully. Why is this happening? Shiraishi hesitated for a moment, then clicked on a folder called Confidential on the projection screen. We suspect that, as predicted by that person back then, one of the 9 game producers on the Mander game project team has begun to die. At 21:30, Dungeon Area 104, in the recruitment square. Lu Shang and Zhu Jiuzhou sat in the cabin of a huge transport mecha. The cabin PA is playing pre-departure instructions. Dear soldiers of the escort team, our mecha is currently ranked 74th in the starting order. It is estimated that there are still 28 minutes until the mecha sets off. Fearless soldiers, please make sure to wear your airborne suit, fasten your seatbelt, read the airborne instruction manual carefully, and wait for the mecha to set off. All members of the Tianhe Guard Command wish everyone a triumphant return. As soon as the radio sound ended, a thin man sitting opposite Lu Shang and the others spat on the ground. Tisk, you're back in triumph, I'm probably going to donate it here this time. He tightened his seatbelt, his eyes filled with stagnant water. The vanguard troops have all been wiped out. How can we half-baked warriors attack Sayawuji Mountain? If I hadn't been tempted by 100 points this time, I would have downloaded this dungeon. Sitting next to him was a young man with a round face. He was so excited by the thin man's words that he couldn't help but shudder. Don't be so frustrated. This dungeon is rated A, so it shouldn't be so perverted. It is estimated that the main mission objectives will be changed midway. Who knows? The thin man responded coldly, looked up at Lu Shang and the others, and finally his eyes fell on Zhu Jouzhou. I just saw you teaching those guild people a lesson. I don't know where the wild guild is from, so arrogant. But you are really good, you can knock down professional players. Let me meet you. My name is Lai Ho. Let's form a team together after we get down soon. The thin man said, extending his fist towards Zhu Jouzhou. Zhu Jouzhou bumped his fist. Zhu Jouzhou. These two are my friends Lu Shang and Linglong. Lai Ho then greeted Lu Shang and the two. Hey, you brought a girl with you, your wife? Zhu Jouzhou said calmly. False, to complete the mission. Lai Ho showed a rare empathetic smile on his face. My name is Yuan Shui. I am a professional security guard in the real world. I should be able to come in handy. I hope I can form a team with you. The round-faced young man next to Lai Ho also extended his hand. Zhu Jouzhou also extended his fist and touched him. When we get down, we'll take care of each other. A few people chatted for a while, and then the cabin announcement sounded again. Fellow Tianhe guardsmen, our mecha is about to set off. Please make sure again to fasten your seatbelt and put on your airborne suit. The hatch is about to close. See you in the air. As the sound of the broadcast fell, the sound of a mechanical winch came from the rear of the cabin. The 3-meter-high giant hatch slowly retracted under the rotation of the gears. Soon, there was a roar outside the cabin, and the transport mecha suddenly stood up, and then jumped into the depths of the sea of clouds. In the world below, there was a storm, thunder, and lightning. The sky in the distance is illuminated by lightning from time to time, and dark clouds billow like dragons entering the sea. Inside the mecha, the lights went out and it was pitch black. No one spoke, only the roar of the engine echoed in my ears. About 2 hours later, a middle-aged man's voice suddenly came from the wireless communicator behind everyone's ears. Hey, can you all hear me? I'm your instructor Chang Ying. Since there are anti-aircraft artillery in the front area, our transport mecha can only fly here. Everyone needs to parachute to the ground and gather at location number 1404 below. Once again, be sure to wear a mask before entering the canopy. After arriving on the ground, go to location number 1404 to gather. Over. As soon as Chang Ying finished speaking, the cabin announcement sounded again. Fearless soldiers of the Tianhe Guards, please put on your mask and airborne suit. The hatch will be opened in 10 minutes. Please jump off in order of your seat number. Fark, you really want to jump down? Lai Ho cursed. I have to jump from the air without even a trial training. It's just crazy. I definitely won't jump. Before he finished speaking, a new message popped up in the message panels of all players. Main mission update, capture Wujia Mountain. Please parachute to the ground and gather at location number 1404 before the countdown ends. Being late or not arriving will be regarded as defection and will be punished by instant killing according to the Death Battle Agreement. Dry. Chapter 31 No way, a box on the ground? The sound of the winch turning came again from the tail of the mecha. The huge 3-meter-high iron door slowly fell with a roar. Strong winds and heavy rain swept through the entire cabin in an instant, and a soldier who had just unbuckled his seatbelt was accidentally sucked out of the cabin. Lai Ho cursed loudly at the sky, but the curses quickly disappeared in the wind and rain. The cabin radio began to play landing instructions in a loop. Under the threat of the death fight agreement, no matter how reluctant they were, everyone could only line up and jump down one by one. Lu Shang quickly came to the hatch and looked down at the world beneath his feet. It was pitch black, as if the endless abyss was staring at him. He took a deep breath, reviewed the instructions for using the landing suit in his mind, then released his hands and jumped out of the hatch. 10 seconds later, Lu Shang fell into the sky. The world below gradually became clearer. He could vaguely see the majestic and endless boundless mountains, as well as countless laser fires flashing from time to time in the mountains. There are broken mechas and dead soldiers everywhere. With 1,000 meters left from the ground, Lu Shang turned on the reverse propulsion device. The reverse drive motor roared crazily in the heavy rain, and Lu Shang slowly fell to the ground. A minute later, he finally stepped onto the wet, muddy ground. However, before he could stand firm, Zhu Jojo's roar came from beside him. Farking mecha, run! Run! 3 10-meter-tall combat mechas suddenly appeared less than 50 meters behind Lu Shang. Dense laser beams passed through the gaps between the trees and fell around Lu Shang like raindrops. If you can't avoid the raindrops, you can't avoid the mecha's attack at this moment. This is obviously a conspiracy of sinners. They used aerial artillery to accurately calculate the location where the convoy would land, and then annihilated all the convoy members who landed like beating dogs in water. The dirt floor next to him was covered with convoy soldiers who had been shot through by lasers. Lu Shang saw several corpses of soldiers wearing Blue Elephant Guild uniforms. The blood drained all over his body, and he looked at the sky with a pale face. This is actually an A-level copy? The same question appeared in the minds of every audience in front of the screen. Especially when he saw the guild member he liked closing his eyes permanently in front of him. That kind of cruelty is like a dark cloud hanging over everyone's heart. Lu Shang had no time to think, so he could only drag his heavy body and run forward with all his strength. Since it is a mission, it is possible to clear the level. But where is that possibility? Cave, there is a cave in front. As long as you hide in the cave, you can escape. Someone pointed at a looming hole not far away and shouted loudly. The remaining warriors who were still alive were immediately cheered up. That's right, the direction in which every corpse on the ground fell was pointing towards the dark hole. This is a temple escape type game. If you escape into the cave, you can live. If you can't escape, you can only die. The Blue Elephant Guild team that arrived first has already gone through it once, and it seems that at least half of them are dead. Now it's our turn. Lai Ho's hysterical voice sounded in Lu Shang's ears. Sharp, harsh. It's heart-chilling. Yuan Shuai on the other side suddenly lost his footing and fell hard to the ground, knocking him like a dog. It's over. This was the first thought that came to Yuan Shuai's mind. However, after 3 full seconds, he found that he was still breathing normally. What happened? Yuan Shuai quickly turned his head and found that Lu Shan was blocking him. You saved me? Are you okay? Yuan Shuai suddenly burst into tears. He simply couldn't believe that there were heroes in this world who sacrificed their lives to save others. Lu Shang calmly picked up Yuan Shuai and pushed him hard from behind. Run quickly, don't fall again. Yuan Shuai ran forward on all fours, shouting. Remember, I, Yuan Shuai, owe you my life. Lu Shang shook his head. What's the use of owing my life if you can't pay me back? The reason why he blocked the shot for Yuan Shuai just now was certainly not because he had any heroic plot. But because every time he was shot, it was not him who was injured, but the mecha. This is what he finally remembered after being hit twice. He was wearing that mirror armor. Weapon name, Mirror Armor. Weapon rating, Epic, A. Weapon introduction, can refract attacks from all ray weapons. If you dare to shine a laser on you, you are hurting yourself. So Lu Shang's mental journey just now is actually very simple. Since the mecha's laser gun can't hurt him, it's better to save a few more people when it's convenient. It can be regarded as accumulating some good karma for oneself. As for whether to rely on the counter-injury to the mecha to kill a carbine, this is definitely not something Lu Shang would do. All extraneous moves mean additional risks. God will punish those who are self-righteous. All Lu Shang has to do is to complete the task honestly, do his best, and survive. As for whether the fighting mecha can hit him or whether it will injure him, that is something the mecha should consider. After spending about 5 minutes longer than others, Lu Shang finally ran to the entrance of the cave. At this time, dozens of people had gathered in front of the cave entrance. Zhu Jojo saw Lu Shang at a glance and was as happy as a child who had found his toy. Yuan Shuai just said you saved him. I thought you couldn't come. It made me cry because of the sadness. Look at the tears in the corners of my eyes. Lu Shang clearly saw 2 drops of rain falling on Zhu Jojo's face and sliding down his cheeks. Lao Zhu, why are your tears flowing from your hair? The conscience of heaven and earth is definitely tears. You can take it and taste it to see if it is salty. Linglong built a pergola in front of her forehead with her hands, put her feet on it and looked into the distance. It's strange. The mecha that was sending laser beams flying all over the sky just now suddenly stopped moving. As soon as he finished speaking, a world broadcast suddenly appeared in front of all players. Congratulations to the player Way of Life in Area 104 for becoming the first player in the entire network to successfully kill 3 combat mechas. What? Someone killed the mecha? How can it be? The crowd in front of the cave entrance suddenly became excited. Everyone has experienced the situation just now. It's lucky to be alive. How could anyone be able to kill the mecha under such a hail of bullets? And what's even more amazing is that it was the Way of Life player in Area 104 who completed the first kill this time. It's right next to him, but he doesn't look like it to anyone. Someone couldn't help shouting. Which great god is he? Stop hiding it and let the brothers worship him together. Lai Ho came to Zhu Jouzhou with an excited face. Master, is it you? Is it you? The live broadcast camera parked far away also cooperated and pointed the camera at Zhu Jouzhou's face. But Zhu Jouzhou shook his head with a confused look on his face. I ran much faster than you just now. Don't you know whether I killed the mecha? Hurry up and take the live broadcast machine away, lest I embarrass myself in front of the audience. That's right, that's right. Who could that be? Lai Ho glanced at Lu Shang and naturally looked elsewhere. Zhu Jouzhou quietly came to Lu Shang and asked softly. Xiaolu, is that you? Lu Shang shook his head in confusion. No, if it were me, there would have to be some reminders. As he spoke, he clicked on his notification panel and suddenly discovered that there were 2 unread messages a minute ago. Kill reward, congratulations on successfully killing 3 combat mechas, you will receive plus 60 points and plus 1,200,000 monetary reward. Reward for the first kill in the area, a key to the A-level battle mecha, please go to the designated location to engine the mecha. Low. Individual. Wipe. It's really me. Chapter 32 The Secret in the Cave. This result was far beyond Lu Shang's expectation. Unexpectedly, with only the mirror armor, I actually killed 3 combat mechas by mistake. No wonder when I was almost running to the entrance of the cave, I suddenly felt like something was missing behind me. The emotion was like 3 mechas self-destructing. Looking at the A-class battle mecha key in the inventory, Lu Shang couldn't help but feel dazed. There are very few people in this world who can own personal combat mechas. Just like before time travel, only the top rich would own their own private jets. The key is that this aircraft is not an ordinary Gulfstream, but the US President's Air Force One. This is not something you can buy just by having money. He must also be a general with a distinguished status and outstanding military achievements. Lu Shang didn't know how big a ripple his achievement would cause in the outside world. All he knows now is that there are 40 minutes left in the countdown. If he cannot pass through the cave in front of him and reach the designated location number 1404 for the mission, he will gather. He would never be able to see what his A-class mecha looked like. So he quickly pushed Zhu Jouzhou and Linglong. We only have less than 40 minutes left. We don't know what dangers there are in the cave ahead, so we have to hurry up. Zhu Jouzhou nodded in agreement and shouted to Lai Ho and Yuan Shui on the side. Let's go, no matter who this person is, if he can't reach the designated gathering position, he will die. Zhu Jouzhou's voice could be regarded as a wake-up call for everyone at the entrance of the cave. Everyone quickly took out their laser guns and followed Zhu Jouzhou and others into the cave. The cave is very large, more than 3 meters high and 10 meters wide. It was dark and cold inside, and only with the help of night vision goggles could I barely see what was going on inside the cave. The walls of the cave on both sides are also painted with horrific and evil paintings, with scarlet text written underneath. Everything looks very similar to the scene in the sewage pipe. We need organs, lots and lots of organs. Let them die so that we can live. My brother said that he went to complete a secret mission and never came back. Is he still alive? Never read these words. Close your eyes. Quick. Lu Shang suddenly felt a chill in his heart. This last line of text was just written in blood. It should be a warning from the Vanguard. Why can't I read these words? What will happen if you see it? While Lu Shang was still thinking, he suddenly heard someone in the crowd shout. My partner is missing. The team that was moving forward cautiously stopped immediately. Lai Ho asked in a sharp voice. Who is missing? Why is he missing? I didn't see it. We were walking back to back. I suddenly felt the wind behind me and found that he was gone. Hell, isn't there even a sound? No. There was a cry in the man's voice. Don't cry, maybe I just got lost. Lai Ho cursed loudly, and the man immediately stopped sobbing. However, everyone knew in their hearts that there was only one road in the cave, and no one would get lost for no reason. Fear spread silently among the team. Especially after seeing those bloody words on the wall. No one knows whether they will be the next to disappear. What secrets are hidden in the bloody words and patterns in the cave in front of me? Lu Shang's mood became nervous unconsciously at this time. He inexplicably remembered the afternoon when he was taken to the sewage pipe by his subordinates. The pair of glowing green eyes and the guard soldier with the steel fork in his throat still pumping out hot blood suddenly felt a chill in his body. At this moment, Yuan Shuai, who was walking beside the three people, suddenly stood still. What's wrong? Lai Ho seems to be missing. What? Wasn't he walking beside you just now? Yes, but just now, when I wanted to turn around and look for him, I found that he was gone. There was no sound of struggling at all. At this time, Zhu Jouzhou did not dare to go any further. What is in this cave? Mutated beasts or criminals? It can't be a mutant beast, because you are still fine. If it was a criminal, how could he take the person away quietly? Especially Lai Ho, with his loud voice, how could he suddenly disappear without making any sound? This is a good question, but unfortunately no one knows the answer. Linglong pointed at the cave wall and asked. Did you look at the murals on the wall? I just saw a bloody letter on the wall, which said you must not read the writing on the wall. Damn it, why didn't you tell me earlier? I was almost entranced just now. I thought you all saw it. Only then did Lu Shang realize that the title above Zhu Jouzhou had changed to a soul-living person who got a little bit of fragrance. Lu Shang was taken aback and shouted quickly. Lao Zhu. Zhu Jouzhou quickly turned his head. What's wrong? Did you find anything? Lu Shang looked into his eyes, which were clear and black and white, and there seemed to be nothing strange about them. Are you okay? Zhu Jouzhou looked at Lu Shang blankly. I'm fine. Why do you ask so suddenly? It's okay, I'm just afraid that you might disappear suddenly. Zhu Jouzhou shrugged. With my physique, I can't be easily taken away. Lu Shang did not answer, but reached out and clicked on the title details of Soul Living Person. Title entry, Soul Leaving Man. Attribute details, half here, half there, half dreaming and half awake, the body chases the soul. Are you inexplicably reminded of a scene you have seen before? That's because your soul is already there. 3 drops of fingertip blood can recall your soul. Whether to copy this title will cost 30 ladder points. Lu Shang suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Just now, I inexplicably remembered the scene of meeting a subordinate. Could it be that he also got some Suxiang and became a soul-living person? Lu Shang had to admit that the scene he just recalled was very real. The common people, the green-eyed warriors, and the bleeding warriors are all vivid in my mind. It was as if I had really returned to that moment. Even the conversations between several people are so real. There's no reason for you to be dumped countless times because you look like this? Looking at your body shape, I thought you must have a chubby face, but I didn't expect you to be quite handsome. Shut up. Where is this place? Why are you here? Why are you complimenting each other? Can you respect us? Wrong. Lu Shang quickly took out a dagger from his waist and made a cut on 3 of his fingers. The excruciating pain suddenly woke him up from his memories. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he had pushed open a small door on the stone wall, and most of his body had already gotten in. Lu Shang suddenly realized that there was actually a secret door hidden in the seemingly solid stone wall. And the reason why those soldiers disappeared silently was because they pushed the door in while hallucinating. Lu Shang felt frightened and quickly raised his head to look at the other people. Yuan Shuai is gone, Linglong is gone. Zhu Jouzhou is still there. But the whole person was getting closer and closer to the stone wall, and then suddenly his body flashed, and a big man of 1.9 meters disappeared out of thin air on the spot. Chapter 33. You're still feeding me dog food after this? Lu Shang was shocked and hurried to the place where Zhu Jouzhou disappeared and checked the traces on the stone wall. With what he had just experienced, he knew that Zhu Jouzhou must have entered a small door nearby. Lu Shang opened his palm and ran it across the cold stone wall from top to bottom, looking for the catch of the secret door. When he finally touched the eye of a certain mural, a small door opened with a whoosh and most of Lu Shang's body was sucked in. At a glance, he saw Zhu Jouzhou walking alone in the narrow corridor. Lu Shang thought for a moment and then quickly followed, pretending to be suffering from soul-leaving syndrome. After walking about 50 meters, the two came to a relatively spacious oval space. There were 2 people sitting inside, one was younger and the other was older. Although both of them had yellowish complexions, they were obviously much stronger than the servants they met before. The young criminal was obviously surprised when he saw Lu Shang following Zhu Jouzhou. Why did 2 people come in this corridor? The older sinner said in a high voice. I guess they missed the previous one and came in through this one. It's not a big deal, just lock them up first. The young criminal responded, glanced at Lu Shang and Zhu Jouzhou viciously, and said in a hoarse voice. Follow me, the exit of the copy is right in front. Zhu Jouzhou turned around obediently and followed the young criminal. Lu Shang continued to pretend to be separated from the soul and followed him. The young criminal led the two of them through a long, cold corridor until they came to a dimly lit cell. In fact, it couldn't be called a prison cell, at most it was a pile of iron animal cages. There were still mottled bloodstains on the cage door. There are already many people locked inside. Lu Shang used the corner of his eye to draw across the iron cage beside him. All are soldiers of the Tianhe Guards. He even saw an acquaintance among them. Chu Changge and Li Shuhao from Blue Elephant Guild. To be precise, the entire Blue Elephant Guild's surviving members were all locked up here. And looking at the expressions on these people's faces, they all still haven't woken up from the soul-leaving syndrome. Lu Shang and Zhu Jouzhou were locked in an empty iron cage. There were also bloodstains on the four walls of the cage, but fortunately these bloodstains had dried up and there was no fishy smell of blood. The young criminal threw the two men into the iron cage and turned around and left. When passing by the cell door, Lu Shang heard him chatting with the guard. There are so many fresh organs this time, and everyone's diseases have been cured. How about you? How many parts do you need to replace? Hey, don't mention it. Ever since I was put down, my kidneys have failed and are full of stones. This farking place is really not a place for people to live. Bear with it a little longer, and when everyone has new organs this time, we can go back to the sky and let the people above have a taste of what it's like down here. Cough 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 cough. I don't know if it was because of excitement, but the guard coughed violently. Finally took a breath. Thanks to the boss this time, so many escorts were eliminated. Humph, when the boss was in the Sky City, these losers from the escort team couldn't defeat him. Now that he's in his own mountain, how can they be his opponents? We can't take it lightly. There are still some powerful mechas in the Sky City. Are you talking about the SS level super mecha with 3 eyes? It has been in the warehouse for many years. Not many people know how to open it. The two were chatting animatedly when the older sinner also walked in with the soul-living person. He glanced at the young criminals who were chatting and muttered dissatisfiedly. You keep chatting, and you haven't come back for so long, so I have to make a trip myself. The young criminal curled his lips and quickly turned around and walked back the way he came. The older sinner brought the soul-leaving man to Lu Shang's prison. Through the dim light in the cage, Lu Shang could see clearly that the person brought in this time was actually Linglong. After Linglong was put into the cage, she squatted in a corner of the cage. After the older sinner left, she suddenly stood up and came to Zhu Jouzhou. Lu Shang was secretly surprised. Linglong is actually awake. Lu Shang pretended to be suffering from soul separation syndrome and did not call out to Linglong. Linglong ignored Lu Shang and focused all her attention on Zhu Jouzhou. At this time, Zhu Jouzhou started talking nonsense, muttering from time to time. My heart is cold and my heart is flying, lay by. It seems that he is also recalling the scene of the last dungeon, and has already reached the part of the beast craze. Linglong touched his face for a while, then opened his eyes and looked at him. Then he patted his chest, breathed a sigh of relief and said, Okay, nothing's wrong. Immediately afterwards, Lu Shang saw an astonishing scene. Linglong straightened up and kissed Zhu Jouzhou gently on the mouth. I got it. Wipe it. Lu Shang seemed to have countless alpacas galloping past in his heart. It's already so difficult, why do you have to feed yourself a dose of dog food? What's even more outrageous is that Zhu Jouzhou actually kept spitting with a look of disgust on his face. What a strange beast, he actually licked my face with saliva. Linglong let out a hum and sat back across from the two of them again. Although his lips were curled up, his eyes were full of smiles, and he stared at Zhu Jouzhou intently. Although you don't remember me, you are quite cute now. Lu Shang suddenly felt confused. Don't you two obviously know each other? In the next 10 minutes, people kept being sent in. All are teammates of the same transport mecha as Lu Shang. It looked like the entire army had been wiped out and everyone was captured. At this time, the medicinal properties of Dian Suxiang slowly dissipated, and someone in the iron cage woke up dizzily. Where are we? Wasn't I resisting the beast tide just now? How come suddenly? Captain? Are you there too? Chu Changge suddenly opened his eyes. He was also surprised when he saw the animal cages around him. Oops, we're probably drugged. Where's Xu Hao? As long as he's still outside, he will definitely come to save us. Captain, Xu Hao is here. Li Shuhao, who was curled up next to Chu Changde, suddenly woke up and sat up when he saw the iron cage. How did I get caught? Where is the live broadcast? Is it still on? Is the way I was caught just now captured? Su Hao, the live broadcast machine has long disappeared. There is no live broadcast here. Huh, that's okay. Li Shuhao immediately breathed a sigh of relief. On Lu Shang's side, Zhu Jouzhou finally came back to his senses, glanced at the iron cage, and said a greeting. Fark, where is this? Linglong said with a smile. Brother Zhu, you're awake. Zhu Jouzhou glanced at Linglong, then at Lu Shang, and sighed. Unexpectedly, we were still arrested, but I can't figure out how we were arrested. Before Lu Shang could speak, Linglong had already answered. It's Su Xiang. You've been poisoned by Su Xiang. How did you know? Because I wasn't poisoned, I came in on my own. You're not poisoned, so what are you doing here? Zhu Jiuli immediately said angrily. You're a brat, and you still think this is a joke. Linglong seemed to hate the word little brat and immediately puffed up her chest and said. Tell me, where am I young? Zhu Jouzhou waved his hands impatiently, and then heard Lu Shang ask. Linglong, how did you know we were poisoned? It's the blood stains on the wall. They put some incense powder on the blood stains on the wall. Linglong looked at Lu Shang seriously and said. I had been thinking about what that warning meant, so I ran to the stone wall to take a look, and then I discovered their secret. But when I came back, I found that you were all gone. Lu Shang suddenly realized, no wonder he thought about it all the way and didn't think of a place where he could be poisoned. It turned out to be in the painting on the stone wall. Then why aren't you poisoned? I'm hit. Linglong said as she stretched out her finger. To get out of the memory, you need to cut 3 fingers. Among my 20 general knowledge test questions, there were 4 questions about making crispy incense, so I happened to know about it. After speaking, he looked at Zhu Jouzhou with his hands on his hips. Do you still think I'm a brat now? Chapter 34 Dad, come and save the child. Since everyone started to wake up, no new people have entered the cell for a long time. Chu Changde, the captain of the Blue Elephant Guild, glanced in the direction of the cell door and said. The guard has disappeared. It must be the time the copy left for us to escape. There are only 15 minutes left before the countdown ends, we have to find a way out. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a large amount of white smoke suddenly appeared from all sides of the prison, filling the entire cell in an instant. This is not a time to escape from trouble at all, this is clearly a way for the criminals to prepare to kill them. Lai Ho shouted in panic. It's poisonous smoke, they want to poison us. Linglong said calmly. Don't panic, they want our organs, so they won't poison us. Lai Ho breathed a sigh of relief. Then what is this cigarette? It's the gas emitted by liquid nitrogen. They want to freeze us to death. Only in this way can the organs be kept as fresh as possible. If processed well, they can even be stored for several years, just like frozen pork. Lai Ho was so frightened that he fell to his knees and burst into tears. What's the difference between this and poisoning us? The difference is that we can live 10 minutes longer. In the iron cage of the Blue Elephant Guild, Xia Shui pushed the cage door hard and said anxiously. The iron cage door is very hard and it is not easy to break it. Get out of the way, I'll do it. Li Shuhao took out a laser knife from the equipment slot, made a cut on his hand, and then cut it on the cage. However, the iron cage door did not change at all even after being cut by the ultra-high temperature laser knife. Li Shuhao's face immediately drooped. What's going on? The laser knife can't cut through this iron pillar? Chu Changde stepped forward, knocked on the iron pillar with his hand, frowned and said. I'm afraid this is tungsten steel. The melting point is around 3,400 degrees. An ordinary laser knife cannot cut it. What should we do? When Li Shuhao heard that it was difficult to cut with the laser knife, he immediately threw the knife aside in annoyance. Chu Changde was upset at this time. He glanced at Li Shuhao complainingly and couldn't help but said. You are always so impetuous. We were in the cave just now. If you hadn't run forward regardless, we wouldn't have all been caught here. Li Shuhao frowned and stared at Chu Changde. If it weren't for me, you would all have died under the beast tide. Fart, that's a team win. Victory of the team? So now you rely on the team to open the cage door? Under the threat of death, all the dissatisfaction and grievances in everyone's hearts burst out. Seeing that the two of them were arguing, Xia Shui hurriedly spoke out to persuade. Okay, you two, stop arguing. Time is running out. Let's hurry up and think of a way to get out. What else can I do? Just wait until death. Li Shuhao sat down on the floor of the cage, staring blankly outside the cage. Unwilling to give up, Chu Changge took out a laser pistol from the equipment slot and fired at the cage. But with little success. At this time, the temperature in the cell was getting lower and lower, and the shadow of death hung in everyone's mind. Zhu Jouzhou was also pacing back and forth anxiously. He suddenly turned his head to look at Linglong and said angrily. Just because you, a little brat, had to come over to join in the fun, now you're going to die with me. Linglong shrank his neck and sat on the ground with his knees curled up, but there was no fear in his eyes. At worst, there will be another life, let's get to know each other sooner. That's crazy. While everyone was becoming restless as death approached, Lu Sheng seemed extraordinarily calm. Zhu Jouzhou was so calm that he even doubted whether he was gone. Hey, are you still alive? Lu Sheng was shivering with cold, but he said with determination. He's alive. I'll take you out immediately. Zhu Jouzhou looked at Lu Sheng as if he were a madman. How long have you been bragging? If you can take us out, why don't you leave now? Give me another minute and I'll think about my plan after I go out. Lai Ho in the next cage couldn't help but tease. Fat man, there is no live broadcast camera here, so stop pretending. If you really have a way to take us out, I'll call you dad. Yes, I, Yuan Shuai, owe you another life. Good. Lu Sheng suddenly stood up from the ground, took out a stack of sticky notes and stuffed them into the hands of Zhu Jouzhou and Linglong. After you go out in a while, stick these on other people's iron cages and you can get out of trouble. Zhu Jouzhou looked down at the post-it note, then looked up at Lu Sheng. It's over, it's over. This child must have been frozen. He could have at least walked with some dignity, but now he has no dignity at all. Lai Ho was stunned for a moment, and then laughed like a self-mockery. What on earth was I expecting just now? Lu Sheng ignored the complaints of Zhu Jouzhou and others, but put a reverse restoration sticker on the cell door. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds immediately came from above the three people's heads. Immediately afterwards, a huge tungsten steel cage suddenly disappeared, leaving only black tungsten ore on the ground. Zhu Jouzhou and Linglong had no idea what was going on. They looked at Lu Sheng with horrified faces, unable to speak clearly. This is. Lai Ho's excited scream came from the iron cage on the side. Dad, what kind of magic are you doing? Come and save the child. Lu Sheng pushed Zhu Jouzhou from behind. Time is running out, do as I say. The originally lifeless prison was suddenly filled with continuous bang, bang sounds. Those soldiers who had given up struggling suddenly looked up and found that the cages around them had mysteriously disappeared. They stood up with shocked faces and looked at each other in surprise. At this time, Chu Changge was the first to react and shouted immediately. The cage is gone, everyone, grab your weapons and rush out with me. Almost out of instinct, all the soldiers in the cell ran wildly out of the cell with the joy of surviving the disaster. Linglong and Zhu Jouzhou were also about to run out with the others, but found that Lu Sheng was left behind alone, shivering while concentrating on picking up the black tungsten ore on the ground. How long has it been since this happened, and you still have the energy to pick up rocks? Lu Sheng shuddered and said. There's a fight going on outside right now. It's quite dangerous. Let's go out later. As expected, the Tianhe guardsmen who rushed out of the dungeon met the criminals guarding outside. When the two parties meet on a narrow road, a fierce battle is inevitable. Li Shuhao relied on his own ability to kill 10 times in a row again. The heavily armed criminals were equally ferocious, and the escort quickly lost a lot of soldiers. All of a sudden, swords flashed and flesh and blood flew everywhere. If you don't pay attention, you will be strangled in place by laser bombs and air cannons. When Lu Sheng and the other 5 rushed out, the corridor outside the dungeon was already filled with the corpses of the guards and criminals. A brutal fight seemed to have just ended. Lu Sheng and the other 4 people quickly ran to the meeting point of the mission and caught up with the Blue Elephant Guild without firing a shot. At this time, Lai Ho and Yuan Shuai were already admiring Lu Sheng. The joy of surviving the disaster made Yuan Shuai say a long list of rare words of praise. With courage and strategy, wisdom and courage, and a heart of compassion and love, you are the reincarnation of the King of Soldiers and the return of the God of War. At this time, the live broadcast had resumed on the TV screen, and Yuan Shuai's expression of gratitude fell into the eyes of the audience in the live broadcast room. Who is he grateful to? Li Shuhao, who else can it be? Chapter 35 Niupingtian's Demon King Troops. Li Shuhao, Chu Changge and others went through all the obstacles and finally led everyone from the Blue Elephant Guild to the designated gathering place. Lu Shang and others took a ride and completed the task before the last minute. A new task message popped up in the notification bar. Main mission update, capture Wujia Mountain. Support the frontline troops and arrive at the criminal base. Li Xiuhao had just completed another wave of 10 consecutive kills, and now his confidence was greatly increased. It seems like it's not a big deal for the guilty people. The task is much easier than imagined. Everyone, follow along. I will take you to get the first credit. Chu Chang'e reminded him. Su Hao, we just killed the guards of the sinners. We haven't met their regular troops yet, so we can't take it lightly now. Li Xiuhao yawned. I know. At this time he saw Zhu Jiuzhou in the crowd. Hey, I saw it just now. You guys have been following us secretly. Why, do you want to get something for nothing? Let's be clear first. We will go to the criminal stronghold in a while. We will go our separate ways. Don't try to take advantage of us again. Xia Shui gently pulled the corner of Li Xiuhao's clothes. Forget Su Hao, we are all players, and we may need to help each other in the future. Do I need their help? Li Xiuhao rolled his eyes at Xia Shui. We can't give them any advantage anyway. Zhu Jiuzhou's face turned red with anger, thinking that if it weren't for us, you would be nothing more than a popsicle now. But he didn't like being exposed to the live broadcast camera either, so he swallowed his breath and walked to the other end of the assembly point. Meeting point number 1404 is an open flatland, and beyond that is a high mountain. The mountain was pitch black, but the sound of gunfire and the roar of soldiers could be faintly heard. The frontline battlefield is close at hand. All the soldiers of the Special Service Force were cautious, holding laser guns and wearing night vision masks and walked cautiously into the mountains. The sound of gunfire and shouts in the woods grew closer. It seems to be far faster than their advancement speed. What happened? Zhu Jiuzhou and Lu Shang looked at each other, and then they saw a guard soldier running towards them in a very embarrassed manner. Hey, brother, what happened up front? Zhu Jiuzhou's roar made the man startled. After seeing clearly that it was one of his own, the man shouted in a hoarse voice. The front line was defeated. Those people are devils. They don't care about their own lives at all. They just want us to die. Everyone is retreating now, retreating into the cave first. Zhu Jiuzhou frowned. Don't you care about the life and death agreement? If you flee, you will be shot on the spot. The man looked at Zhu Jiuzhou with a blank expression. What kind of life and death agreement? We didn't sign it? Lai Ho was stunned for a moment, then cursed loudly. The damn command center is using us newcomers as cannon fodder. The guard soldier suddenly understood. He immediately pointed his gun at Zhu Jiuzhou and the others, and raised his voice and shouted. You are not allowed to retreat. If you do, I will kill you. After saying this, he turned back 3 times and retreated to the cave. It's not a farking thing. Zhu Jiuzhou looked at the soldier's back and spat on the ground. Lu Shang raised his voice and asked. Hey, you haven't said who those devils are yet? Second master of Wujia Mountain, Niupingtian's Demon King's army. Lu Shang and others never expected that they, who were originally responsible for the aftermath as a special service unit, would somehow become the vanguard and the ace division that was about to face the criminals. At this moment, they had signed a life and death agreement and were in a dilemma. They could only watch the artillery fire getting closer and closer to them. The barrage was full of curse words. This dungeon is too much. Isn't it clear that everyone is going to die? What should Xu Hao and the others do? I'm so sad now. More and more frontline soldiers passed by Lu Shang and others. The fire from laser guns and air bombs fell in front of everyone in an instant. Lu Shang and Zhu Jiuzhou quickly found a bunker and hid. Zhu Jiuzhou took out the large-caliber laser cannon from the equipment slot and put it on his shoulder. Lu Shang placed a bunch of high-voltage grenades on the ground. Lai Ho and Yuan Shui looked at Lu Shang dumbfounded. Fat man, is your family in the arms business? Lu Shang waved to the two of them very proudly. You can use what you have on the ground as you like. If it's not enough, I'll have more. Of course Lai Ho and Lai Ho looked in disbelief, but Lu Shang really wasn't bragging. In addition to the 50 or so pills on the ground, he also had 2,060 pills in his backpack. They're coming. Linglong shouted calmly, and actually took out a large-caliber laser cannon from the equipment slot and put it on her shoulder. Above her head, a line of bright yellow titles suddenly appeared. A powerful King Kong Barbie. Brother Zhu, let's have sex as a couple. Linglong blinked at Zhu Jiuzhou, then pointed at the criminals in the distance and shouted. Bright and cool, lay by. This lady command made Lu Shang praise the designer for his thorough consideration. Different laser cannons correspond to different firing commands. This logic is rigorous. Amidst the continuous thunderous sounds from Zhu Jiuzhou and Linglong, one after another thick laser beams blasted towards the distance. Lu Shang and the others were not idle either, and kept throwing high-voltage grenades in the direction of the criminals. Dozens of grenades exploded in the mountains and forests, illuminating the mountains in front of Lu Shang and others as bright as day, as if an arsenal had exploded. Everyone in the Blue Elephant Guild on the other side of the mountain was dumbfounded when they saw the scene of gunfire here. Chu Chang'e patted the shoulder of a team member next to him. "Go and see what's going on." After a while, the team member ran back panting. "Captain, you may not believe it. There are people over there throwing high-voltage grenades like jelly beans. Just like pea-shooter in Plants vs. Zombies." Lu Shang's dense artillery fire suppressed everyone in the Blue Elephant Guild. In order to avoid the artillery fire, the soldiers of the Demon King's army began to rush towards the direction where they were hiding. Everyone in the Blue Elephant Guild also experienced what it means for these people to be like devils. Because all the soldiers in the Demon King's army no longer feel pain. As long as they could still breathe, even if they were shot through the abdomen by a laser cannon and their intestines flowed all over the floor, they would still continue to rush forward like mad dogs. No wonder so many vanguard troops died in Wujie Mountain. What they faced was clearly no longer human, but tireless zombies. Xia Shui shouted anxiously. "Captain Chu, there are too many people on the other side, and our firepower can no longer suppress them." Chu Chang'e glanced at the swarming army of criminals in front, and felt a chill in his heart. Attack while retreating, looking for the next bunker. This time, Li Shuhao rarely choked and retreated slowly with everyone else. At this moment, a group of particularly tall figures appeared among the criminal army. The average height is over 2.5 meters, and their naked upper bodies are covered with various artillery pieces and ammunition. Every step forward will cause the ground beneath your feet to shake. Some soldiers who retreated from the front line shouted in horror. "It's Niu Pingtian and his bodyguards. The lava guns in their hands are over 3,000 degrees Celsius and can even melt mechas. Our mechas were all killed by them. We must not confront them head-on." However, as soon as everyone finished speaking, these giants suddenly took big steps and started running. Chapter 36. Who is dissatisfied with the black and white impermanence? "Damn, they're coming." The soldier who retreated from the front line screamed and fainted from fright. The dust is flying in the mountains and forests, and the giants are walking as fast as flying. The distance between the two sides is rapidly shortening at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Get out! Get out! Get out!" At this time, everyone in the Blue Elephant Guild no longer cared about the life and death agreement. They all ran towards the cave behind them with all their strength. Those warriors who were left at the end could already feel the scorching airwaves coming from behind them. The tense atmosphere made everyone in front of the TV sigh. It was very rare that there was not a single barrage on the screen in the live broadcast room. This is the true speed of life and death. Niu Pingtian's personal guards quickly caught up with the guards who were running at the end. The lava gun spit out tongues of fire and engulfed them in an instant, leaving no bones or dregs behind. A one-sided massacre unfolded in the woods. Many relatives and friends of amateur players have witnessed the cruel scene of them being melted into fly ash by the lava gun on the TV screen. The huge strength gap makes it impossible to see the hope of victory. What should we do? What should Shuhao and the others do? Is it really going to be donated here this time? Lu Shang and others also attracted the attention of the giants. The three giants left the guards team and ran towards Lu Shang and others. Lai Ho and Yuan Shui were immediately frightened. Pick up the high-voltage grenades on the ground and throw them out 3 or 4. However, high-pressure grenades, which are effective against ordinary criminals, have no effect on giants. Because while they were still in the air, they were already melted by the flames of the lava gun. "Run away, we are no match for them." Lai Ho screamed and ran down the mountain on both hands and feet. Yuan Shui glanced at Lu Shang hesitantly, gritted his teeth, and chased after Lai Ho. "Fat man, I owe you 2 lives. I'll pay you back next time." Zhu Jiuzhou pushed Linglong and Lu Shang behind him. "I'll hold them back, you run away first." Lu Shang looked at the giants running towards them at great speed and said calmly. "It's useless, there's no escape." Zhu Jiuzhou frowned slightly and pointed the laser cannon at the face of one of the giants. "Since you can't escape, let's find someone to support you." The distance between the giant and Lu Shang was less than 50 meters. The strong sense of oppression made them deeply feel that death was coming. Shu Jojo took a deep breath and was about to shout out what might be the last cry in his life, "My heart is cold, my heart is flying, lay by." At the critical moment, two figures, one black and one white, suddenly appeared in front of the three giants. The white man is tall and lean, and wears a long hat with the words "Make money at first sight" written on his head. He is short and black, with a big belly. He also wears a high hat on his head with the words "Peace in the World" written on it. Bai Wuchang looked sleepy and stretched out in front of the giant. Hei Wuchang picked his teeth and turned to look at Bai Wuchang. "Bye, come out." "Ah, Xiao Hei, long time no see. How are you doing?" "Hey, don't mention it. Did you read the notice? It said that overtime pay and meal subsidy will be cancelled in the future. You said that you want to quit now that you are living your life. Then you should pay more attention to your health, don't work as hard as before, it's time to rest." The two men, black and white, looked timid as they dragged Jia Chang through the woods amid heavy gunfire. Zhu Jojo and Linglong couldn't help but look at each other. Who are they? The three giants opposite also looked at each other. Who the hell are these two? Even the giant and Zhu Jojo looked at each other. What are these two doing here? Only Lu Sheng on the side was waving and jumping around desperately, trying to attract the attention of black and white Wuchang. After all, summoning black and white impermanence costs 100 points per minute. Lu Sheng now only has 308 points left, which is enough to allow them to come out for 3 minutes. Hei Wuchang finally noticed Lu Sheng, who was yelling hard, and patted Bai Wuchang on the shoulder. Bye, it seems we have taken the order." "Ah, I know, I just saw it. But I checked that guy's points, and they were over 300 points. He was out for no more than 3 minutes in total, and we just got by while chatting." "Oh, that's right too." Lu Sheng was dumbfounded as he watched the two men, black and white, blatantly discussing how to fish at work in front of him. I felt anxious like a poor young man taking an international long-distance call. Seeing the points in the attribute panel falling down, tears also flowed into my heart. Fortunately, Hei Wuchang finally realized his conscience and advised Bai Wuchang on the side. "After all, you have to take points from people, and you have to do something. If you don't really sue the old man, we won't be able to explain it. Okay, it's just a few points, it's really not worth going to work overtime." Bai Wuchang turned his head and looked at Lu Sheng pitifully. "Boy, tell me, who do you want to take away?" Lu Sheng breathed a long sigh of relief and pointed at all the criminals in front of him. "Those people, can you?" Hei Wuchang shook his head. "If you can't finish it in 3 minutes, you have to add points." "Oh no, there are still 2 minutes left." Lu Sheng was anxious, his thoughts were racing in his mind, and he quickly pointed at the giant in front of him. "Then these giants, all the giants, that's all." "Giant?" Bai Wuchang turned to look at Niu Pingtian's personal guards and counted them. 14, that's not much. What do you think of Xiao Hei? Hei Wuchang nodded. Okay, we've accepted this order, fixed price, 300 points. Good. That's it. Bye, leave these 3 to you, and leave the further ones to me. I've lost weight recently, and the doctor said I need to move more. As soon as Hei Wuchang finished speaking, he flew away lightly. Bai Wuchang didn't waste any time, and suddenly there were 3 more capsules in his hand. He weighed them in his hand, and then threw them towards the 3 giants. Go ahead, soul capsule. 3 capsule-like things quickly flew to the top of the giants' heads, then split open in the middle, sucking in the souls of the giants one after another. Then, the soul capsule swayed back and forth in the air like a tumbler. Bai Wuchang bit his fingers and counted nervously. 1, 2, 3, bingo. The soul capsule emits a burst of star-like light, then stops swinging and floats in mid-air. Capture successful. Bai Wuchang let out a burst of happy laughter and waved to the capsules, and 3 capsules flew back to his hand. Okay, now we just need to take them back. At the same time, the 3 giant bodies that had lost their souls collapsed in front of everyone. Lu Sheng looked at everything in front of him in stunned silence, feeling that Bai Wuchang's previous set of operations seemed familiar to him in the cartoon before the time travel. Is this okay? That's it. It only lasts for 10 seconds. Why don't we just accept those criminals as well? No. As agreed before, that's a different price. But it's a lot of time, so how about this, fat man, tell me your name, and I'll help you find out how many years of life you have left. Chapter 37. The list is completed, remember to give praise. Lu Sheng was so frightened that he waved his hands repeatedly. No more trouble, we can just deal with those criminals ourselves. Bai Wuchang nodded. Well, that's up to you. If necessary, I can also help check with your 2 friends. Anyway, it's just a matter of help. Zhu Jouzhou and Linglong's faces suddenly turned livid, and they shook their heads repeatedly, turning their heads into rattles. At the other end of the Blue Elephant Guild, Niu Pingtian had already led his guards behind them. At this time, Li Shuhao and others were still a full kilometer away from the cave. You will definitely not be able to escape if you run. Chu Changge shouted. The members of the Blue Elephant Guild obey the order, find cover, turn around and attack. Li Shuhao took out the S-class laser pistol from the equipment slot, turned over, and fired several shots at the giants. The ultra-high temperature laser beam quickly pierced the chests of the two giants, and blood instantly poured out of their chests. Li Shuhao was secretly happy, but found that these giants seemed to be fine. Licking the blood that flowed from his chest, he continued to rush forward with a grin, not even slowing down his running speed. All the members of the Blue Elephant Guild were dumbfounded at this moment. If even Li Shuhao's attack could be ignored, then today's battle would be doomed to disaster. Niu Pingtian, who was nearly 3 meters tall, looked down at the people in front of him and laughed heartily. It's just another group of ants that dare to attack Wujie Mountain. Let's all die. The lava gun waved wantonly in the air, melting the 3 members of the Blue Elephant Guild on the spot in the blink of an eye. Xiao Huang is dead. Xiao Lan is dead. Shouji is dead too. There was a sudden whimper on the barrage, as if snowflakes were falling from the sky. Under the copy, no one is safe. This is a real and cruel world, where heroes are created and where heroes are bid farewell. Li Shuhao and Chu Changge were both dumbfounded. At this time, they had no intention of fighting anymore and fell to the ground, their faces ashen. Niu Pingtian raised the lava gun in his hand again, and this time the person closest to him was Xia Shui. Is this the first female warrior of the Blue Elephant Guild going to say goodbye to everyone in this way? The barrage was filled with lamentations. I don't want to read it anymore. I'll definitely donate it. The soul of the Blue Elephant, my heart will last forever. The soul of the Blue Elephant, my heart will last forever. The soul of the Blue Elephant, my heart will last forever. Xia Shui closed her eyes gently, tears sliding down the corners of her eyes. She had been prepared for this from the moment she became a guild member. I just didn't expect that this day would come so quickly. The surroundings suddenly became completely silent, which was how it felt before death. At this moment, a sinister voice came from her ear. Niu Pingtian, if I call you, do you dare to agree? What did you say? The last sentence is the voice of Niu Pingtian. Xia Shui suddenly opened her eyes and saw a fat black man floating lightly in front of the giants. Niu Pingtian looked at the person in shock. Damn fat man, what did you just say? Sorry, that line wasn't mine. I'll try again. This time, a bunch of capsules suddenly appeared in the fat man's hand. He threw them forward hard and shouted. Go ahead, soul capsule. The capsules quickly flew to the heads of the giants, and then, just like before, they suddenly burst open from the middle, sucking in the souls of all the giants. 11 capsules swayed neatly from side to side in the air. He Wuchang also shook his nails and counted down nervously. 3, 2, 1, bingo. This time, 10 capsules emitted star-like rings of light and stopped shaking. Only the capsule containing Niu Pingtian cracked open again, and his soul returned to his body again. Damn, what a waste of an ordinary capsule. He Wuchang had a look of remorse on his face, and didn't pay any attention to Niu Pingtian, who had a look of fear on his side. At this time, Niu Pingtian, who had experienced an out-of-body experience, suddenly lost the arrogance he had just now. Pointing at the giants collapsed on the ground, he asked tremblingly. What did you just do to us? He Wuchang took out a blue capsule and replied calmly. Lock the soul, and then take you to see the King of Hell. You are more powerful than them, and I have to use a high-grade capsule to take your soul away. Are you ready? Get ready, go to hell, you fat arse. Niu Pingtian suddenly raised the lava gun in his hand and hit He Wuchang with all his strength. He Wuchang ducked aside and threw the blue capsule out. No one told you that dead pigs are not afraid of being scalded by boiling water? Dead people are not afraid of being scalded either. The blue capsule split open on Niu Pingtian's head, sucking his soul in again with a swish. Niu Pingtian's soul struggled desperately in the blue capsule, but this time he couldn't break free from the shackles of the high-level soul capsule. After a while, accompanied by a star-shaped halo, the blue capsule also stopped swinging. Phew, I finally caught it. He Wuchang waved to the capsule, and the high-level soul capsule flew into his hand. He Wuchang stuffed the capsule into his arms, and then waved to the Blue Elephant Guild members on the ground. If we don't catch them today, I should take you away. Fortunately, there are few of them and there are many of you, so you don't have to work overtime. It's not a loss. I'll leave today. We'll see you next time. He Wuchang flew lightly in the direction of Lu Shang, leaving everyone in the Blue Elephant Guild sitting on the ground shivering in fear and daze. Is the one I saw just now He Wuchang? It shouldn't be possible. It's not a story system. Why does it appear here? But I clearly saw that he took away the soul. What does he mean by seeing you next time? He Wuchang returned to Lu Shang and raised the soul capsule in his hand towards him. The list is completed, please remember to leave a favorable comment later. Lu Shang nodded quickly. Bye-bye, how was my performance just now? You're not unfamiliar, right? It's not that great. If it were me, I wouldn't need a high-level soul capsule. Bye-bye, you just stand and talk without pain in your back. That Niupingtian's soul is much higher than others. Black and White Wuchang chatted nonchalantly, and then gradually disappeared into the ring on Lu Shang's hand. Lu Shang, who was heartbroken when he saw only 8 points left on the personal attributes panel, and Zhu Zhozhou, who was stunned. Xiaolu, is this your friend? Lu Shang pointed to the ring on her hand. You can't even be called friends. They were summoned by the item in my hand. Oh, it's a prop. Zhu Zhozhou looked at Lu Shang thoughtfully. I will definitely treat you well in the future. On the frontline battlefield, because Niupingtian was killed, the remaining criminals were immediately leaderless and scattered like birds and beasts. A very dangerous battle ended in such an unexpected way. Just when everyone was packing up their equipment and planning to continue to the Sinner's stronghold, a new notification popped up. Dear players, due to the heavy losses on the front line, the S-Class Mechaneza has received a retreat order. At the same time, the City Lord's Special Envoy Jin Taibai has set off for Wujia Mountain to start a new round of peace talks with Sun Shiqian, the leader of the Sinners. Main mission update: survive before Jin Taibai arrives for peace talks. Countdown: 2 hours, 0 minutes and 0 seconds. The moment they saw the mission update, both the players under the dungeon and the audience in front of the screen breathed a sigh of relief. Yuan Shui pulled Lai Ho and shouted excitedly. What am I talking about? A-level dungeons can't be that difficult. The main quests will definitely be adjusted. It's fine now, I just need to find a way to survive for 2 hours. Chapter 38: Accidental Encounter with the Golden Mecha Monarch. Obviously the mission has not been completed yet, but all the survivors in Area 104 showed a relaxed expression of surviving the disaster. After all, capturing Wujia Mountain and surviving for 2 hours in Wujia Mountain are two tasks with vastly different difficulties. Although the difficulty of the current dungeon has far exceeded the previous A-level rating, fortunately, in the end, it has returned to a normal level. Xia Shui glanced at the other direction of the mountain with a complicated expression. That's where the fat black man who just saved her life went. Although it was dark, she couldn't see clearly who was there. But she probably knew that it should be Zhu Zhozhou and his party. Li Shuhao snorted. Why are you still lingering, waiting for that fat man to take your soul away with you? Do you think it was possible that they saved us just now? Them? Li Shuhao was stunned for Sanyao, and then he realized who Xia Shui was talking about, and said angrily. What the hell, how can they be so kind? Besides, how can those amateurs have such powerful helpers? Chu Chang'e counted the remaining members of the Blue Elephant Guild, and there were still 6 people. Compared with when I just downloaded the copy, I lost nearly half. He looked at everyone with an ugly expression and said. It is my responsibility to cause heavy casualties to everyone this time. In the next 2 hours, we must take care of each other and there can be no more casualties. Li Shuhao curled his lips, stood up and walked towards the cave. Shuhao, where are you going? Stone Cave. I just said that for the rest of the time, everyone must look after each other. Don't act alone. I can take care of myself, don't worry. Chu Chang'e frowned, but he still waved to the remaining team members and followed them. On the other side of the mountain, Linglong looked at Zhu Zhozhou and Lu Shang and asked aloud. Where are we going? Zhu Zhozhou pointed in the direction of the cave. Of course we're going back to the cave. Everyone has gone there. Lu Shang stretched out his hand to stop him. Although the main mission has been adjusted, I don't think this dungeon will allow us to spend the last 2 hours so easily. So what do you mean? Where there are many people, there will be fierce attacks from the guilty people. It is best for us to hide somewhere else. Linglong tilted her head and thought. I think what you said makes sense. How about we rush directly to their stronghold and kill them by surprise? A line of cold sweat suddenly broke out on Lu Shang's forehead. That's not necessary. I just saw another cave on the other side of the mountain. Maybe we can go there to get out of the wind. Lu Shang and the others then walked towards the other side of the mountain against the direction of the crowd. Sure enough, I found another cave halfway up the mountain. Compared with the cave we came from, this cave is even more dilapidated. The outside was covered with vines, and the ground in front of the cave was covered with dust. It seems that very few people usually come in and out from here, so it is a good place to hide. Lu Shang poked his head inside and could hear the whistling of the cold wind. This cave shouldn't be a dead end. It's just right for us. Come with me. As Lu Shang said this, he put on his night vision goggles, turned around and gave Zhu Jouzhou a thumbs up, and walked in first. The temperature inside the cave is much lower than outside, but the scene inside the cave is normal, and there are no weird paintings on the stone walls on both sides. Everything looks normal. Lu Shang couldn't help but thought proudly in his heart. I got it right again. The three of them walked forward for about 20 minutes when they vaguely saw a little light appearing in front of them. We're almost at the exit. Lu Shang gestured in the direction of the cave entrance. Are we still going out? Of course I'm going out. It's dark and damp in here, making me feel uncomfortable. Linglong complained and took the lead, walking at the front. Lu Shang and Zhu Jouzhou looked at each other. This girl looks so petite, but why does she always look so fearless? Immediately from the front, Linglong yelled. Say it again, where am I young? Lu Shang stuck out his tongue, took 2 quick steps, and followed Linglong. The light in front of him became more and more dazzling, and the entrance to the cave was already close before his eyes in a blink of an eye. At this moment, Lu Shang suddenly noticed that Linglong was standing still. What's wrong? Lu Shang stepped forward curiously, and saw Linglong stretching out her hand in shock and pointing in the distance. Looking in the direction of Linglong's finger, Lu Shang suddenly saw 2 giant mechas more than 10 meters high fighting fiercely on the rocky hill outside the cave. The title above the head of a mecha reads, an S-class fighting mecha Neza. Another title above the head is, a SS-level golden mecha sage. Dry. Why are you here? The three of them wanted to avoid the limelight, but they accidentally ran into the 1v1 battlefield between the Monkey King mecha and the Neza mecha. At this time, it was obvious that the Monkey King's mecha had the upper hand. The artillery on his body firmly blocked the Neza mecha's retreat. A heavy missile hit Neza's chest, blowing Neza's mecha away. The Great Sage's mecha is filled with golden light and looks menacing. Regardless of the sophistication of the structure of the mecha itself or the advanced level of its equipment, it was completely different from the previous mechas. It is worthy of being an SS-level golden mecha. While Lu Shang marveled in his heart, he made gestures with Zhu Jouzhou and others to quietly retreat into the cave. Just as the three of them were about to leave quietly, a laser cannon suddenly struck from behind. Hitting just above the entrance of the cave, the rocks fell and immediately blocked the original entrance of the cave. A cold snort came from the Great Sage mecha in the distance. Do you think the radar on the mecha is just a decoration? You can come and go as you please? At this time, the faces of Lu Shang and the others became particularly embarrassed. He obviously planned to find a place to hang out until the countdown was over, but his cleverness was mistaken for him, and he managed to hang out under Sun Shitian's eyes. No matter how bad everyone in the Blue Elephant Guild is, they can only fight against the sinners. It would be better for a few of them to stick directly to the face of the criminal boss. I really don't know if we are too lucky or too unlucky. Lu Shang and the others stood there, not daring to move. Zhu Jouzhou asked softly with his back teeth. Xiaolu, are your 2 good friends, one black and one white, still there? Lu Shang replied frustratedly. They need 100 points to come out for 1 minute, and I only have 8 points left. What about you, do you have enough points? 89 points. Damn it, didn't you kill so many mutant beasts? How come you only got 89 points? What, killing mutant beasts will give you points? Lu Shang suddenly realized that the points he lost by killing mutant beasts were entirely due to the critical attack of the air hammer. Where's Linglong? Do you have enough points? Linglong pouted. This is my first time downloading a dungeon, and the total score is only 60. Okay, now black and white impermanence can't come out at all. But it's okay. The Neza mecha is still fighting on the field. We can take the opportunity to escape. Zhu Jouzhou spoke to comfort the 2 of them. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the 3 of them saw the Neza mecha getting up from the ground with difficulty. Quickly ignite and fly towards the sky. Sun Shitian, Jin Taibai is already on his way to have peace talks with you. Stop chasing me. If you have anything to say in the future, talk to him. Seeing the Neza mecha disappearing in the blink of an eye, Lu Shang and the other 3 looked at each other in shock. I'll fark your poussey. A greeting to Nez's family resounded across the sky. At this time, only the great sage Mecha and Lu Shang were left standing on the rocky hill, looking at each other. The Mecha sage raised the laser gun in his hand and pointed it at Lu Shang and the others. Don't worry, I will not have peace talks with them, so we will always be enemies. If you three have anything else to say, if not, I will send you on your way first. Seeing the bright blue light from the laser gun, Lu Shang had an idea in his mind and suddenly raised his hand. I do. The blue light is temporarily extinguished. What do you want to say? At this time, Lu Shang took out a treadmill from the equipment column. Then, one on the left and the other on the right, he held the hands of Zhu Jiuzhou and Linglong. I want to get some exercise. After Lu Shang finished speaking, he stepped heavily on the treadmill with one foot. Before they even had time to blink, Lu Shang and the three men, together with the treadmill, disappeared under the eyes of the great sage Mecha. WTF? Chapter 39 Mandir Game Producer. Time passed before the eyes of Lu Shang and the others, and they soon came to a parallel world. He was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but suddenly remembered. This is a farking love suite. My heart immediately started beating again. Sure enough, I heard Zhu Jiuzhou ask with curiosity. Xiaolu, is this your secret base? The word secret base made Lu Shang blush and his heart beat. He quickly let go of their hands and explained. No, this is the space that comes with this hypertime treadmill. Your own space? Zhu Jiuzhou looked at this pink suite curiously. Love double bed, pink gauze curtain, flower fragrance, and family planning supplies? Little dear, are you sure these are all it comes with? Lu Shang was now at a loss to explain, so he could only explain with a blushing face. It really comes with it. As soon as I stop running, this space disappears, so these things are definitely not for me. I didn't prepare it for you, so how could I still? Zhu Jiuzhou glanced at Linglong unconsciously. Linglong immediately covered her face and said coquettishly. Hate it, I won't agree to it, how shameful. Zhu Jiuzhou was stunned for a moment, and then his face immediately turned crimson. Little brat, what are you thinking about? The three of them stayed in this special room for nearly 5 hours with their own thoughts. During this period, in order to ensure that Lu Shang could continue running, he deliberately released part of the fatigue time stored in the fatigue hard drive onto Zhu Jiuzhou and Linglong. The two people immediately collapsed on the bed from exhaustion. Lu Shang suddenly had an idea when he saw the appearance of the two of them. He immediately pulled out his camera and took a bed photo of the two of them. Zhu Jiuzhou immediately cursed. Little dear, what are you doing? Linglong smiled shyly. Thanks. 5 hours in the parallel world are equivalent to 1 hour in the outside world. Zhu Jiuzhou, who had endured 5 hours of fatigue torture, lay on the bed so exhausted that he gasped and said. How about we go out and take a look? It's been more than an hour outside. It's time for Sun Qitian to leave. Lu Shang nodded. There was less than half an hour left before the end of the mission, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Then they gradually stopped, and the three people returned to the rocky hills again. Sure enough, there was no sign of the Mecha Monkey King in front of him. All three people breathed a sigh of relief. This mission was passed without any danger. At this moment, a cold voice came from behind. I guessed it right, you still stayed where you were. Immediately afterwards, a laser gun was pressed against the back of Linglong's head. Sun Qitian held Linglong hostage and walked away from the two of them, then waved to Lu Shang and the other two. You two, get off the treadmill now and stand under the mecha. Linglong was arrested, and Lu Shang did not dare to step on the treadmill again, so he had to follow Sun Qitian's words and stand under the Monkey King's mecha. At this time, he finally saw clearly the appearance of the man in front of him. He is not tall and has short hair. He has a thin and pointed face, with a small beard on his chin. The most unforgettable thing is that there is a long and narrow scar on his right eye, which makes him look particularly vicious. Not to mention how depressed Lu Shang and the other two people are now. Seeing that Jin Taibai is about to arrive, the task will be completed soon. However, several of them fell into the hands of Sun Qitian at this time. It is simply a capital word back. Zhu Jiuzhou begged for mercy. Your Majesty, you see you have won the battle, and Sky City has also sent people to sue for peace. The three of us are just insignificant soldiers, so just let us go. King? Sun Qitian frowned. What king? We are not bandits. To tell you the truth, now that we have been fighting in succession, there is nothing to talk about. We will definitely defeat the Sky City. As for the three of you, I don't care whether you broke in by accident or deliberately attacked. Okay. Anyway, if it falls into my hands, I have to send it to my brothers to replace the bad parts. Zhu Jouzhou took a breath, although there were 3 people on his side now, and Sun Qitian only had 1. But Linglong was restrained, and there was nothing he could do for a while. Lu Shang saw at this time that the title on Sun Qitian's head read, "A criminal who regards mecha as his life." Suddenly an idea came to my mind. He quickly took out a reverse restoration sticker from the equipment slot and approached one of the legs of the Great Sage Mecha. "Sun Qitian, this piece of paper in my hand is a special prop. If you don't release Linglong, I will destroy your mecha." Sun Qitian looked at the note in Lu Shang's hand and laughed. "You must be crazy, you damn fat guy. You dare to threaten me with just a sticker. Believe it or not, I'll kill you first." At this time, Linglong, who was held up by his gun, shook his head repeatedly. "Your Majesty, I advise you to believe him this time. I've already told you that I'm not called king. Also, don't treat me like a fool and just try to fool me with a sticker." Sun Qitian fired angrily into the sky and shouted, "You two, squat down for me and don't move." Seeing that Sun Qitian didn't believe him, Lu Shang simply became disheartened and put the reverse restoration sticker on one of the mechanical legs of the mecha. At this time, there was a dinging bell sound, and the huge mechanical leg suddenly disappeared. The Great Sage's mecha lost its center of gravity, and its body immediately fell heavily to one side. "No!" Sun Qitian looked at the pile of ores and oil on the ground, furious, his eyes about to burst. "Arsehole! What on earth did you do to my mecha?" Lu Shang calmly took out another reverse restoration sticker and approached the other leg of the mecha again. "As I said, this is a special prop. Let us go quickly, otherwise, this leg will not be saved." Sun Qitian suddenly became furious and fired several shots into the sky with a laser gun, but he did not dare to shoot at Lu Shang and the others. After finally calming down his anger, Sun Qitian let go of Linglong and said in a tired voice, "Don't hurt my mecha anymore, I can send you away. Also, I can give you something." As he spoke, he took out a glass ball from his arms and threw it towards Lu Shang. Lu Shang took the glass ball, and a message immediately popped up in the notification bar. "Congratulations on defeating the Great Sage Mecha, gaining plus 100 points and plus 3 million money. Open the hidden map, Yaolin Fantasy." The moment the notification appeared, time and space changed again before Lu Shang's eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he actually came to a foreign wonderland. Zhu Jouzhou looked at the scene around him in surprise and asked aloud, "Have we turned on hidden missions?" Lu Shang nodded silently. "Should be. The so-called Yaolin Fantasy is actually very simple. Flowing clouds, rockery and 2 flowers in the pond." Lu Shang and the others walked forward and saw a text introduction in front of the 2 flowers. The one on the left is called Bana Lotus. Prop name, Baigan Lotus. Item rating, Holy Level, SS. Introduction to the props, this shore is this life, and the other shore is the past life. Picking lotuses from the other shore, my soul will be reborn. What's the meaning? Zhu Jouzhou looked at Lu Shang with a blank expression. Lu Shang pondered for a moment and said, "Translated in modern terms, this sentence roughly means that if you pick it, you will die." Hiss. Zhu Jouzhou took a breath of cold air again and subconsciously took a step back. That stinky mountain bandit will never die if he kills us. At this time, I heard Linglong say from the side, "Come here quickly, this flower is interesting." Lu Shang and the 2 then looked towards the flower on the right. Item name, Afterlife Flower. Item rating, Holy Level, SS. Introduction to props, we will meet in the next life and stay with each other for the rest of our lives. 2 people holding flowers of the next life will 100% meet each other no matter which life they appear in. Linglong looked at Zhu Jouzhou with a cautious look in her eyes. "This way we can be together in every life." Zhu Jouzhou curled his lips disdainfully. "There are people who believe in this kind of pseudoscientific stuff even in the afterlife. What are these 2 things used for?" Lu Shang pointed to a stone tablet on the ground and said, "Here are the instructions." Then he read softly, "Fellow warriors, there are 2 fairy flowers in front of you. One is called Bana Lotus, and the other is called Afterlife Flower. You can pick any one and bring it back, but please note, if you pick one of them, the other one will fall into the lower realm. Either become a source of evil, or become a source of love. Whether it is evil or love, it all depends on your thoughts. Please make your choice." Lu Shang raised his head and glanced at the 2 of them. There is also a signature below, Mandir Game Producer. Codename, Unearned Love. Chapter 40 single-handedly blowing up the entire network. What kind of airplane is this? Zhu Jouzhou muttered dissatisfiedly. Lu Sheng looked at the stone tablet and explained. This is probably a human nature test question. Choosing the lotus of the other side can benefit the lower realm, but you will die because of it. Choosing the flower of the afterlife can protect your love, but the lower realm will suffer because of it. Are you serious about this? Lu Sheng raised his head curiously and looked at Zhu Jouzhou and Linglong. Both shook their heads. At this time, an old voice sounded in the illusion. One day in the fantasy world is 1 year in the human world. Time flies, and beauty grows old with a snap of the fingers. Please make your choice as soon as possible. What? 1 day in the fantasy world and 1 year in the human world? Real or fake? Lu Sheng suddenly became nervous. Because his weekly mission has not been completed yet, if he is delayed here for too long, wouldn't he be about to self-destruct after getting out of the dungeon? So he quickly looked at Zhu Jouzhou and the other two. Quick, let's make a choice. Linglong looked at Zhu Jouzhou and shook the corner of his clothes. Whatever Brother Zhu chooses, I will choose. Zhu Jouzhou scratched his head. What's the choice? If you pick lotus, you have to die. Let's just let the person who asked the question die. Lu Sheng nodded. You're right. So I plucked the afterlife flowers in handfuls. At the moment when the flowers of the next life were picked away by Lu Sheng, the water in Yaoqi suddenly dried up, and a hole suddenly appeared under the bottom of the pond. The other shore lotus fell from the hole. Zhu Jouzhou looked down. Hey, it seems like a sea. As soon as Zhu Jouzhou finished speaking, the old voice sounded again. You have made your choice, the first act copy of Afterlife Flower in Higalian, the Far From Home is coming to an end. You will return to the real world after a 10-second countdown. Congratulations on completing the first dungeon. See you in the next dungeon. Monday Game Project Team, I wish you a happy game. Is this the end? Lu Sheng looked at Zhu Jouzhou and Linglong in confusion. Realizing that this was also their first time experiencing a dungeon, they both looked at me with puzzled faces. Looking at the numbers counting down in front of him, Lu Sheng suddenly remembered that he had not left the contact information of Zhu Jouzhou and Linglong. Lao Zhu, Linglong, let's leave our contact information quickly. I don't know if the next dungeon can be assigned to the same area. If we have a contact information, we can have a contact when we return to the real world. Ah, yes, yes. Zhu Jouli immediately called up the communication interface in a hurry. You sweep me or I sweep you. I'll scan you. As soon as Lu Sheng turned on the camera, his vision suddenly went dark. The countdown ended and he was forcibly expelled from the dungeon. Damn it, I haven't added a friend yet. Lu Sheng once again came to that spotless world. At this time, a line of small words slowly appeared in front of my eyes. The final task settlement begins now. Successfully clear the dungeon, get plus 30 points, plus 100,000 money. The first batch to participate in the dungeon test and get plus 100 points. The first grand prize in the area, you will get a chance to draw a treasure box. 5 treasure boxes appeared in front of Lu Sheng again. Lu Sheng chose the 4th treasure box. A very rare treasure chest. Opening the treasure chest, Lu Sheng received 3 bottles of potions. Item name, Hidden Attribute Adjustment Potion, X3. Prop rating, Epic, A. Introduction to props, game developers always leave some small secret doors. For example, everyone has attribute values such as intelligence, strength, agility, and appearance. They are usually invisible, but it does not mean that they do not exist. Using hidden attribute adjustment potions can improve your hidden attributes, but there is a prerequisite, you must first see your hidden attribute values. Hidden attributes? Lu Sheng closed the props window and clicked on his own properties interface. Name, Lu Sheng. First career, none, 50,000 points to awaken. Money, 8893,000. Ladder points, 238. In other words, in addition to these basic attributes, there are also hidden attributes that are not displayed to the outside world. Once you can open the hidden attribute panel, can you use these 3 bottles of potions to adjust specific attribute values? Then you must adjust your weight down, and then adjust your physical fitness up. Lu Sheng put the 3 bottles of potions back into the equipment slot while thinking in his mind. At this time, the scene in front of him changed again, and Lu Sheng finally returned to the resort hotel. At this time, he was lying on the bed, still maintaining the same posture as when he entered the instance. He quickly turned to look at the clock beside the bed. 12 o'clock in the morning. It's already noon. Lu Sheng stretched, sat up from the bed, walked to the window, and opened the curtains. The sun was shining brightly outside the window, and there was an endless stream of cars on the two-lane asphalt road. It was actually a lot more lively than usual. Speaking of which, what day of the week is it today? Lu Sheng looked at the clock on the bedside again. Sunday. Oh, it turns out it's Sunday, no wonder. Lu Sheng muttered to himself, and suddenly, he seemed to realize something. Sunday? Damn it, I actually stayed in the dungeon for 4 whole days. That shit-like illusion is actually real? It's over, it's over, it's over. My weekly tasks haven't been completed yet. I won't just burp like this. Lu Sheng quickly packed up his things and rushed out of the room like the wind. He had to rush to Beijing City quickly and give the gift to Yang Yuyan before 0 o'clock today. In the 2 days since Lu Sheng entered Yao Lin's fantasy world, the outside world has exploded. First, after he defeated the Mecha Monkey King, the world broadcast rang again. Congratulations to the Way of Life player in Area 104 for successfully repelling the Mecha Monkey King and opening the hidden map, Yao Lin Fantasy. Secondly, in the task settlement stage, Lu Sheng once again defeated Sheng Tian and other super guilds and once again won the first achievement award in the region. Congratulations to 3 players including Way of Life from District 104 for winning the first grand prize in the district. Finally, and what made him most famous were the several notifications after the copy ended. Emergency update notice for gain background in all regions. Due to a player in Area 104 repelling the Monkey King's mecha, Sun Qitian's strength was seriously damaged. As a result, the peace-promoting negotiations between Jin Taibai and Sun Qitian in District 104 went particularly smoothly. Sun Qitian finally agreed to attend the peach banquet held by the Lord's Mansion of Sky City to discuss the peace agreement in detail. Because Area 104 breaks through the original story framework, the second act of the Dungeon series will be changed to Peach Feast, which will be released at noon next Monday. Just by yourself, you can change the story direction of the entire dungeon. This is the first time this has appeared in the Mandir game world. Almost instantly, this mysterious Way of Life player from Area 104 occupied the front pages of all websites. On the player forum, the top 10 posts are all related to the Way of Life master in Area 104. Everyone wants to know the identity of this great god. Since from beginning to end, the Research Association has not collected any video clips of this great master. So everyone gave him a name with a tacit understanding. The Lone Ranger. Chapter 41 What gift should I give Yang Yuyan? In the conference room of the Shengtian Guild headquarters building in Shanghai, Beijing. Yang Yuyan is gathering all the team members to review this copy. Luo Beishan pointed to the data collection on the screen and reported. In this dungeon mission, 4 of our team members were seriously injured, 7 team members were slightly injured, and no one died. The completion rate of the main task is 100%, and I won 2 first merit awards in this region. No side missions, or hidden treasures have been discovered yet. Luo Beishan took a breath, turned to the next page, and said loudly. We compared the 2 super guilds of Angel and Captured Dragon horizontally. In terms of casualties, number of kills and other dimensions, we are in the leading position. If it were not for the Lone Ranger in Area 104, there would be a chance to win the entire area in this dungeon. The grand prize for the first achievement. Yang Yuyan nodded slightly. Has the identity of the Lone Ranger still not been found? Luo Beishan sighed and said with a tired look. We asked Liang Qiu to retrieve all the video recordings in Area 104. There is only 1 second-level Guild Blue Elephant there, but judging from the content in the video, the overall quality is average and there is no possibility of a Lone Ranger appearing. Due to the severe fragmentation of other amateur videos, the target cannot be identified for the time being. There is only one amateur, Zhu Jiuzhou, who once defeated Li Shuhao, the core of the Blue Elephant Guild, in a 2-2 PK match. But we cannot find out his identity in the real world for the time being. How is it possible that the real identity cannot be found? Gu Xiaoxiao stared at Luo Bei Mountain and pouted. Didn't you check carefully? Luo Beishan raised his glasses, looked at Gu Xiaoxiao and said carefully. We have contacted the young master to check it simultaneously, but we still can't find it. Yang Hai can't even find it? Gu Xiaoxiao looked in disbelief. This is the first time that the Yang group has been unable to lock a player's identity in the real world. Okay, Big Brother is not omnipotent, and it may take some time. Putting aside the Lone Ranger, I think our completion of the copy this time is still very successful. Yang Yuyan took the lead in applauding the team members as she spoke. I'll give you half a day off. You don't have to come to the guild for training before noon tomorrow. Also, everyone's weekly tasks have been completed. Is there anything left unfinished? Yang Yuyan looked around at everyone in the conference room and saw everyone nodding silently. Yang Yuyan breathed a sigh of relief. That's no problem. Everyone can evacuate if everything is fine. The overall atmosphere in the conference room today was pretty good. After hearing Yang Yuyan's call to dismiss the meeting, the team members stood up sporadically and began to pack their belongings. At this time, someone didn't know who asked. Sister Yan, I saw people on the internet saying that you didn't receive the gift. Did you really not receive it? Or did you receive it and don't like it? All the Shangtian Guild members in the conference room looked at Yang Yuyan with gossipy expressions. Yang Yuyan, who was so beautiful in a snow-white sleeveless dress, was stunned for a moment and then said softly, I certainly haven't received it yet. Gu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but complain. That fat person is real. It doesn't matter whether Xiaoyan likes it or not. I have to give him a gift at least. Our Xiaoyan can be considered a national goddess, but she can't even receive a gift. She will hold a press conference next week and will be laughed at. Yang Yuyan herself didn't care that much about not receiving the gift. After all, you have completed the task, and whether the other party sends it or not will only affect the other party's achievement. But Gu Xiaoxiao's words also make sense. I am a popular national goddess, but I found a contract husband and couldn't even receive a gift. If your fans know about it, you may not know what they will do to you. What's more, she actually didn't really want Lu Sheng to blow himself up because he couldn't complete the task. Although she could find another person to get the marriage certificate, apart from the trouble, she was somewhat traditional in her own bones. She always felt that getting a marriage certificate multiple times was a hurdle that she couldn't get over. Luo Bishan suddenly reminded. The Research Association recently released a research report, saying that this weekly mission is likely to be a series, that is to say, it will continue to revolve around the element of love. Therefore, everyone must ensure that they have a contractual relationship with their partner. Stable and helpful in completing weekly tasks. Gu Xiaoxiao snorted, stared at Luobei Mountain and said loudly. Luo Beishan, what do you mean? Do you think our relationship is not stable enough, or do you think Xiaoyan can't find a stable partner? I'm telling you, the high-quality men waiting in line for Xiaoyan's divorce can already be lined up across the street, so you don't need to worry about it. Luo Beishan quickly said with a smile. I'm not talking about us, nor Xiaoyan. I just saw the research report and wanted to remind everyone. Yang Yuyan smiled gently at Luobei Mountain. Don't worry, I know it well and won't let the weekly tasks slow down the progress of our dungeon. After saying hello to everyone, he quickly left the conference room. Gu Xiaoxiao's complaining voice came from behind. You really don't want to pick up the pot. At 2:04 p.m., Lu Sheng got on the bus to Shangjing City. He just quickly browsed the player forum, and then realized that he had caused such a big discussion among the players. He was even given the title of the Lone Ranger. But at this moment, he has completely ignored the research that those post-bar masters have done on him. All I was thinking about when I arrived in Shangjing City was what kind of gift I should give to Yang Yuyan to satisfy her. In fact, there are quite a lot of good things in his equipment and inventory at the moment. Epic, A, level hidden attribute adjustment potion, and A level battle mecha key, Epic, A, level mirror armor, legendary, S, level black and white impermanence summoning ring, and even a map of the quest item dungeon. And the reason why he was so entangled was because he always felt that Yang Yuyan didn't like these things. In fact, this was just his preconceived misunderstanding. He always felt that a national goddess like Yang Yuyan was a daughter of a wealthy family and had never seen any good things. These 3 melons and 2 dates in my hand will definitely not be noticed by others. Little did he know that the things he had in hand were far beyond the level of 99% of players. Even Yang Yuyan is no exception. Just imagine how many people can open the first treasure chest, complete hidden tasks, and achieve special kills? These are all good treasures that can only be picked out from a million. Otherwise, 2 consecutive first-class merit awards in the region would not have fallen on his head. Lu Sheng looked around and finally landed on the pair of afterlife flowers. Putting aside the effect, Saint level, SS, props should always make beauty smile. Chapter 42 I believe you when you say you are Miss Yuyan's significant other. At 5:20 p.m., Lu Sheng finally arrived at the long-distance station in Shangjing City. As the capital of the Huaxia region, the prosperity and size of Shangjing City exceeded Lu Sheng's expectations. Before time travel, Lu Sheng also lived in the core area of a first-tier city. But compared with Shangjing, those first-tier cities can only reach half of its level in terms of scale and prosperity. When he first arrived at the long-distance station, Lu Sheng sent a message to Gu Xiaoxiao and asked about Yang Yuyan's residence. I soon received a reply from Gu Xiaoxiao. Oh my god, fatty, you are still alive? If you don't give me gifts, I'll think you're gone. What have you been doing these days? Lu Sheng quickly found a reason. Yang Yuyan is the national goddess. I'm afraid she won't like anything I give her, so I've been undecided. Gu Xiaoxiao's message immediately popped up again. Well, speaking of it, Xiaoyan does have very high standards. It's really hard for you. Come to the address below and contact me when you get there. I will help you get the gift to her. Lu Sheng thanked her quickly, went to a shopping mall on the street to buy an exquisite gift box, then hailed a taxi and rushed to the address given by Gu Xiaoxiao. What Lu Sheng didn't expect was that Xinjing City was not only twice as prosperous as those first-tier cities before the journey. Even the level of congestion has doubled. Especially if we happen to catch up with the evening rush hour, there would be even more traffic jams. By the time Lu Sheng arrived at Yang Yuyan's residence, it was already 6:30 in the evening. At this time, the sky was turning green and the moon was hanging in the sky. The taxi driver said as he left. Are you here to give gifts again? Right. Lu Sheng responded subconsciously. It took a while to react. Why again? When he finally walked to Yang Yuyan's residence, he finally understood what you meant. I saw many crazy fans waiting in front of a huge villa. Everyone was holding gifts of all sizes, hoping to send their feelings to Yang Yuyan. The security guard at the door advised these fans over and over again. Miss Yuyan doesn't want to accept the gift, please go back quickly. But these fans all turned a deaf ear and still stuffed the gifts into the security room without giving up. Brother, please help me. This gift of mine is unique and Xiaoyan will definitely like it. Give it to me. Lu Sheng looked at the title above the security guard's head with great sympathy. A very annoying security guard. It seems that working as a security guard at Yang Yuyan's mansion is really hard work. Finally, the security guard couldn't resist the enthusiasm of the fans and had to say. Okay, then you can keep the gifts and I will deliver them for you. The crazy fans reluctantly left the villa gate. As he was leaving, someone glanced at the gift box in Lu Sheng's hand and smiled softly. This kind of packaging box looks like one bought in the mall. How can Xiaoyan like it? Hurry up and leave. Our gifts can't be delivered, and yours is even more impossible. Lu Sheng smiled and nodded at the man, then sent a message to Gu Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, I'm downstairs. Gu Xiaoxiao's message came back almost instantly. Wait a minute, I'll be down soon. The security guard at the door waited for the fans to go away, then pushed a trash can from elsewhere and threw all the gifts into it. He threw it into his mouth and sighed. Hey, what a waste, what a sin. At this time, he saw Lu Sheng waiting in front of the villa with gifts. Perhaps because of his guilty conscience, his attitude became particularly bad. Hey, what are you still doing here? I already told Miss Yuyan that she won't accept gifts, why don't you hurry up and leave? Lu Sheng then explained patiently. I have made an appointment with someone, and she will be down soon. Unexpectedly, the security guard chuckled. Have you made an appointment with someone? With whom? Miss Yuyan or some young masters? I'm telling you, I've been working as a security guard here for 3 years. I don't see too many of your tricks. Recently, some fans said that they are Miss Yuyan's contract husband and asked me to deliver the gifts. Isn't that the same for you? Lu Sheng was speechless for a moment, and it was true that Yang Yuyan's fans blocked his way. He had no choice but to smile helplessly and didn't answer. He still stood aside and waited quietly for Gu Xiaoxiao. However, the security guard seemed to have become impatient with the fans. Especially the security guard of Yang Yuyan's mansion, who is usually served by the fans' big brother and big brother. The person in front of me not only refuses to leave, but also has such a cold attitude. If he doesn't get rid of him, will he stay here to celebrate the new year? So he decisively took out a guard stick from the security booth and planned to drive Lu Sheng away. Come on, hurry up, this is the mansion of the Yang Group, no idlers are allowed to come near. Lu Sheng was evicted for no apparent reason, and immediately became angry. I told you I'm waiting for someone, why are you chasing me away? Waiting for someone, who are you waiting for? How can you have friends in this villa like you? If you don't accept it, you can show me your ladder points. If you only have a few points in your hand, you dare to talk nonsense here. As he spoke, he paused for a moment and looked at Lu Sheng. After all, the people who can work as security guards in the Yang Group are all human beings. If they are really the son of some family, they can't afford to offend them. Lu Sheng obviously couldn't get enough points now. When the security guard saw that he was still not showing his points, he immediately showed an expected smile. He picked up the guard stick without any scruples and continued to drive Lu Sheng away. Get away quickly. Just as the two were entangled in front of the villa gate, a clear voice sounded from inside the villa. Zhang Weiguo, what are you doing? When security guard Zhang Weiguo saw it was Gu Xiaoxiao, he quickly stopped what he was doing and hid the guard stick behind his back. Little miss, this man is lingering at the door. Unless there are friends inside, I think it's getting late. For the sake of safety, I'm planning to drive him away. Unexpectedly, Gu Xiaoxiao's face immediately turned cold. You dare to chase Xiaoyan's friends, are you taking the courage of a leopard? How about I tell Xiaoyan that you don't need to come tomorrow? Zhang Weiguo was immediately frightened and looked at Lu Shang dumbfounded. Are you really Mrs. Friend? Misunderstanding, it's all misunderstanding. As he spoke, he clasped his hands together and apologized again and again. I was wrong just now, little miss. Please don't tell Miss Xiaoyan. I have elders above me and younger ones below me. The whole family is pointing at me to eat. Gu Xiaoxiao snorted, ignored Zhang Weiguo, and walked straight to Lu Shang. Is this your gift to Xiaoyan? Lu Shang nodded. I actually prepared a few others. If Yang Yuyan doesn't like this, I can change it to something else. Gu Xiaoxiao nodded. Then I'll send this up first. You wait for me in the security room. If you haven't completed the task in a while, I'll come down and get something else. Lu Shang nodded gratefully. Trouble. No big deal. Gu Xiaoxiao waved his hand and walked back into the villa. When passing by Zhang Weiguo, he frowned and said, Next time you let me see you using violence against a customer, don't blame me for telling Xiaoyan. Zhang Weiguo nodded in agreement. After Gu Xiaoxiao walked away, Zhang Weiguo immediately and respectfully welcomed Lu Shang into the security room, as if he suddenly changed into a different person. Brother, I was reckless just now. Sit here. There is direct air conditioning here to cool you down. Lu Shang sat down in the security room and asked calmly. Do you believe what I say this time? Zhang Weiguo took a bottle of ice water from the refrigerator and handed it over. Believe it. Now even if you say that you are Miss Xiaoyan's significant other, I will believe it. A mouthful of old blood suddenly surged into Lu Shang's heart. I'm so. Why? Chapter 43 What? What he actually sent was afterlife flowers. In the Yang Group's mansion, Yang Yuyan's family was sitting around a 5-meter-long dining table having dinner. Because today is the day when weekly tasks are settled and new tasks are released. As usual, Yang Yuyan's father and brothers, as well as Gu Xiaoxiao's family, would gather together and not leave until the task was released. Since it is a rare family dinner time once a week, it is inevitable that some topics such as family affairs, career and love will be discussed during the dinner. Gu Xiaoxiao's mother, Guan Shan, poured a bowl of fish soup for her husband Gu Yucheng and muttered. This little kid didn't know what he was doing. He hurried out after finishing his meal. Yang Yuyan's mother Yu Yonghe said with a smile. Maybe her significant other brought her another gift. Then you have to call him in and let us take a look. Third brother Yang Tiankong immediately became interested in gossip again. Guan Shan smiled and shook her head. I'm not a serious husband, but just to complete the mission. You should also know him, he is Luo Beishan from the guild. Oh, it turns out it's him. Yang Tiankong woke up like a dream. Beishan is good. He is smart and gentle. He can become a serious husband. Guan Shan smiled softly. The net worth and background are always a little worse. When Yang Yuyan heard that her guild member was being looked down upon, she inevitably wanted to say a few nice words for him. Auntie, Luo Beishan is the most outstanding young man in our guild. Although he has an ordinary background, he is smart and motivated. There are many girls chasing him. Yeah, I think that kid is pretty good too. Yu Yonghe said while drinking the soup. Shanshan, you just have too high standards. Nowadays, when young people are looking for a romantic partner, nothing is perfect. Xiao Xiao is a worry-free thing. Unlike our Xiaoyan, I don't even know who I found. Caught off guard, the topic turned to Yang Yuyan. Guan Shan looked at Yang Yuyan with a smile. Your Xiaoyan is smart and beautiful, so why do you need to worry about her? Why don't you worry? Yang Kaishan felt angry when he thought about this. In order to get high points, I just found an ordinary person to get the certificate. Now, it's Sunday, and I haven't even received a gift. This needs to be known to the grandsons of the old Qin family and the old Lin family. Maybe you are laughing at me behind my back. Yu Yonghe glanced at Yang Kaishan complainingly. That's between you two. Don't always be angry with Xiaoyan over this matter. I just think that marriage is the top priority of a girl's family. Now that the task is completed, it's time to divorce that person and find someone with a background. Seriously, my husband is getting married. The eldest brother Yang Hai nodded in agreement. Mom is right. Even if you despise your fiancé Lin Yang, there is no need to tie up that poor boy anymore. Finding someone with skills and background will also help you improve your points in the future. Based on your conditions, I can guarantee that as long as you want to marry, no man will disagree with the divorce and get the divorce certificate from you immediately. The rest of the people also offered words of advice, and immediately turned a simple dinner into a collective exhortation for Yang Yuyan's relatives and friends to leave the scene. Yang Yuyan shook her head in annoyance. Okay, I understand. The guild is still on the rise. I don't want to get married yet. I just want to complete the mission in peace and quiet. I think the current situation is pretty good. We don't bother each other, just like strangers. Seeing that Yang Yuyan was a little angry, everyone stopped talking. Only Yang Kaishan put his chopsticks heavily on the table. I want to see what gift your poor boy can give you this time. There are less than 6 hours until the end of the mission. If he fails to complete the mission and explodes, you always have to find another one. Yang Yuyan didn't answer anymore and just kept her head down eating. At this time, Gu Xiaoxiao walked in holding a long gift box. Seeing that Xiaoxiao was back, Yu Yonghe quickly took the opportunity to liven up the slightly dull atmosphere. Look, what did I say? Xiaoxiao must have gone to receive a gift. Yang Yuyan also looked at Gu Xiaoxiao curiously. Xiaoxiao, didn't Beishan complete the mission? Why did he give you another gift? Gu Xiaoxiao looked at Yang Yuyan and smiled mysteriously. Xiaoyan, this is your gift. My present? Yang Yuyan was a little surprised and took the gift box from her little hand. Did he send it? Gu Xiaoxiao nodded. He said he never knew what you would like, so he delayed sending it until today. As soon as they heard that this gift was from Yang Yuyan's significant other, everyone in the living room immediately became curious. Xiaoyan, please open it and take a look. What did I give you? What kind of gift can a poor boy give? It's probably not as expensive as the packaging box. Stop saying a few words. Gifts mainly depend on your heart. How can they be measured by money? That's what I say, but Xiaoyan hasn't seen anything since she was a child. It's not that easy to make her fall in love. It's impossible for that poor boy to download a copy and give away equipment. Amid everyone's gossip, Yang Yuyan opened the lid of the gift box. Everyone immediately poked their heads in curiously and looked inside, only to see a bouquet of flowers lying quietly in the box. Sent a bouquet of flowers? The second brother Yang Kui didn't react for a while, and then he laughed. Oh my god, in what age are people still sending flowers? What Dad said just now is really right. This gift is not as expensive as the packaging box. The eldest brother Yang Hai shook his head. I've been holding it in for a week, and this is what I came up with. The moment Yang Yuyan saw the flowers, she felt a sense of loss. She actually doesn't care how valuable the gift is. As long as it is a gift prepared with care, she is willing to accept it sincerely. But sending flowers is a little too careless. Gu Xiaoxiao saw the disappointment in Yang Yuyan's eyes. She understood that Xiaoyan was sad not only because she felt that the gift was careless, but also because it made her unable to hold her head high in front of her family. So he comforted. Xiaoyan, he said he prepared several. I'm afraid you won't like them, so you can change them to others. Yang Yuyan nodded noncommittally, and then put the bouquet of flowers into the inventory very casually. Yang Kaishan and others sat back at the dining table, laughing and shaking their heads, looking like I'll tell you. At this moment, Yang Yuyan suddenly exclaimed. Ah! Xiaoyan, what's wrong? Everyone immediately raised their heads and looked at Yang Yuyan with concern. They all know Yang Yuyan's temper. She rarely loses her temper unless she can't help it anymore. Yang Yuyan looked at the inventory in surprise and said. This is not an ordinary flower, this is actually the flower of the afterlife. What? Everyone present stood up in shock. They have all open membership rights, so they all understand what flowers in the next life mean. Both parties who send and receive afterlife flowers can receive a reward of 100 points. This is the first time in the past few years that the main mission has added so many points. So the moment they saw the rules, the Yang group spent a lot of money to find clues to the afterlife flower, but in the end it was all in vain. Some people even say that this so-called flower of the afterlife may not exist at all. Because the name has already been mentioned, the next life, the next life. What can you get in this life? But they never expected that just now, in the gift box that poor boy gave to Yang Yuyan, there were flowers from the afterlife lying there. Xiaoyan, are you sure? Yang Kaishan looked at Yang Yuyan with wide eyes. Yang Yuyan nodded affirmatively and shared the item information of the afterlife flower with everyone. In front of everyone's eyes, a pair of very beautiful flowers immediately floated up. The following attribute information reads. Item name, Afterlife Flower. Item rating, Holy Level, SS. Introduction to props, we will meet in the next life and stay with each other for the rest of our lives. Two people holding flowers of the next life will 100% meet each other no matter which life they appear in. It's really the flower of the afterlife. The eldest brother Yang Hai, who reacted quickly, asked. Xiao Xiao, where is the boy who sent the flowers? I want to see what Xiaoyan's other half looks like. Gu Xiaoxiao was still in shock and pointed blankly at the window. He was just waiting in the security room. Chapter 44. You really like Yang Yuyan, you old fool. The three brothers Yang Hai, Yang Kwa, and Yang Tiantian rushed out of the house and ran towards the security room. However, Lu Shang left first after seeing that the task status and the taskbar changed to completed. By the time they ran to the security room, Lu Shang had disappeared. Yang Hai asked anxiously. Zhang Weigua, where was that person just now? Zhang Weigua pointed nervously in the direction Lu Shang left and stammered. He just said the mission was accomplished and left. Yang Hai sighed regretfully. Hey, hurry up, but I still can't catch up. Yang Kwa and Yang Tiantian also shook their heads. Not seeing Yang Yuyan's other half, the three brothers walked towards the villa slightly dejectedly. Only Zhang Weigua was left looking at the backs of the three of them with regret. Oh my god, who did I offend? At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lu Shang got on the return bus again. A series of messages from Gu Xiaoxiao popped up in the message bar. Fat man, what you gave Xiaoyan was the afterlife flower? Yes, she should like it, right? Have you also signed up as a member? How can I afford such an expensive membership? Gu Xiaoxiao understood that Lu Shang was most likely telling the truth. So he actually sent the afterlife flowers by mistake? That's a bit too lucky. So he asked. Where did you get this afterlife flower? Are there any more? Lu Shang told a prepared lie. A friend of mine gave it to me. He saw that I never knew what to give, so he gave this to me, saying that he would definitely like it if he gave it to a girl. This cliched I have a friend series is hard to convince Gu Xiaoxiao. She then asked. Then what is your friend's name? Can you introduce me to him? His name is Zhu Jojo, but I don't have his contact information. He is the only one who takes the initiative to find me. The second half of this sentence is actually true. But the word Zhu Jojo means something different to Gu Xiaoxiao's ears. Luobei Mountain has mentioned this name. That amateur from District 104. Even the Yang group could not find the mysterious man whose real identity he was. Combined with his experience of giving Lu Shang flowers, could he be the Lone Ranger? If it was a Lone Ranger, Gu Xiaoxiao immediately believed Lu Shang's words, and she decided to tell Yang Yuyan the news as soon as possible. After a bumpy journey, Lu Shang finally returned to his uncle's house before 12 midnight. Looking at Lu Shang, who had lost weight again, his uncle asked seriously. Xiaolu, are you sure you didn't go out to do anything illegal? Lu Shang had no choice but to give guarantees again and again, and his uncle felt relieved after being half convinced. Xiaolu, what kind of work have you been doing outside these days? I'm moving bricks, uncle. Moving bricks? Doing construction. Right. Lu Shang agreed, put on his slippers and entered the living room. Jiang Yu on the sofa still looked casually dressed. With his legs crossed and his lace exposed, Fatty said disdainfully. What's the point of doing engineering? Working as a small worker on a construction site is just a small job. It sounds so high-spirited. Uncle frowned. Don't look down on small-time workers. Being able to be self-reliant is a good thing. When the aunt saw her uncle being cruel to her baby daughter, she immediately became unhappy, put her hands on her hips and cursed. What's so bad about it? If you really have the ability, you can become a doctor or a lawyer and get a copy. Then he looked at Lu Shang with a look of disgust and said. And you, take a shower first and then sit on the sofa. You will be so dirty when you come back from the construction site. Lu Shang had been running outside all day and was planning to take a bath and relax. His aunt's request was exactly what he wanted, so he obediently walked into the bathroom. 10 minutes later, when he came out of the shower, the three uncles were already sitting in front of the TV. There are less than 15 minutes left until the end of the weekly mission. The TV is playing a special project predicting next week's mission again. Auntie ate melon seeds and asked seemingly casually. Xiaolu, last week you said you were going to move out, how are you preparing now? Lu Sheng still moved a maza and sat at the door of his room. I'll go out and make some money next week, and that should be enough. In fact, he now has as much as 8.89 million in savings. What he lacks is not money, but points. It costs 500 points to buy a house in the outer ring of Jianlin City, and 400 points to stay in a resort hotel. But now he only has 238 points left, and he has really returned to before liberation. The uncle said intentionally or unintentionally. It's really hard, so don't make it difficult for yourself. It's not like you can't live in your home anymore. Auntie immediately rolled her eyes. The little dear finally has a goal to strive for. Don't let him back down. A 1-minute countdown appeared on the TV screen again. The uncle's family of 3 were still the same as before, huddled on a sofa and staring nervously at the TV screen. As the countdown changes from 1 to 0, this week's task settlement begins. This time there was no sound of explosion in the community. It seemed that this week's task was indeed much easier. At this time, I heard Jiang Yu say with a sad face. What? It's actually 0 points. 0 points for a gift that you really like, 0 points for a unique gift, and 0 points for a unique gift. Su Hao also said that he liked the bags and shoes I gave him very much, but he actually lied to me. Attached is a scoring rule to save you from scrolling forward. Gifts that you really like, 0 to 10 points each time you give a gift that the other person sincerely likes, you can add 1 point each time, with a maximum of 10 points. Unique gifts, 0 to 10 points. The more unique the gift, the higher the score. Unique gift, give, receive, afterlife flowers, plus 100 points. Lu Sheng felt funny. He now knows the preferences of the people in the guild very well. In addition to equipment and props, there are no brand name bags, shoes, or watches that I can look down upon. He also clicked on his score details. Total points earned for this mission, 111 points. The details of points obtained are 1 point for a gift you really like, 10 points for a unique gift, 100 points for a unique gift. Lu Sheng was shocked. He only sent an afterlife flower. He thought he would be satisfied if he could get 5 or 6 points, but who knew he actually got 111 points. Now he suddenly understood why Gu Xiaoxiao kept asking him about the origin of flowers in the next life on the way back. It seems that the gift he gave unintentionally turned out to be a special item. I just don't know if this will bring trouble to Zhu Jouzhou. Lu Sheng was still thinking about flowers in the next life, when he suddenly heard his aunt roar. Damn it, I actually scored 7 points. Jiang Yu looked at her aunt blankly. Mom, isn't this a good thing? What do you have to be angry about? The aunt looked at the uncle angrily and said word by word. I just allowed your dad to put a poster of Yang Yuyan on the wall every day. The gift that I really like got 7 points. You really like Yang Yuyan, you old fool. The aunt became more and more angry as she talked, so she grabbed the slippers under her feet and patted them away. Chapter 45. This week's task, you are the only one in my heart. The uncle was lying on the sofa begging for mercy. At this time, he heard a soft ding-dong sound, and this week's task was announced. Auntie quickly put away her slippers and looked at the task column. Task this week, I only have you in my heart. Task description, now that you are married to her, you shouldn't think about other people anymore. Those who are in a hurry will die. Conditions for completing the task, except for your significant other, you cannot think of another person of the opposite sex for more than 3 seconds. If it appears 3 times within a week, it will self-destruct, 0/3. Extra points rules, only visible to members circled plus. The Mander Game project team wishes you a happy game. The moment the mission appeared, uncle and aunt immediately looked at each other. Then I heard my uncle wailing. Damn, it's already happened once, I'm going to tear down all those posters. This week's main mission is obviously much more difficult than last week's. On the news the next morning, multiple cases of self-destruction were reported one after another. The reason is also very simple. This is a pink elephant psychological game. The more I tell you not to think about it, the more uncontrollably you will think of this strange thing. In order to cope with this week's weekly tasks, major radio stations have made the decision to stop broadcasting various cultural, sports and entertainment activities. Even analysis and commentary programs require guests to wear animal hoods that cannot reveal their gender. The major guilds also issued important notices at the first opportunity in the morning to stop dungeons for a week. Among them, the most determined one is Sheng Tian Guild. Just imagine if Yang Yuyan still appeared on live TV, how many men would be blown away in a day? My uncle and aunt also calmed down a lot. In order to avoid unnecessary associations, the two of them almost never see anyone except each other. He keeps his head down wherever he goes and doesn't talk to the opposite sex. This is a good thing for Lu Shang. The house is much cleaner this time. Jiang Yu also went out early in the morning. It is said that at Li Shuhao's request, he went to spend the whole night lingering with him. When going out, Jiang Yu put on full makeup and dressed up beautifully. He vowed to make Li Shuhao forget all women. Lu Shang smiled and shook his head. Li Shuhao thought that staying with Jiang Yu all day long would stop him from having wild dreams. As everyone knows, being together every day makes it easier to think of other women. Whether it is yes or no, we will know in a few days. At 12 noon, this week's copy will arrive as scheduled. But this may be the quietest copy yet. Because none of the guilds held a press conference, and no one turned on the TV to watch. There is only a small red dot popping up in the notification bar. The second act of the new dungeon series, Afterlife Flower and Bana Lotus, Peach Feast, is now here. Click the reservation button now to become the first batch of test players and enjoy an additional 50 points reward. The first batch of test rewards this time is half less than last time. But 50 points is still a lot of money. Lu Shang clicked the reservation button without any hesitation. Winning the first prize in the district twice in a row gave him great confidence. Although the dungeon is really dangerous, Lu Shang now has many ways to protect himself. What's more, it's much easier to earn points and money in dungeons than in the real world. Just like gambling, it can easily become addictive. After completing the appointment, Lu Shang returned to his room. I searched a bunch of beautiful pictures of Yang Yuyan from the internet and admired them with relish. After all, Uncle and the others couldn't see it, but he could. As he watched, he suddenly felt sympathy for Yang Yuyan. It is really difficult for such a charming beauty to think of herself in her wedding photos every day. Thinking of this, Lu Shang immediately took out the Super Dimension treadmill from the equipment column and started exercising hard. This is not entirely because of Yang Yuyan, it is simply because he has an almost perverted requirement for his figure. But his sympathy for Yang Yuyan was obviously too much. Yang Yuyan sat calmly in her room, took a look at Lu Shang's photo on the marriage certificate, and put it in a drawer beside her. Her mood at the moment was as calm as water. Not to mention not wanting to miss men this week, even since she became sensible, her heart has not stayed for any man for 3 seconds. It is not difficult for her to complete this week's tasks, but it is rare to get high scores. Yang Yuyan clicked on Extra Points Rules, only visible to Member Circle Plus. A line of small words appeared below. Extra Points Rules, for members only. Miss you every day, 0 to 7 points. Think of him or her once a day, and you will get 1 point. This is easy. Turn a blind eye, 0 to 10 points. 10 points are awarded for never staring at another person of the opposite sex for more than 3 seconds, 1 point is deducted for each person stared at, and no points are awarded for more than 10 people. Reply and ignore, you have never said a word to another person of the opposite sex, you can get 100 points. You can neither look at other people of the opposite sex, nor talk to other people of the opposite sex. This week's main mission is really demanding. But the 100-point reward will definitely make everyone excited. However, with such a request, this week's dungeon mission cannot be completed. You can't just form a temporary women's army, right? Gu Xiaoxiao's message came from the message board. Xiaoyan, are you bored at home? Yan Yuyan responded with a hand-spreading expression, and then replied. Is it really so difficult for you not to think about other people of the opposite sex? Gu Xiaoxiao immediately rolled his eyes. It's not like everyone has no concerns about the opposite sex like you. My room is now covered with posters of Luo Bei Mountain. I don't even allow my dad to step into my room, for fear that I will associate it with others. But thinking about it, I'm pretty lucky. At least Luo Bishan looks pretty good. If my significant other was that fat guy from your family. Oh, no, I can't help but start thinking about that fat man. After Gu Xiaoxiao sent this message, no new messages were sent for a long time. Yang Yuyan asked worriedly. Xiaoxiao, are you okay? After a long time, I saw a frustrated expression from Xiaoxiao. I just got detained once. Let's talk about something else. Yang Yuyan originally wanted Xiaoxiao to ask about the news about Zhu Jiuzhou who gave Lu Shang flowers for his future life, but now she has to give up and wait until next week. Gu Xiaoxiao sent another voice message. Xiaoyan, the guild is temporarily suspending the dungeon this week. What are your plans? I still made a reservation for the copy key. What? You want to download a copy yourself? Well, it's a bit uncomfortable not letting me download the copy. But if you download the dungeon alone, what will you do if something goes wrong? Isn't the Lone Ranger also a person by himself? If he can do it, why can't I? Gu Xiaoxiao understands Yang Yuyan's temper. When it comes to copies, she has always been unwilling to lag behind others. Moreover, she is still working hard to be the first person to reach 50,000 points and unlock the first profession. Gu Xiaoxiao made a sighing expression, and then said, "Okay, then I'll go with you." Yang Yuyan quickly replied, "No, I'm downloading the dungeon in my personal capacity this time, so I can't guarantee that I'll be in the same area as you. It's useless for you to accompany me. Besides, you can't control your brain well. What if you think about other men when downloading a copy?" After a long time, Gu Xiaoxiao's voice came. "Do I already have this image in your mind?" Chapter 46 Can't Touch Women, I'm Going to Die. Early the next morning, Lu Shang woke up on time. He spent almost the entire day yesterday on the Super Dimension treadmill. He didn't stop until all the fatigue time in the fatigue hard drive was used up and he could no longer run on his own. Lu Shang calculated that he had been running on the treadmill continuously for nearly 80 hours this time. Now in the mirror, I have obviously lost weight. My weight has dropped to 170 pounds. With his height of 1.7 centimeters, although he is still 30 pounds heavier, he no longer feels bloated. What surprised him even more was that the outline of his facial features in the mirror began to become more refined. It seems that he has a better foundation than he did before time travel. This made him have to look forward to what he would look like when he reached the standard weight. At noon, Jackdaw Express knocked on Lu Shang's window on time. This time it was also a small, boxy gift box. But this time, Lu Shang did not immediately open the copy key. Instead, he put it into his backpack and quietly left the house. With previous experience, Lu Shang understood that each instance mission might last for several days. In order to avoid his uncle's unnecessary worries, Lu Shang decided to find an excuse and stay in a resort hotel for a few days as before. There are very few pedestrians on the street today. Most passers-by are like uncles and aunts, keeping their heads down wherever they go and not talking to the opposite sex. This has become the norm for most people in this world. Lu Shang soon came to the resort hotel again. The front desk has also been adjusted today. There were 2 waiters, 1 male and 1 female, almost 50 meters apart. Lu Shang came to the waiter's counter and wanted to book a room for 6 days. However, what embarrassed him was that his points this time were only 338, which did not reach the check-in threshold of 400 points, and he was refused check-in. Lu Shang was carrying a bag and walking aimlessly on the hot road. At this time, I deeply realized the pain of not having points. I definitely can't go back to my uncle's house, and I can't stay in a hotel now. Do I really have to sleep on the street? At this moment, he suddenly remembered someone. The old man who lives in Lulan community and has the title of retired parent of a top wealthy family on his head is allergic to the opposite sex. Lu Shang tried to send a message to the uncle in the chat channel. "Uncle, are you there?" Unexpectedly, I soon received the old man's voice. "Oh, little heavenly master, you have reminded me of me." There was uncontrollable excitement in the old man's tone. Lu Shang then asked, "How are you doing lately?" "He is terminally ill." Lu Shang was shocked. "Uncle, it was just some allergic reaction, why did you suddenly become seriously ill?" "You can't touch women, they are going to die, me. Little heavenly master, please think of a way to help me cure my illness." 2 drops of cold sweat flowed on Lu Shang's forehead. "You are still so energetic at your age. As you get older, you become stronger, and the older you get, the more evil you become." Lu Shang touched his head and replied in a voice. "Then let me come and see you?" It took a minute this time before I received a reply from the old man. "Oh, little heavenly master, it's a bit unfortunate this week. I'm not in Jianglin City. I have to wait until next week to come back. As you know, this week's task is that woman who can't think about other women, so I was called back by my old woman. She was afraid that I would explode outside." Lu Shang originally wanted to ask if he could stay at the uncle's house for a week. But now the owner is not at home, I don't know if it is convenient. So he asked, "Uncle, I came here specially for you this week. Now that I have no other place to live, I wonder if it would be convenient for me to stay at your house for a week?" This time I quickly received the uncle's voice. "What's the inconvenience? I'm very welcome. I live in Unit 501, Building 4, Lulan Community, and the password for the combination lock is 591025. Lu Sheng didn't expect that the uncle would send him his address and password so readily. Just when I was about to send a thank you, the uncle sent another very long voice message. Uncle, I feel really ashamed right now. I caused little Heavenly Master to go all the way in vain. So, if you are not in a hurry, I will ask my aunt at home to come over in a while and clean up your room. I will also wash it for you in the next few days. Do the laundry and cook. Lu Sheng said quickly. Don't bother me. I won't live in vain. I'll pay you the rent when the time comes. The uncle immediately replied angrily. If you don't care about money, just relax and I will make other arrangements. Besides, from now on, don't call me uncle or uncle, it will sound awkward. From now on, you can call me Lao Yang. Lu Sheng successfully found Lao Yang's home according to the address provided by Lao Yang. The home is surprisingly clean, which can almost be described as the windows are bright and clean. There are 3 rooms in total and a study room. Lu Sheng chose the study very consciously. In fact, he doesn't really want to live there. After entering the dungeon, he won't appear in the real world. Lu Sheng put down his luggage and was about to open the secret key and enter the copy. Suddenly the door was opened from the outside, and a gentle voice came. Hello, is the little Heavenly Master here? Lu Sheng quickly agreed, and the aunt outside the door said while changing her shoes. The master said that the little celestial master will stay at home for a few days, and he asked me to come back quickly to clean up and cook for the little celestial master. Auntie's cooking skills are pretty good. I hope the little celestial master will like it. Lu Sheng did not expect that Lao Yang actually asked an aunt to take care of his daily life. He quickly put down the secret key in his hand and walked out of the study. It's really troublesome for Auntie to make a special trip. I can just stay in the study room, Auntie doesn't need to. Before Lu Sheng finished speaking, he froze on the spot, his eyes widened. Is this aunt in front of me? Unlike the middle-aged aunt he thought was in her 50s or 60s, the aunt in front of her was clearly a beautiful woman. Hot body and bold outfit. With long wavy hair and delicate makeup, she looks mature and charming. The placket on the chest is open to the bottom of the chest, and the towering snow peaks are looming, ready to come out. When she saw Lu Sheng, her red lips slightly opened and Wanner smiled. What's more, the garden is full of spring scenery and full of charm. Lu Sheng was so frightened that he quickly lowered his head and glanced at his task panel. Conditions for completing the task: except for your significant other, you cannot think of another person of the opposite sex for more than 3 seconds. If it appears 3 times within a week, it will self-destruct, 1/3. Damn it, it actually happened once. Lu Sheng suddenly couldn't laugh or cry, thinking that no wonder Lao Yang wanted to move back in a hurry. There is such an aunt who stays at home every day and will blow herself up within a day. Seeing Lu Sheng lowering his head and not daring to look at her, the beautiful middle-aged woman smiled slightly. I am the aunt who is responsible for taking care of the master's daily life. You can just call me Aunt May from now on. Then he twisted in front of Lu Sheng. Why, does the little Heavenly Master think I don't look like me? Lu Sheng didn't know where to focus her eyes at this moment. She wondered which auntie was wearing a black silk hip-length skirt and a deep V-tight top to work. He said quickly. If Aunt May hadn't said anything, I would have thought she was the mistress of the family. Aunt May seemed to be very impressed by Lu Sheng's words. She covered her mouth and laughed loudly, and walked into a south-facing bedroom. Little Celestial Master is really good at talking. Let me tidy up the south-facing guest room for you. It has good light and ventilation and is close to my room. If you need anything, just call me anytime. As he spoke, he glanced at Lu Sheng coquettishly. Lu Sheng was so frightened that he quickly thought about Yang Yuyan's appearance in his mind before he could barely keep his mind. He quickly opened his address book and left a message to Lao Yang. Lao Yang, I can take care of myself. Please let Aunt May go back quickly. Don't bother her. Soon I received Lao Yang's voice. Is the little Heavenly Master dissatisfied with Aunt May? Then I can ask Aunt Lu to come over. But don't look at Aunt May's delicate and frail appearance. In fact, she is very capable and cooks delicious food. And Aunt Lu? Lu Sheng cried out in his heart. Is this something that can be done? With such a big goblin living at home, he was only 2 or 3 days away from the explosion. He quickly replied. Lao Yang, if the little Heavenly Master explodes, no one will be able to treat your illness. The other end of the address book was silent for a moment, and finally received a reply from Lao Yang. I'll let Aunt May go back now. Lu Sheng breathed a long sigh of relief and recalled Yang Yuyan's beautiful face in her mind again. At this time, I heard Aunt May shouting from the bedroom. Little master, the light in the bedroom is broken, can you help me hold the ladder? Chapter 47 Your identity is undercover. After finally seeing Aunt May off, Lu Sheng sat on the bed and breathed a sigh of relief. When Aunt May left just now, she specially smiled charmingly at herself. If you need anything, little heavenly master, you can call me at any time. It almost caused him to trigger another mission penalty. Now that he was finally alone in the room, Lu Sheng took out the gift box from his backpack, took a deep breath, and reached out to pick up the secret key. Time passed before his eyes, and Lu Sheng came to that spotless world again. At the same time, Yang Yuyan, who was in the luxury villa in Shangjing City, also entered the copy. This was the first time she came here as an individual after many years, and she felt a little nervous. A question appeared in front of Lu Sheng and Yang Yuyan almost at the same time. If you could change one part of your body, where would it be? Appearance and facial features, body and weight, abilities in that area, secrets. Lu Sheng chose body and weight without hesitation. Yang Yuyan snorted. The current problem is really boring. After thinking for a while, he reached out and clicked on body and weight. Second question. Do you care about your partner's financial background? Yes, no, I have to listen to my family's opinions, I haven't decided yet. Regarding this question, Yang Yuyan did not hesitate at all. Want. As a national goddess and the daughter of Yang's real estate, she has never seen anyone. There are children from poor families with extraordinary talents. There is also a good-for-nothing rich boy. In the world of dungeons, a poor child can quickly accumulate ladder points and wealth by relying on his talent. And a dull young man from a rich family may not be able to make any breakthrough in his lifetime. Therefore, in her eyes, life background has never been the most important thing. Courage, talent, diligence, and opportunity are the most important. This time it was Lu Sheng who hesitated. Because in his memory before time travel, being a good match was something that was both realistic and impossible to ignore. Many people who do not believe in evil have fallen into trouble here. However, he also realized that with his status in this world, it seemed that it was not his turn to choose the other person's background. So I thought about it and finally pressed the option I didn't know. Last question. Is your first kiss still there? Yes, no, I'm not sure. What are these problems? Yang Yuyan frowned and looked at the questions in front of her angrily. Taking a deep breath, I chose, truthfully. Lu Sheng sighed sadly. At this age, I never thought I would choose this option. Same with exist. After answering the three questions, an emotionless female voice appeared in Lu Sheng's ears. Player Lu Sheng, based on your answer, you will enter Area 4. The type of copy this time is matching with a specific number of people. After reaching 8 people, the dungeon challenge will be automatically opened. The current number of matches is 2/8, please wait patiently for the remaining players to enter. Different from the last 100-person dungeon, this dungeon is a small to medium-sized dungeon with a group of 8 people. Lu Sheng has seen in the video on the Yi Player Forum that usually this type of dungeon will have additional personal tasks in addition to the main tasks. Only when the main plot and personal tasks are completed can the level be considered successful. Completing just one of them will be considered a mission failure. Not to mention being unable to obtain clearance rewards, some even face cruel failure penalties. As a game rookie who is downloading the dungeon for the second time, it will undoubtedly be a brand new challenge. Lu Sheng suddenly and inexplicably missed his good comrade Zhu Jojo from last time. Although the big man doesn't have much ability, and his brain doesn't work well most of the time. But after all, the two of them had experienced life and death together, and there was an inexplicable sense of trust. I wonder if he will download a copy this time. Is there any chance to encounter it in the copy? However, Lu Sheng also knew that if he wanted to match Lao Zhu in a small or medium-sized dungeon with 8 people, the probability was about the same as finding a needle in a haystack. After waiting for nearly 5 minutes, the emotionless female voice came from mid-air again. Player Lu Sheng, 8 people in the dungeon have been matched, you will enter the new dungeon world after the 10-second countdown. Death in the game is a real event, I wish you good luck. Good luck. As the woman finished speaking, Lu Sheng's eyes fell into darkness. Then the background introduction of the new copy began to slowly appear in front of my eyes. Afterlife Flower and Bana Lotus Copy Series. Act 2, Peach Feast. Background introduction. 1 week after the heroic expedition, Sun Qitian was invited to participate in the Peach Feast hosted by Huang Shengtian, the Lord of Sky City, in accordance with the agreement in the peace talks with Jin Taibai. Everyone from all sides is watching this feast with eager eyes. Some people hope that the dinner will go well and that everything in heaven and earth will be peaceful from now on. Some people hope to take this opportunity to get rid of Sun Qitian so that they will have no worries in the future. Naturally, Sun Qitian would not be unprepared. Will he allow the peach banquet to be held smoothly? A multi-party competition will kick off this night. Copy rating, B. Character identity, a member of an assassination team. Main mission update, complete the first assassination of Sun Qitian within 3 hours, but the safety of Sun Qitian must be ensured, 2 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Personal mission update, Wolf of the Night. You are an undercover agent secretly placed in the assassination team. Please eliminate one non-undercover player in each round of assassination operations, 0/3. Lu Shang was dumbfounded when he looked at the main tasks and personal tasks in front of him. Did you actually get an undercover agent? For a rookie who has only downloaded the dungeon for the second time, is it too high of a level? The world in front of Lu Shang gradually became clear. It was a dark basement. The lights above the head were flickering, and there was a mottled old wall not far away. Various information and photos of criminals were posted on the wall. Under one of the most conspicuous photos, there are 3 characters Sun Qitian written on it. At this time, there were 3 people standing under the old wall, concentrating on the information on the wall. One of the middle-aged men turned around, glanced at Lu Shang and said, "It seems that everyone is here. Today's task will be completed by 8 of us. Our goals must be the same. Why don't we introduce ourselves first so that we can get to know each other?" The middle-aged man said with a friendly expression and a smile. "I'll go first. I'm not a professional gamer. I work as a chef, but I've downloaded more than a dozen dungeons. I believe I won't hold you back. You can call me Uncle Tong." After Uncle Tong finished the introduction, he glanced at the student-looking boy next to him. "Kid, it's your turn." The young man had a green face and said shyly, "You can call me Archie. I am a freshman at Linjiang Athletic University. It is said that there are not many people downloading the dungeon this week. There is a chance to meet a great master, so I came down here to have a look. I hope I can have the opportunity to meet Yang Yuyen." As soon as Archie finished speaking, the thin man beside him quickly shouted, Oh, I don't want to mention that person's name this week, kid, otherwise a few of the men present will blow themselves up." After the thin man finished speaking, he hurriedly muttered something in his mouth, as if to get rid of distracting thoughts. After a while, he spoke again. "I am an actuary and an amateur, but I have a pretty good mind. You can call me smart." Ouch! A chuckle came from the shadows. "You can really pronounce this name." Lu Shang squinted and looked at the man. He was a very muscular man. He has a shaved head and a clean shave. "I'm a fitness instructor, and I also help people collect debts in my spare time. You can just call me Brother Hu." The words "helping people collect debts" are extremely intimidating. Brother Tiger's image suddenly became fierce. Of the 8 people in the team, half of them had been introduced in the blink of an eye. To Lu Shang's surprise, they were all amateurs and not a single professional guild member. Such a configuration is undoubtedly beneficial to Lu Shang, but for other players, it may not be what they want to see. This time it was Lu Shang's turn to introduce himself. He did not want to reveal his identity too much, so he said briefly, "I am also an amateur, you can call me Xiaolu." After Lu Shang's introduction, it was obvious that everyone was frowning. Brother Hu said in a low tone, "You are also an amateur? How can you play this copy?" Archie, a college student, also showed a disappointed look. He also said that he could meet a great master this time. "If I had known this, I wouldn't have come down." Everyone finally cast their hopes on the 3 people waiting in the other corner. The tall young man standing at the front pondered for a moment and said, "My name is Chu Chang'e, and I am the captain of the Blue Elephant Guild in Jianlin City." Chapter 48 Being assigned to a group with a mysterious woman. The professional members of the guild finally appeared. Only then did the faces of Uncle Tong and others show smiles, and the happiest among them was of course Archie. "Chu Chang'e. Wow. I'm not dreaming. Even if I can't see Yan Yuyen, it's worth downloading the dungeon this time." Chu Chang'e smiled and nodded at him. "I hope this copy can be completed smoothly with everyone." Before Chu Chang'e finished speaking, a clear voice came from behind him. "Are you Chu Chang'e from Area 104 in the last dungeon?" Everyone turned to look at the man and saw that the person speaking was an equally handsome young man. But unlike Chu Chang'e's humility, this young man had arrogance written all over his face. "I've studied your videos. Your strength is pretty good for a second-rate guild, but it's still far from the level of a first-rate guild member. Especially since you, as the captain, are in the same division as the Lone Ranger, but you don't know who he is from the beginning to the end. I really don't know how your second-tier guilds do their intelligence work. Chu Changa never liked to quarrel with others. Although he was unhappy, he did not refute. But Archie doesn't want his idol to be looked down upon. Who are you and why are you talking about our captain like that? The young man glanced at Archie from the corner of his eye and said calmly. My name is Liang Qiu, from the database of Institute. Are you Liang Qiu? Uncle Tong couldn't help but exclaim softly. Liang Qiu's post, the stupid goddess contract husband, if you don't give me gifts, I will give them to you, has been on the hot list of the player forum for many days. Even middle-aged people like Uncle Tong have heard of him. Liang Qiu shrugged noncommittally. The anger on Archie's face disappeared visibly, and was replaced by an envious look. Have you ever downloaded a dungeon with Yan Yuyan? Liang Qiu nodded proudly. Do you think I am qualified to comment on your Captain Chu? Although Archie was still dissatisfied, he couldn't say anything else. I had to change the subject and asked. Can you tell me what kind of person Yan Yuyan is? Liang Qiu hummed. Do you want me to explode on the spot? Archie quickly stopped talking. Sorry. By this time, 7 of the 8 members of the assassination team had been introduced, and the last person was still unintroduced. She is the only woman among 8 people. The woman was sitting quietly in a corner of the basement, her face covered with a thick veil, making her appearance unclear. But what can be seen with the naked eye is that her figure is very exciting, with ups and downs like a roller coaster. One pair of legs were raised casually, slender and straight, very pleasing to the eye. Normally, those legs alone would have left people looking at them. But under this week's weekly assignment, no one among the 7 men present dared to take a second look. That woman was strange too. He ignored everyone from beginning to end and just sat quietly in a corner without saying a word. Brother Hu said impatiently. Hey, everyone's introduced, you're the only one left. The woman still lowered her head, as if she didn't hear anything. Hey, I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? The woman's indifferent attitude suddenly made Brother Tiger angry. If I hadn't never hit women, I would have. Okay, if she doesn't want to introduce it, just let her go. Let's analyze today's mission quickly. Chu Changda interrupted Brother Hu and came to the information wall. He didn't ask the woman's identity because he also had membership rights and knew this week's scoring criteria. Do not look at anyone of the opposite sex other than your significant other, and do not talk to anyone of the opposite sex other than your significant other. So he and Liang Qiu, who also had membership rights, glanced at the woman and quickly looked away. And that the woman didn't talk to them was actually a good thing for them. Lu Shang looked curiously at the woman's head, and a yellow title slowly emerged. A wealthy daughter with no worries about food and clothing. This title Lu Shang once saw on Yang Yuyan's head. Could it be that the mysterious woman in front of me is Yang Yuyan? Lu Shang then shook his head, it couldn't be such a coincidence. Liang Qiu and Chu Changda stood side by side in front of the information wall and carefully looked at the information on the wall. The other 4 people subconsciously made room for them. So, this is Sun Qitian? Liang Qiu pointed to a photo in the middle and asked. Chu Changda hesitated for a moment and replied. Probably. Should? Liang Qiu chuckled. Didn't your District 104 repel the great sage's mecha? Why don't you even know what Sun Qitian looks like? Chu Changda was not angry, but replied calmly. We retreated to the cave at that time and did not see the great sage mecha. In fact, I also watched the video of Shangtian Guild. Weren't you also in the cave at that time? Liang Qiu snorted and didn't reply. He turned to look at a schedule beside him. This is Sun Qitian's schedule tonight. The wise actuary nodded. Yes, we need to plan the first assassination within 3 hours. This schedule is the breakthrough for our operation today. As soon as Desmart finished speaking, Chu Changda, Liang Qiu, Brother Hu, Uncle Tong and others all gathered in front of the table. Chu Changda pointed to one of the lines and said. Sun Qitian will arrive at Sky City at 12 noon, and will be under tight security since then. At only 2:15, he will briefly leave his car and walk to the Sky Hotel for a brief media meeting. If you want to plan an assassination within 3 hours, this is the only chance. Smarty nodded immediately and quickly came to a huge map next to him. Looking at the map, there are 4 places where you can overlook the main entrance of the Sky Hotel. The 5-star building, Sky Radio, Friendship Shopping Mall and Galaxy Club. We can set up ambushes at these 4 locations in advance to snipe him. Everyone nodded, indicating that they had no objection. Chu Changa then said, I suggest that we can go to the 4 strongholds in 2 teams. Liang Qiu said, cut. Is not this nonsensical? Lu Sheng did not participate in the discussion of this round of assassination planning. Instead, he stood outside the circle and observed everyone's every move. His mission is to eliminate 1 non-undercover player in each assassination round. This mission revealed at least one piece of information to him. In the 8-person team, besides him, there were other undercover agents. He needs to accurately identify his companions to avoid accidental killing. In his observation just now, it was Chu Changge and Deng Mingming who were obviously more active in planning. What surprised him was that Liang Qiu, who always liked to show off, actually made no substantial contribution from beginning to end. I don't know if I really have no idea or if I have some other purpose. Hey, boy, you will be paired with that elder sister later. He quickly came to his senses and saw Brother Hu saying to him with a straight face. We have all formed a team. You and the eldest sister will team up and go to the rooftop of the Galaxy Club to set up an ambush. Lu Sheng turned to look at the mysterious woman and found that the woman was still sitting motionless on the chair, looking down at the ground. Tisk, it's true that ugly people often cause mischief. Brother Hu curled his lips in disdain and walked to a long table in the distance to sort out his equipment. The final grouping results should be considered no surprise. Chu Changge was paired with Arqi, Liang Qiu found Deng Mingming, and Brother Tiger chose Uncle Tong. No one wanted to be paired with that woman due to weekly assignments. It had to be left to Lu Shang, who was also unopposed. The departure time agreed upon by everyone was 1 hour later, and everyone began to make preparations for the action. Lu Shang walked to the information wall for the first time and took a look at the information on the wall. However, this sight surprised him. Because he suddenly discovered that the person in the photo with the big red cross and Sun Shitian's name written on it was not Sun Shitian. Chapter 49. Who was this mysterious woman with an excellent figure? Lu Sheng looked at the photos in front of her and her thoughts were racing. He had met Sun Shitian and personally destroyed Sun Shitian's Mecha Monkey King. So he can be 100% sure that the Sun Shitian in the photo must be fake. Why did a fake photo of Sun Shitian appear? Lu Sheng had 2 guesses in his mind. First, the person behind the assassination operation deliberately gave a wrong photo of the target. If this is the case, what is the purpose of the person behind the scenes? Second, someone replaced the real Sun Shitian's photo before everyone arrived. Among the people present, except for themselves who had met Sun Shitian, the other 7 had never seen Sun Shitian. So under normal circumstances, using a fake photo will not arouse anyone's suspicion at all. If this is the case, it was probably his teammates who did it. Lu Sheng then turned around and looked at the titles above everyone's heads again. The titles above Arqi, Brother Hu and Chu Changge are no different. An extremely nervous competitive university student, a nervous muscular man, and a trustworthy guild captain. The title above Liang Qiu is a careless young master from aristocratic family. The smart one is a wavering actuary. A little strange, but not particularly inappropriate. The only thing that concerned Lu Shan was the title on Uncle Tong's head. I saw this middle-aged man wiping his sniper rifle while mumbling something in his mouth. A line of small bright yellow characters lights up above the head. A mature and steady deadly killer. The title Lethal Killer is not common. It seems more like a character in a game. Lu Sheng then spent 1 point to open the entry details of Deadly Killer. Title entry, Deadly Killer. Attribute details. The personal mission of the player who owns this entry is to complete the final blow to damage Sun Shitian in the assassination of Sun Shitian, otherwise he will be judged to have failed the mission. Whether to copy this title will cost 30 points. Lu Shan was surprised when he looked at the attribute details. It turns out that with this special ability of my own, I can even clearly display the opponent's identity and personal mission in the copy. Except for not being able to control what kind of title will pop up above the opponent's head, it is simply perfect. At this time Lu Sheng thought of the mysterious woman. The title above her head just now was a wealthy daughter with no worries about food and clothing. I don't know if that has changed now. In the mood to give it a try, Lu Sheng turned to look at the mysterious woman. It was shocking to find that the title of the wealthy daughter was slowly disappearing. In its place is a brand new bright yellow title. A whistleblower with a calm mind. Informer? Lu Sheng quickly clicked on the attribute details of Informer. Title entry, Informer. Attribute details. Players who own this entry need to warn Sun Shitian before each assassination operation begins. Once Sun Shitian is injured but does not receive a warning, the mission will be judged as failed. Whether to copy this title will cost 30 points. This mysterious woman is actually his undercover companion? Lu Sheng didn't know whether to be happy or depressed for a moment. To be happy, at least I found an undercover companion. But what is depressing is that this woman never communicates with others from beginning to end. It seems that there is no difference between having someone and not having one. The mysterious woman has been sitting quietly in a corner of the basement since she came to the dungeon. Don't pay attention to others, and don't pay attention to other people's attention. The only movement is to lower her slender legs from one side to the other. The upper body is always straight and outlines beautiful curves. As soon as the agreed departure time arrived, she stood up from the chair in a snap and quickly left the basement. From behind came Brother Who's yelling. Smelly Beach, who do you think you are? Yan Yuyen didn't even make you look like this. After speaking, he looked at Liang Qiu specifically. Am I right? Liang Qiu sneered and did not answer Brother Who's question. Looking at the mysterious woman's hurried away figure, Lu Sheng had no choice but to sigh helplessly. He quickly said hello to everyone and then hurriedly chased after them. As soon as they reached the ground, they saw a mysterious woman riding a shared motorcycle, speeding toward the Galaxy Club. Lu Sheng searched around but couldn't find another motorcycle, so he had to scan a shared bicycle and chase the motorcycle exhaust fumes. Fortunately, the basement where the 8 people conspired was not very far from the Galaxy Club, and it only took about 20 minutes to ride there. What surprised Lu Sheng was that the club here still looked like it was full of singing and dancing even during the day. There is an endless stream of customers in front of the door. From time to time, guests who were shouting and swarming came in through the door, and some drunk guests were carried out. Lu Sheng couldn't help but wonder, don't the people in Sky City have to work? The mysterious woman was obviously stunned when she saw Lu Sheng chasing after her on a shared bicycle. But he soon regained his composure, turned around and stepped into the club lobby. Lu Sheng quickly parked the shared bicycle and followed closely behind her. The scene in the clubhouse can be considered magnificent. The lobby with a height of 10 meters is equipped with a crystal chandelier over 3 meters high. All around are holographic images full of technology and beauties with professional fake smiles. Lu Sheng rejected 3 beauties who came to greet her, and finally caught up with the mysterious woman in the elevator. The mysterious woman still didn't speak to him, but quickly pressed the button on the top floor of the elevator. Galaxy Club has a total of 64 floors. But the elevator can only go to the 61st floor. The last 3 floors require walking through a nightclub and climbing up an outdoor escalator on the other side. Lu Sheng rarely goes to nightclubs, and he is very uncomfortable with the kind of entertainment and noise. He followed closely behind the mysterious woman, dizzy, like a child who was afraid of getting lost. Until the mysterious woman was suddenly stopped by a drunk and greasy man. The greasy man hugged 2 gorgeous women, his eyes restlessly looking back and forth at the mysterious woman. Beauty, with a nice figure, and wearing a veil. Do you like to play in exotic places? The mysterious woman didn't even look at the greasy man. She turned sideways and was about to squeeze past him, but the greasy man blocked her way first. Don't leave in a hurry, beauty. Let's get to know each other and have a drink with my brother later. The mysterious woman lowered her head and did not speak. Lu Sheng couldn't see the expression on her face clearly, but he could feel that she was trying to control her anger. Hey, you are quite aloof for such a little girl. The greasy man licked his lips and pushed the woman in his arms away. Do you know whose place this is today? I didn't call you here just to show off to me. In my life, I hate those women who pretend to be innocent when they are out to sell. Listen carefully, today this is my place, Li Mulong. Whether you are willing or not, I will definitely take over you tonight. After saying that, he opened his hands and pretended to hug the mysterious woman. Lu Sheng originally didn't want to cause trouble, but looking at the other party's situation, I'm afraid it would be difficult to make peace without drawing a clear line. So he quickly changed his title to, a fat man proficient in fighting, planning to take action on behalf of the mysterious woman and teach this greasy man a lesson. Who knows that the mysterious woman will take action faster? Before Lu Sheng could do anything, she had already twisted the greasy man's arm into a twist. Then he threw him over the shoulder, slamming him face first to the ground. This set of movements was smooth, no worse than the fighting instructor that day. Lu Sheng looked dumbfounded behind the mysterious woman. Who is this woman? Li Mulong didn't seem to expect that the opponent, a female prostitute, could have such good skills. He lay on the ground stunned for a moment, and then he became furious. He picked up a wine bottle next to him and threw it at the mysterious woman's head. Unexpectedly, the mysterious woman calmly dodged to the side and avoided his attack. Then he grabbed the wine bottle with his backhand and smashed it down on Li Mulong's Tianling cap. Li Mulong's fat head was immediately smashed open. 2 lines of blood flowed down the tip of his forehead, scaring the female companion beside him into screaming. Li Mulong's eyes were split with anger. He pointed at the mysterious woman with his finger, bared his teeth and shouted, "Come here quickly and deal with this little beach." Chapter 50. This is the strength of the top Union captain. Yan Yuyan was in a very irritable mood at this time. She originally just wanted to go to the next dungeon silently, but in the end she met 8 small dungeons, and the remaining 7 were all men. She didn't want to give up the weekly task reward of up to 100 points, so she had to sit silently in a corner of the basement from beginning to end, enduring the abuse of the fitness man. I finally managed to get out to do a mission, but I met such a greasy man halfway. The anger in my heart that had nowhere to vent just needed an outlet. At this time, Li Mulong's horsemen had gradually gathered around. All of them are tall and muscular. The leader was a bald man with a full head of tattoos. The eyebrows are tattooed and the lips are decorated with lip beads. He looked at Yang Yuyan and licked her lips. My little sister seems to have some abilities. But what my brother likes to tame the most are those wild mares. You dare to fight our boss here? It seems that you need to be trained by the brothers. After speaking, he motioned to the younger brothers behind him to step forward and take action. However, Yang Yuyan had already arrived in front of him 1 step ahead of him. He raised his arm and aimed a fierce elbow strike at his face. The tattooed man was immediately beaten to pieces and his nose was bleeding. 2 of the teeth in his mouth immediately fell out. But Yang Yuyan didn't stop. She got close in front of him and used her knees to hit the vital gate. The pain caused the tattooed man to take a deep breath, trembling all over and about to fall backwards. Yang Yuyan saw the right moment and took action quickly, grabbing the lip beads on his mouth and pulling them off. "Mom!" In severe pain, the tattooed man actually opened his mouth and called out for his mother. Then he quickly shut up and looked at Yang Yuyan in horror. His eyes were full of anger and grievance, as if he were saying, "When people fight, they always fight with the younger brother first, and they will kill the older brother when he gets up. TV dramas don't act like this either." However, Yang Yuyan was not relieved at this time, and she didn't care about her elder brother or younger brother. Especially pick out those strong men with burly looks and pretense on their faces. A wine bottle in his hand was flying all over the sky. Glass shards were flying everywhere, scaring the guests in the club and running away with their heads in their hands. After about 10 minutes of farking, all the mazai in the nightclub on the entire floor made her get down. Lu Shang hid behind a hollow wooden door in stunned silence, marveling in his heart at the mysterious woman's explosive fighting power. At this moment, Chu Chang's voice suddenly came from the wireless communicator behind his ear. "Is everyone in place? Sun Qitian's motorcade has set off early and will arrive at the Sky Hotel in 8 minutes. Yan Yuyan's heart suddenly tightened after hearing the news. Her mission was to give Sun Qitian an advance warning before the operation began. If she didn't rush to the roof of the club, it might be too late. So he quickly grabbed the bottle and ran towards the escalator on the other side of the nightclub. However, she still somewhat underestimated the number of horses in the nightclub. After hearing the commotion downstairs, a steady stream of horsemen rushed down from upstairs. At this time, the number of horses in the nightclub on this floor was only a lot more than before. It would take at least a quarter of an hour to get them all down. Yang Yuyan was so anxious that she fought and ran. From time to time, Chu Chang's voice came from the wireless communicator in his ear. "There are 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes. Time is passing minute by minute." At this moment, Yang Yuyan deeply felt the difficulty of downloading the dungeon alone. "I miss the members of Shangtian Guild very much. It would be great if Gu Xiaoxiao, Luo Beishan and the others were here." At this moment, she suddenly saw the fat man riding a shared bicycle suddenly stop in front of her and almost blurted out, "What are you here for?" I saw the fat man waving the bottle and shouting anxiously, "Hurry up to the roof and leave it to me." Yang Yuyan thought to herself, how could you, an ordinary amateur, stop these muscular men? I saw the fat man dodge nimbly and avoid the attack of a horseboy. Then he hit back with a heavy punch, knocking the man away. Yang Yuyan thought for a moment that she was dazzled. This man's back clearly looks bloated, and slow. How could he have such good fighting qualities? What he did just now was no worse than Luo Beishan and the others. But Luo Beishan and the others are super union members who undergo top-notch special training every day. 1 minute. While Yang Yuyan was still hesitating, Chu Chang's voice sounded in her ears again. She had no choice at the moment but gritted her teeth, stamped her feet, and quickly ran to the top of the building. When I ran to the corner, I wanted to say something to Lu Shang. Then you must be careful yourself. But when the words came to my lips, they still didn't come out. The reason why Lu Sheng rushed out to stop these gangsters for the mysterious woman was also very simple. He knew the mysterious woman's personal mission. If he didn't rush to the top of the building and give Sun Shitian an early warning, he might have lost a teammate. So he decisively stopped him at the stairs and asked the mysterious woman to leave first. When the horseboys first saw that it was a fat man, they felt relieved. People rushed up one after another, hoping to achieve success. Who would have thought that this damn fat man was not inferior to that woman just now? 3 times, 5 times and 2 times, more than a dozen people were sent flying out. After all, the title above Lu Sheng's head at this time was proficient in fighting, but he was a fighting instructor from Sky City's Ace Unit. Those skills that have gone through the test of life and death are not comparable to those of Ma Zai, who know a few moves of 3-legged cat kung fu. The remaining horses were all huddled at the entrance of the stairs, not daring to go forward. Lu Sheng raised his head and glanced at the roof, wondering whether the mysterious woman's mission had been completed. Chu Chang's voice came again from the wireless communicator. The convoy has arrived. Wait until Sun Shitian gets out of the car before shooting. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a bang was heard from the top of the building. Damn it! Who fired the shot? Sun Shitian started to run away. Hurry up and attack to block his retreat. Lu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the mysterious woman had completed her mission. The gunfire outside the club immediately attracted the attention of the horseboys. After looking at each other, they all turned around and ran into the nightclub almost instantly. Lu Sheng saw that all the horses in front of him had disappeared, and he hurriedly ran along the escalator to the roof. His mission is not yet complete, he has to find a way to eliminate a non-undercover team member. By the time he climbed to the top of the building, Sun Shitian was already under tight protection, and it was not easy to kill him. However, Chu Chang'e and others were not a vegetarian. Due to the suppression of artillery fire, all Sun Shitian's retreat routes were blocked. They had no choice but to stay on the street and fight back with the help of cars and temporary bunkers. For a time, the two parties were unable to deal with each other, and the assassination reached a deadlock. At this time, the mysterious woman was pulling the trigger downwards one shot at a time. Rather than assassinating Sun Shitian, it was more like creating chaos. She was a little surprised at Lu Sheng's safe arrival. But his eyes did not stay on Lu Sheng, and soon aimed at the Sun Shitian motorcade below. Lu Sheng quickly set up his broken horse Zhongfei sniper in an open position. When he used the 8-power scope to aim at the people below, he found that a red value would appear on the scope in real time. Some people are 5 and some are 10. What does it mean? Lu Sheng clicked on the attribute details of Pama Zhongfei sniper. Weapon name, Pama Zhongfei sniper rifle. Weapon rating, Epic, A. Weapon introduction, an extremely arrogant sniper rifle. No matter who the opponent is, one shot is 10% of full health. Of course, you need to pay a small price of points, but you shouldn't be reluctant to give it up. So the numbers 5 and 10 are the so-called points price? Lu Sheng aimed his gun at Sun Shitian, who was under tight guard. At the moment when Lu Sheng accidentally exposed the corner of his clothes, he saw that Sun Shitian's price was 5. Why is there only so much? While Lu Sheng was observing the situation below, he was thinking in his mind whether he should fire a few shots to avoid being suspected. At this time, I suddenly found a person behind a corner. The cost shown in the scope was 50, which was far more than the others. Lu Sheng quickly looked at the man and realized that this was the real Sun Shitian. Chapter 51 What to do, my identity is about to be revealed. Since the photo of Sun Shitian in the basement was fake, all the members of the assassination team just shot at the fake Sun Shitian. The real Sun Shitian has been pretending to be his own security guard, hiding in the corner without attracting anyone's attention. This is definitely a good thing for Lu Sheng. This allowed him to protect Sun Shitian's safety in this round of assassinations without any effort. Lu Sheng then relaxed and began to observe the remaining 6 teammates. He needs to pick one of them and knock him out. Looking out from the roof of Tianhe Club, only 2 groups of people can be seen. Liang Qiu and De Chongming on the roof of the 5-star building, and Brother Tiger and Uncle Tong on the roof of the Friendship Mall. Because Sky Radio was located too high, Chu Chang'e and Aki could not be clearly seen from Lu Sheng's point of view. Lu Sheng first aimed his sights at Liang Qiu and De Chongming. The titles on their heads remained unchanged. De Mingming concentrated on attacking the convoy below, but Liang Qiu was still a little absent-minded. Like the mysterious woman, she kept pulling the trigger. The goal is not Sun Shitian, but to create chaos. Could it be that Liang Qiu is also an undercover agent? Lu Shang then turned his sights to Brother Hu and Uncle Tong on the roof of the Friendship Mall. I saw that Brother Hu's attack was particularly powerful. The guns were all aimed at Sun Qitian. Uncle Tong was much calmer and spent most of his time observing Sun Qitian's actions instead of blindly shooting. Very consistent with his personal mission goals. Just when Lu Shang was thinking about whether to take Uncle Tong away, he suddenly found that Uncle Tong was looking towards him. Then Uncle Tong's voice came from the wireless communicator. Who is on the roof of the Tianhe Club? Why are you targeting one of your own people? Lu Shang was startled and quickly turned the gun and pointed it at the crowd below. I scolded myself for being too careless. Uncle Tong's shout just now put him in a very disadvantageous position. He wasn't sure if the others would realize there was an undercover agent in the team. But if he takes action to get rid of a team member now, he will definitely not be able to escape suspicion. What to do? Lu Shang thought quickly for a moment, then picked up his broken horse and Zhang Fei aimed his sniper at the real Sun Qitian hiding in the corner. Saying I'm sorry in my heart, I quickly pulled the trigger. Boom! Minus 10% health. Minus 50 points. Another shot. Boom! Minus 10% health. Minus 50 points. The fixed percentage damage of Zhang Fei's sniper brought huge pressure to the real Sun Qitian. Immediately, a group of bodyguards rushed to his side regardless of the risk of their lives, built a human wall for him with their bodies, and then began to charge towards the hotel with all their strength. Why did they abandon Sun Qitian to protect a bodyguard? Brother Hu's surprised voice came from the wireless communication. It was Chu Changge who reacted first and shouted loudly. Damn! We were deceived. The one being protected is the real Sun Qitian. Brother Hu and others suddenly realized this, and quickly turned their guns and aimed at the real Sun Qitian. However, what was different from before was that the bodyguards protecting the real Sun Qitian at this time showed their determination to die. Even if the retreat was blocked by artillery fire, he rushed to the hotel without fear of death. One after another, the bodyguards were shot by bullets and fell to the ground. But at the same time, there are always new people stepping forward one after another to block the cannon fire with their bodies. Under the strict guard of everyone, it was not easy to see Sun Qitian clearly, let alone kill him. Only Lu Shang caught the gap when one of the bodyguards fell and fired again and missed Sun Qitian's arm. Minus 10% health. Minus 50 points. Lu Shang finally put down his broken horse Zhang Fei sniper. This round of acting is almost done. If the fight continues, Sun Qitian will really be crippled. Under the united protection of a group of criminal bodyguards, the real Sun Qitian finally hid in the Sky Hotel. Chu Changge's voice came from behind Lu Shang's ears. We can't fight anymore. Let's retreat quickly and gather in the basement. Lu Shang and Yang Yuyan immediately put away their equipment and quickly ran out of the Tianhe Club from the escape stairs. Yang Yuyan still rode the shared motorcycle and drove toward the basement at a fast speed. Lu Shang's shared bicycle was swept away, leaving only a broken bike with a crooked neck. I had no choice but to ride back on this broken car. By the time he got to the basement, everyone was already there. Everyone gathered in front of the information wall and seemed to be discussing something. Seeing Lu Shang come in, Smart looked at him with a half smile and said, I didn't expect that you, a person who looks harmless to humans and animals, could actually do the most harm. Lu Shang didn't understand what Dasheng said, so he also came to the information wall. I saw an additional damage list on the wall. It says, Sun Qitian's kill contribution list. Among them, Lu Shang ranked first with a kill contribution of 30% of health. Fault leads everyone else. The second-ranked avatar is Brother Tiger, but it only does 7% damage. Further down, everyone will suffer less harm. It all adds up to less than 5%. Liang Qiu's kill contribution is 0%, and Archie's kill contribution is also 0%. The two tied for last place. Archie was about to say something when suddenly a treasure chest appeared on the table in the basement. When Did Song Ming saw the treasure chest, he wanted to go over and open it, but was stopped by Liang Qiu. Don't touch the treasure chest, I'll open it. I saw him coming to the treasure box and pressing 4 numbers on the combination lock. The treasure chest immediately popped open. Do you know the password? De Chongming looked at Liang Qiu with confusion and saw Liang Qiu shrugging. Then he stuck his head into the treasure box, took out a piece of paper, and waved it to everyone. It's a clue chest. Chu Changge said hurriedly. Look what's written in it. Liang Qiu unfolded the note and read aloud. Hello, members of the assassination team. According to secret reports, there is an undercover agent among the 8 of you. The goal is to sabotage the assassination operation and protect the safety of Sun Shitian. Please try your best to find the undercover agent and eliminate them. Out. As Liang Qiu's voice fell, everyone received new task reminders in their notification boards. Main mission update: please conduct the first round of undercover referendum within 15 minutes. The player with the most votes will be eliminated. Please vote carefully to avoid good people being accidentally eliminated. Countdown to 1500 hours. Note: elimination through referendum will be regarded as mission failure. All team members who fail the mission will have 500 points deducted. Those with insufficient points will die. He really has an undercover agent. Brother Hu angrily smashed a chair on the ground and glanced around the crowd fiercely. If I know who is the undercover, I will not let him be eliminated comfortably. I will shoot him dead during the assassination operation. Archie, De Chongming, and others couldn't help but shudder. Chu Chang'e said. We only have 15 minutes to tell who we suspect and the reasons for our suspicion. Everyone has 1.5 minutes to speak. At the end, let's vote together. As soon as Chu Chang'e finished speaking, Uncle Tong pointed at Lu Sheng as expected and asked. Why did you point the sniper rifle at my head when we were on the roof just now? Are you undercover and want to get rid of me? Chapter 52. How could Yang Yuyan be put in danger? Everyone immediately turned to look at Lu Sheng. Just when Sun Shitian was assassinated, everyone suddenly heard Uncle Tong saying on the wireless communicator that someone was pointing a gun at him, which really made everyone feel a little strange. But considering the current situation, everything seems to make sense. Lu Sheng's heart was beating very fast at this time. He didn't know about others. Anyway, he definitely didn't have 500 points. If you are eliminated, it means death. He quickly organized his thoughts in his mind and was about to speak, but he heard Archie say first. Everyone, listen to me first. My identity is a prophet. During each assassination operation, I can check the personal mission of a team member. Arca's unexpected remarks made Lu Sheng's heart skip a beat. He never expected that there would be such a character among the players. If he is found out, it will be difficult to defend himself. Liang Qiu crossed her legs and looked at Archie and asked. If you are really a prophet, stop being so pretentious and tell me who you tested this time. Archie's eyes glanced towards a corner of the basement intentionally or unintentionally. Lu Sheng's heart immediately tightened. Broken. Sure enough, I heard Archie say. I thought that woman was very weird from the beginning, so on the way back, I checked that woman's personal mission. As expected, her identity is an informer, an undercover agent. Brother Hu suddenly stood up from his chair. I said that woman is definitely not a good person. She looks like she is pretending to be a ghost. She is indeed his mother's traitor. De Chongming quickly reached out and patted Brother Hu on the back to signal him to calm down, and then said. Don't be impulsive yet, I'm not sure whether what Archie said is true or false. Chu Chang'e nodded and looked at Arca solemnly. How do you prove that you are a prophet? I can name her undercover assignments. Archie glanced at Yang Yuyan very confidently and said word by word. Her mission is to warn Sun Shitian before every action begins. Everyone can think about who fired the first shot very suddenly before today's operation started, ruining our overall plan. After Arca's reminder, everyone suddenly remembered that it was the mysterious woman's early shooting that made Sun Shitian's security aware of the assassination. As a result, everyone missed the best opportunity to kill. Regardless of whether Sun Shitian was true or false at that time. The mysterious woman's attempts to sabotage the plan cannot be hidden. Thinking of this, Brother Hu, Uncle Tong and others were convinced of Archie's words. Brother Hu was so angry that he gritted his teeth. You stinky beach from Male Gobi ruined our good deeds. I will shoot you right now. After saying that, he was about to draw his gun and rush towards Yang Yuyan, but was immediately stopped by Chu Chang'e. The game must have its own rules. Let's vote honestly after 15 minutes and don't make any extraneous matters. Brother Hu took a deep breath when he saw that it was Chu Chang'e who stopped him. He mumbled and shut his mouth, found a chair at random, and sat on it. Chu Chang'e pointed in the direction of Yang Yuyan with his chin. We also need to give her a chance to explain. The others then turned their attention to the mysterious woman. But due to the rules of weekly tasks, no one dared to look at her seriously. Even Brother Tiger only dared to take a quick glance. Yan Yuyan was still sitting quietly in the corner. Although he was still calm on the surface, his heart felt like he was being roasted on a raging fire. She never expected that her luck would be so bad, and she would be tested by the prophet in the first round. At this time, she was extremely confused. If you don't explain, you will definitely be voted out. If he explained, he would look pale in front of Archie, who accurately reported his identity. You will also lose 100 points as a reward for talking to the opposite sex. Yang Yuyan thought about it and couldn't find a way to solve it. Seeing that Yang Yuyan never spoke, Arcus said more firmly. You can trust me this round and follow me to vote her out first. As for the little deer mentioned by Uncle Tong, you can wait for me to check it in the next round of operations. After confirming the identity, you can vote or kill it to avoid accidentally killing a good person. Archie's suggestion was persuasive. After hearing this, Chu Changda, Uncle Tong and others nodded silently, obviously deciding to adopt Arcus' suggestion. Archie couldn't help but feel happy. Being able to carry the audience in front of my idol may help me enter the Blue Elephant Guild after graduation. The moment Lu Sheng heard Archie mention Yang Yuyan's personal mission, he knew that Arcie's identity as a prophet was true. The existence of such a character is undoubtedly a huge threat to himself. Moreover, Archie also said that he will definitely test himself in the next round. Then I couldn't let Archie leave this round alive no matter what. It's just that it's not easy to reverse the situation on the court at the moment. First of all, Archie's words have details and evidence, making them highly credible. Secondly, both himself and the mysterious woman did leave flaws in the previous round. How to explain to get out of trouble? Lu Sheng was thinking hard about countermeasures in his mind. He glanced at Archie, then at Uncle Tong, and finally his eyes fell on Yang Yuyan. Lu Sheng decided to take a risk. Don't be fooled by Archie, I am the real prophet. Lu Sheng's words were like a thunderbolt, causing waves in the originally peaceful situation. Liang Cho chuckled. You, a person who points a gun at his teammates, actually say that he is a prophet. Do you think anyone will believe it? Brother Hu, Uncle Tong, and others all looked like they were watching a show. I thought that this fat man might have jumped over the wall in a hurry. The mysterious woman's previous actions were completely consistent with Archie's mission. If this doesn't prove that Archie is a prophet, how can we prove it? Lu Sheng calmly turned to look at Uncle Tong and said calmly. Uncle Tong, when I pointed the scope at you on the roof just now, I wasn't trying to sneak attack you, but I was checking your identity. Check my identity? Uncle Tong preconceived that there must be something wrong with Lu Sheng, so he didn't believe what he said at all. How about it? Have you found out my identity? Is it a good person or an undercover agent? You are a good person. Uncle Tong smiled hee-hee, turned to look at everyone, and then looked at Lu Sheng with a playful expression. Just talking about being a good person is not enough. If you are truly a prophet, you have to tell me my identity and mission just like Archie. If you ask this question to others, you will definitely not be able to answer it. This is also the reason why Yang Yuyan is helpless. But he happened to meet Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng had long known Uncle Tong's identity and personal mission through the title above his head. So he replied calmly. Your identity is a fatal killer. You need to complete the final blow to Sun Shitian before you can complete your personal mission. Am I right? No one, including Yang Yuyan, expected that Lu Sheng actually reported a mission in front of Uncle Tong himself. Everyone looked at Uncle Tong curiously. But Uncle Tong suddenly opened his eyes wide, looked at Lu Sheng in disbelief, and then nodded. He's right. The crowd who originally planned to watch the fun suddenly became a mess. If Lu Sheng is a true prophet, then all the inferences just made must be overturned. The originally clear situation suddenly became confusing. What exactly is going on? Archie looked at Uncle Tong in shock. This is impossible. You two must have conspired. You told him in advance. Uncle Tong shook his head. I have never met him from beginning to end. Brother Hu has always been by my side. He can testify. Although Brother Hu was extremely reluctant, he still nodded. Archie, who originally wanted to carry the audience, was a little confused now. How could this happen? Are there two prophets? Lu Sheng looked at Archie and shook his head gently. There are no two prophets, there is always only me, and you are the undercover. Chapter 53 Desperate Comeback. Archie suddenly panicked and said calmly. You're talking nonsense. If I wasn't a prophet, how could I know that woman's mission? Who said you knew about her mission? Did she admit it? Lu Sheng's words were like a sharp blade piercing Archie's weakness. Yes, Lu Sheng's words were stamped and confirmed by Uncle Tong. Who knows whether Archie's words are true or false? Uncle Tong and others also fell into deep thought at this time. Archie was completely panicked, his eyelids twitched, and he said hurriedly. That woman shot Sun Shitian as a warning, which has proven that what I said is true. That's not necessarily true. Shooting first may be related to her mission, and you can completely fabricate a mission for her based on this result. The person who said this is very smart. Lu Sheng never expected that the wise man would suddenly speak for the mysterious woman. What will his identity be? Lu Sheng was still unable to confirm whether Dit Songming was an undercover agent, so he followed Dit Songming's words and said, "Yes, you can make up a fake mission based on the final result. And you are indeed smart enough to think of hiding your identity by pretending to be a prophet." Lu Sheng turned his head, stared into Arka's eyes, and said in a cold voice, "It's just a pity that you don't know that there is a real prophet among us. And you also guessed wrong about the prophet's true ability." Archie's eyes were suddenly filled with anger. "Nonsense, I am a prophet, why don't I know what my ability is?" Lu Sheng told the lie he had made up long ago without changing his expression. A true prophet can not only check the identity of his teammates, but also tell who the real Sun Shitian is. Although this was a lie, it was better than Archie's words. Everyone present was a human spirit, and they all soon thought. If Lu Sheng was not a prophet, how did he find the real Sun Shitian during the operation just now? So he immediately cast his suspicious eyes on Archie. Archie couldn't explain clearly at this time. He wanted to say something in a panic, but he didn't know how to say it. Just listen to Lu Sheng continue speaking unhurriedly. "Everyone must have seen the list of Sun Shitian's kill contributions. My kill contribution is 30%. If I weren't a good person, you wouldn't even know who Sun Shitian is. Archie, why is your kill contribution 0%? Archie was immediately speechless by the question. The real reason was that he and Chu Chang'e were in a particularly high position, making it difficult to aim, so they missed it. But who would listen to this reason at this moment? Lu Sheng understands that the current situation has been reversed, and he only needs to guide everyone to vote out Archie. Think about it carefully. Since Archie has verified the woman's identity, why didn't he expose her during the mission? Instead, he revealed it during the voting session? Unless his purpose is to hope that our mission will fail, which is completely inconsistent with his status as a prophet. So I suggest that in this round, we take out Archie first. Lu Sheng's words accurately hit the only flaw in Archie's words just now. Archie was sweating profusely and stammered in explanation. "Because I only have one chance to verify each action, I am afraid of wasting the opportunity, so I chose to verify her identity after observing for a round. What I tell you is the truth, you have to believe me." Lu Sheng shook his head gently, pretending to be regretful. Although what Archie just said was true, it seemed full of loopholes in the face of Lu Sheng's carefully crafted lies. How could other people choose to believe him instead of themselves? At this time, only the last 20 seconds of the 15 minutes were left. Chu Chang'e said, "Okay, everyone can start voting for independence. 3, 2, 1. Not surprisingly, Lu Sheng, Yang Yuyan, Chu Chang'e, Tong Shu, Liang Xiu, and De Mingming all voted for Archie. Archie and brother who voted for Yang Yuyan. Archie was voted out. A white light suddenly lit up where Archie was, and then Archie's figure disappeared. A red dot immediately lit up in Lu Sheng's notification bar. Personal mission update. Congratulations on successfully eliminating a non-undercover player in this round. Current personal task completion status, 1/3? Lu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. Just now he was worried about his personal mission. But fortunately, the final result is consistent with what I guessed. As a game about finding undercover agents, how could it not have a voting component? As long as you can eliminate one non-undercover player during the voting session, you can still complete the mission. Yang Yuyan also breathed a sigh of relief. This round of missions finally passed without any danger. But she became more and more confused about Lu Sheng's identity. What is certain is that Archie has just reported his accurate identity and personal mission, and he must be a prophet. But why can this little deer tell the truth about Uncle Tong's identity? If he was really a prophet, why would he help him again and again? If he wasn't, shooting and attacking the real Sun Shitian wouldn't look like an undercover agent at all. Yang Yuyan's mind was in a mess for a while, and she had no clue at all. At this moment, information about the main mission popped up in the notification bar again. Main mission update, please complete the second assassination of Sun Shitian within 3 hours, 2 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Chu Chang'e waved and summoned everyone to the information wall. A new main mission has appeared. This time it only lasts 3 hours. What do you think? Liang Qiu tapped the itinerary with his hand. At 5:40, Sun Shitian will leave the Sky Hotel and head to the City Lord's mansion. We can set up an ambush on the road and capture him in one fell swoop. De Clever shook his head. They have already suffered a loss once, so they will definitely be prepared. This plan is not appropriate. Liang Qiu hummed. You know nothing, I have downloaded Dungeons with Shengtian Guild, and I am more experienced than you. Yan Yuyan, who was sitting in the corner, suddenly frowned. I thought that I would not be able to take this person with me next time no matter what. So as not to ruin the reputation of the guild. Uncle Tong hurriedly came out to smooth things over. We can discuss a few options first, and finally everyone will vote. Chu Chang'e nodded in agreement, walked to a corner of the information wall alone, looked at a newspaper from yesterday and said. The news said that due to the special requirements of the City Lord's Palace, Sun Shitian needs to replace part of his security before going to the City Lord's Palace. The Tianhe guards will take over. We may be able to take the opportunity to create chaos and look for opportunities to take action. Liang Qiu waved his hand disdainfully. That's easy to say. Have you ever thought about how to sneak in and create chaos? This is indeed a good question, and Chu Chang'e couldn't give an answer for a while. Liang Qiu then put on an experienced look and said. You guys, a group of amateurs plus a second-level guild captain, don't argue with me on this issue. Yan Yuyan once said during the execution of the mission that a good plan should be simple and clear, to the point, and less circuitous to avoid doing more and making more mistakes. Yan Yuyan felt a buzzing pain in her head, and couldn't help but want to walk over and tell Liang Qiu to shut up. She did say that, but she didn't use it randomly regardless of the situation. Over there, Liang Qiu was still spitting, getting more and more excited as he talked. Here, Lu Sheng stood in front of the information wall and suddenly said. Maybe we can make some use of Sun Shitian's own security. Chu Chang'e's eyes lit up and he immediately asked. How to say? Lu Sheng patted a piece of paper in the corner. There is a secret letter here, which states that Sun Shitian's own security is handled by his sister-in-law Rakshasa. That is, the wife of Niu Ping Tian, the second head of the criminal clan who was killed by the Tianhe guards in the previous dungeon. Chapter 54. It's you who has the sharp tongue, Liang Qiu. Sister-in-law will come as security? De Chongming walked to the secret letter with an expression of disbelief. She is really a Rakshasa girl. If this is the case, this Rakshasa girl will inevitably be resistant to the Tianhe guards. This may be a breakthrough for us. Lu Shan nodded. We can use this as an excuse to create chaos while the Tianhe guards take over security. Then take advantage of the chaos to bring Sun Shitian to this corridor. Lu Sheng pointed to a covered bridge between the two buildings of the Sky Hotel and said. As long as he is brought to this corridor, we can kill him with sniper rifles from both sides. Chu Chang'e thought carefully for a moment, looked at everyone and said. This should be the most feasible solution at present. What do you think? Except for Liang Qiu, everyone nodded and expressed no objection. Chief Chu continued with the song. Since everyone has no objections, we will group them according to this plan. I suggest that Xiaolu and Brother Hu did the most damage in the previous round, continue to serve as snipers and ambush on the roof of the building opposite the corridor. The rest are responsible for infiltrating the Tianhe guards. Among them, Liang Qiu, myself, and that woman are responsible for contacting the Rakshasa women and creating chaos. Uncle Tong and Demingming are responsible for taking Sun Shitian to the corridor while taking advantage of the chaos. What do you think? The seemingly random grouping actually revealed Chu Chang'e's thoughts. He deliberately kept the unidentified Yang Yuyan and Liang Qiu with him, and placed Uncle Tong closest to Sun Shitian. Firstly, they can personally monitor Yang Yuyan and Liang Qiu, and secondly, it is convenient for Uncle Tong to complete his personal mission. I have to admire that Chu Chang'e is really thoughtful. Liang Qiu hummed. Not so good. However, no one paid any attention to him. After the grouping was completed, it took more than an hour of preparation time. At 4:40, everyone set off for the Sky Hotel. Perhaps in order to win everyone's trust, Yang Yuyan did not leave alone this time, but chose to go by car with Chu Chang'e and others. On the sweltering street, there was only one shared motorcycle left. Lu Sheng glanced at Brother Hu's back as he walked towards the motorcycle and cursed in his heart. Consciously began to look for shared bicycles. Brother Hu sat on the motorcycle, frowned at Lu Sheng, and shouted impatiently. Hey, what are you doing? Why don't you come up? Lu Sheng was surprised. You want to take me? Nonsense, what else? You run over? Lu Sheng was actually a little flattered, and quickly ran forward in 3 steps and 2 steps at a time, and sat behind Brother Hu. Brother Hu reminded. Sit tight. He immediately hit the accelerator and rushed towards the destination at lightning speed. This time it took less than 10 minutes to reach the downstairs of Sky TV. After Brother Hu put Lu Sheng down, he said in a rough voice. You set up an ambush here, and I'll go to the Blue Sky office building opposite the corridor. Lu Sheng nodded and was about to run into the TV station when he was suddenly stopped by Brother Hu from behind. Boy, Sun Qitian will arrive at the corridor in a moment. Please take your time and shoot. Lu Sheng looked at Brother Hu with a shocked expression. So you are the undercover? Brother Tiger suddenly became furious. Fart, I am a good man. If there is another undercover agent causing trouble this time, I will be the first to kill him. After speaking, he seemed to feel that what he just said was easily misunderstood, so he explained. Anyway, it's related to my mission. Don't ruin my mission. Lu Sheng nodded, and Brother Hu hit the accelerator again and disappeared on the street. Sky Radio is the tallest landmark building nearby besides the City Lord's mansion, and is also one of the best locations to aim at the corridor. Lu Sheng took advantage of the staff's unpreparedness and secretly took a detour to the safe passage behind the radio station and began to climb the stairs. There are 84 floors in the radio station, and Lu Sheng almost died from exhaustion. After finally climbing to the rooftop, Lu Sheng set up his sniper rifle facing the corridor. Through the sight, he could clearly see the corridor and the Sky Hotel buildings on both sides, and he could also see the roof of the Blue Sky office building in the distance. I saw that Brother Hu had also arrived at the designated location and set up a sniper rifle. Brother Hu's voice came from the wireless communicator. I'm already in place, how are you doing? Lu Sheng quickly agreed. I'm in position too. After a while, Chu Changa's voice came from the other end of the communicator. Wait a moment, we still have 3 escorts fighting here, I'll go. 5 seconds later came the voice of the wise man who was trembling with excitement. That woman took down 5 guardians of the galaxy by herself. Lu Sheng had already seen Yang Yuyan's terrifying fighting power and was not surprised at all. On the other hand, Brother Tiger in the distance shivered involuntarily. Chu Changa's voice came again. We are changing clothes, we can sneak in soon, please wait a moment. After about 15 minutes, Uncle Tong said breathlessly. We're ready. The shift handover will begin in 2 minutes, so get ready. Lu Sheng quickly adjusted the scope and pointed it at the corridor. At this time, Chu Changa and the other 5 people were seen mingling among the members of the Tianhe guards who were changing shifts, walking towards the room where Sun Qitian was resting. When passing through the hotel corridor, I was stopped by a Rakshasa girl. She glanced at everyone with an unkind expression. Stop, what are you doing? We are soldiers of the Tianhe guards, responsible for escorting Mr. Sun to the City Lord's mansion. The Rakshasa girl squinted her eyes and looked around at the people coming. Are you capable of protecting the leader's safety? Liang Qiu was filled with anger at this moment and looked at the Rakshasa girl and sneered. We have received special assassination prevention training. At least we will not let Mr. Sun hide alone on the street corner. You wanna die? The Rakshasa girl suddenly became furious and wanted to teach Liang Qiu a lesson, but was persuaded by the sinners behind her. She took 3 deep breaths, tried to calm down, and asked coldly. How many of our people are we going to replace? 10 personal guards and 30 external guards. The Rakshasa girl reluctantly waved her hand to the criminals behind her. Let 10 people in. Uncle Tong and De Chongming mingled with the team of personal guards and walked towards Sun Qitian's room. The corridor became silent for a moment. The Rakshasa girl looked at the soldiers of the Tianhe guards with disgust. The soldiers stood expressionless. After about 5 minutes, Uncle Tong's soft voice came from the wireless communicator. We have seen Sun, and we are about to anger the Rakshasa girl. Chu Changa was still thinking about how to anger the Rakshasa girl, when he saw Liang Qiu, who was full of evil fire, stepped forward and said. Hey, there's something I've been wanting to say to you, but I don't know if it's convenient for me to say it. The Rakshasa girl glared at Liang Qiu fiercely. If you fart, hurry up. That's right, I have a question for you. There was a couple once upon a time. The man called me, I don't love you, and the woman called me, I love you. One day the man called, I don't love you died. What was the name of the remaining woman? The Rakshasa girl was slightly startled, and then a flash of red glow quickly flashed across her face. Pretending to be angry, he asked with a straight face. Are you flirting with me? Liang Qiuhan said coldly. It's such a mess, the remaining woman is called, Widow. Chapter 55 Lu Sheng's Conspiracy. The Rakshasa girl suddenly became furious. He pulled out a laser sword from his waist and slashed Liang Qiu in the face. Chu Changa pulled Liang Qiu behind him, pulled out the laser knife, and blocked the sword for Liang Qiu. Then while shouting misunderstanding, he used the laser knife's light to slash the criminal behind the Rakshasa girl. Those criminals who originally wanted to break up the fight were immediately angered. He pulled out the weapon he carried and immediately joined the battle. The two parties soon fell into a melee. The attack power of the Rakshasa girl was very astonishing, and Chu Changa was soon overwhelmed. At this time, Yang Yuyan appeared next to Chu Changa and stopped the Rakshasa girl. Chu Changa took a breath. He had just seen the mysterious woman's fighting power, and it should be more than enough to deal with the Rakshasa woman. So he took a breath and joined the others in the battle. Uncle Tong and Demingming took advantage of the chaos of the fighting between the two sides to retreat towards the corridor with Sun Shitian. Lu Shang saw that Sun Shitian was about to enter his attack range, but Yang Yuyan in the hotel had not yet issued a warning, so she quickly reminded her deliberately on the wireless communicator. Sun Shitian still has 20 seconds to enter the attack range. Yang Yuyan was shocked and hurriedly put a piece of paper into the Rakshasa girl's hand. The Rakshasa girl quickly glanced at the note in her hand, and her expression suddenly changed. Damn it, Lord, go and save the leader. The leader is in danger. The criminals who had just been replaced immediately rushed towards Sun Shitian in a hurry. How could Chu Changa and Liang Qiu let them succeed? While saying, the city lord's palace has issued an order that criminals are not allowed to leave the hotel without permission. While taking the lead, he stopped the criminals who were just about to leave. At this time, Sun Shitian had been successfully brought to the corridor. Lu Sheng aimed at Sun Shitian's arm and pulled the trigger. Once again -10% life and -50 points appeared in front of Lu Sheng. At this time, Sun Shitian's bloodline had dropped below 50%. As long as Lu Sheng fired one more shot, it would be less than 40%. At this moment, Lu Sheng suddenly discovered that Brother Hu on the rooftop opposite was attacking Sun Shitian like crazy. And while shooting, he would glance in his direction from time to time. There seemed to be a national curse in his mouth. Lu Sheng was even more curious. What exactly is Brother Tiger's mission? At this moment, Lu Sheng finally discovered that the title above Brother Hu's head had changed. A crazy killer. Big killer? What kind of identity is this? Lu Sheng quickly clicked on the entry details of the big killer. Title entry, Big Killer. Attribute details, players with this title need to complete at least one half of the damage to Sun Shitian before they can complete the personal mission. Otherwise you will be eliminated. Lu Sheng finally realized, no wonder Brother Hu would let him take his time to shoot. It turned out to be because his damage had already reached 30% at that time. A few more shots and Brother Tiger will be eliminated. Lu Sheng quickly calculated in his mind. Now that he has caused 40% of the damage, as long as he fires one more shot, plus the damage of other team members, Brother Hu will not be able to achieve one half of the mission goal no matter what. This means that they will definitely be eliminated. It's just God helping me. Lu Sheng quickly picked up his broken horse and shot Zhang Fei, aiming at Sun Shitian in the corridor. However, the strange thing is that since Sun Shitian's bloodline dropped below 50%, De Clever will always block Sun Shitian's side intentionally or unintentionally. Make it impossible for myself and Brother Hu to target Sun Shitian. Lu Sheng couldn't help but be filled with questions. Could it be that Dim Mingming is really an undercover agent? But judging from his performance in the first round of assassination, it doesn't seem like it. At this time, he saw that the title on the head of the wise man had also changed. A troubled wallflower. Lu Sheng was secretly happy and quickly clicked on the entry attributes of Wallgrass. Title entry, Wallgrass. Attribute details, for players with this title, their main mission objectives will change in the order of assassinating Sun Shitian, protecting Sun Shitian, and assassinating Sun Shitian. It turns out that's the case. All the doubts in Lu Sheng's heart can now be explained. In the first round of assassinations, De Mingming's goal was to assassinate Sun Shitian. Therefore, in the process of planning an action, they showed extra effort. But when the first round of voting began, his main mission became to protect Sun Shitian. That's why he suddenly started to protect the mysterious woman, and deliberately blocked Sun Shitian behind him after his health line dropped below 50%. Thinking of this, Lu Sheng couldn't help but change his expression. Being able to protect the mysterious woman with great intelligence shows that he has guessed the true identity of the mysterious woman with his intelligence. This will bring great trouble to himself and the mysterious woman in the next round of voting. There must be a way to eliminate him. Lu Sheng pondered for a moment and suddenly thought about it. He deliberately said in the wireless communicator. Great Smart, why do you always stand behind Sun Shitian, making it difficult for me and Brother Hu to aim at the target? Are you an undercover agent? Brother Hu originally thought that his great cleverness was an unconscious behavior, but when Lu Sheng shouted like this, he immediately became angry. What do you mean, you're smart? If you're not an undercover agent, then get out of here. Immediately from the other end of the wireless communicator came the aggrieved murmur of great cleverness. I swear I'm not, I'm going to step away. Perhaps in order to prove his innocence, De Mingming not only retreated by himself, but also deliberately pulled the two of them away. Lu Sheng's gun finally locked onto Sun Shitian's back, and just as he was about to pull the trigger, Brother Hu's voice suddenly appeared in the communicator. Leave him to me, because my mission is... Boom! Lu Sheng pulled the trigger decisively, not giving Brother Hu a chance to reveal his mission. A beam of white light suddenly lit up on the rooftop where Brother Tiger was, and then Brother Tiger's figure disappeared on the distant roof. In Lu Sheng's message bar, a new mission message popped up. Personal mission update. Congratulations on successfully eliminating a non-undercover player in this round. Current personal task completion status, 2/3. An imperceptible smile appeared on Lu Sheng's lips. Successfully eliminating Brother Tiger was an unexpected surprise. The next thing to do is to let Sun Shitian go without arousing other people's suspicions. Lu Sheng thought for a moment and deliberately said through the communicator. Sun Shitian has less than 40% of his blood left. Come on, everyone. This sentence was actually meant for the mysterious woman. Sure enough, after hearing Lu Sheng's prompt, Yang Yuyan decisively released the water. The Rakshasa girl quickly got rid of Yang Yuyan's entanglement and led people to rush in the direction of Sun Shitian. But what Lu Sheng didn't expect was that Liang Qiu also released the water. Two gaps suddenly appeared in the Tianhe guards that surrounded the criminals. Even if Chu Chang'e tried his best to stop him, he would still be unable to survive. Soon more than a dozen criminals rushed to Sun Shitian's side and blocked the glass on both sides of him. Lu Sheng complained deliberately on the wireless communicator. We were still close to killing him. Why did you let the criminals out? Now we can't kill him with snipers. Everyone, retreat quickly. Let's gather in the basement. Chapter 56 The second round of undercover referendum. 15 minutes later, everyone returned to the basement again. The list of Sun Shitian's kill contributions on the information wall has been updated again. Lu Sheng ranked first with a health contribution rate of 50%. Followed by Brother Hu, 13%. The rest of the people did not cause any harm to Sun Shitian in this assassination operation, so their kill contribution rate did not change. Brother Tiger's unexpected elimination became the focus of discussion. Chu Chang'e asked solemnly. Xiaolu, do you know the reason why Brother Tiger was eliminated? Lu Sheng shook his head calmly. Like everyone else, I only heard him shout on the communicator that my mission was, and then disappeared on the opposite roof. I suspect he failed in his personal mission. Chu Chang'e nodded solemnly. We only have 6 people left now, and one person will be eliminated in the voting session later. This means that for the third assassination operation, we will only have 5 people left, and the difficulty of the assassination will be significantly increased. The expressions of Uncle Tong and others also became solemn. After 2 consecutive failed assassinations, Sun Shitian's security measures will definitely be greatly improved. At this time, the number of people in the team has also been reduced, which is simply adding insult to injury. At this time, a clue treasure chest appeared again on the long table. The moment Liang Qiu saw the treasure box, he jumped up immediately. Everyone, don't move. I'll open the treasure chest. As he spoke, he walked quickly to the treasure chest, thought for 3 seconds, and pressed the code on the combination lock. The treasure chest popped open. Liang Qiu reached into the treasure box and took out a note again. He unfolded the note and read aloud. Hello members of the assassination team, according to secret information, there are 2 undercovers among the 6 of you. If you want to know who they are, I will tell you during the next assassination operation. There are 2 more undercover agents? Chu Chang'e, Uncle Tong, and others all opened their eyes in shock. De Chongming quickly glanced at Yang Yuyan sitting in the corner, seeming to be thinking about something. Lu Sheng was also surprised, but his surprise was not fake. It was because he always thought Liang Qiu would be an undercover agent. But judging from the clues, Liang Qiu is obviously not. Then the behavior he displayed in 2 consecutive assassinations was somewhat difficult to understand. At this time, the new main task jumped out at the right time. Main mission update, please conduct the second round of undercover referendum within 15 minutes. The player with the most votes will be eliminated. This round of voting is the last undercover referendum. Please vote carefully to avoid good people being accidentally eliminated. Countdown to 1500 hours. Note, elimination through referendum will be regarded as mission failure. All team members who fail the mission will have 500 points deducted. Those with insufficient points will die. It was Chu Chang'e who spoke first. This time we'll change it up and take turns speaking. Everyone has 2 minutes. Because it is the last round of voting, I suggest everyone reveal their identity. If there are people who are worried about being assassinated by undercover agents, I am responsible for protecting everyone's safety. For the sake of fairness, the order of our speeches this time will be determined by drawing lots. Chu Chang'e's proposal received support from everyone. Uncle Tong folded 6 pieces of paper and scattered them on the table, and each of the remaining 6 players drew a piece of paper. The final speaking order is Tong Shu, Chu Chang'e, De Mingming, Lu Shang, Yang Yuyan and Liang Qiu. Lu Shang was the third to last speaker, so he got a more favorable position to speak. Uncle Tong didn't waste any time. After confirming the order, he immediately said, "There is no need to say more about my identity. Xiaolu already said it for me in the last round of voting. The first person I suspected was De Chongming. During the last round of assassination, I was by his side. He was indeed always behind Sun Shitian, blocking the sight of Xiaolu and Brother Hu. If he hadn't blocked it, we would have been able to time will kill Sun Shitian. As for the other undercover agent." Uncle Tong looked around the crowd. "I suspect it's that woman. She wasn't voted out in the last round, but she wasn't identified either. If she wants to clear away the suspicion, she can tell her what her mission is later." Uncle Tong's words were concise, but the reasons he gave were very sufficient. Chu Chang'e nodded silently and then said, "I will introduce my identity first. My identity is that of the best teammate. To complete my personal mission, I need to ensure that at least 3 people in the assassination team survive." Before Chu Chang'e finished speaking, the wise man suddenly asked, "Are your 3 teammates including undercover agents?" Chu Chang'e was slightly startled. He had not considered this issue before. After repeatedly confirming his mission, Chu Chang'e said truthfully, "Judging from the prompts on the mission panel, it seems that there is no distinction between good guys and undercover agents." Liang Qiu immediately snorted. "That is to say, in order to complete the mission, you have the motive to protect the undercover agent." Chu Chang'e didn't know how to answer for a while, but Lu Sheng came to the rescue for him. Even if there was a motive to protect the undercover, it was only when there were only 3 people left. One person will definitely be eliminated in this round of voting. Chu Chang'e has no possibility of protecting an undercover agent. I believe him. Chu Chang'e glanced at Lu Sheng gratefully. "Yes, my goal in this round of voting is definitely to eliminate the undercover agents. You don't have to doubt my motives. Let me talk about the person I suspect first." Chu Chang'e turned his head to Liang Qiu. "You should have let it go when you were in the hotel just now. If you hadn't let the criminals go on purpose, those criminals wouldn't have rushed to Sun Shitian so quickly. And in 2 consecutive rounds of assassinations, your attitude was very negative. On the kill contribution list, both you and Archie's contribution values were 0%. It's hard for people not to suspect that you are an undercover agent." When Liang Qiu heard Chu Chang'e comparing him with Archie, he suddenly became anxious, scratched his neck and shouted, "Fart, can I be like that little boy? I am someone who has played a dungeon with Sheng Tian Guild. If I don't take action, I will definitely hit it with 1 hit." Lu Sheng felt funny in his heart. He originally thought that Liang Qiu was anxious because Chu Chang'e said he was cheating, but it turned out to be because Chu Chang'e compared him with Archie. Compared to clearing away suspicion, this young man from an aristocratic family seems to value his own face more. Uncle Tong pretended to cough. "When others are speaking, don't interrupt first. Listen to them finish their words first." After saying that, he pursed his lips towards Chu Chang'e and motioned for him to continue. Chu Chang'e nodded slightly and continued. "Another strange thing is that the Rakshasa girl was so good, why did she suddenly say that Sun Shitian was in danger? Unless someone leaked the secret to her. It was the woman who fought against the Rakshasa girl at that time. So the 2 undercover agents I originally suspected, it's Liang Qiu and that woman. But you all mentioned great cleverness, so I want to hear great cleverness's explanation." 2 people in succession mentioned the mysterious woman in their speeches. This made Lu Sheng worried about Yang Yuyan's situation again. Yang Yuyan herself felt the pressure and adjusted her sitting posture unnaturally. He took out a piece of paper from his body and wrote something quickly. Seeing that Chu Chang'e had finished speaking, De Tsongming quickly spoke up to defend himself. "It's all a misunderstanding. I'm not blocking Sun Shitian, but I'm preventing others from surrounding him. As you can see, the bodyguards of the guilty people came and surrounded him tightly, which led to the failure of the mission. After Demingming finished explaining in one breath, he suddenly stared at Yang Yuyan in the corner. At this time, everyone is more or less suspicious. But in my opinion, one person's undercover status is certain. It's that woman. Chapter 57. Lu Shang helped him out again. The decisive tone of De Chongming's words forced the others to pay more attention to what he said. Why are you so sure? Because there are too many doubts about her. De Chongming knew that he was under great suspicion at this time. If he didn't take this opportunity to identify the mysterious woman, he might not be able to escape the fate of being eliminated. So he very cleverly followed the doubtful points mentioned by Chu Chang'e and said, "Do you still remember that woman shot Sun Shitian in advance before the first operation? She leaked information to the Rakshasa girl again during this mission. If it's just once, it can be said to be an accident. But if it happens twice in a row, I'm afraid it's intentional." Chu Chang'e frowned. You mean, is the identity and mission information of the woman revealed by Archie before true? Demingming deliberately looked like he was troubled and regretful. Now that I think about it carefully, maybe we made a mistake. In the original 8-person team, there are really 2 prophet characters. Lu Shang's eyelids twitched slightly. I couldn't help but admire the clever logic of the clever man in defending himself. It can not only lead everyone to agree that the mysterious woman is an undercover agent, but also avoid challenging his identity as a prophet. So that the focus of the field is not blurred, just to throw the mystery woman out. To a certain extent, Demingming was not looking for an undercover agent, he just wanted to avoid being eliminated. Seeing that his words had aroused everyone's thoughts, the wise man quickly struck while the iron was hot and said, "There is another doubt that Chu Chang'e just reminded me of." He said that Liang Qiu released the water at the last stage, allowing the criminals to come to protect Sun Shitian, but the first one to arrive was the Rakshasa girl. Does that mean that woman also released the water? Since both of them are suspects, I suggest that the woman with the greater suspicion be voted out first in this round. Great words, very persuasive. The mysterious woman was already within the suspicion of Chu Chang'e and the 2 of them. Now without realizing it, he was pushed to the first place in the voting. In a corner of the basement, Yang Yuyan was writing furiously on paper. 3 people have already pointed suspicion at themselves, making their current situation precarious. Especially the last words of the wise man were like showing his fangs in front of his own neck. If you can't think of a sufficient reason to fight back, you will most likely be voted out in this round. However, it is not easy to make a comeback. How should I explain my motivation for shooting in advance? What is your identity and mission? How could the Rakshasa girl opposite him suddenly know that Sun Shitian was in danger? Why was she able to get rid of herself and go to rescue Sun Shitian? These are all things that need to be explained clearly before Yang Yuyan. In just a few minutes, she could come up with some reasons to explain several of the questions, but she couldn't always find a logical answer to all the questions. The words written on the paper were deleted and revised and deleted. Yang Yuyan felt very restless, and the hand holding the pen was filled with sweat unknowingly. It was Lu Shang's turn to speak. He first looked at Yang Yuyan, who was sitting in the corner, biting her red lips, and said calmly, "I checked the woman's identity last round and she is a good person." Yang Yuyan's writing hand suddenly stopped. Her true identity is a big killer. Her personal mission is to complete the first shot and cause 30% or more damage to Sun Shitian. So in my opinion, everything she does is very explainable. Lu Shang slightly adjusted brother whose mission and placed it on Yang Yuyan, then looked at everyone calmly and said, "Because she needed to complete the damage from the first shot, she shot first. Because it is necessary to cause 30% or more damage to Sun Shitian, so when I heard that Sun Shitian's bloodline dropped below 40%, he deliberately let go of the Rakshasa girl." Lu Shang's face suddenly changed at this time, he turned to look at Yang Yuyan seriously, and said angrily, "I can understand your actions, but I can't forgive your behavior. You have the need to complete your personal tasks, so you can communicate with everyone in advance. Instead of working alone and letting us fall short, do you understand?" Of course, Yang Yuyan could tell that behind Lu Shang's harsh criticism, he was actually trying to save herself. So she raised her head and glanced at Lu Shang for the first time, and then nodded gently. As a prophet, Lu Shang gave Yang Yuyan the title of killer, and he helped her explain the motivations of her previous actions very well. After hearing this, Chu Chang'e nodded slightly. If that's the case, a lot of questions do make sense. But why did the Rakshasa girl know that Sun Shitian was in danger, and who leaked the news? Lu Shang said calmly, "I said the warning that the bloodline was below 40% on purpose. My intention was to remind the woman, but what I didn't expect was that Liang Qiu also released the water. So I guess that the warning message to the Rakshasa girl must have been leaked by him. Chu Changda and Uncle Tong's eyes suddenly stared at Liang Qiu's face. Liang Qiu didn't suddenly realize the seriousness of the matter until this moment. He hurriedly stood up from his seat and wanted to say fart, but Lu Sheng spoke first. Don't worry yet. Although you are highly suspicious, I suggest you be smarter this round because he is more suspicious than you. Liang Qiu forcefully suppressed the word fart. Lu Sheng's strategy is exactly the same as that of Da Sheng. Just gather everyone and throw him out. When De Chongming heard Lu Sheng's defense for the mysterious woman, his heart immediately sank. As expected, he suddenly changed the subject and directly targeted himself. Just listen to Lu Sheng say. When Brother Hu and I were sniping, we clearly saw you guarding Sun Qitian. This is a sure thing. And you haven't stated your identity yet. This is not something a good person would do. Lu Sheng's words suddenly hit the lifeblood of De Chongming. The reason why he didn't mention his identity just now was entirely because of a guilty conscience. My personal mission as a wallflower is equivalent to a change of direction and acknowledgement of the fact that I protect Sun Qitian. It will inevitably make everyone doubt his identity as a good person. But it would definitely be impossible not to say it now, so De Clever had no choice but to bite the bullet and said. I didn't say it because my identity is quite special. My main mission will change in the order of assassinating Sun Qitian, protecting Sun Qitian, and assassinating Sun Qitian. Before the wise man finished speaking, Liang Qiuxian laughed. So what you are saying is that you did protect Sun Qitian in the last round, and then you will assassinate him again from the next round? Do you think we would believe such an outrageous explanation? De Chongming suddenly became confused and shouted to everyone. What I tell you is the truth. You must believe me. That woman, Liang Qiu, and this fat man are the ones lying. They are the undercover agents. Chu Chang'e sternly interrupted De Chongming's words. Okay, we will decide for ourselves whether it is yes or no. Time is running out, let's first listen to what the woman has to say. Chapter 58 Xiaolu, for the third assassination, we are all at your mercy. Yang Yuyan originally wrote 2 full pages, but after Lu Sheng finished speaking, she quietly put the 2 pages into her sleeves. He took out a piece of white paper, scribbled a few words, and threw it over. Chu Chang'e picked up the white paper from the ground, unfolded it and read. Xiaolu's guesses are all correct. Sorry for causing trouble to everyone. I suspected Songming and Liang Qiu. Complete text. Chu Chang'e couldn't help scratching his head. I always felt that this woman seemed to have said something, but also seemed to have said nothing. Lu Sheng also scratched his head helplessly. This mysterious woman is too worry-free. She let herself speak for her. Doesn't she want any gaming experience at all? At this time, Liang Qiu could not wait to speak. I also want to apologize to everyone for causing misunderstandings due to my personal mission. Liang Qiu's attitude was obviously much better at this time. My identity is a treasure chest hunter, and I can know the password to the treasure chest. My personal mission is to open 3 clue treasure chests, so in order to achieve my mission, the assassination operation must proceed to the 3rd round. This is the reason why I deliberately gave up in the first 2 rounds, but I promise that in the next round I will go all out and kill Sun Qitian. Liang Qiu looked at everyone with a confident expression. But the way everyone looked at him was exactly the same as the way he looked at the wise man just now. Do you think we would believe this explanation? De Chongming repeated to Liang Qiu what Liang Qiu had just said to him. Liang Qiu was so angry that he blew his beard and stared. I am a young master from the Research Association, do I need to lie to you? If he could choose again, Lu Sheng would rather win Liang Qiu first than Demingming. Because Liang Qiu's mission is more threatening to himself and the mysterious woman. Once he opened the 3rd clue box, Lu Sheng could guess what the note inside said. It must be the names of himself and the mysterious woman. But he had already said it to death just now, and it was even more impossible to change the target temporarily at this moment. So Lu Sheng said categorically. In this game, we will be smart first. I will check Liang Qiu's identity in the next operation. Great Cleverness was at a loss for words at this time. Please don't vote for me. I don't have 500 points. If you vote for me, I will die. The 15 minutes came in a blink of an eye. Chu Chang'e looked at everyone and said. Everyone, this last opportunity to vote must be considered carefully. I will count down to 3 and we will vote independently. 3, 2, 1. Not surprisingly, Lu Sheng, Yang Yuyan, Chu Chang'e, Tong Shu, and Liang Qiu all voted for the big idea. Da Mingming voted for Lu Shang this time. The smart guy was eliminated with a high vote. Along with a burst of white light, Da Mingming immediately disappeared in front of everyone. Lu Shang and Yang Yuyan breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Especially Yang Yuyan, it was not until this moment that she released her fisted hands, and the sweat on her palms immediately soaked her black stockings. New task information popped up in the notification bar again. Lu Shang's tasks are: Main mission update, complete the third assassination of Sun Qitian within 3 hours, but the safety of Sun Qitian must be ensured, 2 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. In order to show his all-out attitude this time, Liang Qiu took the initiative to summon everyone to the information wall. We only have one last chance to assassinate. Let's talk about what you think. Uncle Tong snorted dissatisfiedly. I wasted so many opportunities before, now I'm pretending to be a good guy. Chu Chang'e stared at Sun Qitian's schedule with a solemn expression inside. Now we can only assassinate at the Peach Banquet, which should be the most difficult one. As he spoke, he glanced at Liang Qiu. You have played dungeons with the Super Guild before and have more experience than us. Let's talk about your plan first. The expression on Liang Qiu's face suddenly froze, and then he coughed awkwardly. I think in this case, it's best to kill with a sniper, don't make it complicated. Chu Chang'e ignored Liang Qiu's words and turned to look at Lu Shang. Xiaolu, do you have any ideas? Of course Lu Shang now has an idea but also pretends to have no idea. It's best if the assassination plan goes to hell so he has a chance to win. He deliberately looked at the information wall and said hesitantly. If you want to carry out an assassination in the city lord's palace, relying on the method of creating chaos will definitely not work. I'm afraid we can only do this quietly. Liang Qiu immediately echoed actively. Yes, it must be done silently and silently. Chu Chang'e frowned and said to himself. But how to approach Sun Qitian quietly? You can use poison. For example, take a handful of sweat medicine and poison everyone at the banquet. Lu Shang talked nonsense without any pressure. Unexpectedly, Liang Qiu actually echoed again. Yes, it is right to use poison. Only by using poison can we achieve silent sniping. 2 drops of cold sweat immediately flowed from Lu Shang's forehead. Liang Qiu, who co-authored this book, has no ideas other than sniping. He is simply a master of nonsense literature. Could it be that the experience of downloading the dungeon with Yang Yuyan, which he boasted to the sky, was also passed on like this? But anyway, Lu Shang kept talking nonsense with his mouth open. How could it be possible to really use poison to intoxicate everyone at the Peach Blossom Banquet? Their security guards are not just for free. At this moment, Uncle Tong suddenly shouted softly. Look, it's really poisonous. Lu Shang was startled, and quickly followed Uncle Tong's gaze, and saw a small bottle of red powder in the corner of the table that was originally filled with various miscellaneous items. Uncle Tong quickly took the powder in his hand. It says that if you put some crispy fragrant powder on it and spread it in the wind, the person who smells the fragrance will enter the soul-leaving syndrome. Lu Shang instantly recalled the scene in the previous dungeon where everyone was walking in a cave and was fainted by the incense. I wish I could give myself a big slap in the mouth right away. Uncle Tong looked at Lu Shang with surprise and praised. Thanks to Xiaolu, if you hadn't woken me up with your words just now, I would have almost ignored the sudden appearance of a bottle of something on the table. Uncle Tong's heartfelt compliment sounded like a slap in the face to Lu Shang's ears. However, Uncle Tong couldn't stop at all. It seems that this bottle of incense was specially prepared by our mastermind for this assassination. Xiaolu is still very good and thinks things through. And a slap in the face. Lu Shang already regretted his garrulousness. However, Chu Chang'e and others suddenly had full trust in him. Xiaolu, this operation is really thanks to you. You contributed the most to killing Sun Qitian. You also relied on you to find a breakthrough for the 2 consecutive assassination plans. I'm ashamed to say that at the beginning, we thought you were the most useless. Lu Shang was in a daze at this moment, if it weren't for the personal mission clearly stating that he was an undercover agent. Just looking at his contribution in this copy, he would mistakenly think that he is a good person. So Xiaolu, we are completely at your discretion as to how to execute the assassination plan this time. Chapter 59 Uncle Tong's true identity is incredible. Lu Shang just wanted to cry without tears. It feels like you went to work as an undercover agent in a gang and ended up becoming a gang boss. According to Lu Shang's original plan, it would be best to do this round of assassination with a stroke, and then poke the basket appropriately at the critical moment to sabotage the assassination operation. But now, he actually shouldered the important task of successfully assassinating Sun Qitian. What is all this about? Looking at the hopeful eyes of Uncle Tong and others, Lu Sheng could only deal with it casually. You can check to see if there are any other props left on the table. Uncle Tong immediately started rummaging around on the table carefully. After a while, Uncle Tong shouted in surprise. There are indeed 2 identity cards belonging to the criminal security. Lu Sheng now wants to sew his mouth shut. Chu Chang'e walked quickly to the table, took the ID card from Uncle Tong and looked through it repeatedly. With this sign, we can blend in with Sun Shitian's security team and get close to Sun Shitian. But why only 2? Lu Sheng wished that there would be as few people as possible sneaking into the criminal security team, so he said. It's enough for 2 people to get close to Sun Shitian, and the rest can go to the peach banquet to poison him. He glanced at the information wall. You can check the wall to see if there is an introduction to the peach banquet. Maybe you can find a breakthrough. Liang Qiu stood by the wall, glanced at the dazzling sticker fragments on the wall, pointed to one of the 3-fold pages and said. Here is a brochure for the Peach Blossom Banquet. What's written on it? Liang Qiu then read aloud. The Peach Banquet is an annual top-notch dinner hosted by Sky City City Lord Huang Shangtian to invite celebrities from all walks of life. Every detail is quite original. Of course, the most eye-catching part is the peach presentation by the goddess. 1001 carefully selected stunning women will perform a peach-picking dance, descend from the sky, and present peaches carefully cultivated with the unique pure spring water of Sky City to each guest. It is said that each peach has a unique effect, allowing guests to get unexpected surprises while enjoying singing and dancing, so it is favored by celebrities. When Chu Chang'e heard that 1001 women were falling from the sky, his eyes suddenly lit up. We can put some incense on the skirts of these women, so that when they fall from the sky, the incense can be spread out. As he spoke, he excitedly tore the cross-section diagram of the city lord's mansion from the wall and spread it on the long table. Look, there are hanging ladders around the Sihai Hall where the peach banquet is located. These women should have climbed up the hanging ladders from the waiting areas on the east and west sides, and then fell from the air. We just need to mingle in the waiting area and sprinkle some fragrant powder on their clothes. I agree. Liang Qiu nodded repeatedly, then pointed to a beam in the center of the lobby in the cross-sectional view and said. Look at this place, you can use a sniper. Liang Qiu's proposal was finally adopted by everyone. It is true that people can be hidden behind the beam, which can be used as another insurance plan. Once the 2 men who have infiltrated the criminal security team cannot successfully approach Sun Shitian, they will shoot him to death on the beam. The plan for the 3rd assassination plan finally took shape. There is only one question left. How should the other 3 people enter the peach banquet? Uncle Tong raised his head and looked at Chu Chang'e and Lu Sheng. The city lord's mansion is already heavily guarded, and the peach blossom banquet is full of celebrities. The security will only become stricter. How can we sneak in? Chu Chang'e couldn't think of a way for a while, so he rummaged aimlessly on the table. Maybe the person behind the scenes left us something else. At this time, I heard Liang Qiu say. Maybe there's a solution on this flyer. As he spoke, he tore off the 3-fold page from the information wall, pointed to a line of advertising slogans on the back and read. Peach Feast, a celebrity event. Top connections, luxurious enjoyment. A limited number of 20 peripheral seats are available for sale, only 88,888. Seats are limited, first come, first served. Please inquire for details. Lu Sheng, Chu Chang'e, and Uncle Tong looked at each other in shock after hearing the slogan. Lu Sheng seemed to suddenly understand what an amazing business this was. Then let's sign up and give it a try? Chu Chang'e nodded. I'll call and ask first. The call was quickly connected, and it was a female voice with a sweet voice. Hello, how can I serve you? Chu Chang'e asked politely. I saw you're for the peach banquet. Are there any seats left? Wait a moment, let me check it for you. There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone for 10 seconds, and then the woman's voice came from just now. Hello, there are only 2 seats left, please book as soon as possible. Only 2 seats left? Chu Chang'e frowned slightly. But there are 3 of us. Oh ho ho, there are only the last 3 seats left, so book as soon as possible. Chu Chang'e's eyes widened, he looked at Lu Sheng and the others with an expression of disbelief, and whispered. Does she think we are fools? Sir, I can hear it. It's genuine. It's a lie that will kill the whole family. Chu Chang'e had no choice but to believe it this time, so he could only sigh and asked. Okay, so how do we buy tickets? The sweet female voice replied with a smile. You can go to the side gate of Fuguei Mansion to see Xiao Shui and pay on the spot. Fuguei Mansion? Lu Shang blinked. Why does it seem like I've seen this name somewhere? Chu Chang'e hung up the phone and looked at everyone. There is no other way at the moment. Let's just believe that this brochure is genuine. Let's discuss a group together. Liang Qiu took the lead and said. I wanted to find the last treasure chest. I couldn't be a bodyguard for Sun Qitian, so I chose to put poison. Chu Chang'e glanced at Liang Qiu worriedly, and then looked at Lu Shang. Xiaolu, you go with him, it just so happens that you want to check his identity. In addition, your damage contribution is the highest, and you can hide behind the beams to set up an ambush. Hiding behind the beam to set up an ambush was the most advantageous arrangement for Lu Shang. Not only can you clearly observe the movement below, but you can also wait for opportunities to sabotage assassination operations. He was about to agree, but Uncle Tong said before him. Let me be the sniper this time, because my mission is to take the last shot. I'm afraid I won't be able to complete my personal mission if I get mixed up in the crowd. Chu Chang'e looked at Uncle Tong with a little worry. Uncle Tong, are your marksmanship good? Uncle Tong smiled confidently. Actually, I am not a chef. My true identity in the real world is the shooting instructor of the Angel Guild. Angel Guild is a guild directly affiliated to Linsheng Medical, one of the 3 major groups in China. It is also one of the 3 super guilds as famous as Shangtian Guild. Chu Chang'e never expected that this middle-aged uncle who looked like an ordinary person would actually be the shooting instructor of the Angel Guild. As a shooting instructor of the Super Union, there is no doubt about his shooting ability. Chu Chang'e then said. Then Xiaolu, you and Liang Qiu are responsible for poisoning, and Uncle Tong is responsible for sniping. Is that okay? Lu Shang couldn't think of a particularly good reason to object, so he had no choice but to nod. When Yang Yuyan in the corner of the basement heard about the Angel Guild, she subconsciously raised her head and glanced at Uncle Tong. The competition between several super guilds has always been fierce. From the team members to the weapons and equipment, to the usual training facilities and training instructors, they are all secretly competing. We strive to be at the highest level in the industry in every aspect. Therefore, Uncle Tong's true strength will definitely be at the elite level. With him lying on the beam, it will be a huge challenge for him to complete the early warning mission. Liang Qiu did not expect that Uncle Tong would come from the Angel Guild. As a loyal fan of Yang Yuyan, he naturally had no favorable impression of the Angel Guild. So he put on a look of disdain and said. I've seen the video of your copy. To be honest, the shooting skills are not very good. Uncle Tong sneered. Don't forget, there is an undercover agent among us. So my gun will always be pointed at your back. As soon as the little deer detects that there is something wrong with you, I will shoot you immediately and take you away. You will know how my shooting skills are then. Liang Qiu felt a chill on his back, but he still said firmly. The last clue box will definitely contain the identity information of the undercover. Then we will know who the real undercover is. Chapter 60. This is really a good deal for a free hand. After everyone was divided into groups, they headed to their destinations. Chu Chang'e and Yang Yuyan went to the Sky Hotel to look for opportunities to infiltrate Sun Qitian's security team. Lu Shang, Tong Shu and Liang Qiu went to Fugui Mansion to find Xiaoshui. When the 3 of them followed the navigation and arrived near the city lord's mansion, Lu Shang finally remembered where he had seen the words Fugui Mansion. Just when he completed the side mission of delivering tips to Jin Taibai last time. Jin Taibai's mansion is called Ronghua Mansion, and Fugui Mansion is directly opposite him. Lu Shang and the others took the brochure and walked around to the side door of Fugui Mansion. Uncle Tong reached out and pressed the doorbell. After a while, the door slid open from the inside, revealing a young man's face. This is the general's mansion, what do you want? Lu Shang handed over the brochure. We are here to buy the quota for the peach banquet. We just called and asked us to find Xiaoshui. I am Xiaoshui. After seeing the promotional page of Lu Shang and the others, a young man named Xiaoshui immediately opened the side door. The number of participants is 88,888. Are you sure to purchase? Lu Shang and the other 3 nodded. Xiaoshui then dialed a number. Madam, 3 people came and said they wanted to buy a place to attend the peach banquet. Okay, I'll ask them to wait. Xiaoshui hung up the phone and said to Lu Shang and the others. Wait a moment, madam will be down soon. After about 5 minutes, I saw a beautiful middle-aged woman hurriedly walking into the house. Wearing pajamas and slippers on her feet, she took small steps while letting out her standard laugh. Oh ho, you are here. Lu Shang did not expect that the voice that sounded very sweet and lovely turned out to be a beautiful middle-aged woman about 50 years old. The beautiful middle-aged woman trotted to the side door, skillfully opened her personal collection account, and showed it to Lu Sheng and the others. Scan this code to pay, 88,888 per person. Liang Qiu looked at the beautiful woman and asked hesitantly. Are you sure you didn't lie to us? The middle-aged beautiful woman immediately rolled her eyes at him. I can't fake it, I can't fake it. I've been doing this business for 3 years. This sentence seemed even more untrue in the beautiful woman's sweet and lovely voice. Fortunately, the price of 88,888 is not particularly exaggerated for Lu Sheng and the others. If you are really cheated, you won't be too heartbroken. So they paid the money one after another. The beautiful middle-aged woman immediately beamed when she saw the money arrived. You guys wait a moment, I'm going to call my son out. As he spoke, he dialed a phone number. Hey, Mumu, help mom bring a few people to the peach banquet. Oh, what's the trouble? I'm just pretending to be your bodyguard. Come out quickly. Mom has collected all the money. After the middle-aged beautiful woman hung up the phone, she turned to Lu Sheng and explained as if nothing had happened. Our family of 5 is all qualified to go to the peach banquet. My bodyguard quota has been filled. In a moment, you can pretend to be my son's bodyguard and you can get in. After entering, remember to sit at the 3 outermost tables. Those are the tables prepared for the peach banquet. No one else will come, so you can eat with confidence. After saying that, for fear that Lu Sheng and the others would regret it, they quickly said. You also know that ordinary people will definitely not be able to enter this kind of gathering of top celebrities. 88888 can go in and become familiar with it, which is already a very cost-effective price. Lu Sheng suddenly felt dumbfounded, and finally understood what the so-called peripheral seats of 88,888 were about. It turned out that they were asked to sneak into the venue disguised as bodyguards of the participants, and then prepare the table for dinner themselves. This woman not only took advantage of the peach banquet, but also let the money go into her own pocket. What a good deal. After a while, a carefree young man walked out. You can hear him muttering dissatisfiedly from a distance. Mom, why are you doing this kind of business again? The middle-aged, beautiful woman snorted. What's wrong with this kind of business? Mom can't earn some pocket money for herself. But this year is different. This year there is Sun Qitian. What can Sun Qitian do? Isn't he also your father's colleague? The idle young man sighed. He's just a stinker, what kind of colleague is he? He came behind the beautiful middle-aged woman and looked at the 3 Lu Shengs outside the door. Lu Sheng and the others also saw the appearance of this careless young man. Just this glance frightened Lu Sheng, and he quickly hid behind Uncle Tong. Because he knew this young man. The two had met a few hours ago. This person was none other than Li Mulong, who was in the Galaxy Club, yelling that this was his place and wanted to tease Yang Yuyan, and was beaten up by Yang Yuyan. Fortunately, Lu Sheng had been hiding behind the wooden door at that time, and Li Mulong didn't seem to remember him. Lu Sheng felt scared for a while. Enemies are really on a narrow road. If Yang Yuyan comes, this operation will probably be ruined. Li Mulong covered his forehead with an ice pack, glanced at the 3 of them with his eyes, and said. You 3 don't have any bad intentions. Lu Sheng and the others quickly shook their heads. Li Mulong was too lazy to pay attention to the 3 of them and said coldly. I told you in advance that the security at the peach banquet is very strict. If the security guard at the door finds something on you later that will implicate me, I will definitely kill you. If you don't believe me, you can go to Sky City and ask about my name, Li Mulong, and see if what I just said was bragging. Before Li Mulong could finish his words, he was slapped hard by the beautiful middle-aged woman. What to kill, what to kill? They are all serious businessmen, don't ruin my reputation. Li Mulong had no temper at all in front of his mother. He raised his fingers at the 3 of them and said. Come with me. It only takes 5 minutes to walk from Fugui Mansion to City Lord Mansion. It was close to 7 o'clock at this time, the sky was already dark, and the beautiful neon lights were lit outside the main building of the city, which looked very dreamy. Guests attending the peach banquet lined up in front of the door, waiting to undergo the security check before entering the mansion. The security check is extremely strict today. There are 3 floors in total. The first level is the sealing station, and all participants will wear a bracelet made of tape. After wearing this special bracelet, the prop inventory and equipment inventory will not be able to be opened. It is not allowed to tear off the bracelet within the scope of the City Lord's mansion. Once there is a tearing movement, the alarm will be triggered, and the Guardians of the Galaxy soldiers will come to you within a minute and take you away. The second level is manual inspection, which will conduct a comprehensive and detailed inspection of the participants' bodies and belongings. The third level is the random inspection of the escort soldiers. Don't underestimate the guards' random inspections. They will use those millions of metal replica balls to check your inventory and equipment inventory. Once any unusual items are found inside, you will be detained on the spot. This is called disorderly motivation screening. Of course, you can choose to refuse, but it also means that you will be refused to participate in the peach banquet. Li Mulong and Lu Shang bypassed the long queue and went straight to the security checkpoint on the far right. Here stood a neat row of Tianhe Guard soldiers with guns and ammunition. Everyone was holding a laser gun and scanning the faces of each participant with a majestic expression. The silent pressure prevents people from even having the slightest thought of causing trouble. In front of the security checkpoint, the captain of the heavily armed escort glanced at the careless Li Mulong and said in a deep voice, "Take your bodyguards and go to the back to line up." Li Mulong suddenly grinned. "Brother, this is the person arranged by my mother. Please let me pass by you." Li Jinlong immediately frowned. Why is mom still doing this kind of business? He turned around and looked around, then opened a temporary low door beside him and waved to several people. "Go to the sealing station first and seal the equipment and inventory boxes." Li Mulong agreed, and then swaggeringly led Lu Shang and the others to the sealing stage. When he was about to reach the sealing stage, Liang Qiu, who was walking in front of Lu Shang, suddenly turned around and put a small bottle into Lu Shang's hand. Lu Shang glanced down subconsciously, and was so frightened that he almost flew away. Because what he was holding in his hand at the moment was the bottle of red incense powder. Chapter 61 Successfully sneaked into the peach banquet. Lu Shang scolded Liang Qiu in his heart and quickly put some crispy powder into his inventory. After asking Lu Shang if there was anything he needed to carry with him, the security personnel at the sealing table took out a piece of tape and wrapped it around Lu Shang's wrist. At this time, Lu Shang saw that his prop column and equipment column immediately turned gray. It is no longer possible to store items inside, nor to remove items from it. The second level of manual inspection mainly screens suspicious persons and carried items. Lu Shang had nothing left on him, so he quickly passed the security check on the second level. We are about to reach the security check on the third floor. Since metal replica balls are expensive, not everyone will accept the third level of security inspection. The soldiers of the Tianhe Guards will randomly select some people from the crowd for inspection. These people who are drawn need to hold the metal copy ball with one hand. It only takes about 10 seconds. The 8 sides of the metal copy ball will successively copy the characters and the props and equipment columns of these characters. Thing. In the Sky City, weapons such as laser guns and laser knives are allowed to be carried. Therefore, if you only have these items in your props and equipment inventory, you can pass. But if some weapons of mass destruction appear in your 2 columns, you will be immediately detained for investigation. Items such as some incense will undoubtedly be taken away. In Lu Shang's inventory right now, there is the bottle of Suxiang powder. And because of the seal on the wrist, even if he wanted to take it out from the item inventory and throw it away secretly, he couldn't. So now, it seems that he can only rely on luck. But Lu Shang has never believed in luck. Both Uncle Tong and Liang Qiu successfully passed the third level of security inspection without being randomly inspected. Lu Shang was about to walk towards the two of them when he saw a guard soldier walking towards him from a distance. Damn it! Just say that I don't believe in luck. Lu Shang quickly raised his head and looked at the crowd around him. The title above each person's head slowly emerged under Lu Shang's gaze. A richly dressed young man from an aristocratic family. An eye-catching white beauty. Lu Shang didn't know what he was looking for. He only knew that the guard soldier was getting closer and closer to him. Li Mulong was looking at himself with squinted eyes. Uncle Tong and Liang Qiu held their breath nervously. Suddenly Lu Shang saw a title in the crowd. An inconspicuous young master. Lu Shang hurriedly clicked on the inconspicuous title details. Title entry, inconspicuous. Attribute details, it will be inexplicably ignored in the crowd. Attention -50%. Whether to copy this title will cost 10 points. Lu Shang was overjoyed and hurriedly spent 10 points to copy the title. Then quickly replaced it on his own head. An inconspicuous fat man. The moment Lu Shang finished replacing the title, the guard soldier passed by him, pointed at a young man behind him and said, "Come here for a random inspection." Lu Shang, Uncle Tong and Liang Qiu all breathed a sigh of relief silently. Seeing that the three of them had successfully passed the security check, Li Mulong raised his voice and said, "Okay, I've brought you all in. Then go to the banquet hall by yourself. Remember not to get me into trouble. After saying that, he walked away without even looking at the people. Lu Shang pulled Liang Qiu over and shouted in a low voice. What did you mean just now? Did you want to kill me? Liang Qiu shook off Lu Shang's hand as if nothing had happened. Aren't you fine? Uncle Tong made a gun-like gesture and put it on Liang Qiu's back. How about Xiaolu, have you checked his identity? If he is an undercover agent, I will find an opportunity to kill him. Lu Shang weighed it in his mind. Once he rashly says that Liang Qiu is an undercover agent, Liang Qiu will definitely know that his identity as a prophet is false. At that time, it will inevitably take a lot of talking, and it will easily arouse the suspicion of Uncle Tong and Chu Changge. Lu Shang doesn't want to take this risk yet. So he deliberately said. It doesn't matter whether he is or not now. As long as he can complete the task of spreading poison without causing any complications, what will happen even if he is an undercover agent? Uncle Tong, lie down on the beam for a while and keep an eye on him to make sure he doesn't do anything wrong. That'll be it. Compared with who is the undercover, what is more important now is how to get some incense out of my item inventory. Uncle Tong now has great trust in Lu Shang. Although he did not fully understand the logic of Lu Shang's words, he still nodded. I know how to get some crispy fragrance out. Liang Qiu was shocked by Uncle Tong's words. It comes from the Research Association's database. Naturally, we know how buggy this sealed bracelet is. The Research Association spent several years and invested hundreds of millions of manpower and material resources in trying to crack it, but all failed. How could this Uncle Tong find a way to crack it? Liang Qiu asked in disbelief. Can you take out items from the sealed item slot? Uncle Tong chuckled. Actually, it's not that complicated. This sealing bracelet will only trigger an alarm if it is torn off within the City Lord's palace. All we have to do is crawl outside the City Lord's palace and tear it off. As he spoke, he raised his head and pointed at the top of his head. The banquet hall of Pantao Banquet is the Sihai Hall on the top floor of the main building. When I just looked at the cross-section, I took a special look. On the edge of the beam, there is a decorative chimney that leads to the roof. We just need to crawl out from there, tear off the seal outside the City Lord's palace, take out some incense, and then crawl back out. Lu Shang and Liang Qiu couldn't help but look at each other. It turns out that the most brilliant cracking method is so simple and unpretentious. But I have to admit that this method is effective. It took Lu Shang and the others nearly 15 minutes to take the elevator to the 80th floor, the top floor of the City Lord's mansion. As soon as I got off the elevator, I was stunned by the sight in front of me. More than 1,000 graceful and stunning women surrounded the entire waiting area outside Sihai Hall, queuing up to board the hanging ladder. Whenever I see a guest coming up, I will neatly turn my head and smile at the guest. The exquisite makeup and charming expression scared Lu Shang and the three of them to quickly lower their heads. I was afraid that it would explode on the spot accidentally. Uncle Tong signaled the three of them to separate and sneak up the hanging ladder quietly when no one was paying attention. With the title of an inconspicuous fat man on his head, Lu Shang climbed up the hanging ladder easily. Uncle Tong was also very agile and didn't attract anyone's attention when he jumped up the ladder. Only Liang Qiu, due to his outstanding appearance and not so agile skills, found it extremely difficult to climb up the hanging ladder quietly. Fortunately, there was a temporary rehearsal near 7:30, which attracted everyone's attention. Liang Qiu finally found the opportunity and climbed up. The three of them reached the end of the hanging ladder and found that they were still about 2 meters away from the beam. At this time, the hanging ladder is nearly 10 meters high from below. Just looking down makes one's hands and feet weak. Uncle Tong signaled Lu Shang and the two to get out of the way, then backed away 10 meters, and then ran forward at full speed. When he reached the end of the hanging ladder, he suddenly kicked his legs forward. With the help of inertia, Uncle Tong flew up from the hanging ladder. It drew a beautiful arc in the air and accurately hooked the beam. Uncle Tong used his hands and feet to turn over and climb onto the beam. Lu Shang and Liang Qiu both took a breath of cold air, feeling frightened in their hearts. This is a bit too thrilling. However, what made the two of them even more desperate was that Uncle Tong waved to the two of them from the opposite beam, signaling them to jump over quickly. Chapter 62 found a very useful title. Lu Shang is not confident in himself, but in his body. A weight of 180 kilograms has to fly across a distance of 2 meters and land on the opposite beam. No matter how much Lu Shang thought about it, it was not something he could do. But when I thought that it would cost up to 30 ladder points to change the title of agility, I suddenly felt that it was not impossible to give it a try. At this time, Uncle Tong stood on the opposite beam and urged the two of them. Lu Shang gritted his teeth and stepped back 10 meters. Ding dang dang. Lu Shang sped forward with heavy steps. When he was nearing the end of the hanging ladder, he also imitated Uncle Tong and kicked his legs forward hard. The heavy body drew a lovely arc in the air and then stopped abruptly. With 1 meter left between the 2 meters, Lu Shang felt his body begin to fall. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Lu Shang couldn't help but think sadly in his heart. Before the fairy dispersed the flowers, she first made everyone's blood boil. It was also a surprise for the organizers. Just when Lu Shang's body was about to fall, a pair of hands suddenly grabbed him firmly. Uncle Tong's feet were hooked on the beam, and most of his body was hanging in the air. The look on his face was ferocious, and veins popped out on his hands. Holding his breath, he didn't dare to say a word. He pulled Lu Shang up with a blushing face. Uncle Tong and Lu Shang were both spread out on the beam, breathing heavily. Uncle Tong glanced at Lu Shang, feeling frightened. I asked you to jump over just now, but I was careless. Lu Shang was also afraid. In the future, you will still have to spend these points. If your life is gone, there is no use keeping so many points. Liang Qiu's face turned blue with fright at this time. He stood tremblingly on the spot and said nervously. Why don't I jump over here? Uncle Tong's expression immediately changed. No, others don't have to come over, you have to come over. I don't feel relieved if you're not with us. The corners of Liang Qiu's eyes twitched. He glanced at the banquet hall below and suddenly felt dizzy. Perhaps because of the reputation of the young master of his research society, he finally gritted his teeth and rushed towards the crossbar. Fortunately, Liang Qiu still had some foundation. With the help of Uncle Tong and Lu Shang, he managed to climb up. Uncle Tong pointed to an air outlet at the end of the beam and said, That's the decorative chimney, and we climbed out from there. The chimney pipe was very narrow and there was no escalator. Uncle Tong gestured with his arm and said, You can imitate my movements and climb up in a moment. After saying that, Uncle Tong jumped up, then leaned against one side of the pipe and placed his feet on the other side. Relying on the friction of the body, climb up step by step. Liang Qiu couldn't help but curse. Did this guy break out of prison? But Lu Shang got into the chimney first. Lu Shang fell last, with some hesitation in his heart. He is obviously an undercover agent, why are he working so hard? But thinking that his personal mission had not yet been completed, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and follow. Lu Shang climbed up about 3 meters in the chimney when he heard Uncle Tong's voice coming from the top of the chimney. There is a lid here. You two wait while I open the lid. Then a burst of sand and dust fell. Lu Shang sighed twice, and finally felt a cold wind blowing in from above his head. Okay, we can go out. Lu Shang and the others finally climbed out of the chimney and reached the roof of the city lord's mansion after going through many difficulties and dangers. At this time, the moon was in front of them and the stars were around them, but they did not feel a trace of romance. Trust me, romance only happens on rooftops below the 2nd floor. When you stand on the roof of the 80th floor and feel the cross wind blowing from all directions, you just want to live well. Uncle Tong braved the strong wind and shouted to Lu Shang and the others. It should be fine now, let's tear off the sealing bracelet on our hands. Lu Shang and Liang Qiu hesitated and did not dare to take action. Uncle Tong sighed. In this case, I'll go first. After saying that, he pulled the tape wristband hard. I have to say that the quality of this bracelet is really good. Uncle Tong pulled it hard 7 or 8 times before finally taking it off. However, the alarm was not triggered during the whole process. It seemed that climbing to the roof was indeed leaving the scope of the city lord's mansion. Lu Shang and Liang Qiu also tore off their bracelets. The seals on the item inventory and equipment inventory were immediately lifted. Uncle Tong gestured towards the bottom of the chimney. Let's crawl back first. Lu Shang and Liang Qiu nodded quickly, eager to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. 3 minutes later, the 3 of them returned to the crossbar safely. Uncle Tong took out his sniper rifle from the equipment rack, and Lu Shang divided the powder for incense burning into 2 parts, and gave 1 part to Liang Qiu. Uncle Tong patted Lu Shang on the shoulder. Time is running out, hurry up and spread some fragrance, I won't go down anymore. After speaking, he turned to look at Liang Qiu. I will keep an eye on you and don't try to cause any trouble. Liang Qiu snorted in dissatisfaction, but did not argue much and jumped off the beam with Lu Shang. The 2 of them carefully returned to the ground. Liang Qiu pointed to the waiting area on the west side and said, I'll go to the west, you go to the east, be careful to hold your breath and don't get stunned. After finishing speaking, without waiting for Lu Shang's reply, he walked to the waiting area to the west. Lu Shang raised his head and glanced at the beam above his head, thought about it, and walked to the east area. He held some fragrant powder in the palm of his hand and pretended to be a guest, deliberately passing by the group of beautiful ladies. Gently rub it with your fingers, and the crispy fragrance is sprinkled bit by bit into the girl's skirts. At 7:49, the powder in the bottle has almost been sprinkled. At this time, Chu Changa's voice came from the wireless communicator behind his ear. We have just entered Si Haitang. How is the situation over there? Uncle Tong quickly replied. I'm already in position and can see Sun Qitian's position. Lu Shang also replied. I have successfully finished placing all the crispy incense here. Chu Changa said Where is Liang Xiu? How could I have a problem? It has been cured a long time ago. Okay, let's find a place to meet first. We just saw the last clue treasure box in the safe passage. Liang Xiu, who was very cold and arrogant just now, suddenly became excited. I'll be right over, help me keep an eye on the treasure chest. The moment he heard Chu Changa say he had found the treasure chest, Lu Shang suddenly became very nervous. Once the treasure chest is opened, the identity of himself and the mysterious woman will be exposed. There is no doubt that he will definitely bear the thunderous wrath from Chu Changa and others. Lu Shang felt frightened when he thought of Uncle Ton lying down on the beam. He had to think of a way to prevent Chu Changa from opening the treasure chest. Lu Shang rushed to the safe passage and began to check his prop column, equipment column, and title column. Hope I can find something useful. Suddenly, he stared at the first title in the title column and fell into deep thought. Alarm if you enter wrong password. This was the title he copied when he was doing the task of delivering tips to Jean Taibai, and it was also the first title he copied. At that time, he felt that this title could be of great use, so he kept it. Maybe this time, it's time for him to really come in handy? Lu Shang clicked on the attribute details. Title entry: if you enter the wrong password, call the police. Attribute details: once you enter the wrong password, 7758, the wireless alarm function will be triggered and you will be punished by permanent assassination by the subordinates. Lu Shang had an idea in his mind. If I replace the original title of the treasure chest with this title, does it mean that Liang Qiu will also face such a punishment challenge? Chapter 63. She is really Yang Yuyan. At 7:55, the peach feast is about to begin. Lu Shang, Liang Qiu, Chu Changa, and the mysterious woman met in the safe passage. Yang Yuyan still looked cold, standing alone in the corner of the safe passage. Lu Shang glanced at her intentionally or unintentionally. Although she still looked very calm, Lu Shang guessed that she must also be very nervous at the moment. This has nothing to do with the level of a woman's ability. It's purely an instinctive reaction before being exposed as an undercover agent. The clue box was lying quietly on the stairs. Lu Shang can see the title on the treasure chest. A treasure chest hiding the name of an undercover agent. There really wasn't any room left. There is still a combination lock on the treasure chest. Liang Qiu confidently came to the treasure box and took a deep breath. Who is the undercover? The truth will be revealed soon. You will know soon whether I am lying or not. Chu Changa stood next to Liang Qiu, staring at his hands closely to prevent him from cheating. Yang Yu secretly made a fighting stance and quietly moved half of his body to the safety door. Uncle Tong's voice appeared in the wireless communicator. Please read the clues that will be revealed later. Lu Shang glanced at the title on the password lock. A lock that only treasure chest hunters can open. With a sudden thought, I changed the title to Alarm if you enter wrong password. Now the title on the password lock has become a lock that will alarm if the wrong password is entered. Liang Qiu stood there and thought for a moment, and finally stretched out his hand to press the combination lock. Before opening it, he turned his head and glanced at Lu Shang and the others, deliberately pretending to be mysterious and said, when the name of the undercover agent comes out soon, you will definitely be surprised. Chu Changa urged impatiently. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and open the treasure chest. Liang Qiu chuckled and began to fiddle with the password. Everyone held their breath nervously. Lu Shang is no exception. Because he is now a little unsure whether Liang Qiu's special ability can see the replaced password. It wasn't until Liang Qiu's first number was dialed to 1 that Lu Shang breathed a sigh of relief. Liang Qiu entered the password 1147 with determination and then pressed the unlock button. At this time, the combination lock made a violent vibration, but the lock did not open. Chu Changa frowned, looked at Liang Qiu and asked, what's going on? Why isn't the lock unlocked? Cold sweat dripped down Liang Qiu's forehead. With a shocked look on his face, he pressed the unlock button repeatedly. There's no reason why it can't be opened. This is the unlocking code you gave me. Uncle Tong sneered in the communicator. I deliberately pretended that I couldn't open it. It seems that the undercover agent probably ran away. Yang Yuyan's eyes were full of doubts. She was ready to take action just now, but she didn't expect that there would be a dramatic reversal. Lu Sheng's concern at this time is different from everyone else's. He even wanted to know whether the vibration on the password lock just now was the wireless alarm function. If so, how should the second half of the sentence, being punished by permanent assassination by subordinates, be realized? After all, this is the city lord's mansion, how could the servants sneak in? At this moment, there was a sudden rush of footsteps in the staircase corridor. Immediately afterwards, a Tianhe guardsman hurriedly ran up. At a glance, he saw Liang Qiu squatting on the ground and unlocking the door. Without saying a word, he pulled out the laser gun and pointed it at his head. A laser beam flew past his scalp. Liang Qiu was so frightened that he instinctively ducked and hid behind Chu Chang'e. The soldiers of the Tianhe guards immediately stretched out their hands to pull Chu Chang'e away. Upon seeing this, Liang Qiu quickly pushed Chu Chang'e forward from behind, and he rushed out of the safety door using his hands and feet. The soldiers of the Tianhe guards immediately knocked Chu Chang'e away and chased after Liang Qiu's back. From beginning to end, none of the three Lu Sheng seemed interested. Lu Sheng now seems to understand a little bit why the ancestor of the subordinate said that no matter where he hid, he could not escape the pursuit of the subordinate. It turns out that even in the Tianhe guards, there are actually people who are subordinates. This made him have to look at that ancestor with admiration. Chu Chang'e's identity is the best teammate, and he needs to ensure the number of players in the final copy. So almost as soon as the Guardians of the Galaxy ran out, he immediately chased after him. Yang Yuyan did not stop, and was about to turn around and leave, when Lu Sheng suddenly grabbed her wrist from behind. Yang Yuyan was shocked. She turned over and pushed Lu Sheng to the ground. Lu Sheng quickly begged for mercy. Don't do anything. We are one of our own. I am also an undercover agent. Yang Yuyan looked dubiously at Lu Sheng, who was grinning in pain, and relaxed a little. Lu Sheng took a breath and said, "You should know that I didn't lie. I am not a prophet. My identity is the Wolf of the Night. You are not a mass murderer, your identity is an informer. Now that it's down to the wire, there's no need for us to hide our identities from each other anymore." Although Yang Yuyan still had many doubts in her heart, she still let go. Lu Sheng shook his sore arm, looked at Yang Yuyan and said, "I have no other intention of stopping you. I just want to tell you how to crack the Suxiang. You only need to cut 3 fingers of the soul-leaving person to pull him out of the soul-leaving syndrome." As Lu Sheng spoke, he gestured on his fingertips, then took out a laser pistol from the equipment slot and handed it over. "My equipment slot has been unlocked. If you hide this on your body, you might be able to use it." Yang Yuyan took the laser pistol hesitantly, nodded to Lu Sheng, then quickly turned around and left the stairwell. Lu Sheng's voice came from behind. "I wish you a successful undercover mission." Yang Yuyan's whole body was shocked, and she suddenly felt a strange feeling in her heart. She waved to Lu Sheng behind her back to express her gratitude. Lu Sheng looked at the graceful back of the mysterious woman and felt something in his heart. Although it's a pity that I can't see my face, but just looking at this back, I think the national goddess is nothing more than this. After the mysterious woman walked away, Lu Sheng returned to the treasure chest. The treasure chest contains his and the mysterious woman's names. If he doesn't take it out, it will always make him feel uneasy. Lu Sheng then squatted down and entered the password 7758 on the password lock. Sure enough, the treasure chest popped open. A stack of square notes lay in the middle of the treasure chest. Lu Sheng reached out and took out the note and unfolded it in his hand. Sure enough, the names of 2 people were written on it. Lu Sheng. Yang Yuyan. Lu Sheng was shocked and quickly stood up and looked in the direction where the mysterious woman left. However, there is no beauty in sight. But this beauty turned out to be Yang Yuyan. Lu Sheng was stunned for a moment until a new message suddenly popped up in the message bar. Personal mission update: congratulations on successfully eliminating a non-undercover player in this round and successfully completing all personal missions. 3/3. Rewards for completing personal tasks will be settled after the dungeon is cleared. Lu Sheng was suddenly confused. My personal mission was actually completed? Chapter 64 Sudden Changes. At the same time, Chu Chang'e's irritable voice came from Lu Sheng's wireless communicator. Damn it, Liang Qiu was suddenly eliminated. Lu Sheng suddenly realized. It must have been because he had just opened the clue treasure box that Liang Qiu was unable to complete his personal task of opening 3 treasure boxes. As a result, he was judged to have failed his personal mission and was eliminated from the competition. Therefore, he completed his personal mission by mistake. Uncle Tong asked hurriedly. Eliminated? Have you found out the clues? Chu Chang'e said frustrated. No, Chu Chang'e couldn't open the code lock, and then the soldiers of the Tianhe Guard suddenly appeared and started chasing Liang Qiu for some reason. Then just now, Liang Qiu disappeared in front of my eyes without any warning. Lu Sheng asked, pretending to be surprised. Why did he disappear suddenly? Chu Chang'e sighed bitterly. Perhaps the personal mission failed. You must ensure that you complete the personal mission. If you continue to be eliminated, I will be gone too. Lu Sheng quickly gave a few hypocritical words of comfort, and then heard Uncle Tong say. The peach feast has begun. Suddenly the lights in Sihai Hall brightened, and then, a short middle-aged man walked onto the stage with a big smile. With his appearance, the venue burst into applause. Huang Shangtian smiled and waved to everyone. It's the annual peach feast again. The city in the sky has become more and more prosperous this year, which is inseparable from the hard work of everyone here. Therefore, this peach feast is just a banquet to thank everyone. Of course, this year's peach banquet is not only a banquet of thanks, but also a banquet of peace. We also specially invited Sun Shitian, the leader of the guilty people, to attend the banquet. We hope that from now on, war will cease in heaven and on earth, and peace will last forever. Let us welcome Sun Shitian with warm applause. In the Sihai Hall, there was sparse applause. The spotlight suddenly hit the door, and Sun Shitian, who was short and thin, walked swaggering into the Sihai Hall, accompanied by the Rakshasa girl and others. Many of the guests present were soldiers who had fought against him head-on and returned in defeat. Their eyes were full of hatred when they looked at Sun Shitian. Sun Shitian didn't care. He looked at no one with a cold face and walked straight to the main table in front of the performance stage. When he was about to walk to the main table, he nodded to Huang Shangtian on the performance stage as a greeting. Huang Shangtian smiled in return, and then rambled on about his views on peace. I kept reading until 8:15, and finally announced. The peach feast begins now. There was a wave of applause in the Sihai Hall. Immediately afterwards, the host's voice, as bright as a bell, came from mid-air. Thanks to the city lord for his speech, now we will bring you the long-awaited peach presentation session by the goddess. I invite a fairy to come down to earth and give you a gift of fairy peaches. Chu Chang'e hurriedly warned. Everyone, please stay away to avoid being poisoned by Su Xiang. Lu Sheng then withdrew from Sihaitang. At this time, 1001 stunning women have climbed up the hanging ladders on both sides holding peaches in their hands. They used special skirts to jump down from the hanging ladder. In mid-air, her skirts were flying, really like a fairy descending to earth. Chu Chang'e reminded again. I don't know how long it will take for the incense to take effect. Everyone should be prepared at any time. Of course Lu Shang would not make any preparations. He had just told Yang Yuyan how to crack Dian Suxiang. In addition to helping her complete the undercover mission, he also hoped that she would wake up Sun Shitian and others for him. Once they are awakened, Chu Chang'e and Tong Shu alone will obviously not be able to complete the assassination mission. At that time, you can reap the benefits and wait for the task to be completed easily. In the Sihai Hall, nearly 1,000 guests did not notice anything strange at all. They all watched the girls dancing around them with fascination. The peach-picking dance lasted for about 15 minutes, and the guests who watched the dance became more and more enchanted. Many guests even started dancing to the music. Uncle Tong asked doubtfully. Is this the beginning of the fragrance? Chu Chang'e glanced at Sun Shitian and Huang Shangtian who were still chatting and laughing from a distance, and said cautiously. We'll wait. After nearly 10 minutes, the behavior of the guests in the entire Sihai Hall began to become even more bizarre. Some people began to speak, and some began to fight with their hands. Some elders stood on chairs and gave pointers, while some children were lying on the dining table, crying and doing homework in the air. As for Sun Shitian and Huang Shangtian, one gestured with his hands like firing a gun, and the other actually started singing loudly with chopsticks. A group of security guards looked dumbfounded outside the door, but they did not dare to rush in. What happened to these people inside? A young guard who participated in the security mission of the Peach Banquet for the first time could not help but sigh in his heart. The things rich people play are really interesting. Chu Chang'e shouted in his earphones. It's almost time, let's go. Suddenly, Yang Yuyan was seen rushing into Sihaitang and heading straight for Sun Qitian. Chu Chang'e was startled and quickly followed her. Yang Yuyan quickly approached Sun Qitian like a gust of wind, and when she was about to come to him and wake him up, an unexpected scene suddenly happened. Sun Qitian suddenly jumped up from his seat, looked around at the crazy crowd, and shouted. "It's a bit sweet. Damn it, the superiors actually set a trap to frame us." Brothers fought with them. As soon as he finished speaking, the civilian security guards immediately brought down the Tianhe Guard soldiers around them and began to tear off the sealing bracelet on his hand. At this time, Yang Yuyan and Chu Chang'e, who were halfway there, were dumbfounded. I couldn't figure out what was going on for a while. Why didn't Sun Qitian get poisoned by Su Xiang? Could it be that he had woken up from the soul-leaving syndrome? It was Chu Chang'e who came to his senses first and hurriedly shouted into the communicator. Uncle Tong! Hurry up and snipe Sun Qitian. Yang Yuyan was shocked. Once Uncle Tong shot Sun Qitian, her personal mission would fail. She quickly took out the laser pistol Lu Sheng handed her from her arms, pointed it in the direction of the beam and fired. Uncle Tong, who was lying on the beam, was caught off guard and instinctively retracted his head. The personal guards beside Sun Qitian also immediately realized that there was an ambush above their heads, and quickly protected Sun Qitian behind them. Yang Yuyan fired randomly at the beam where Uncle Tong was, and then retreated toward the door while firing. Chu Chang'e suddenly woke up. It turns out you are the undercover. Yang Yuyan's personal mission has been completed and she does not want to waste words with Chu Chang'e. After confirming that the security guards around Sun Qitian had torn off their bracelets and taken out their weapons, they quickly turned around and got into the crowd. Chu Chang'e was furious at this moment. He seemed to suddenly think of something and cursed into the communicator. Xiaolu, you are not a farking prophet, and you are also an undercover agent? Lu Sheng silently took the wireless communicator from his ear, threw it under his feet, and crushed it to pieces. At this time, the fairies who were suffering from soul-leaving syndrome were still immersed in memories and dancing. Lu Sheng and Yang Yuyan used the girls' bodies as cover and quickly ran into the safe passage, planning to escape downstairs. What happened just now was too sudden, and no one knew what else would happen tonight. It's important to escape and save your life. However, when the two of them ran down more than 2 floors, they heard the sound of large troops running from the stairs. Li Jinlong, who was in charge of security tonight, led a large number of Tianhe Guard soldiers and came after hearing the news. Lu Sheng quickly grabbed Yang Yuyan, and the two had no choice but to retreat to the rooftop of the city lord's mansion. A flood of escort soldiers instantly poured into the Sihai Hall. With their obvious numerical advantage, they quickly forced the criminals back to a corner of the Sihai Hall. Lu Sheng and Yang Yuyan hid behind the crowd, keeping vigilant eyes on the convoy soldiers, but also on guard against the revenge of Chu Chang'e and Uncle Tong. Li Jinlong, who was fully armed, looked at Sun Qitian and shouted loudly. Sinner Sun Qitian, you have been surrounded, put down your weapons quickly and be captured without a fight. Sun Qitian snorted coldly, raised a laser gun and pointed it at the back of Huang Shangtian's head, who was still singing. You want to negotiate peace under the guise of a peach banquet, but at the same time you want to assassinate me. What a good strategy and means. In this case, I will always make you pay some price. If you dare to take another step forward, I will kill him first. Chapter 65. Is he the person behind the assassination team? Li Jinlong didn't dare to step forward. He looked around the field and found that his father Li Jin was playing military chess and his mother was applying a facial mask. The younger brother Li Lianhua was practicing boxing in the air. The most embarrassing thing was that his second brother, Li Mulong, acted like he was sucking milk and said dirty words in his mouth. Is it some crispy incense? Li Jinlong muttered to himself, and then shouted to Sun Qitian. Sun Qitian, there must be a misunderstanding here. Let the city lord go first. I will definitely find out the truth and give you an explanation. Misunderstand? Sun Qitian raised his head and laughed. Do you think we are fools? I just said that since you are planning to harm me, you have to pay some price. As soon as Sun Qitian finished speaking, the air defense siren suddenly sounded. What happened? Li Jinlong turned to look at the adjutant beside him, and the adjutant quickly replied. Report from below, a group of criminals have invaded the city lord's mansion. How many people? 30 or 40 people. How could 30 or 40 people trigger the air raid siren? They said there are more than 10 mutant beasts. Before the adjutant finished speaking, he saw a huge moth swooping over from the window. A big hole was immediately broken into the 80-story city lord's mansion, and a manic cold wind instantly poured in from the window. The tables and chairs in Sihai Hall were in chaos, and guests and peaches were everywhere. Li Jinlong quickly ordered the soldiers to shoot at the moths together. But the fluttering moth had no intention of stopping. He kept flapping his wings, trying to fly to the chandelier on the top. The huge wings rolled up waves of turbulence, as if a tornado suddenly blew up on the flat ground. The strong air current carried many guests flying out of the hole. Some guests who were closer to the hole were rolled out of the window with a whoop. At this moment, most of the guests have not yet woken up and are still immersed in their world of memories. The criminals retreated to a corner of the Sihai Hall to protect Sun Qitian from being assassinated. The soldiers of the escort were shooting at the giant moth frantically. Chu Changda and Uncle Tong are missing and are probably still looking for opportunities to assassinate Sun Qitian. In the collision just now, Yang Yuyan was swept to the other side of the lobby, carefully hiding herself. At this moment, the only person in the entire Sihai Hall who was awake and has nothing to do is probably Lu Shang. Lu Shang was not idle either. Just when the peaches were rolling around on the ground, he suddenly noticed the title on the peaches. A random money peach. A flat peach with random points. A randomly restored flat peach. Among them, the number of random money is the most, followed by the number of random points, and the number of random recovery is the least. At this time, there must be 100 flat peaches that have fallen on the ground and have not been eaten. How could Lu Shang miss this opportunity? He quickly bent over and picked up peaches all over the ground. Pick up random recovery first, then pick up random points. Only when random money rolls to your feet will you pick it up with your hands. Lu Shang had already put on that mirror armor. Even if you are hit by a laser bullet, you will only hear a scream of awe coming from the distance. It was probably because the guard soldier accidentally shot himself and was injured by his armor. Then a magical scene appeared in the entire lobby. The soldiers of the Tianhe guards were engaged in a fierce exchange of fire with the fluttering moth. Laser beams filled the room. However, under such intense laser bombs, a fat man squatted on the ground seriously and picked up peaches as if nothing had happened. Not only that, every time the fat man was hit by a laser beam, a Tianhe guardsman would scream and fall to the ground injured. Li Jinlong was furious. I am here to fight to the death with the mutated beasts, while you benefit from squatting on the ground. Even I can only eat one flat peach a year, and you picked up 30 or 40 in one go. Not only that, but he accidentally injured more than a dozen of his own soldiers. This is simply unreasonable. Li Jinlong took advantage of the fact that he was wearing A-level armor and fired at Lu Shang. Ouch! Fire another shot. Oh my god! After 2 shots, Li Jinlong knocked himself to the ground. The adjutant beside him was shocked. Captain, you were shot? Li Jinlong felt unspeakably aggrieved. Find 2 people to carry me out. The rest of you will continue to beat the moth for me. Be careful not to accidentally injure the city lord, and don't hit the fat man again. Yang Yuyan in the corner looked at Lu Shang's back and couldn't help but be full of curiosity about this fat man. He is obviously an amateur, but how come he has so many weird abilities? He has superb fighting skills, knows how to break through the incense, and can survive the laser attack unscathed. What puzzled her the most was how, as an undercover agent, he could accurately know the identities and missions of others. Unknowingly, Yang Yuyan was lost in thought. By the time she reacted, she didn't know how many seconds had passed. She quickly looked nervously at her task list. I was surprised to find that in the weekly tasks, I couldn't think that others were still 0/3, and there was no additional penalty for myself. Yang Yuyan breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that after thinking about it for so long, it didn't last more than 3 seconds. Lu Shang was still concentrating on squatting on the ground picking peaches. In just a short time, he had picked up no less than 70 flat peaches. If it hadn't been for this sudden accident, he might never have had the chance to pick up so many flat peaches in his life. It can be considered a blessing in disguise. At this moment, a cold muzzle was pressed against Lu Shang's head. Lu Shang was stunned for a moment. Then he raised his head and looked up along the barrel of the gun, and found that it was Sun Qitian who was pointing the gun at him. Lu Shang's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Logically speaking, the new copy Sun Qitian should not recognize himself, but from the eyes of the man in front of him, he clearly saw the anger that could not be hidden. Sure enough, Sun Qitian gritted his teeth and said, "Damn fat man, we meet again." Lu Shang was taken aback and blurted out, "You know me?" Sun Qitian snorted from his nose. "There are not many people I can remember, but I can recognize the person who destroyed my Mecha Monkey King and turned into ashes. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have to suffer the humiliation here today." Cold sweat trickled down Lu Shang's back, and he quickly added. I was indeed reckless that day, but this time I am an undercover agent protecting you. Without me, you would have been assassinated several times before. I know. Sun Shitian interrupted Lu Shang very calmly. You know? Lu Shang was surprised. Sun Shitian nodded and showed a playful smile. Who do you think hired you to kill me? Lu Shang thought for a moment and suddenly opened his eyes wide. Is it you? Are you the person behind our scenes? Sun Shitian smiled non-committally. Lu Shang felt like his brain was about to short-circuit. How in this world could someone hire someone else to assassinate him? Why are you doing this? Lu Shang almost blurted out. Sun Shitian laughed loudly and whispered into Lu Shang's ear. Who am I? How can I accept peace talks willingly? If someone hadn't tried to kill me, there would be no reason for me to stir up trouble at the Peach Blossom Banquet. Lu Shang suddenly realized. So the crispy powder in the basement and the identity tags of the criminals were all deliberately arranged by you in the hope that we could use them to kill you? Sun Shitian nodded. The fat guy is not too stupid. This will not only give us a reason to take action, but also poison all these losers. In Lu Shang's mind, some questions that were originally unclear were finally explained. No wonder the photos on the information wall are fake. There are undercover agents in the assassination team, and you can wake up from your memories as soon as you get a little bit of incense. It turns out that all this was your arrangement. Sun Shitian proudly tapped Lu Shang's forehead with his gun. Of course, I just want you to cause some trouble, but I don't really want to kill myself. I just didn't expect that there are weapons among you that drop health based on a percentage. It almost killed me. Otherwise, your junk-like equipment won't pose a threat to me at all. Chapter 66 The Fetters of a Marriage Contract. Lu Shang, who had figured everything out, suddenly felt very bored. What I thought was a well-planned assassination operation ended up just playing 3 games of house with others. Everything has been arranged by others. Lu Shang even suspected that even if his assassination plan was full of loopholes, they would pretend to be tricked just to practice with him until the peach feast in the evening. Lu Shang sighed boringly. Okay, now that the task is basically completed, what are you going to do, burn bridges? Sun Shitian reached out and touched the mustache on his chin. Speaking of which, according to the original plan, I wanted to get rid of you. But I saw you, and suddenly I wanted to give you a chance to make up for your mistakes. Lu Shang didn't believe that Sun Shitian could have such kind intentions, so he asked. What chance? Sun Shitian did not answer this question immediately, but asked. Have you ever thought about it? If I don't want peace talks, I just don't come to the Sky City for the Peach Blossom Banquet. Why do I have to spend so much time planning all this? After Sun Shitian's reminder, Lu Shang finally thought of the unreasonableness of Sun Shitian's move. Why? Because I do have something that I have to come up to get. And I don't have the chance to get this thing normally. I can only get it when the Peach Banquet is in chaos. What? The core essence necessary to repair the right leg of the great sage's mecha. This thing is only available in the Tashita factory. It is usually heavily guarded there, but only tonight, we have the opportunity to sneak in during the chaos. Lu Shang seemed to understand what Sun Shitian meant when he said this to him. So you mean, let me help you get the nuclear sperm? Sun Shitian nodded naturally. Atone for your sins with your merits, as I just said. Why don't you go yourself? Because as long as I'm here, they will send all the troops over. I can help you delay. Lu Shang looked at Sun Shitian doubtfully. Then you're not afraid that I'll take the things and run away? Sun Shitian looked confident. The core essence is of no use to you. Give me the core essence. In return, I can give you something good. After that, he looked at Lu Shang and asked again. How about it? Do you agree? Lu Shang glanced at the muzzle of the gun that was still pressed against his forehead, and nodded helplessly. Good. As soon as he finished speaking, a new message popped up in his taskbar. Hidden mission update, steal the core essence of the old army. Please go to the Tashita factory in the west of Sky City within 50 minutes to steal the nuclear essence inside and give it to Sun Shitian, 49:49. Lu Shang glanced at the gate that was tightly blocked by the Tianhe guards, and asked aloud. How do I get down? I also have a silly moth who will be here soon. At the same time, a region-wide broadcast appeared in front of all players. Congratulations to the Way of Life player in Area 4 for successfully unlocking the hidden mission, stealing the core essence of the old army. Yan Yuyen, Chu Changge, and Uncle Tong, who were hiding in a corner, all looked at Lu Shang in front of Sun Shitian with surprise. At this time, this fat man can still successfully unlock the hidden mission? At this moment, Yang Yuyan suddenly heard a loud boom from behind her. Another huge moth crashed through the French window behind her. Si Haitang, which had already been poked with a big hole, suddenly had another huge hole. The two holes formed a perfect opposition, giving the strong wind that could only enter and exit suddenly an outlet. A wave of wind and waves stronger than the torrent immediately appeared in the lobby. It pours in from one hole and spurts out from another. Countless tables, chairs, guests, and girls were rushed out of the lobby in a blink of an eye and thrown 200 to 300 meters into the air. Li Jinlong's hoarse roar came from outside the Sihai Hall. Hurry up and save people! Hurry up and save people! Yang Yuyan was not spared. Since the hole was right behind her, she had no time to dodge and was instantly sucked out of the hole by the strong wind. At the critical moment, Yang Yuyan hooked her hand on a corner of the glass window frame to prevent her from falling from the building. Her whole body hung in the air, and she tried hard with her hands to climb up from the window. However, people and debris kept being scraped out of the cave entrance in Si Haitang, making it difficult for Yang Yuyan to climb up. Hundreds of meters high, life hangs on a thread. But there's something worse. Boom! A bullet suddenly struck from a distance and penetrated the glass on Yang Yuyan's right side. The glass shards scratched her right hand, leaving a deep wound immediately. Yang Yuyan raised her head in horror and saw a cold light flashing across the beams of Sihai Hall. That's the reflection from the scope. It's Uncle Tong. Yang Yuyan couldn't help crying in her heart. Uncle Tong was seeking revenge against the undercover agent and wanted to vent his anger. Yang Yuyan didn't dare to show her head. She was very sure that the Angel Guild sniper instructor's marksmanship was enough to kill her the moment she showed her head. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and crawl to the side in the air. However, Uncle Tong didn't give her any chance to breathe. Bang, bang, bang were 3 more shots. Wherever Yang Yuyan climbed, the glass above her head was shattered. The crumbs were like snowflakes, falling all over her head. Her right hand gradually lost strength due to blood loss. At this moment, I can only rely on my left hand to support myself. Under the strong wind, it won't take long for him to run out of energy and fall to his death. Under the black veil, Yang Yuyan's face was ashen. Even though I have experienced so many copies, I have never been so desperate as now. Especially when she saw Chu Chang'e appear behind the glass window holding a laser pistol. The continuous sound of glass exploding at the entrance also attracted Lu Sheng's attention. He soon saw Yang Yuyan struggling high in the sky. Like a rootless duckweed, helpless and fragile. Falling from a building is different from being eliminated. Once you die, you will disappear from every world. Logically speaking, Lu Sheng and Yang Yuyan can only be regarded as strangers who have had a relationship with each other. Lu Sheng has absolutely no reason to fight for her. But the magic is that the marriage contract made the stranger Lu Sheng feel an inexplicable bond. He wanted to save Yang Yuyan desperately. Lu Sheng hugged the pillars of the performance stage tightly and shouted at Sun Qitian. Your big moth is here, how should I get down? Sun Qitian replied loudly. There is a pocket under the silly moth's body, and there is an airborne jacket inside. Lu Sheng glanced at the big moth that kept fluttering on the ground and cursed in his heart. With a kick of his feet, he pounced on the big moth. He quickly reached into the pocket under Demo's body, took out his airborne jacket and put it on. Then he pressed his body against the ground, kicked the big moth hard, and used the inertia to slide quickly towards the entrance of the hole. At this time, Chu Chang'e had already raised his laser gun and pointed it at Yang Yuyan's hands. You and your fat guy partner are really good at deceiving a few of us. But it can be regarded as karma. You still fell into my hands. Within the dungeon, life and death are uncertain. We belong to different camps, so don't blame me. The moment Yang Yuyan saw Chu Chang'e appear, she knew that today would probably be a bad day. No matter how skilled she was, there was no possibility of escape in the current situation. In an instant, many memories flashed before my eyes. She thought of her father, mother and 3 brothers. Thinking of Gu Xiaoxiao and her Shengtian guild. And the grandfather he wanted to save wholeheartedly, but unexpectedly he had to walk in front of him. They must all be very sad. Yang Yuyan sighed secretly. She didn't want to be shot by Chu Chang'e and broke her hands. She decided to let go of her hands and leave decently. Just when she was about to let go, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Chu Chang'e, let this woman go. Chapter 67 The Gently Plucked Heartstrings. This voice was clear and calm, but Chu Chang'e only found it funny. You want me to let her go? You don't look at your current situation and you still want to be a hero and save her. It's a joke. As he spoke, he pursed his lips in the direction of the beam. Uncle Tong must be targeting your back now. He wants to beat you into a sieve. It's a good time that you're here. It saves us having to look for you again. Yang Yuyan sighed and shook her head gently towards Lu Shang. In this situation, trying to save yourself would be tantamount to death. It was just a chance encounter with him, so there was no need to lose his life for him. But I saw Lu Shang leaning on the floor-to-ceiling window frame and said calmly. You made a mistake. It's you who want to save her, not me. Chu Changa seemed to have heard the funniest joke in his life and looked at Lu Shang like a fool. You two are undercover, so that we are about to fail the mission, and now you want me to save her? Are you crazy, or am I crazy? Lu Shang smiled slightly. Both of us are not crazy. You volunteered to save her. After speaking, in front of Chu Changa, he raised the laser pistol and put it against his temple. If you kill her, I will shoot myself. By then, only you and Uncle Tong will be left in the assassination team, and your personal mission will fail. And I don't trust Uncle Tong alone. Can complete the assassination mission. Chu Changa suddenly remembered that he still had a personal task that he had not yet completed. And his personal mission is to survive at least 3 people by the end of the instance. Once Lu Shang and Yang Yuyan are eliminated at the same time, he will also be eliminated immediately. Chu Changa suddenly froze on the spot. He looked into Lu Shang's eyes in confusion and surprise. I found that these eyes were calm and determined, and they were not kidding me. I was so confused for a moment that I didn't know how to make a decision. Also shocked was Yang Yuyan. Lu Shang's current appearance is nearly 50 pounds lighter than the photo on the marriage certificate. In addition, Yang Yuyan did not dare to stare at his face for a long time, so in Yang Yuyan's eyes, Lu Shang was clearly a stranger. She never expected that a stranger would risk his life to save her. Lu Shang's fat profile suddenly became different in her eyes. It was as if a leaf suddenly fell on a calm lake, creating a circle of ripples. Yang Yuyan's heartstrings were gently plucked. Lu Shang had no idea what kind of waves his actions just now stirred up in Yang Yuyan's heart. He was just staring at Chu Changa with all his attention, feeling more nervous than anyone else. He doesn't understand Chu Changa. It is completely uncertain whether Chu Changa would rather give up his personal mission in order to vent his anger. He could only gamble. If he won the gamble, he might be able to save Yang Yuyan's life. If you lose the bet, you will lose your life. He didn't know if it was worth it, and he didn't even believe that he would do this. Lu Shang saw that the expression on Chu Changa's face had relaxed, and he quickly struck while the iron was hot and said, I can make a deal with you. As long as you let her go, I will leave with her immediately and will never disrupt the assassination operation of you and Uncle Tong. The success or failure of the final mission is entirely up to you, how about it? Chu Changa seemed to be moved by Lu Shang's words. After weighing it in his mind, he said, You promise? Once a word is spoken, it is hard to follow. Chu Changa said no more, silently put down the laser gun in his hand, and took a step back to the side, just in the path of Uncle Tong's shooting. You can take her away, but make sure she survives. Lu Shang breathed a long sigh of relief and quickly ran towards Yang Yuyan, who was already exhausted. He leaned down and grabbed her hand, pulled her into his arms, and then jumped from a height of 100 meters. The airborne suit behind him quickly ignited, carrying Lu Shang and Yang Yuyan, and slowly fell towards the west. 5 minutes later, the two finally landed on the ground. Lu Shang quickly let go of the hand holding Yang Yuyan. Unexpectedly, Yang Yuyan was still exhausted at this moment, her feet went weak, and she fell down. Lu Shang was startled and quickly hugged her into his arms. Then he slowly helped her sit on the ground. Yang Yuyan lowered her head and said nothing, but her face was as red and hot as if it was on fire. This was the first time she was held in the arms of a strange man like this. Lu Shang looked down at Yang Yuyan's right hand and found that her hand had become very pale due to excessive bleeding. He quickly took out a flat peach from the item list and handed it over. Here, I just picked up this flat peach. It has a random recovery effect. Eat this first and see if it can help you stop the bleeding. Yang Yuyan looked at the peach in surprise. She didn't expect that this peach could have such an amazing effect. No wonder he was lying on the ground just now and frantically picking up peaches. Yang Yuyan then opened her mouth and took a bite, and suddenly she felt full of strength. So he stretched out his finger and wrote on the ground. Physical recovery. Lu Shang said oh and took out another flat peach and handed it over. Then try this one again. Yang Yuyan obediently took the peach and took another bite. This time she felt refreshed and her brain was particularly clear. So he reached out and wrote. Regain your sanity. Lu Sheng scratched his head. It's okay. I still have it. I don't believe it hasn't recovered. With that said, he took out a flat peach from the item list again and handed it to Yang Yuyan. Yang Yuyan knew that flat peaches were very precious, so she ate 2 in a row and was too embarrassed to eat them again. Lu Sheng saw her thoughts and said with a smile. Don't worry, I just picked up 100 small ones, you can eat them. In fact, what Lu Sheng told was not entirely true, because among the nearly 100 peaches he picked up, less than 20 were randomly recovered. Yang Yuyan had already eaten 1/10 of it this time. Yang Yuyan heard Lu Sheng say that he had picked up more than 100, and then she took another bite. At this time, you can see that the wounds all over the body are healing rapidly. After a while, the whole body returned to ruddy color, without any sign of injury. At this moment, Yang Yuyan is in good health, full of energy and clear in mind. It's simply better than when I first downloaded the copy. She couldn't help but secretly marvel in her heart. If this was put into the real world, this alone would be a priceless treasure. Seeing that Yang Yuyan had completely recovered, Lu Sheng smiled and said to her. We were lucky this time. The 2 undercover agents actually persisted until the end. Now I have another task, which was just given to me by Sun Qitian. He asked me to go to the Toshita factory and help him steal something called nuclear essence. Should we say goodbye, or should you come with me to see it? Yang Yuyan lowered her eyes and pointed towards the south of Sky City. Lu Sheng suddenly beamed. Wait while I find a motorcycle and we'll set off now. The 2 people were traveling at lightning speed and soon arrived at a military restricted area in the westernmost part of the Sky City. The words high voltage electricity danger are written on the wire fence as far as the eye can see. There was a guard team of as many as 20 people at the door, patrolling back and forth in strict discipline. It would be difficult for even a fly to fly in. Lu Sheng couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart. This doesn't look like someone who could sneak in during the chaos. Yang Yuyan patted Lu Sheng's shoulder gently, pointed to the barbed wire fence in the distance, and motioned for Lu Sheng to follow her. Chapter 68 Fancy Decryption, it's that simple. Lu Sheng then followed Yang Yuyan and quietly ran towards the barbed wire fence in the distance. The 2 ran for about a kilometer before stopping in front of a secluded barbed wire fence. The surroundings were silent at this time, and no one from the Tianhe guards could be seen. It seems that what Sun Qitian said is indeed correct. A large number of soldiers here have also been transferred to support the city lord's palace. Lu Sheng saw Yang Yuyan take out a bottle of insecticide-like substance from the props bar like magic, and then sprayed it on the barbed wire fence. The nozzle of the insecticide sprays white foamy fluid. The moment these fluids hit the barbed wire, they were quickly wrapped around the outside, forming an insulating layer. Yang Yuyan sprayed an insulating net nearly 2 meters wide before stopping. Then he quickly touched the internet with the back of his hand. Safe and sound. She then grabbed it with both hands and pulled it back hard. After confirming that the fastness was okay, he climbed up very quickly. Yang Yuyan was wearing dark red tight-fitting soft armor today, with special black stockings underneath. When climbing over the barbed wire fence, the figure looks like a crescent moon, giving it a very impactful beauty. Lu Sheng was stunned for a moment. Yang Yuyan, who had turned over to the other side of the iron net, waved to Lu Sheng, telling him to hurry up and come over. Lu Sheng then followed Yang Yuyan's example, grabbing the iron net and pushing up hard. Although the process seemed a bit embarrassing, it was still over. The 2 of them quickly approached the Toshita factory under the moonlight. What Lu Sheng didn't expect was that the defense inside was extremely loose. It was as if all the security forces were concentrated at the gate just now. Yang Yuyan effortlessly knocked down the 2 security guards at the side door of the factory to the ground. The 2 of them sneaked into the factory without any hindrance. In the factory, dozens of huge furnaces are working in an orderly manner. On the giant finished product rack nearby, there are various large-scale mechanical parts that have been completed. It looks like it's for a fighting mech. Lu Sheng noticed that there was a fluorescent sign at the stairwell of the factory. Detailed information about each floor is marked on it. The first floor is the smelting platform, finished mecha cabinets and consumables warehouse. The second floor is a showroom for some fine weapons. On the third floor, there is a power secret room, marked with a star. On the top floor, there is a top equipment collection room. Lu Sheng clicked on the power secret room on the sign. I guess the core spirit should be here. Let's go up and have a look. Yang Yuyan nodded slightly, and the 2 of them ran straight to the third floor. Except for 3 to 4 workers on the third floor of the entire factory, there is not a single soldier on duty. The two of them arrived at the door of the power chamber easily. There is a coded door. Lu Shang looked intently at the password door, and a blue title slowly emerged. A password door with a 10-digit password. He then lightly clicked on the title entry of 10-digit password, and the attribute details popped up. Title entry, 10-digit password. Attribute details, 577-821-6702. Simple and straightforward, not a single extra word. The moment Yang Yuyan saw the password door, she frowned slightly. She pointed to the workers in the distance and motioned to grab one and ask them, but was stopped by Lu Shang. Let me try it first. As Lu Shang spoke, he pressed the 10 numbers 577-821-6702 on the password door, and the door lock immediately heard the sound of unlocking. Unlocked successfully. Yang Yuyan froze on the spot, and Lu Shang hurriedly explained. I have a tool for unlocking, let's go in. Yang Yuyan nodded doubtfully, and cautiously pushed the door open with Lu Shang. The entire power chamber was dark, but there was a square booth in the middle. The straight line distance between the two of them was about 200 meters. There are 3 crimson spheres suspended above. Visually, it is only as big as a glass marble. The whole body exudes a faint red light. Lu Shang and the two were about to step forward when suddenly the floor tiles in the entire room collapsed, revealing a pool of green water below, exuding the pungent smell unique to chemical reagents. Lu Shang glanced at the title on Shishui. A pool of highly corrosive sulfur water. He quickly pulled Yang Yuyan back a step. Be careful, this is extremely corrosive sulfur water. A series of bubbles suddenly appeared in the sulfur pool, and then a black and white stone brick path floated up from the sulfur water. This path circles the entire secret room, like a lingering dragon, gradually approaching the square booth in the center. Yang Yuyan glanced at the black and white path, took out a mirror from her belongings and threw it over. The mirror fell on the black stone bricks, and suddenly the stone bricks gave off a burst of light and then disappeared out of thin air. The mirror immediately fell into the sulfur pool, made a soft chi sound, and quickly disappeared. Then the entire trail disappeared at the same time, and resurfaced from the bottom of the pool 5 seconds later. It turned out to be a mechanism trail. In other words, it is a series of randomly generated 0 and 1 keys. Only the owner of the secret room can obtain the accurate mechanism password and approach the nuclear spirit booth. If ordinary people want to follow all the stone brick roads purely by luck, the success rate is less than 1 in 100 million. No wonder the door only uses an ordinary 10-digit code door. No wonder Sun Shitian asked himself to collect the nuclear essence. Fortunately, Lu Shang was not an ordinary person. He casually glanced at the 2 stone bricks on the first level. The black one says, a stone brick as stable as Mount Tai. The white one says, a stone brick that falls off when touched. To be on the safe side, Lu Shang also took out a laser pistol and threw it over. The laser pistol landed steadily on the black stone bricks, and this time the stone bricks did not disappear. Lu Shang was still uneasy and looked up at the 2 stone bricks on the second level. This time it was still black and it said, a strong stone brick. The white one says, a weak stone brick. Lu Shang once again threw a laser pistol at the black stone bricks. But because the second step was too far away, I missed the throw this time and fell straight into the sulfur pool. Lu Shang shook his head, took out another handful and threw it out. Yang Yuyan was stunned instantly. A laser pistol can be sold for nearly 100,000 yuan on the player forum. Why does this fat man throw it away like a stone? Even the Shengtian Guild is reluctant to throw it away like this. What kind of family conditions does this fat man have? This time the pistol landed firmly on the black stone bricks, and it was as strong as the name said. It seems there is no problem. Lu Shang gestured to Yang Yuyan to wait for him here, and with a quick jump, he jumped onto the first black stone brick. Landed safely, no problem. Then comes the second stone brick. Lu Shang kicked hard with both feet, and his body once again drew a cute arc in the air, and then fell down again. Lu Shang was shocked and instinctively stretched out his hand to grab. Fortunately, the distance between the 2 stone bricks this time was only more than 1 meter, and he was finally able to hang on the stone bricks without any risk. Yang Yuyan, who was standing nearby, was also so frightened that she broke into a cold sweat. A heart pounding. I thought to myself that this fat man seemed to have good skills in the afternoon, but why is he suddenly so clumsy that he looks like a different person? Lu Shang himself was also scared, so he decided to bear the pain and change to the title of agility. However, the system reported an error at this time, reminding him that he had insufficient points. Lu Shang quickly checked his personal attributes and found that he had only 3 points left on the ladder without even realizing it. Once again, we return to before liberation. At this moment, Lu Sheng suddenly smelled a gust of fragrant wind, and then saw Yang Yuyan jumping next to him. Due to the small size of the stone bricks, Yang Yuyan could only stand close to herself. Their arms were touching, and Lu Sheng lowered his head and could smell the fragrance of Yang Yuyan's hair. Yang Yuyan did not raise her head, but pointed to the 2 stone bricks on the 3rd level. Lu Sheng was surprised. You believe me? Yang Yuyan nodded without any hesitation. Chapter 69 The Tacit Understanding Between the Young Couple. Lu Sheng felt inexplicably moved in his heart. If you take one wrong step on the stone path, your bones will disappear. But Yang Yuyan plans to move forward on her behalf, which requires a lot of trust in herself. Lu Sheng couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He took a deep breath and then said, "White." Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Yuyan jumped out with a slight bend in her body. Her body was very light in the air, like an elegant kitten, landing on the white stone bricks gently and deftly. The stone bricks did not disappear as expected, and Lu Sheng was right again. Yang Yuyan did not look back, but continued to point at the 2 stone bricks on the 4th level. Black. White. 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 The 2 of them are like old friends who work together tacitly. Lu Sheng is showing off the colors here, and Yang Yuyan is jumping lightly on the other side. After a while, Yang Yuyan arrived at the square booth. She saw a green switch button on the booth, so she pressed it gently. Suddenly the lights in the room brightened, and all the floor tiles that had just collapsed rose back up. The agency has been lifted. Lu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief and walked towards Yang Yuyan. At this time, Yang Yuyan pointed to a line of instructions under the booth and waved to herself. Lu Sheng walked forward and saw the instruction manual saying, "Nuclear essence is condensed by compressing nuclear energy 1,000 times. A single nuclear essence contains the energy released by the explosion of hundreds of atomic bombs. Therefore, theoretically, it can be used as a perpetual energy source for use by combat mechas. Since it is extremely difficult to compress core essences, our factory has been researching for decades and has only successfully compressed 5 of them. Therefore, the conditions for the experiment are extremely harsh. Currently, they are only approved for use in the bodies of the Super Mechas, Great Sage, and 3i General. The test results were beyond imagination, and the combat effectiveness of both mechas showed a geometric increase." Lu Sheng suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Sun Shitian came to attend the peach banquet even at his own risk. It turned out that he was the one who hit him by mistake. The energy supply core essence installed in his mecha's right leg was reduced to energy and dissipated in the world. Without the core essence, the Monkey King's mecha also lacks super combat effectiveness. Sun Shitian had to find a way to obtain a new nuclear essence. Lu Sheng couldn't help but have some doubts in his heart. Why is such a precious core essence in the Great Sage mecha of Sun Shitian, the leader of the guilty people? What is the relationship between Sun Shitian and Sky City? But this is not something he can think clearly now. Lu Sheng stretched out his hand and took out all 3 core essences. He put 2 of them into his inventory, and then handed the remaining one to Yang Yuyan. Yang Yuyan was surprised when she looked at the nuclear essence handed to her. Are the few core essences that have been refined for decades in the Toshida factory something that can be taken away casually? Lu Sheng saw that Yang Yuyan did not pick up the nuclear essence, so he directly put the nuclear essence into her hand. You, me, and Sun Shitian each have just one. They are all here. Everyone who sees it has a share. You should put it away quickly. At the same time, the siren was blaring in the Toshida factory. It seemed that taking away all the nuclear essence at the same time would still trigger the alarm. This time it was Yang Yuyan who grabbed Lu Sheng and ran out of the secret room door. The 2 ran all the way out of the factory from the 3rd floor. On the way, they only encountered a few workers and security guards who came to ask questions. They were all subdued by Yang Yuyan with one move. It wasn't until the 2 of them were running wildly in the open space outside the factory that the soldiers of the Tianhe guards finally appeared. But the number of people was much smaller than expected. Just 2 off-road vehicles and more than 10 people. Yang Yuyan pushed Lu Sheng behind a slope, and then quickly took out her moon-chasing bow from the equipment slot. With a flip of his hand, 6 groups of 5 cold light arrows instantly flew out. The rain of arrows in the sky is more terrifying than the laser beam, and it will explode in the air when attacked. The extremely cold breath exploded with the cold light arrow, immediately freezing the more than 10 guard soldiers who were chasing them into popsicles. Yang Yuyan didn't stop at all, turned around neatly, grabbed Lu Sheng and ran towards the insulating net. The motorcycle the 2 came from was still parked on the ground 1 kilometer in front of the barbed wire fence. Perhaps because she was worried that Lu Shang's driving skills were average, Yang Yuyan pulled Lu Shang into her back seat without saying a word. After a burst of engine roar, Yang Yuyan rushed to the city lord's mansion with Lu Shang. Behind them, 3 off-road vehicles full of Tianhe Guard soldiers also rushed out from the barbed wire fence and followed Yang Yuyan's motorcycle in hot pursuit. At this time, Lu Shang's side mission was updated. Side mission update: please go to Nanshanmen quickly and hand over the nuclear essence to Sun Qitian before Sun Qitian leaves, 1459. Lu Shang said quickly. Go to Nanshanmen to find Sun Qitian. We only have 15 minutes. Yang Yuyan immediately turned the brakes and pressed her right foot harder on the ground. The rear of the motorcycle swept across, then turned around and headed south of the city. The whole process was extremely smooth, as if Lu Shang, a 180-pound fat man, didn't exist. Lu Shang couldn't help but admire that the physical fitness of the Super Union members was really far beyond that of ordinary people. In order to get rid of the pursuit of the off-road vehicles behind her, Yang Yuyan drove her motorcycle through alleys one after another. From time to time, boxes and sundries piled outside were knocked over by motorcycles. There were continuous curses coming from behind, and Lu Shang apologized over and over again. With 5 minutes left, Nanshanmen has appeared in front of us. At this time, the guards on the Nanshanmen city wall were still fighting with several large mutant beasts brought by the sinners. The number of soldiers on duty at the door was nearly half less than before. Seeing that she was getting closer and closer to the city gate, Yang Yuyan suddenly put her hands on the handlebars and stood up from her seat. The back of his spine was widened, he fully drew the moon-chasing bow, and with lightning speed, he shot 3 groups of cold light arrows toward the left, right, and diagonally above the gate. The arrow body also exploded in the air, freezing the soldiers guarding the gate into ice sculptures. The motorcycle rushed past Nanshanmen and headed straight out of the city. At this time, outside Nanshanmen, a giant transport mecha stopped on the edge of the cliff. The 4 motors roared loudly and were about to leave the ground. Sun Qitian was still standing in front of the hatch and looking in the direction of Nanshanmen. When he saw Yang Yuyan and Lu Shang, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. I knew you could make it. This was the first time Lu Shang saw a smile on Sun Qitian's face, which was even uglier than crying. He took out the nuclear essence from the equipment slot and handed it into Sun Qitian's hands, breathing heavily. Here's the good thing I promised you. Sun Qitian laughed and took out 3 ropes from his body and handed them to Lu Shang. Here, this is my stand-in Sun Lure. If you burn a rope, he will appear once. How about it, are you a surprise? Lu Shang looked at Sun Qitian dumbfounded. That's it? No more? Isn't my substitute enough? Lu Shang couldn't help but curse, but in the end he reluctantly endured it because a bunch of criminals were pointing guns at his head. That's a nuclear spirit. I almost died trying to get it. Sun Qitian laughed loudly, waved to Lu Shang, turned around and got into the mecha cabin. With my substitute in the future, you won't be able to die. As the transport mecha jumped down from the sea of clouds in the sky, a voice appeared in Lu Shang's ears. Congratulations to player Lu Shang for completing the second act of the Afterlife Flower and Lotus of the Other Side series of copies, The Peach Feast. The main mission of protecting Sun Qitian and leaving safely was successfully completed. The personal mission of Night Wolf was successfully completed. You will leave the dungeon world in 10 seconds and start the task settlement. Chapter 70. Soar like a rocket. The moment the voice sounded, Yang Yuyan immediately handed a bracelet to Lu Shang. Lu Shang was confused for a while. You want to give me a rope too? Yang Yuyan shook her head and gestured to Lu Shang to see the Shangtian Guild ornament on her bracelet. She actually wanted to tell Lu Shang that this bracelet was her personal token. With it, she could go to Shangtian Guild to find her if she encounters difficulties in the future. Lu Shang took the bracelet without understanding, and only smelled a pleasant floral fragrance on it. So he said to Yang Yuyan. Thanks. This thank you made Yang Yuyan's heart shake. This was what she should have said to Lu Shang. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that I have been under the help of this man since I downloaded the dungeon and successfully passed the level now. Without his desperate protection, I would have failed 3 or 4 times. This made her, as the captain of the Shangtian Guild, accustomed to protecting others, somewhat uncomfortable. But speaking from the bottom of my heart, when I am with the fat man in front of me, I do feel very at ease. It's a peace of mind that I haven't experienced in a long time. The countdown is still going on. 5, 4, 3. Yang Yuyan and Lu Shang stood side by side, looking at the surging sea of clouds in front of them. Just when the countdown was about to end, Yang Yuyan suddenly spoke and said to Lu Shang. Thanks. Lu Shang was stunned. This was the first time he heard Yang Yuyan speak since he downloaded the dungeon. He was not as cold as he remembered when they first met. The voice is gentle and a little sexy. Lu Shang then returned a gentle smile to Yang Yuyan. What Lu Shang didn't know was what this thank you meant to Yang Yuyan. This means that she will decide to give up the effort of persisting for an entire instance and be rewarded with up to 100 points. She just wanted to express her gratitude to this person she thought was a stranger. Time and space changed before Lu Shang's eyes, and he once again came to that spotless world. Lines of text slowly flashed before his eyes. Now begins the copy settlement process. Congratulations on completing the side mission Wolf of the Night, plus 30 points, plus 200,000 money. Congratulations on completing the main mission to protect Sun Qitian, plus 30 points, plus 200,000 money. Congratulations to the veteran for completing the hidden mission, plus 30 points, plus 3 million money. The first batch to participate in the dungeon test and get plus 50 points. The first grand prize in the area, you will get a chance to draw a treasure box. Lu Shang did not expect that this time he would win the first prize in the region. He guessed it might be related to the fact that he had cleared the hidden mission. 5 treasure boxes appeared in front of Lu Shang one after another. A treasure chest of good quality. A unique treasure box. A treasure chest not to be missed. A treasure chest that opens with surprises. A useless trash can. The quality of the 5 treasure chests this time is obviously much better than before. But it also added to Lu Shang's choice. It's no longer possible to tell at a glance which one is best. Lu Shang thought for a moment and chose that, a unique treasure box. Maybe most people have a soft spot for uniqueness. The treasure chest was immediately opened, and what was inside was actually a diamond ring. Item name, Monster Diamond Ring. Prop rating, Epic, A. Introduction to props, if you lie, you will be punished. Once a person wearing a diamond ring tells a lie, he will gradually turn into a monster. It will not be until he drinks 10 freshly squeezed lemon juice that he can gradually change back. It's really an interesting prop. The task reward settlement was completed, and time passed before Lu Shang's eyes again. When he opened his eyes again, he had returned to Lao Yang's home. This time the copy mission was very short, only 1 day passed. It was just Wednesday, 3:47 in the afternoon. Lu Shang sat on the bed in the guest room and opened his properties panel. Name, Lu Shang. First career, none, 50,000 points to awaken. Money, 12, 204, 112. Ladder points, 143 points. After downloading 2 copies in a row, Lu Shang's money skyrocketed to more than 12 million. But the points are still only a pitiful 143 points, which leaves him with so much money but nothing to do. Lu Shang suddenly remembered the more than 50 random points flat peaches in the item bar. I happen to be hungry now, so I'll try eating a few first to see how many points I can get. The effect of random points of flat peach only appears when the last bite is eaten. So Lu Shang had to patiently eat the entire flat peach. At this time, I saw a small red dot appear in the notification bar in front of me. Congratulations on winning the third prize, plus 70 points. In the attribute column, the ladder points automatically changed to 213 points. Lu Shang stood up from the bed with a bang. A third prize actually awarded me up to 70 points, which was almost the same as the next copy. Lu Shang immediately excitedly took out 5 flat peaches from the toolbar and placed them neatly on the table. I didn't expect that one day I could earn ladder points just by eating. Who wouldn't be able to do this? Lu Shang immediately finished another flat peach in a hurry. Congratulations on winning the participation prize, plus 5 points. Only 5 points? Lu Shang was immediately discouraged and quickly grabbed the next flat peach and stuffed it into his mouth. Congratulations on winning the participation prize, plus 5 points. Congratulations on winning the participation prize, plus 5 points. Congratulations on winning the participation prize, plus 5 points. Lu Shang ate 3 flat peaches in a row, and all of them were participation awards, adding up to only 20 points. At this moment, my stomach was already full and I felt extremely depressed. I thought I had found a shortcut to get rich, but I didn't expect that a third prize had exhausted all my luck. Lu Shang looked at the last flat peach on the table and gritted his teeth. Eat another one. I don't believe you can give out another participation award. So he picked up the flat peach with difficulty and began to swallow it bite by bite. After chewing for 20 minutes, I finally finished the whole peach. At this time Lu Shang had collapsed on the bed, exhausted. Unexpectedly, one day, I would be exhausted from eating. At this time, the red dot lit up again in the notification bar. Lu Sheng clicks on the notification information. Congratulations on winning the first prize, plus 1024 points. Seeing that the points in the attribute column suddenly turned into 1257 points, Lu Sheng jumped up from the bed like a rocket. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Lu Sheng couldn't believe his eyes. My mood on this day went from great joy to great sadness to super joy, just like riding a roller coaster. With a score of 1257, he can buy a house in the outer ring of Jianlin City. Lu Sheng couldn't restrain her excitement for a while, so she quickly opened the house search website and searched for nearby houses. At this moment, the chat window suddenly popped up. It was a message from Jiang Yu. Lu Sheng was surprised. Jiang Yu would not contact his master for 800 years. Why did he suddenly send a message to himself? He then clicked on the message window and saw that it read, "My dad had an accident. In the emergency room of the First People's Hospital, the doctor said he was almost dead." Chapter 71. The brother and sister quarreled over the medical bills. Uncle entered the emergency room? Lu Sheng was shocked. In this world, the only one who treats the original owner well is this uncle. Why did he suddenly enter the emergency room? Lu Sheng quickly asked the reason in the chat box, but Jiang Yu did not reply to the message. If someone else fell ill, Lu Sheng would not be so anxious. After all, I have also traveled through time, and I am not related to the people here. But my uncle fell ill and I had to go see him as soon as possible. If it weren't for his uncle, the original owner might have disappeared from this world long ago. It was now 5 o'clock in the evening. Lu Sheng hurriedly went downstairs to take a taxi and rushed to Jianlin First People's Hospital. When he arrived, he found that there were a lot of people in front of the emergency room today. Many family members were pacing back and forth, and the doctors were very busy. Rush out and rush in again. Auntie and Jiang Yu were waiting at the door of the emergency room. Even my cousin Jiang Chao, who hadn't been seen for a long time, also came. Jiang Chao is the eldest son of his uncle and aunt. Since getting married, he and his wife have moved out. I seldom come back, and only go home to see the two elders during the holidays. In the words of the aunt, this is because the child is promising. He is usually busy with work, so it doesn't matter if he doesn't come back. It's better than staying at home and playing on the computer all day. Jiang Chao glanced at Lu Sheng, who was rushing over, but did not say hello to him. He sat on the bench quietly with his head lowered. Lu Sheng walked up to his aunt and asked hurriedly, "Auntie, what happened to uncle? Why did he suddenly enter the emergency room?" Auntie sighed through her nostrils. It's not their broken pharmaceutical factory. Chemicals leaked and several workers were poisoned. The doctor said the poison this time is very severe, and it's hard to say whether he can be rescued. At this moment, the door of the emergency room was suddenly pushed open, and the attending doctor came out. All the family members waiting anxiously in front of the emergency room gathered around and said in a hurry, "Doctor, how is my guy doing? Please be sure to save him. No matter how much money we have, we are willing to spend it." The attending doctor waved his hand to everyone, signaling everyone to be quiet. Then he said in a deep voice, "The disease this time is indeed a bit difficult. All the cells in the patient's body suddenly died in large numbers. The skin turned black, the muscles atrophied, and the whole person withered quickly like a flower. What's more important is that we have never seen such a case and can't find the cause, so it will be very difficult to prescribe the right medicine." Many family members burst into tears after hearing the attending doctor's words. Someone with more sense hurriedly asked, "Then doctor, is there any other way to save me?" The attending physician replied, "There is currently an emergency method, which is to give the patient an injection of human blood stem cells. This can temporarily save life, but it cannot guarantee a cure. Moreover, this injection is very expensive, costing 700,000 yuan. As soon as they heard that there was medicine that could save their lives, many family members breathed a sigh of relief. But when they heard that a shot cost 700,000 yuan, many people suddenly frowned. For those of them who have less than 500 points and can only earn some hard-earned money every day, 700,000 is already an astronomical figure. The attending physician understands everyone's difficulties, but there is nothing he can do about it. If you want to fight, you need to decide within 30 minutes. Otherwise, after the rescue window period, it will be useless to fight again." As soon as the attending physician finished speaking, some people from fairly good families quickly shouted, "Fight, fight, fight, our family wants a fight, where can we pay?" The nurse on the side showed them the payment code. When my aunt heard that it cost 700,000 per injection, she was stunned. The family only had less than 200,000 yuan in savings, and they originally planned to use it for Jiang Yu's education. Jiang Chao glanced at his aunt and asked carefully. Mom, should we still beat Dad? Auntie immediately rolled her eyes at Jiang Chao. I'll fight, I'll definitely fight. If I don't fight, if people spread the word and gossip, how can I raise my head in front of my little sisters in the future? But Mom only has 200,000 in savings now. She originally wanted to use it for Yeye's education. You should hurry up and call your significant other to collect the remaining 500,000. Jiang Chao's face turned pale when he heard that he had to spend so much money. He glanced at Jiang Yu and said, Isn't your significant other a member of the guild? They have a lot of money, so you can ask your significant other to give away our father's money. When Jiang Yu heard this, he immediately became furious. No matter how much money he has, it won't come from the strong wind. Dad worked hard to raise you, and now you're sick. Don't you plan to pay any money? Besides, don't you brag every day that your wife is the sales ace of the real estate company? You can't have no savings at home. Jiang Chao's face turned blue and purple, and he whispered in his mouth. My wife usually manages money very strictly. She has invested all her money and can't withdraw it for a while. The brother and sister shirk each other, acting like no one wants to pay. Auntie suddenly opened her mouth and cursed. You two white-eyed wolves, are you planning to die without saving me? Auntie's voice was loud and immediately attracted the attention of many people. Jiang Chao was thin-skinned and shrank his head. Mom, we didn't mean that. I'm going to make a call right now. After saying that, he reluctantly walked out of the emergency room and asked his wife for money. Jiang Yu went in another direction, probably contacting Li Shuhao. Uncle Li, who lives across the street from his uncle, was also poisoned this time and was sent to the emergency room. Aunt Li's family quickly collected enough money and made the payment. She usually doesn't get along with her aunt, and she hates that her aunt always likes to show off how powerful her son's family is in front of others, and her daughter's other half is a core member of the guild. Now I took advantage of the opportunity and laughed at my aunt. Oh, Shawan, aren't your sons and daughters very powerful? Why is it that my father is ill and can't get a penny out? If you ask me, this kind of child is just for nothing, no matter how powerful it is, what's the use? Auntie's face suddenly dropped. Look carefully, they were just talking nonsense, and they will definitely be able to come up with 700,000 or 800,000 yuan in a while. Aunt Li clicked her tongue twice, looking like she was watching the fun. Auntie felt aggrieved at this time, and her anger had nowhere to vent. At this time, he saw Lu Sheng sitting aside, and then he yelled. And you, why are you looking at the excitement? Your uncle has raised you so much, can you give a penny? Chow Chow, yeah, and the others still have their other half to borrow money from. What about you? You also want to borrow money from your significant other. Does it have nothing to do with you whether your uncle lives or lives? I know it's useless to stay at home all day long, but I still have the nerve to watch other people's jokes. I don't know if the last sentence was meant for Lu Sheng or Aunt Li. Lu Sheng currently has more than 12 million in deposits. 700,000 is not an unbearable number for him. He had already thought about it. If his aunt's family couldn't raise enough money, he would pay for it. My uncle has raised me for 18 years, and I must repay this kindness. As for his aunt's swearing, Lu Sheng didn't bother to reply. After all, if you compete with a shrew in scolding, how can you win against a shrew? Chapter 72. If you can afford 700,000, I will lie on the floor and call you grandpa. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chaoxing hurried back. Mom, my wife promised to pay for our father's medical treatment. Auntie immediately glanced at Aunt Li with an expression of, what did I say? He asked hurriedly. It's better for my daughter-in-law. How much money does she plan to spend? She plans to take 50,000. As soon as Jiang Chao finished speaking, Aunt Li couldn't help but laugh. The aunt immediately lost her composure, pointed at Jiang Chao's nose and cursed. Your father is short of 500,000 yuan in treatment, so she is willing to pay 50,000 yuan? If her father died, would she only be able to provide this little money? Jiang Chao's face turned ugly at this time. Mom, why are you talking? We just recently bought a house, a car, and our children need to go to school. We really can't afford that much money in a short while. You can't let us borrow loan sharks. Auntie's eyes twitched. Then you can just sell the car, right? The car is more important than your dad? The two quarreled in the corridor in front of the emergency room. At this time, Jiang Yu came back with a proud look on his face, glanced at Jiang Chao, looked at his aunt and said, Mom, please stop arguing. Shu Hao promised to pay for Dad's medical treatment. Auntie took a deep breath. Isn't he also planning to get 50,000? Jiang Yu smiled disdainfully. How could Xu Hao do such a thing? He promised 500,000 and paid the rest. Auntie immediately beamed with joy, glanced at Auntie Li with a proud expression, and then said. Xu Hao is still filial, but the members of his guild are just different. Jiang Chao wasn't angry either. Hearing that Li Shuhao was willing to pay 500,000, he breathed a sigh of relief. Mom, if Li Shuhao pays for all the rest of Dad's medicine, I won't have to take the 50,000 yuan. Auntie immediately slapped Jiang Chao on the scalp. You're so heartless, doesn't your dad spend money when he's hospitalized? Doesn't your mother spend money? You just got 50,000 yuan, and you still want to take it back? Jiang Chao was unhappy, but considering that he was indeed in the wrong, he didn't say anything. Auntie said quickly. Well yeah, if the money arrives, let's hurry up and pay for Dad's medicine, so as not to delay the treatment time. Jiang Yu said and then said. But Mom, I have to tell you something clearly in advance. Li Shuhao said that the 500,000 yuan cannot be borrowed in vain, and the house we live in must be used as a mortgage. Auntie suddenly opened her eyes. Didn't he give your father money for medical treatment? Jiang Chao on the side suddenly stood up from his chair. I disagree. I wonder how that Li Shuhao can be so kind. The house we live in now is worth at least 2 or 3 million. If he wants to get 500,000, he can just mortgage it and leave. No way. Jiang Yu glared at Jiang Chao. The house will be mortgaged to you, and you will pay 500,000 for Dad's medical treatment? Jiang Chao replied angrily. Sooner or later this house will be mine, why should I pay 500,000? Alright. Auntie shouted. Mortgage is mortgage, save your father's life first. After speaking, he glared at Jiang Chao. What does it mean that the house will be yours sooner or later? Do you believe it or not? I will do a notarization and transfer the house to someone else. Jiang Chao stopped talking and sat down on the bench glumly. Auntie and Jiang Yu went to the payment center and paid 700,000 yuan. Lu Shang looked at the family of 3 quarreling in front of the emergency room and secretly shook his head. The kind of mother you really are, the kind of children you raise. Considering the aunt's usually powerful and mean demeanor, it is not surprising at all to have children like Jiang Chao and Jiang Yu. Perhaps noticing the disdain on Lu Shang's face, Jiang Chao spoke to Lu Shang for the first time tonight. Why are you MLGB watching the fun? Are you paying for it? You are a loser. Lu Shang frowned slightly. What if I pay for it? Jiang Chao was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that the useless otaku would dare to reply, so he sighed. If you can pay me, I will kneel down and call you grandpa. Lu Shang chuckled. Then you better remember what you said. Different from the past when Lu Shang was forgotten after scolding him, Jiang Chao felt an inexplicable chill this time. This was the first time in his life that he felt that what that good-for-nothing said was a bit worrying. But then he shook his head. A dog can't change its habit of eating shit, so what can a loser do? After a while, Aunt and Jiang Yu came back. In the emergency room, my uncle was also given an injection of human blood stem cells. Since all the cells in my uncle's body were reborn, his symptoms of darkened skin and withered muscles were immediately improved. Half an hour later, the uncle was pushed out of the emergency room and transferred to the ordinary ward for observation. Early the next morning, my uncle woke up from his sleep. Looking at his aunt and Jiang Chao, Jiang Yu, and Lu Shang who were accompanying him, he lamented that raising these children was not in vain. Jiang Chao and Jiang Yu's faces suddenly turned red. At this time, the attending physician came in, completed a routine check of uncle's various indicators, and then said, the current indicator situation is still good and will get better soon. Family members, come to my office. I have several inspection reports that I need to give you. After hearing this, the uncle immediately understood the meaning of the doctor's words and called out to the doctor. Doctor, if you have anything to say, just say it here. I also want to know more about my disease. The attending doctor glanced at his uncle and then returned to the bedside. I originally said this to my family, but if you want to know more, I won't hide it from you. This disease is very strange. Cells all over the body will gradually die inexplicably, just like a flower withering, so it is temporarily named blight disease. Currently existing diagnosis and treatment can only replenish dead cells by injecting human blood stem cells and regenerating cells throughout the body. But there is a problem. We found that newly generated cells will also die quickly within a day, which means. When the attending doctor said this, he subconsciously stopped. What does it mean? The attending doctor sighed. It means that before we find a complete cure, if you want to survive, you have to take an injection of human blood stem cells every day, which is almost 700,000 a day. After the attending doctor finished speaking, the uncle's family was stunned. 700,000 per day, and we don't know how long it will take to cure the disease. This is undoubtedly a bottomless black hole. What should we do? The uncle's face turned pale for a moment, staring at the ceiling of the ward in despair. Lu Sheng suddenly thought of the random recovery peach in his item list, so he asked, "Doctor, can uncle eat peaches in this condition?" Before the doctor could speak, my aunt had already scolded. "You little bastard has no other skills, but a lot of blind ideas. With your uncle like this, eating peaches is of no use. Do you want to kill him?" Lu Sheng was originally not sure whether there were any peaches that could be restored to health among the peaches he had left. After hearing what my aunt said, I gave up. Lest you fail to be a good person and end up with a bad name. The uncle patted Lu Sheng's arm weakly. "Xiaolu also means well, why are you scolding him?" Then he seemed to have figured it out and said to everyone, "I just thought about it. Spending so much money just to extend my life for a few days is really not worth it. I have decided that I will not be cured, let nature take its course, and your burden will be lighter." The uncle's words made the aunt and others feel relieved. Yesterday's 700,000 almost made everyone tear up. If it were 700,000 a day, it's hard to imagine what this family might become like. The uncle reluctantly sat up, looked at Jiang Chao and the others and said, "Dad just has one last request. I don't know if you can do it." Jiang Chao said hurriedly, "Dad, just say it, we will find a way." The uncle nodded happily. "Dad still has some things to explain, and I haven't seen my precious grandson yet. Can you give me another injection, so that I can live one more day, and I can take care of all these things, and I won't worry about it anymore?" When Jiang Chao heard his father's request for another injection, his face immediately became a little embarrassed. "Dad, your precious grandson is already on his way to see you. Do you want another injection?" Jiang Chao quickly looked at Jiang Yu. "Our house is worth at least 2 or 3 million. You only borrowed 500,000 as a mortgage to Li Shuhao. You asked him to provide another 700,000. Seeing his uncle's expression change slightly, Lu Sheng finally couldn't help but interrupt. "Okay, stop talking." He really didn't want his uncle to hear such terrible things again. When Jiang Chao saw that it was Lu Sheng who yelled at him, he suddenly became furious. "You useless loser who doesn't pay a penny, why are you pretending to be enthusiastic here?" The aunt also helped her son and scolded. "As an outsider, don't interfere in our family affairs." Lu Sheng ignored his aunt, but looked at Jiang Chao and said, "I'll provide the money, but you have to do what you just said." Jiang Chao felt regretful in his heart, but he could not give in at this moment, so he straightened his back and sneered. "I, Jiang Chao, keep my word. If you, bastard, can pay 700,000, I will get down on the ground and call you grandpa." Chapter 73. He let out a fierce breath. The uncle's face darkened and he was about to scold Jiang Chao, but was stopped by Lu Sheng. He looked up at the gray-white title on his uncle's head. A middle-aged man who was very eager to live. With a slight pain in my heart, I said, "Uncle, you have raised me for 18 years, and I plan to raise you for a few more days. Although it is far less than the kindness of 18 years, it is always my heart." After finishing speaking, he turned to the chief doctor and said in front of his aunt, Jiang Chao, and Jiang Yu, "Doctor, I want my uncle to live. I'll pay for a week's worth of medicine first, 4.9 million. The uncle was immediately startled. "Xiaolu, where did you get so much money?" Auntie sneered at the side. "Do you think this is playing a game? Just open your mouth to brag." Lu Sheng patted his uncle's hand. "I borrowed it from my significant other." "Uncle, you can just rest assured and recuperate in the hospital." After speaking, he looked at the nurse and asked, "Give me a payment code." The nurse was a little surprised and showed Lu Sheng the payment code. Among the many bed patients on the ward round today, this was the only one who had to spend money to survive. Lu Sheng transferred 4.9 million in full view of everyone. "I will transfer the money for a week first, and if I haven't found a cure, I will continue to pay." The attending physician glanced at the notice of receipt of the payment and nodded in surprise. "Okay. Let's come back after that so we don't disturb the patient's rest." After that, he left his uncle's ward with a group of doctors and nurses. At this moment, uncle, aunt, Jiang Chao and others were all shocked from ear to ear. Jiang Yu suddenly had some different emotions in his eyes when he looked at Lu Sheng. My aunt, who originally planned to watch the fun, became stammering when she saw that Lu Sheng's transfer was successful. You really have so much money? Lu Sheng did not respond to his aunt, but looked at Jiang Chao. What you promised me just now should come true. Jiang Chao's face suddenly turned the color of pig liver. He looked at his aunt, then at Jiang Yu, and suddenly said, "It's not fair, why am I the only one calling you grandpa, and why should I call you Jiang Yu too?" Jiang Yu's face immediately turned cold. "Jiang Chao, you shameless person, don't drag me with you." Lu Sheng said calmly. "I don't want you to call me grandpa either. It sounds like I'm taking advantage of my uncle. Just let me slap you in the face and cure your bad mouth." Auntie was a little anxious. "Xiaolu, let's forget it's all from our own family." Jiang Chao saw Lu Sheng's eyes were very firm and knew that he might not be able to escape today. It was much easier to accept being slapped than kneeling down and calling him grandpa. Besides, how could he not know how much strength this fat man had in his hands? I had beaten him frequently since I was a child, and he was as strong as a mosquito scratching him when he retaliated. So he said. "Okay, just a slap, a real man, willing to admit defeat." Lu Sheng smiled coldly and reluctantly gave himself the title of a fat man proficient in fighting. He slapped Jiang Chao accurately and quickly across the face. Jiang Chao flew out with a bang. Blood flowed from his nose, his mouth felt salty, and he spat on the ground. The blood on the ground was mixed with 2 front teeth. Auntie suddenly felt distressed and cried loudly. "We are all brothers. How can we be so cruel?" Lu Sheng said nonchalantly. "Aunt, please take Jiang Chao and the others out for a while. I want to chat with uncle for a while." The slap Lu Sheng gave just now obviously frightened his aunt and Jiang Chao. Not daring to stay at all, he quickly left the ward. Jiang Yu leaned closer to Lu Sheng intentionally or unintentionally, and the title on his head changed to a schoolgirl who wants to please Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng glared at her fiercely, and Jiang Yu felt bored and left. Now only Lu Sheng and his uncle are left in the ward. "Sorry, I just hit your son." The uncle laughed after hearing this. "That boy needs to be disciplined and disciplined. Xiaolu, your personality and temper are becoming more and more like your father. People have lost weight recently, and they look more and more like each other." Lu Sheng smiled slightly and turned to ask. "Uncle, I actually want to ask you here, how did you suddenly get this strange disease?" The uncle rested his head on the pillow and sighed. "Hey, yesterday morning, several of our workers were still adding condensate to a certain medicine as before. Uncle Li, who lives across the street from our house, accidentally spilled one of the cans of condensate, so he quickly wiped it with a rag. Logically speaking, the refrigerant is not poisonous, and it is not that it has not been wiped before, but this time, it broke as soon as it was wiped. I saw that my whole hand turned black with just a brush, and then the skin on my hands quickly withered away. It's just like on TV, when the soul is suddenly sucked away by an evil spirit." When Lu Sheng heard the sentence "soul was sucked away," his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Inexplicably, I thought of the Bana lotus that fell into the lower world. He still remembered the prop description of this item. Picking lotuses on the other side, your soul will be reborn. The stone tablet at that time also said, if you pick the afterlife flower, the lotus will fall to the lower world and bring bad consequences to the lower world. But that was clearly something in the dungeon, how could it appear in the real world? It must be a coincidence. Lu Sheng said goodbye to his uncle, got up and left the ward. The aunt's family of 3 were still standing at the door of the ward. When they saw Lu Sheng coming out, they did not dare to go up and speak. Lu Sheng ignored his aunt and others and walked toward the elevator. At this moment, he suddenly saw 2 middle-aged men wearing public security department uniforms walking towards him. "Is your name Lu Sheng?" Lu Sheng nodded. "Please come with us and cooperate with us in a simple investigation." Lu Sheng had no idea why people from the public security department came to find him. At this moment, I was confused and anxious, but I couldn't refuse, so I had no choice but to nod. 2 officers from the public security department led the way. Lu Sheng followed them obediently. Not far away, I heard my aunt and Jiang Chao whispering behind me. I just said, how could he suddenly be so rich? It seems that he did something illegal and criminal. He is still so arrogant with dirty money. He deserves to be caught and sentenced to at least several decades. Lu Sheng sighed. The most embarrassing thing for some people in this life is that the people around them live better than themselves. 2 officers from the public security department took Lu Sheng to a consulting room in the hospital. "Go in, someone is waiting for you inside." Lu Sheng gently pushed open the door of the consultation room. I saw 2 people sitting inside. Wearing casual clothes, he doesn't look like someone from the sheriff's department. One of them is an old man with gray hair, probably around 70 years old. The other one is a very beautiful young girl, wearing a JK uniform, leaning casually on the diagnosis and treatment table. The moment the old man saw Lu Sheng come in, he smiled and nodded at him. Pointing to a chair opposite, he said, "Sit down, I didn't scare you. I am Yu Wentian, the vice president in charge of handling special events from the Research Institute. This is my granddaughter, her name is Yu Huayan. I called you here today to ask you a few questions. You have downloaded a copy of Far From Home before, right? Were you in Area 104 at that time?" Chapter 74 Game Pollution and Black Dragon Mountains Past. Lu Sheng didn't understand why the old man suddenly mentioned Area 104, but he nodded honestly. "I'm in Area 104. Yu Wentian was not surprised at all. "Then in the dungeon, Far From Home, have you opened its hidden mission, Yaolin Fantasy?" Lu Sheng pretended to be confused and looked at Yu Wentian. "All first passes and first kills in the game will anonymize player names to ensure player safety. Therefore, Lu Sheng will not easily reveal that he has completed the hidden mission before confirming the other party's intention." When Yu Wentian saw that Lu Sheng was silent, he gestured to his granddaughter Yu Huayan on the side. "Yanzi, explain to this kid why we came to him." Yu Huayan, a girl wearing a JK uniform, turned to look at Lu Sheng and smiled softly. "The reason why we are concerned about the situation in the hidden mission, Yaolin Illusion, is that we suspect that he is related to the recent blight disease. In fact, it's not just Jianglin City where patients with blight disease have appeared. Similar situations have also appeared in Luhai City and Shancheng City a few days ago. We suspect it is related to the game pollution in the dungeon, so we want to find players who have entered Yaolin Fantasyland to learn about the details of the fantasy realm." Lu Sheng's heart skipped a beat when he heard the word game pollution. "Just when I thought of this possibility, people from the Research Association came to my door. Isn't it a coincidence?" So he shook his head cautiously. "I have never been to Yaolin's Illusion. You have found the wrong person." Yu Huayan's beautiful peach blossom eyes stared unblinkingly at Lu Sheng's eyes. "During this period, we have visited many players in Area 1041 after another. One player named Liho mentioned that he and the other two players were not seen in the last 2 hours. Where did you go at that time?" Lu Sheng said calmly. "We were in a cave at the other end of the mountain. We were worried that the criminals would launch a crazy counterattack in the last 2 hours, so after discussion, we did not return to the original cave. The final result also proved that the cave was not discovered by the criminals. We were lucky to survive until the end. I can tell you the location of the cave." Yu Huayan found that Lu Sheng's eyes did not flicker from beginning to end, and it did not look like he was lying. So he sighed and asked again. "Then do you know where Zhu Jouzhou is? I checked all the information and can't find this person. Do you still have contact with him?" Regarding Zhu Jouzhou, Lu Sheng had no news about him at all. "I had no choice but to answer truthfully. At the end of the game, I originally wanted his contact information, but I missed it by a second. I haven't heard from him since then." Disappointment obviously flashed across Yu Huayan's eyes. He pouted in frustration. "What? I originally thought I would get something big this time, but in the end I still didn't ask anything." Yu Wentian was very calm. He looked at Lu Sheng silently for a while, then suddenly asked. "Kid, do you know what happened at Black Dragon Mountain 2 years ago?" Lu Sheng only traveled through time half a month ago, so naturally he had no way of knowing what happened 2 years ago. He shook his head and saw Yu Wentian looking as expected, nodding slightly. "It's normal not to know. After all, the Black Dragon Mountain dungeon is now a forbidden word." He turned to look at Yu Huayan again. "Yanzi, tell him the story of Black Dragon Mountain again." Yu Huayan raised his eyebrows in surprise, and then seemed to understand the meaning of his grandfather's words. So he also moved a chair and sat opposite Lu Sheng. He put his hands on the ends of his skirt and said, "Black Dragon Mountain was the first dungeon in the Dragon Slaying series 2 years ago. It was also the first dungeon with a difficulty rating of S at that time. However, although the Black Dragon Mountain dungeon is very difficult, it is still a normal dungeon. There were many guilds who chose to challenge it back then. But until one day, a group of guild members opened his hidden mission through some unknown method, and the entire dungeon suddenly changed drastically. To be precise, it's contaminated." Yu Huayan leaned forward slightly. "From then on, regardless of whether they have cleared the level or not, players who come out of it will gradually suffer from various strange diseases within half a year. Some people's bodies will rot as soon as they eat meat, some people's skin will be burned when they come into contact with the sun, and some can only live in a sterile room. Whenever they breathe a little bit of air with impurities, their throats and lungs will be destroyed. Festering for no reason. Medical research has simply found the cause, as if these problems do not belong to the medical system of this world at all. Later, the Research Association also sent people into the dungeon, trying to reproduce the hidden mission so that they could find the problem. But not only could they not find it, but everyone who entered the investigation was also infected with this strange disease. What's even more frightening is that this disease is still contagious. It was only then that the Research Association realized that the germs in the dungeon can also contaminate the real world, and the cause is unknown and cannot be cured. For ordinary people, it is undoubtedly a huge disaster. Lu Sheng frowned secretly as he listened to Yu Huaiyan's story. Then he asked, "What happened next?" This time it was Yu Wentian who spoke. "We had no choice but to seal off the communities where all the patients lived and let them fend for themselves. At the same time, the copy was banned at the social level. This included blocking all related videos, clearance strategies, and discussion posts. Even the words Black Dragon Mountain were blocked. It lasted for more than half a year before this incident was finally over." Lu Sheng was surprised. He didn't expect that the Research Association's handling method was so simple and crude, and he quickly asked, "Will the community where the patient lives be sealed off this time as well?" Yu Wentian shook his head. "We have found no signs of human-to-human transmission of blight this time, so we will not impose a lockdown for the time being." Lu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief and heard Yu Wentian continue. "But this time the blight disease has many similarities with the last strange disease in Black Dragon Mountain. For example, it also came on suddenly and the cause could not be found, so we suspect that it may also be related to game contamination." After Yu Wentian finished speaking, he looked up at Lu Sheng again. "So kid, are you sure you haven't entered the hidden missions of Yaolin's Fantasyland?" Lu Sheng's ambition has long been different from the original owner's 18-year-old romantic boy. His business experience before time travel made him develop the habit of being cautious and not easily trusting strangers and organizations. He trusts his own judgment more. The stories told by Yu Wentian made it difficult for him to judge whether they were true or false. What's more, the real situation in Yaolin's Fantasy is not that complicated. Whether you say it or not, it will not affect the current rescue operation, but will expose your identity information. So Lu Sheng calmly shook his head. Yu Wentian nodded slightly in disappointment. "If you have any clues later on who it is, be sure to contact us." Yu Huaiyan then stood up from his chair, took out a business card from his skirt and handed it over. "This is my business card. If you have any new clues, you can contact me at any time. I will not turn off my phone 24 hours a day." Lu Sheng took the business card, placed it carefully, stood up and said goodbye. When he was about to open the door, he suddenly turned around and asked again, "Then the copy of Black Dragon Mountain has always been blocked?" Yu Wentian shook his head. "When you reach 50,000 points on the ladder, you can awaken your first profession. Our current plan is to wait until someone awakens their profession and then go in to find out. Maybe by then, we will have the answer. After all, we don't want the mystery to remain just like this." Lu Sheng said goodbye to Yu Wentian and Yu Huaiyan again, opened the door and walked out. In the corridor of the hospital, he suddenly met his angry aunt and his family of 3. Chapter 75 Dream Love Room, done in 3 hours. Auntie, along with Jiang Chao and Jiang Yu, stared at him with unkind expressions. Jiang Chao's nose was still stuffed with tissue, but his eyes seemed to be on fire. It was Auntie who spoke first. "I knew how you could suddenly have so much extra money. You did something illegal and criminal. I'm telling you, starting from today, you are not allowed to appear in our house again, so as not to drag us down. Do you understand?" Lu Sheng was stunned at first, and then he probably understood. It was probably that the mother and son saw the public security department looking for him and quickly wanted to distance themselves from him. He originally wanted to explain a few words, but after thinking about it, it might be useless to explain to these 3 people. Anyway, I had planned to move out, so I could just take this opportunity to break off the relationship with my aunt and others, which would not be a good thing. So instead of struggling to explain, it's better to turn around and leave. Okay, I'll move out tonight after I get my things. The aunt thought that according to Lu Sheng's original character, she would have to plead a few words, but she didn't expect that this kid seemed to be a completely different person now. She was so angry that she jumped behind Lu Sheng. "Hey, you, what's your attitude?" But Lu Sheng's slap just now left her with lingering fears, so she didn't dare to say anything sarcastic, and just watched Lu Sheng walk away blankly. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the night is as cold as water. Lu Sheng returned to the small room where he had lived for 18 years. Everything in the room has always been very simple, and now there is no bed. Lu Sheng didn't have anything to organize. He came today just to take away the yin-yang fish that his father gave him. When he opened the lid of the yin-yang fish, his handsome father was still smiling at him. Lu Sheng chuckled and stuffed the yin-yang fish into his pocket. He put on his backpack and left his uncle's house without looking back. It can be regarded as saying goodbye to the original owner's youth, and the rest of his life is his own. Half an hour later, Lu Sheng returned to Lao Yang's home again. The first thing I did when I got home was to open the virtual imaging computer and log into the player forum. Today's player forum is still very deserted, with few posts. But Lu Sheng is not here to browse the posts today, he is here to find information about Hailanshan. 1000 points can open the search function. He quickly entered the words Black Dragon Mountain into the search bar. However, the search results came up blank. It seemed that Yu Wendian was right, they had indeed blocked all relevant information. At this time, Lu Sheng suddenly remembered something again. The strange disease in Hailanshan mentioned by Yu Wendian in the clinic today seems to be very similar to Lao Yang's curse. But Lao Yang's symptoms were much milder than theirs. Could it be that Lao Yang knew something? Lu Sheng quickly opened the chat box and sent a message to Lao Yang. Lao Yang, are you asleep? Soon I received a reply from Lao Yang. Not yet. Little Heavenly Master doesn't want women at this time, so why does he think of me, an old man? Sure enough, it is still the same Lao Yang style as always. But soon I received another voice message from him. Oh, I almost forgot about this week's weekly assignment. Lu Sheng ignored Lao Yang's self-question and answer and asked instead. Lao Yang, I have been thinking about your problem during the day. Tell me, how did you get this strange disease? This time Lao Yang spoke for a long time. Oh, Lao Yang was really touched that the little Heavenly Master was so concerned about Lao Yang's problem. He didn't dare to hide it from the little Heavenly Master. I got this problem 2 years ago when I downloaded the dungeon. From then on, it was really painful and I couldn't eat meat, I can't smell car exhaust, and recently I won't even let women touch me, my Aunt May, Aunt Lu, they. Lu Sheng's heart skipped a beat when he heard the sentence from the copy he downloaded 2 years ago. Which copy is it? Lao Yang said vaguely. It's just a copy anyway. Does it have anything to do with curing a disease? Seeing that Lao Yang refused to say anything, Lu Sheng asked tentatively. Is it Black Dragon Mountain? Lao Yang was obviously taken aback, and then immediately sent a message. Hey, little Heavenly Master, don't mention this word again, otherwise you will be investigated by the people from the Research Association. It's too late today. Let's not talk about it. Let's talk about it another day. Lu Sheng thought to himself, it seems that Lao Yang really knows something. But he didn't want to say it today, so he had to ask another day. So he replied. Then let's talk another day. By the way, I brought you something good this time. It may be able to cure your disease. I'll give it to you to try when you come back next week. Lao Yang on the other side of the call column immediately beamed. Oh, okay, little Heavenly Master is the most reliable. Lu Sheng closed the virtual chat box with Lao Yang and stared out the window in a daze. Black Dragon Mountain, Blight Disease, Game Pollution, Yaolin Illusion, Lotus of the other side. He was suddenly exposed to too much information this night, which made him feel a little overwhelmed. He took the business card out of his arms and held it in his hand. Agent of the Special Incident Handling Department of the Global Game Research Association, Yu Huayan. Lu Sheng looked at it repeatedly and finally stuffed it into his bag. At the same time, in a high-end residence in Jianglin City, Yu Huayan put down the phone and shouted to Yu Wendian. Grandpa, I received a call from a colleague at the headquarters, saying that a young man named Lu Sheng has been detected. He has just logged into the player forum to search for information about Black Dragon Mountain. I'm afraid the average player won't be so concerned. Yu Wendian took a sip of foreign wine and said unhurriedly. Not necessarily, after all, this blight is related to his uncle. But you'd better find another chance to get in touch with him again. Early the next morning, Lu Sheng opened the house hunting website and continued the house hunting business that had been interrupted. I can't go back to my uncle's house, and I can't always live in Lao Yang's house. While I still have more than 1,000 points, hurry up and buy a house. He has already figured out where to buy his dream house. I bought it in this Lulan community. This is his blessed place. The environment is good and there are few people. The security guard is in charge, and you can also look through the trash cans from time to time, there may be surprises. Lu Sheng quickly made appointments for 9 houses, all of which were in Lulan community. All the houses in this world have password locks. Therefore, if Lu Shang wants to view a house, he only needs to select the house he likes and the time he wants to view the house, and the house viewing website will automatically send him the password for the door. After getting the password, Lu Shang hurriedly ran out of the door. Since they are in the same community, it only took more than 40 minutes to view all 9 houses. 2 of the houses made him very satisfied. One set is smaller, about 80 square meters, with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, and is very warmly decorated. The price is not expensive either, just over 2.4 million. The other set is a large flat floor with an area of more than 200 square meters. Located on the top floor of the community, the view from the room is particularly good. The original owner of the house was probably a sophisticated white-collar woman, and the decoration style of the house was a very elegant light luxury style. It's just that the total price is a little more expensive, more than 6 million. Lu Shang now has 7.3 million left, so there is no problem in buying a large flat. However, he weighed it up. His uncle will have to spend money on medical treatment in the future, so he still needs to save more. So I bought that small house of more than 80 square meters. It's a bit small, but it's enough to live alone, and it still looks cozy. Lu Shang quickly submitted a transaction application on the housing search website. After checking his points, the house finding website immediately sent him a complete set of house purchase contracts and related procedures. Including taxes and service fees, the final landing price of the house is around 2.7 million. Lu Shang paid the money readily, and an 80 square meter house was immediately added to his asset list. It was just 9 o'clock in the morning, and it took Lu Shang less than 3 hours in total from looking at the house to buying the house. It came faster than when he bought a roll of garbage bags online before traveling through time. Chapter 76. We are the Blue Elephant Guild and want to recruit you as a member. After buying the house, Lu Shang quickly packed up the guest room of Lao Yang's house, and then went out with his backpack and all his belongings. With the scorching sun on his head, he crossed half of the community, said a friendly hello to the good security guard on the way, and arrived at his new house successfully 10 minutes later. Lu Shang's tedious moving work has come to an end. He took out 10 flat peaches from the equipment slot and placed them on the table. This is the task he set for himself today. If you can't even eat 10 peaches, how can you achieve anything big? By night, Lu Shang finally had eaten all 10 peaches. This time my luck was not as good as yesterday, and I only got a second prize of 673 points in the end. The 10 peaches add up to a total of 943 points. Now Lu Shang's total ladder points have reached 2,170 points. Although it was very hard to eat peaches, I couldn't hold on and wanted to give up several times in the middle, but luckily I persisted. Persistence will pay off, and good things will happen if you persist. Lu Shang silently encouraged himself in his heart. The day passed so happily. The next day is Friday. Lu Shang got up early as usual and exercised on the Supertime treadmill. He has eaten too many peaches in the past few days and his sugar intake has exceeded the standard. He needs to consume as many calories as possible. Since the fatigue hard drive was full, Lu Shang was unable to transfer the excess fatigue to it, so he had to rely on his own will to run as hard as he could. In the end, I ran on the hyperspace treadmill for 5 hours intermittently, and I was already exhausted and panting. Suddenly I heard someone knocking on the door. Lu Shang couldn't help but feel curious. It was just the first day that I moved in, why would someone come to visit me? So he wiped the sweat from his body, came to the door and opened it. But when he opened the door, Lu Shang was immediately dumbfounded. Because there are 2 enemies standing outside the door. Chu Changge and Xia Shui. Xia Shui was stunned for a moment when she saw Lu Shang. She still remembered that this boy was the player who said he cheated in the first copy. Just when he was embarrassed and didn't know what to say, he saw Chu Changge punching him with his fist. Lu Shang was caught off guard and was beaten. Deng 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 took 3 steps back and fell on the sofa. However, Chu Changge didn't seem to understand his hatred and pounced on him, wanting to continue fighting. Lu Shang has not changed his title at this time and is not Chu Changge's opponent yet. In desperation, he grabbed the fatigue hard drive on the table and threw it at it. The fatigue hard drive pressed against Chu Changge's lower abdomen, immediately releasing half an hour of fatigue from his body. Chu Changge suddenly felt a strong sense of fatigue coming over him, so he moved a chair and sat down. Xia Shui, who was still standing outside the door at this time, thought that Chu Changge suddenly attacked Lu Shang because of his own affairs. I can't help but feel a little confused. Isn't my captain always very mature and steady? At this time, I heard Chu Changge gasping and saying, "You are a shameless undercover, bastard, liar, and traitor." This long list of nouns in Chu Changge's mouth finally made Xia Shui wake up. So he is the undercover agent you said was the one who deceived you? Chu Chang'e snorted and turned his face away. Xia Shui hurriedly walked to Lu Shang, apologized with a smile. Sorry, it was our problem just now. We shouldn't hit people. Lu Shang covered his face with his hands and said angrily. Everything in the dungeon depends on one's ability. If you lose, you lose. There's no reason to come out and beat me up again. Yes, it's all our fault. I can't apologize to you. Xia Shui was careful as she sat down. Lu Shang glanced at Chu Chang'e, who was bulging and panting, and had a thought in his mind. While pretending to sigh, he quietly put the fatigue hard drive close to Chu Chang'e's feet, and secretly transmitted when he was tired. Forget it, why are you looking for me today? Xia Shui quickly took out a promotional page from her bag and handed it to Lu Shang. We are here this time to recruit talents on behalf of the Blue Elephant Guild. We just learned that your ladder points have exceeded 1,000 points, reaching our threshold for new recruits, so we hope you can join our Blue Elephant Guild. Lu Shang was surprised at first. How do they know how many points they have? Then it dawned on me. Oh, the points information presented must have been leaked when I was buying a house. Damn so fun website. In the information age, it is true that no matter where you go, you cannot avoid the fate of having your personal information sold. Looking at Xia Shui's sincere eyes, Lu Shang refused without any hesitation. I'm sorry, I don't think I'm suitable for the Blue Elephant Guild. Lu Shang really doesn't like the Blue Elephant Guild, nor does he like Xia Shui and Li Shuhao. Xia Shui immediately glanced at Chu Chang'e complainingly. I usually bring the captain out to add points to the guild. Who knew that today it would be a drag on me? Xia Shui still had a professional smile on her face. If it's because of what happened to Captain Chu just now, please rest assured that Captain Chu is definitely not like this. You may not know the benefits of joining a guild yet. Let me give you a general introduction. In the next 20 minutes, Xia Shui began to talk to Lu Shang about the benefits of joining the guild. For example, there are wages, equipment, and systematic training to improve personal physical fitness. In addition, members of the guild can play a dungeon together, which can greatly increase the chance of survival in the dungeon. In short, he was talking about it with passion and spitting. If Lu Shang hadn't wanted to spread more fatigue into Chu Chang'e's body, he would have interrupted Xia Shui's words. But in the end, no matter how hard Xia Shui tried, Lu Shang categorically rejected Xia Shui's invitation. He just insisted that he liked someone and didn't want to join the guild yet. Chu Chang'e, who was completely exhausted, muttered to himself. It's just a rookie with just over 1,000 points, and he's already showing off. If he doesn't come, he won't come. Blue Elephant has nothing to lose. Xia Shui had no choice but to leave a promotional page. Tell Lu Shang that there is a contact number above and you can contact them at any time if you change your mind. Then he stood up politely and said goodbye to Lu Shang. Chu Chang'e stood up from the chair with a tired look, put one hand on his waist and complained. Strange, why do you feel sore all over after sitting here for a while? Xia Shui rolled her eyes at him angrily. I guess I got retribution for that punch just now. I deserve it. Lu Shang was secretly amused. He just glanced at the fatigued hard drive. In just a short time, 24 fatigue hours had been transferred into Chu Chang'e's body. It can be regarded as a revenge to some extent. After seeing the two people off, Lu Shang stepped onto the hyperspace treadmill again. This time, with the help of the fatigue hard drive, 5 hours passed quickly. Just when he was exercising vigorously, there was a knock on the door again. Lu Shang was full of doubts. How come anyone knows they live here? He opened the door impatiently and saw Yu Huaiyan standing outside the door. Chapter 77 Applying for a guild turns out to be the same as filling out your application for the college entrance examination. Yu Huaiyan wore a short aqua skirt today with 2 buns on her head, looking particularly young and beautiful. But Lu Shang turned a blind eye and curled his lips helplessly. I told you that I didn't open the hidden mission, so why are you here? Yu Huaiyan chuckled and walked into the house minding his own business. I'm not here today for this matter, but for other things. What's the matter? Yu Huaiyan handed a page of paper to Lu Shang. Well, because you have more than 1,000 points, you need to register in the player file of the Research Association. From now on, I will send you some gifts during the holidays. Lu Shang once again cursed the unscrupulous website that leaked his information in his heart, and then picked up the pen and filled in the form. While filling in, he asked curiously. Aren't you from the Special Incident Management Department? Why are you still responsible for this kind of thing? Yu Huaiyan shrugged. Normally, this is the responsibility of the players and colleagues from the Guild Archives Department, but since I happened to be nearby this time, I did them a favor. After all, there are not many people with more than 1,000 points. After saying that, Yu Huaiyan took out a guild information manual and a guild application form and handed them over. In addition, after you exceed 1,000 points, you can also submit a guild application through the Research Association. This book contains an introduction to all the major guilds currently registered. You can use it as a reference. Driven by curiosity, Lu Shang opened the guild information manual. Sure enough, I saw the introduction of each guild and the minimum delivery score described in detail above. It's like filling out your application for the college entrance examination before time travel. Lu Shang noticed that as long as the ladder points exceed 300 points, you can choose a C-level guild. If you score more than 800 points, you can choose a second-level guild. Among them, the admission threshold of the Blue Elephant Guild is 800 points. When I bought a house, my points were more than 1,200 points, which was more than 400 points above the admission threshold, which is considered a very good result. Lu Shang paid special attention to the application threshold for Class A guilds. The lowest score is 3,000 points. As for the Super Guild, the threshold is 10,000 points, and there is also a special mark. There will be a very strict entrance test to join the guild. Lu Shang closed the guild information manual and asked Yu Huaiyan curiously. What is the difference between submitting an application to you and submitting an application directly to the target guild? Yu Huaiyan shrugged. Strictly speaking, there is no difference. However, after research, we will switch, and the other guild may take it more seriously. So, how are you? Have you found the guild you like? Yu Huaiyan looked at Lu Shang with a smile, which made him feel a little scared. I wonder, doesn't this girl have to complete her weekly tasks? If you stare straight at yourself like this, aren't you afraid of exploding on the spot? Lu Shang finally rejected Yu Huaiyan's kindness. Thank you, but I don't want to join the guild just yet. Yu Huaiyan put the registration form into his bag without any concern. It's okay if you don't join a guild. Isn't that Lone Ranger very popular recently? He still shocked the whole world by himself. After saying that, he didn't pause much, stood up decisively and walked out the door. Okay, my mission for today is completed, so I'll leave first. Lu Shang didn't expect that Yu Huaiyan was really here just to register her information, so he stood up and saw her out the door. When closing the door, Yu Huaiyan said something intentionally or unintentionally. By the way, tomorrow we plan to go to the pharmaceutical factory where your uncle had an accident to conduct an investigation. Do you want to come with us? Lu Shang was slightly startled, thought for a moment, and nodded. Good. He really wanted to know whether the source of the blight disease had anything to do with the Bana lotus. An imperceptible smile appeared on the corner of Yu Huaiyan's mouth. Then I'll pick you up at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Early the next morning, Yu Huaiyan appeared at the door of Lu Shang's house early. Today she changed into a goose-yellow princess dress, and even wore matching hair accessories. As soon as Lu Shang opened the door, the breath of youth hit his face. Yu Huaiyan smiled brightly. Let's go, Grandpa is waiting for us at the factory. Yu Huaiyan drove the car and took Lu Shang to the place where his uncle worked. Jianlin Third Pharmaceutical Factory. Due to the blight disease, a cordon has been set up around the entire pharmaceutical factory, prohibiting all personnel from entering or exiting. Yu Huaiyan showed his work badge to a public security bureau officer in front of the cordon and was let in smoothly. In a pharmaceutical factory, a group of workers wearing white protective masks are conducting toxicity screening of preparation raw materials one by one. Yu Wentian is also there. When he saw Lu Shang, he smiled and nodded to him. Yu Huaiyan put his hands in his pockets, stepped forward and asked. Grandpa, how's the investigation going? Yu Wentian pointed to the hundreds of plastic buckets beside him and said. We have randomly checked dozens of barrels, and no problems have been found so far. Lu Shang thought that his uncle had told him that he was poisoned while cleaning the condensate, so he asked. Where is the condensate? Yu Wentian then called the person in charge of the factory, who led everyone to a tall plastic barrel. These are all refrigerants. Lu Shang then squinted his eyes and looked at the barrels. An unopened bucket of condensate. A bucket of pure condensate. When I glanced at the last corner, I suddenly saw a line of titles above the 3 plastic buckets. A barrel of contaminated condensate. Lu Shang immediately frowned, pointed to the 3 buckets in the corner and asked. Have these been checked as well? Yu Wentian then called a staff member wearing protective clothing. The man glanced at Lu Shang, and then replied calmly. Everything has been checked. Lu Shang pointed at one of the plastic buckets with his finger. Are you sure there's nothing wrong with this? The staff member showed an unhappy look on his face. We are always rigorous in what we do, and there will be no missed inspections. As he spoke, he asked his assistant to get the test form, pointed to a line in it and showed it to Yu Wentian. Look, here are the test results. There are no suspicious elements. There is no problem with the composition of the reagent. This is strange. Logically speaking, titles never lie. Lu Sheng thought for a moment, turned around and asked. Do you have a white mouse? Can you use a white mouse to do a vitality test? The staff was a little impatient, but still cooperated and asked the assistant to fetch a white mouse. Then pour part of the condensate into a bucket and throw the white mouse into it. At this time, the white mouse thrown into the bucket struggled hard for a few times, and then suddenly its whole body turned black and its muscles shrank rapidly. The symptoms are exactly the same as blight. Yu Wentian and the staff were all shocked. It turns out that this toxin cannot be detected with reagents, and can only be detected by living organisms. Yu Wentian hurriedly turned to the person in charge of the factory and asked. Check quickly, where are these barrels of condensate shipped from? The person in charge of the factory ran out in a hurry, and after a while, he came back panting. It was found out that these barrels of refrigerant were purchased from Changlin Pharmaceutical Factory in Shangjing City. Changlin Pharmaceutical Factory is a pharmaceutical company under Linsheng Medical Group. The quality of raw materials has always been good and it is our common supplier. Yu Wentian nodded and turned to look at Lu Sheng and Yu Huaiyan. We will rush back to Shangjing City now. Chapter 78 Lin Yang, the young master of Linsheng Pharmaceutical. At 3:45 in the afternoon, Yu Wentian took Lu Sheng and 3 others to Changlin Pharmaceutical Factory in Shangjing City. At this time, the inspectors from the Shangjing Research Association had been waiting at the entrance of the pharmaceutical factory for a long time. When they saw Yu Wentian and his people arriving, they hurriedly greeted him. Vice President Fish, the factory director won't let us in. Yu Wentian frowned slightly. Why aren't you allowed in? The factory director said that they are the largest pharmaceutical factory in Shangjing City and will not have this kind of problem. Yu Wentian patted the inspector on the shoulder and then walked towards the security booth at the main entrance of the factory. At this time, the factory director was still in the security booth. He glanced at Yu Wentian, who was leading the way, and greeted him calmly. As I just said, our factory is one of the largest and safest pharmaceutical raw material manufacturing factories in Shangjing City. It is also one of the largest pharmaceutical factories under Linsheng Medical Group. You are not just allowed to go in for inspection. Yu Wentian raised his head and glanced at the heavily guarded Changlin Pharmaceutical Factory. His expression remained unchanged as the director of the factory said. We found 3 barrels of contaminated condensate at the 3rd pharmaceutical factory in Jianlin City, which were sent from you. We suspect it is related to the leakage of copies. So I came here this time to confirm whether there is a problem with the refrigerant here. However, the factory director didn't seem to take what Yu Wentian said to heart at all. He still had an arrogant look that said he was distant from others. Then you must be overly worried. Our factory is one of the largest pharmaceutical raw material factories in Shangjing City. It has the most advanced raw material production equipment, quality testing equipment, and cold chain transportation equipment. It is the most advanced in the entire Shangjing City and even the Huaxia region. One of the reliable suppliers of pharmaceutical raw materials. Yu Wentian impatiently interrupted the factory director's eloquent and extremely official speech. I know Lin Sheng, the chairman of your group. Do you want me to call him and ask him to say hello to you? Hearing that Yu Wentian was about to call the chairman, the factory director's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly said the next sentence. You guys wait until I ask the little boss for permission. If he agrees, you can go in. Then he hurried to the side and made a phone call. Yu Huaiyan put his hands behind his back, crossed his legs, pouted, and whispered. Because I am part of Linsheng Medical's industry, even the Research Association doesn't take it seriously. Yu Wentian calmly comforted Yu Huaiyan. The Research Association is mainly responsible for matters related to the Monde game. It is understandable that these real industries ignore us. This time, after waiting for almost half an hour, the factory director bowed his head and hurried over with a young man. The young man walked up to the 3 of them with a look of indifference on his face. Sorry, I just had a meeting and kept you waiting for a long time. He said he was embarrassed, but there was no hint of embarrassment on his face. Yu Wentian was not angry either, and nodded to the young man in an easygoing manner. It's us who have disturbed you, but we do have official business, so I hope you'll forgive me. The young man's eyes swept over Yu Huaiyan, ignored Lu Sheng and the others, and finally landed on Yu Wentian. My junior's name is Lin Yang. Lin Sheng, the chairman of Linsheng Medical Group, is my father. My senior can just call me Shaolin. Lin Yang's seemingly casual introduction actually pointed out his identity as the young master very cleverly. Apparently he was telling Lu Shang and the other three that his status was not simple and he was not easy to mess with. Yu Wentian then once again explained the purpose of his visit. In order to attract Lin Yang's attention, I specifically mentioned this time that more than 10 people have been infected with blight due to the condensate. If the truth cannot be found out as soon as possible, there may be inestimable consequences. After listening to Yu Wentian's words, Lin Yang laughed and shook his head. If seniors want to visit our factory, we welcome them at any time. But the fact that the refrigerant is poisonous must be a misunderstanding. Because our factory has the most sophisticated quality inspection equipment in the entire Xinjiang city, every barrel of raw materials leaving the factory must go through 16 layers of quality and security inspections to ensure safety. I think this matter is mostly caused by the children under the senior who want to get some credit and spread the rumors. Yu Huayan couldn't stand Lin Yang's arrogant face for a long time, and choked angrily. We have seen the blight disease with our own eyes. It is also true that a white mouse fell into the condensate sent by your factory and its whole body withered immediately. When human life is at stake, there is no need to take credit for it. Lin Yang sneered. It's sheer nonsense. The condensate is non-toxic and non-polluting, so how could it poison the mice or cause the whole body to wither? How could your research institute make up such nonsense? Lin Yang's disdainful attitude made Yu Huayan so angry that she quickly turned her head to look at Yu Wentian. Yu Wentian then took a step forward, looked at Lin Yang with a rare serious look and said, Master Shaolin, this blight has affected at least 3 cities. If the source cannot be identified as soon as possible, I am afraid it will have a more serious impact. Even Lin Shang Group will not be able to shoulder this responsibility by then. Lin Yang raised his gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose and stared at Yu Wentian in front of him through the cold glow lenses. He quickly considered various pros and cons in his mind, including the consequences of offending the research association. After thinking for a moment, he stepped aside and signaled the security guards to let a few people into the factory. Okay, since you want to see it, just go in and see it. But let me make it clear first. Our cooperation is based on the business reputation of our large company. If you dare to make baseless remarks outside in the future, don't think that Linsheng Medical is easy to bully. After receiving Lin Yang's instructions, the factory director quickly nodded to him respectfully. Then he trotted to the front and led everyone towards one of the factories. I have to say that the equipment of Changlin Pharmaceutical Factory is indeed very advanced. The entire production room is full of mechanized equipment, with almost no workers. Look, this is our production room. The entire process is automated and there is no manual intervention. Lin Yang pointed to the hundreds of barrels of finished medicines densely packed beside him and said lazily. Here, these are the refrigerants. Check them. If there are any that are unqualified, we will cooperate with the inspection. However, I still want to remind you that once the condensate is unpacked, it can only be returned to the factory to be remade. The cost of returning to the factory is several million. I can help you bear the cost of 1 barrel, but only 1 barrel. If there is no problem in opening it, why not just come here today? I will be a host tonight, and I will treat you to a meal. Potluck. Yu Wentian and the others couldn't understand the meaning of Lin Yang's words. What he was saying was that there was no way to unpack and inspect them one by one. Since you said there is a problem, please pinpoint the problematic bucket among hundreds of buckets. Otherwise, just take a break as soon as possible. Yu Wentian suddenly looked angry. The 3rd pharmaceutical factory in Jianglin City can be inspected one by one. Why can't Changlin Pharmaceutical Factory be inspected? Although Lin Yang said he was cooperating, he actually made it clear that he was secretly stumbling upon them and was unwilling to cooperate with the inspection. Several inspectors all looked embarrassed. They are just ordinary people. How could they accurately find the problematic medicine barrel from hundreds of barrels of condensate? Lin Yang looked at everyone in the seminar with a cold face and kept urging. Since you said there is a problem, then find out the problematic refrigerant and show it to me. I'm very busy in the afternoon, don't waste my time. Yu Wentian and Yu Huayan didn't know what to do for a while. Yu Huayan looked at Lu Shang for help. You were the one who found it when we were in Jianglin City. Can you still find it among these now? Lu Shang was actually looking for problematic condensate the moment he entered the factory. But the strange thing is that this time he scanned all the medicine barrels and did not see the title he was expecting. A barrel of contaminated condensate. How is this going? Lu Shang couldn't figure out the reason for this for a while, so he had to shake his head. There's nothing wrong with the refrigerant here. Chapter 79 Almost Destroying Lin Yang. Lin Yang was stunned for a moment, then laughed proudly. Okay, old man, your people say there's no problem, so I don't think there's any need to check. I would like to advise some of you, before you want to investigate other companies in the future, you'd better do your homework first. Not all companies are like us and can cooperate so actively. Yu Huaiyan's lungs were about to explode with anger, but there was nothing he could do. Yu Wentian couldn't help but retreat in his heart. How about delaying it for another day, waiting for the Public Security Bureau to get a search warrant, and then investigate the Changlin pharmaceutical factory? Lin Yang was already preparing to see off the guests. At this moment, Lu Sheng suddenly asked. Where are the batches of refrigerants that were previously sent to Jianglin City's No. 3 pharmaceutical factory? Lin Yang glanced at Lu Sheng impatiently and nodded to the factory director. Go check it out. The factory director responded, hurriedly ran out the door and made a phone call. 10 minutes later he hurried back. Little boss, we just asked someone to check. That batch of refrigerant has been sent to more than a dozen pharmaceutical factories. We currently have no inventory here. Lu Sheng then quickly said. Maybe there's just something wrong with this batch of condensate and we need to know where it went. Yu Huaiyan nodded repeatedly, turned to look at the factory director, and said anxiously. Director, please give me the list of these factories. I will notify the Public Security Department and ask them to quickly recover this batch of refrigerant. The factory director glanced at Lin Yang hesitantly and saw Lin Yang sneered and shook his head. Little girl, are you mistaken? These are our business secrets. Are you from the Research Association or are you sent by our competitor? Besides, recalling pharmaceuticals for no reason will have a huge impact on the reputation of our factory. Who will compensate for this loss? Yu Huaiyan didn't expect that in Lin Yang's heart, he didn't seem to care about matters involving human life. Couldn't help but said angrily. There are already 30 or 40 people lying in the emergency room of the hospital whose life or death is unknown. You actually only consider your own interests? Lin Yang calmly lifted his glasses again. You can't slap this hat on randomly. If you find the evidence, of course I will stop it immediately. But I can't let you talk nonsense, otherwise I will still be able to do this business? Besides, human life is not that valuable in this world. The Mander Game project team kills more people every week than the blight you mentioned? Yu Huaiyan was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to refute. Yu Wentian snorted, turned around and left. Lin Yang waved his hand behind him. You guys are leaving slowly without seeing me off. However, at this moment, Lu Sheng's abrupt voice sounded again. I can find evidence for you. Yu Huaiyan, Yu Wentian and others all looked at Lu Sheng in surprise. Lin Yang's eyelids twitched and he said angrily. You just said it was okay, and now you say you want to find evidence for me. Do you think this is a children's paradise? Just do whatever you want? Lu Sheng glanced at the title that just appeared on the head of the factory director. A factory director who was anxious to check raw materials. He nodded with great certainty. It just occurred to me that although the batch of condensate has been sent out, whether there are any remaining raw materials, I want to check that batch of raw materials. Lin Yang waved his hand impatiently. The condensate has been sent out, and the raw materials have naturally been disposed of long ago. There is nothing left. Lu Sheng ignored Lin Yang, but looked directly into the factory director's eyes and asked calmly. Is there any excess wild pine needle extract in warehouse number 4? The factory director was startled. He didn't understand how Lu Sheng knew what he was thinking just now. He stammered and asked. How do you know there are excess raw materials in warehouse number 4? Of course Lu Sheng couldn't tell him that he knew it from the title details above his head, so he just asked. You just have to answer me yes or no? Under Lu Sheng's gaze, the factory director couldn't help feeling guilty. There is still a small balance of half a barrel. According to the factory's regulations, it cannot be mixed with other refrigerants for use, so it is piled in the warehouse. Lin Yang glanced at the factory director dissatisfied, but at this time he had no other choice but to snort coldly. Then go and have a look. The factory director looked like a child who had done something wrong. He led everyone to warehouse number 4 dejectedly. Pointing to a plastic bucket in the corner, he said. This is one of the raw materials for the condensing agent, wild pine needle extract. Lu Sheng looked at the extraction solution with a knowing smile on his face. Because he finally saw the title he had been waiting for. A contaminated raw material barrel. Lu Sheng pointed at the barrel of remaining material and looked at the inspector of the Research Association. You can do a biopsy on this barrel of extraction fluid. Lin Yang looked at the inspector and kept mumbling. There's nothing wrong with the finished product, so what's wrong with the raw materials? Yu Huaiyan immediately choked and said. Since Mr. Shaolin is so confident in his own raw materials, why not put your hand in and try it yourself? Lin Yang's eyelids twitched again, but he didn't give in at all. Just give it a try. I have 100% confidence in the raw materials from our factory. As he said that, he walked forward and dipped his hand into the bucket. The factory director on the side was so frightened that his face turned pale. Little boss, don't be careless. Lin Yang roared at him. Shut up. There will never be any problems with the things in our factory. Lu Sheng saw Lin Yang's fingers were about to touch the extraction solution, and couldn't help but admire. This young master is arrogant, and he is very courageous. But at this moment, Lin Yang suddenly withdrew his hand. Forget it, Lao He, just follow their request and get a guinea pig. The factory director breathed a sigh of relief and waved to the testing staff to come forward with the mice. Yu Huaiyan felt a little regretful for no reason. Lu Shan was secretly amused. Sure enough, he still gave this arrogant young man a high look. No matter how tough they say, some people are just pretending, and they don't know how soft they are in their hearts. After a while, a lively white mouse was thrown into the plastic bucket. The white mouse flopped in the bucket for a while, and suddenly its whole body turned black and its muscles atrophied rapidly. It looked like he was suffering from the blight disease. Lin Yang and the factory director, who originally wanted to see the jokes of Lu Shang and others, suddenly withered like flowers. Especially Lin Yang felt an uncontrollable fear in his heart. If I had really managed to put my hand in just now, I would be the one who was sick now. The moment he saw the white mouse's whole body withered, Yu Huaiyan suddenly felt confident. Mr. Shaolin, didn't you say that there is absolutely no problem with the raw materials in your factory? How to explain this? Lin Yang did not respond to Yu Huaiyan's question at all. He turned to the factory director and cursed. MLGB, check it out quickly. Which beast dares to send poisonous raw materials to our factory and wants to frame us? Find out who it is and I'll kill him. Lin Yang stopped mentioning Haikao that he had boasted about before. He turned around and said that someone was trying to frame them, without the slightest hint of guilt. The factory director was so frightened that he was sweating profusely. He didn't dare to delay at all and ran out in a hurry. Lin Yang gave him 5 minutes, and the factory director ran back in only 3 minutes. The source of these barrels of wild pine needle extract has been found out. It came from Chen and his son. Yu Wentian asked hurriedly. Where are Chen and his son? In a city by the East China Sea, not far from Shangjing City. Chapter 80. Your fiancé is having dinner with your husband. Lin Yang, together with Yu Wentian and the others, rushed to the suburbs east of Shangjing City at lightning speed. There are a large number of family workshops producing primary raw materials for medical supplies. Every household has its own hilltop where a large number of medicinal plants are planted. Farmers here regularly pick plants every year, press them into primary raw materials using household presses, and then send them to major pharmaceutical factories. Among them, Changlin Pharmaceutical Factory is the largest acquirer. The family workshop of Chen and his son is far away from the suburbs and is a small western-style building facing the seaside. Behind them is the hilltop covered by the father and son, which is covered with large tracts of green pines. Lin Yang's motorcade stopped in front of the small foreign-style building owned by Chen and his son. The courtyard door was locked and there was no movement in the courtyard. It's strange. At this time, shouldn't we be working overtime to produce raw materials? Why is it so quiet? The factory director muttered, then shouted into the small foreign building. Old Chen, Xiao Chen, are you at home? Master Shaolin is here, please come and open the door. The factory manager kept shouting for almost a minute, but no one came out to open the door. He had no choice but to turn around and say to Lin Yang and others. I'm afraid he's out. Lin Yang glared at the iron gate. If they dare to sell me the poisonous pine needle extract, I will skin them sooner or later. As he spoke, he took his chin and pointed toward the courtyard door. Break the lock for me. 2 strong bodyguards immediately stepped forward and slammed against the door with all their strength. There was only a loud bang sound, and the iron courtyard door was knocked out. However, what they saw next shocked Lin Yang and others. I saw 2 people covered in darkness lying in the yard in front of the small foreign-style building. My skin was dry and seemed to have been dead for a few days. The first moment the factory director saw the 2 people, he instinctively screamed. It's Lao Chen and Xiao Chen. Lin Yang still looked indifferent, covering his nose and mouth with a handkerchief. Notify the public relations department and make some emergency plans. Yu Huayan quickly dialed the phone number of the Public Security Bureau and shouted to the factory director. Hurry up and send me the list of those pharmaceutical factories, and I'll ask the Public Security Department to recover that batch of condensate as soon as possible. Yu Wentian looked at the withered corpse in front of him and stamped his feet in the yard regretfully. Damn it, it's still a step too late, the clue was broken. Officers from the Public Security Department quickly arrived at the scene to collect on-site information, which lasted until the evening. Yu Huayan came behind Lu Sheng and patted him on the shoulder. The Public Security Bureau has finished collecting the information. It will probably take a few days before the results are available. I will tell you if there are new findings later. Lu Sheng nodded gratefully, and Yu Huayan said again. We don't have anything to do here now. I'll take you to Shangjing City for a walk and treat you to dinner. Lu Sheng originally wanted to go home early, but he had never seen what the business district of the world's most prosperous city looked like, and he was somewhat curious. So she agreed and followed Yu Huayan into her car. The two were about to leave when their car was suddenly stopped by Lin Yang. He knocked on Yu Huayan's car window, put on his glasses, and said calmly. Thank you for your hard work today. I'll treat you to dinner. Yu Huayan rolled his eyes at Lin Yang. No need, we won't go out and talk nonsense before the investigation results come out, you can rest assured. But Lin Yang still opened the car door and squeezed in with a confident look. No woman can refuse dinner with me, let's go. Seeing that Lin Yang was clinging to the car and refusing to leave, Yu Huayan had no choice but to sigh. Okay, then where are we going? Skyscraper Shopping Mall in Shangjing City. Shangjing City is brightly lit at night. Although the level of prosperity is not as high as that of the future city Sky City, the excitement is not reduced at all. In the core business district centered on the Skyscraper Shopping Mall, there will be a modern and luxurious large-scale commercial complex every 100 or 200 meters. It was full of people and lively. Lu Sheng and the other three arrived at the gate of the Skyscraper Shopping Mall, and found that many people were queuing in front of the mall, waiting to be checked for points. Lin Yang and Yu Huayan walked into the mall very calmly. Lu Sheng stopped awkwardly. Yu Huayan turned his head curiously and asked. What's wrong? Lu Sheng said helplessly. I'm afraid I don't have enough points. Lin Yang immediately showed an incredible look of disdain. Is there anyone who has so few points that they can't even enter the mall? His exclamation immediately caused the well-dressed fashionable men and women around him to turn their heads and look over. No matter how thick Lu Sheng's face was, it suddenly turned red. It was Yu Huayan who came to the rescue for him. You can get in with 1,000 points. Your points are more than enough. Lu Sheng finally breathed a sigh of relief and thought. Before he traveled through time, he was a young CEO surrounded by everyone. He never expected that one day he would become so embarrassed because he was worried about not being able to enter the mall. Lin Yang treated the two of them to a meal at a high-end Western restaurant located on the top floor of a skyscraper shopping mall. They have a very complicated dining etiquette. But this is nothing unusual for Lu Sheng. With muscle memory, you can perform very well. This surprised Lin Yang, who had originally planned to see Lu Sheng's bumpkin joke. He was obviously afraid of not being able to get in through the mall gate, but every move he made at this moment was elegant and skillful, as if it was engraved in his bones. Are you pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? Or the fugitive young master of some wealthy family? However, Lin Yang has never been interested in men, and he only thinks about ways to talk to Yu Huayan. At the same time, on a double table between the two tables, Gu Xiaoxiao was eating black truffle cuttlefish while looking at Yang Yuyan with big watery eyes. Xiaoyan, I finally took you out to relax, but why do you look so worried? Yang Yuyan herself didn't know why. Ever since she came out of the dungeon, she would always think of that man in her mind. This feeling can't be called liking, but there is an inexplicable good feeling. Gu Xiaoxiao saw that Yang Yuyan didn't speak, so he said to himself. Then tell me about your experience in the dungeon. After all, I haven't played it yet, so you can tell me your experience in advance. Yang Yuyan then took a sip of lime mint ice. This dungeon is an 8-person dungeon. It is divided into two camps, good guys and undercovers. The good guys are tasked with assassinating Sun Qitian, while the undercovers are tasked with secretly protecting Sun Qitian. As soon as Yang Yuyan talked about the things in the copy, she started to talk a lot. They chatted for about 10 minutes, and were finally interrupted by Gu Xiaoxiao impatiently. So you are an undercover agent? And you successfully passed the level with another undercover agent? Yang Yuyan nodded slightly. Actually, I almost died in the end of this dungeon. Thanks to my other companion, I survived. Gu Xiaoxiao covered his heart with his hands, a look of fear on his face. Xiaoyan, this is too dangerous. No matter what you say in the future, I will never let you download the dungeon alone again. Yan Yuyan nodded obediently, and Gu Xiaoxiao tilted her head and said thoughtfully. However, I have never heard you praise a boy for being awesome. But this time, you have praised this undercover companion so many times that I am a little curious about what he looks like. Yang Yuyan was surprised. Have I praised him many times? Gu Xiaoxiao looked into Yang Yuyan's eyes and nodded seriously. A lot of times. At this time, she suddenly saw Lin Yang across the two tables. Suddenly he frowned and whispered to Yang Yuyan. Hey, I saw your fiancé Lin Yang. Yang Yuyan also frowned. He came here to eat too? Gu Xiaoxiao nodded. Not only did I come to eat, but I also had a great time chatting with a beautiful girl. It's really not a good thing. Gu Xiaoxiao glanced around Lin Yang's table casually. Suddenly, she seemed to see something extraordinary. I was so shocked that I dropped the cuttlefish in my mouth. Xiaoyan, you may not believe it, but your fiancé is having dinner with your husband. Chapter 81. Why is he digging through the trash again? Yang Yuyan was startled. The mint ice in my mouth almost spit out. What did you say? Gu Xiaoxiao lowered his voice and said word by word. I said, your husband is having dinner with your fiancé. Yang Yuyan quickly turned around and looked in the direction of Gu Xiaoxiao's finger. At a glance, he saw Lin Yang chatting happily. Lu Shang was sitting with his back to her. Yang Yuyan couldn't see his face clearly, but looking at his back made her inexplicably think of the man in the copy. Yang Yuyan turned her head and asked in a low voice. Xiaoxiao, are you sure that the one with his back to me is Lu Shun who got the marriage certificate with me? Gu Xiaoxiao nodded with great confirmation. I saw it when he turned his head just now. It's absolutely true. Yang Yuyan couldn't believe her eyes. But in my impression, he is obviously a fat man. How come he has lost so much weight after not seeing him for several weeks? Gu Xiaoxiao shrugged. Who knows, maybe I'm losing weight for love. Go! 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 Yang Yuyan rolled her eyes at Gu Xiaoxiao. Why did he meet Lin Yang? Gu Xiaoxiao pouted, looking at the ceiling and thinking. Let me tell you, that fat man was deliberately placed next to you by Lin Yang. I kept saying that I didn't know you before. It turns out that men are not good at all. Yang Yuyan thoughtfully stirred the lime mint ice in front of her with a straw. That's not right, Xiaoxiao. I picked Lu Shang randomly at that time. How could Lin Yang know who I would choose? Gu Xiaoxiao couldn't figure out the reason for a while and kept eating the cuttlefish bite after bite. Suddenly an idea flashed in my mind. I see. Yang Yuyan was startled and quickly made a low-pitched gesture. Gu Xiaoxiao stuck out his tongue and said softly. Lin Yang must be trying to bribe that fat man to divorce you. Just wait. In a few days, this fat man will talk to you about divorce. Yang Yuyan felt angry for no reason. If that were the case, she would definitely look down on this man. But having said that, the back of this man is exactly the same as the deer in the copy. And both of them have the word deer in their names. Could it be the same person? The dinner between Lu Shang and three people ended hastily in an atmosphere that Lin Yang considered elegant and arrogant. Lu Shang decisively rejected Lin Yang's proposal to arrange a hotel for himself. He said that he wanted to walk around Shanjing City, so there was no need for trouble. Lin Yang wished that Lu Shang would reject him, so he looked at Yu Huayan impatiently. Then I'll take Huayan home? Yu Huayan was indeed a little tired after running around for a few days, but he also decisively rejected Lin Yang's kindness. No need, my grandfather has already sent someone to pick me up. Lin Yang felt bored and turned around to leave. But before leaving, I didn't forget to remind them. Don't tell outsiders about what happened in the factory today until we find out everything. Yu Huayan already knew that he invited the two of them to dinner, and it must be for this reason, so he said calmly. We also have our own discipline. Lin Yang then left with peace of mind. After Lin Yang left, Yu Huayan also said goodbye to Lu Shang. You really don't need me to book a room for you? Lu Shang nodded affirmatively, and Yu Huayan turned around and walked towards the underground garage without stopping. Lu Shang walked alone on the overpass in front of the skyscraper shopping mall. Looking at the crowds of people and the endless flow of vehicles below, I can't help but sigh. He originally thought that most people in this world had less than 100 points and lived in the suburbs. But I didn't expect that there would be so many people with more than 1,000 points. This made him suddenly feel that even if he now had more than 2,000 points, there was nothing to be happy about. He is still just an ordinary person in this world. He looked up at the skyscraper shopping mall next to him. There is still a long way to go to reach the top again. Lu Shang was engrossed in looking at the roof of the building, but he didn't notice that a few hundred meters away from him, there were two tightly wrapped slender figures secretly watching him. Gu Xiaoxiao leaned next to Yang Yuyan and asked softly. Did you see his face clearly? Is he really the undercover agent? Yang Yuyan nodded with certainty. At the end of the mission, I looked at his face specifically, and it was him. Gu Xiaoxiao suddenly realized. Then it's no wonder you said you felt like you were staring at him for a long time in the dungeon, but you didn't receive any punishment. He is basically your contract husband. Yang Yuyan was shocked and said to herself. This is too much of a coincidence, and his appearance has really changed a lot. Gu Xiaoxiao suddenly smiled evilly and poked Yang Yuyan's arm. What do you mean, Xiaoyan? Are you attracted to your contract husband? Don't tell me, this fat guy looks quite delicate based on his facial features. If he loses weight, he will definitely be a handsome guy. Yang Yuyan quickly pushed Gu Xiaoxiao away. What's the matter? I just cooperated with him once in a dungeon, and I feel that he is not as simple as he seems. She then observed Lu Sheng carefully. Because I knew it was because of my contracted husband, I didn't deliberately dodge my gaze this time. You said that when he met Lin Yang just now, was he really discussing divorcing me? Gu Xiaoxiao shrugged. I don't know. If it's true, he should contact you after a while. But judging from his appearance, his family conditions are probably not very good, so the possibility is quite high. Yang Yuyan didn't know what she was thinking. She nodded silently and suddenly exclaimed. Xiao, do you see what he is doing secretly? Gu Xiaoxiao followed Yang Yuyan's gaze. I saw Lu Sheng cautiously approaching a trash can on an overpass. After looking around cautiously, he quickly picked up a branch from the trash can and rummaged through the trash can skillfully. Gu Xiaoxiao suddenly felt like he was turning to stone again. He murmured to himself. The last time I saw him, he was digging out trash cans, too. I asked him what he was doing, and he said something important had fallen inside. But the current situation seems like he loves to dig through trash cans. Yang Yuyan looked at Lu Sheng's profile, her eyes showing a trace of sympathy. It seems that his family conditions are really bad. Xiao, do you think I should find an opportunity to transfer some money to him? Chapter 82. This week's task, love must be spoken out loud. Lu Sheng, who was carefully picking up garbage at this time, had no idea that every move he made was caught in the eyes of Yang Yuyan and the two. The reason why he carefully rummaged through the trash can was because he just saw an orange title suddenly light up above the trash can. A trash can with a big surprise. Once the orange title comes out, the trash can in front of you can no longer be a trash can. It immediately transformed into a treasure chest. Lu Sheng looked around cautiously, and when he found that no one was paying attention, he quickly stepped forward to explore. After a long period of tinkering, Lu Sheng finally heard a familiar ding sound in his ears. Then a pair of poker-like props appeared in his inventory. Lu Sheng reached out and clicked on the attribute details of the prop. Prop name, Good and Evil Poker. Prop rating, Epic, A. Introduction to the props, you can invite anyone to start a game of good and evil poker, and the other person cannot refuse. Once the game starts, you need to choose whether to be an angel or a demon. The cards in the angel's hand are all the good things the opponent has done, and the cards in the devil's hand are all the bad things the opponent has done. Angels and demons will play cards against each other, the winner will live and the loser will die. Lu Sheng looked at the introduction of the props and couldn't help but secretly sighed. I don't know which side will have the advantage based on the number of good and evil poker cards I have. In his opinion, Angel should have more cards in his hand. But Lu Sheng, who had found something good, immediately became excited. The trash cans in Shangjing City must be of good quality. Since we finally came here once, if we don't turn over 10 or 8 things, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Lu Sheng did what he said, immediately ran off the overpass, swept a shared bicycle, and started looking for trash cans all over the street. Yang Yuyan and Gu Xiaoxiao on the other side of the overpass looked at each other. What is he going to do now? Is he here to scan goods in bulk? Lu Sheng rode his bicycle and frantically searched for trash cans on the busy streets of Shangjing City. But what disappointed him was that after riding 9 streets in a row, there was no orange trash can. The only thing that is still passable is a rare, B-level prop, strange seasoning. Item name, weird seasoning. Item rating, rare, B. Introduction to the props, special seasoning for cooking weird things. After applying it, the weird things can be enjoyed as delicacies. In fact, no matter what you put on it, it will taste delicious after being sprinkled with seasonings. Lu Shang put the weird seasoning into the item list, feeling somewhat regretful. It seems that the quality of this trash can has little to do with which city it is in. He didn't want to stay longer in Shanjing City, so he took a taxi overnight and returned to Jianlin City. At 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, Lu Shang, who was lying comfortably on the bed, couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Still comfortable at home. I slept until noon the next day. It's Sunday again and new weekly tasks are coming soon. This week's weekly mission, Only You in My Heart, is probably the most difficult one since the advent of the Mander game. The whole world has become cautious this week. Fortunately, we finally made it to Sunday. People who had been holding back for a whole week finally became active. Whether it's in the player forum or on the TV, it's finally starting to have some life. On the player forum, some people began to post one after another, sharing some strategies for this week's copy, Peach Feast. Lu Shang took a quick look and found that most of the players had not completed the final assassination mission. There are very few undercover players who win, and I haven't seen any players mention taking flat peaches. TV has finally begun to broadcast special programs on weekly tasks normally. It's just that the host is still wearing a neutral animal headgear to prevent viewers from accidentally exploding and dying while watching the show. Regarding this week's task, both hosts on TV complained repeatedly. Some say that they are too timid to go out, while others say that they have finally figured out a way to not miss other people of the opposite sex. All in all, we are all happy to be able to finish this week's task soon. What impressed Lu Shang most was a number mentioned by the two hosts. It is said that in this week, the number of deaths worldwide reached 12 million. It became the deadliest week in Mander game history. Unknowingly, the time came to 11:59 in the evening. As the 10-second countdown on the TV ended, this week's mission finally came to its final settlement. Gu Xiaoxiao and Yang Yuyan leaned on the sofa as usual, nervously watching the final score. Gu Xiaoxiao sighed regretfully. I only got 10 points this week, 7 points for missing you every day, 3 points for turning a blind eye, and 0 points for answering and ignoring you. Sure enough, there can't be only one man in my life. Attached are the scoring rules to avoid scrolling forward. Miss you every day, 0 to 7 points. Think of him or her once a day, and you will get 1 point. This is easy. Turn a blind eye, 0 to 10 points. 10 points are awarded for never staring at another person of the opposite sex for more than 3 seconds, 1 point is deducted for each person stared at, and no points are awarded for more than 10 people. Reply and ignore, you have never said a word to another person of the opposite sex, you can get 100 points. Unlike Gu Xiaoxiao, who was slightly depressed, Yang Yuyan suddenly exclaimed. Gu Xiaoxiao asked quickly. Xiaoyan, what's wrong? Yang Yuyan covered her mouth and said. I scored 115 points this week, and I really got a perfect score of 100 for being indifferent. This also means that the undercover deer in that copy is really his contract partner Lu Shang. Gu Xiaoxiao deliberately fanned the air with his hand. Humph, the house is filled with the sour smell of love. Yang Yuyan quickly pushed Gu Xiaoxiao hard. Xiao. Stop talking nonsense, who is in love? In the Lulan community in the outer ring of Jianlin City, Lu Shang also clicked on his score details. I saw it read. Total points earned for this mission, 7 points. The details of points obtained are 7 points for missing you every day, 0 points for turning a blind eye, 0 points for answering and ignoring you. The current total points are 2,917 points. Since he couldn't see the bonus points details, Lu Shang didn't understand why the two items of turning a blind eye and ignoring the questions were 0 points. But he can probably guess that thinking about you every day should be thinking about your significant other every day. Fortunately, in order to prevent himself from blowing up, he would secretly look at Yang Yuyan's poster every day. It was a mistake, and I got 7 points this time. However, compared with the previous 2 weeks, my luck this week was still a little worse, and I could only score in single digits. A minute later, a new weekly task popped up on time. This week's task, love must be spoken out loud. Task description, why can't I say that I love her? If you hold it in your heart, you will die. Conditions to achieve, call the other person husband, wife, at least once a day and say I love you once a day. Those who are unwilling to speak deserve to explode. Extra points rules, only visible to members Circle Plus. Task completion status, 0/7. Chapter 83. How to explain this mission? Lu Shang looked at the Circle Plus number behind the bonus point rules and hesitated for a while, whether to open a yearly membership so that he could know the details of the bonus points. But after thinking about it, I still felt a little reluctant to get those 258 points, so I gave up. As for this week's task, in terms of difficulty, it is much easier than last week. There wasn't much of a problem in completing it. The only problem was that he still felt a little shy to say the 5 words "wife, I love you." At this moment, he suddenly remembered that he didn't seem to have Yang Yuyan's contact information. So I quickly sent a message to Gu Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao, can you send me Yang Yuyan's contact information?" Gu Xiaoxiao looked at the message sent by Lu Sheng and said, "Yeah. Xiaoyan, you and that fat guy haven't become friends with each other yet." At this moment, Yang Yuyan is still stuck in the inner struggle of seeing this week's task. What is this? If you want to call a stranger your husband, how can you say it out loud? At this time, when he heard Gu Xiaoxiao ask himself, he answered absently. I thought it was over after getting the marriage certificate. Who knew there would be follow-up tasks, so I didn't add his contact information. Gu Xiaoxiao laughed, lying on the sofa with his back, and deliberately teased. They are obviously a young couple, but they have no contact information with each other. What's wrong? Are they quarreling? Yang Yuyan snorted. You can't think of anything serious in that head. Okay, then I'll send him your contact information? Yang Yuyan responded softly. Lu Sheng was lying on the sofa, feeling very uneasy. Originally, according to the style of taking care of Xiaoxiao, he should have replied to the message a long time ago. There was no reply for so long this time. Could it be that Yang Yuyan did not agree to give her contact information? If this is the case, then how to complete the task? After all, I love you, my wife cannot be relayed by Gu Xiaoxiao. Just when he was still thinking wildly, he suddenly saw Gu Xiaoxiao's message box pop up. It's Yang Yuyan's contact information. Lu Sheng was overjoyed and quickly clicked on adding friends. At this time, I saw the message from Gu Xiaoxiao. Hey, fatty, I haven't replied to you for so long. Are you nervous? Are you thinking that my precious wife is unwilling to give me her contact information? Why? Gu Xiaoxiao was like a parrot who had been holding back for several years and was not allowed to speak. At this moment, the seal was suddenly released, and the talkative ones were poured out like beans. Although Lu Sheng felt helpless about the baby wife that Gu Xiaoxiao said. But it must also be admitted that Gu Xiaoxiao did fully express his psychological activities. So I replied without any hesitation. Yes. Gu Xiaoxiao's teasing voice immediately came from the other end. Oh, it's so shameless to recognize your precious wife so soon. Lu Sheng suddenly felt a headache. He hurriedly typed a paragraph to explain and wanted to send it, but after thinking about it, he deleted it. I feel like I would be a big fool if I explained it seriously. Gu Xiaoxiao saw that Lu Sheng had not replied to his message and didn't know what he was thinking. So another message was sent. Hey fatty, do you know that the only time I was punished during last week's mission was because I was thinking about someone? Of course Lu Sheng replied. I do not know. Gu Xiaoxiao immediately replied excitedly. It's you, fat man. How about it? Is it an honor to be remembered by this lady for 3 seconds? Lu Sheng didn't know how to reply to Gu Xiaoxiao for a while, so he listened to Gu Xiaoxiao talking to himself again. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Didn't you tell me last time that you didn't have the points to open a membership? As an annual user, I have 4 family and friend experience coupons, and I've given them all to you. You must get a high score this time. The last few words of the voice seemed particularly mysterious, as if she was holding some bad water in her stomach. Lu Sheng used the experience coupon that Gu Xiaoxiao gave to her relatives and friends and clicked on it. Extra points rules, only visible to members circle plus. Detailed bonus points details are listed below. Extra points rules, for members only. Confession in public, 0 to 10 points. Confession in public with more than 10 people, you can get 1 point at a time, capped at 10 points. Romantic confession, 0 to 10 points. The more romantic the confession, the more points you can get. Final confession, remember to say I love you to your significant other before you die, both parties can get a 100-point reward. This is the first time Lu Sheng has seen the bonus points details. It turns out that the content of membership rights is so detailed. No wonder many people are willing to activate membership rights. However, the extra points this time were really difficult for Lu Sheng. Public confessions and romantic confessions are things Lu Sheng cannot do. Not to mention that final confession. What's the meaning? To get 100 points, one of them has to die? While Lu Sheng was still studying the extra point rules, Yang Yuyan's friend application was actually approved. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar avatar, Lu Sheng couldn't help but feel his heart pounding. Gotta say something. Say hello? Will it look too dull? Then ask how you are lately, okay? But I don't seem to be that familiar with her. I waited over and over in my mind for a long time, but didn't utter a single word. And Yang Yuyan on the other end didn't seem to know what to say. The two young couples who had just added their address book were awkwardly silent in the chat window for a long time. Until Lu Shang sent out 5 words that were both abrupt and reasonable. I love you, my wife. Yang Yuyan was stunned for a moment, and her beautiful face was suddenly covered with red clouds. But then he realized that Lu Shang was completing his mission. So he quickly asked. Have you completed your mission? Lu Shang quickly checked his task panel and saw that the task completion status column still read 0/7. That is, unfinished. So he replied slightly frustrated. It's not finished. It should be sending a message saying I love you. If we must meet to talk, I can come to see you every day. Yang Yuyan then looked at this week's tasks carefully. You should call the other person husband, wife, and say I love you at least once a day. Those who are unwilling to speak deserve to explode. She suddenly seemed to understand something, but it was difficult to speak when the words came to her lips. After struggling for a long time, I finally plucked up the courage and sent a voice message to Lu Shang. Lu Shang was thinking about whether to go find Yang Yuyan after dawn, when he suddenly saw a voice message jumping in. He immediately clicked on the voice button, and a gentle female voice shouted slightly stiffly. Husband, I love you. Chapter 84. Say thank you in front of millions of viewers. Lu Shang was so shy that his face flushed red, and he was so excited that his nose almost started to bleed. While cursing himself for being hopeless, he took a long time to calm down. Then asked in the dialogue box. How's it going? Did you complete the mission? Yang Yuyan's reply came quickly. Finished. It turns out that it doesn't have to be done in person, as long as it's spoken out. Lu Shang then took a deep breath and said to Yang Yuyan at the other end. I love you, my wife. 10 seconds later, Lu Shang found that the completion status on his task panel had also changed to January 7th. Complete the mission successfully. Lu Shang breathed a sigh of relief and lay down on the bed. But 5 minutes later, he suddenly sat up nervously again. Then what? Need to say anything else? Is this the end? Wouldn't it be impolite? These entanglements of Lu Shang happened to be the entanglements in Yang Yuyan's heart. She didn't know whether to continue talking. The two were surprisingly consistent, and once again neither sent a message to the other. The first communication ended in a hurry. The next morning, Lu Shang got up early. After chatting with Yang Yuyan, he suddenly had the urge to lose weight quickly. The magic of saying I love you is really powerful. So after a simple wash, he immediately stepped onto the hyperspace treadmill. With the help of the fatigue hard drive, Lu Shang ran for 20 hours this time. I ran until 12 o'clock at noon when I had to stop because I had to wait for the new copy to be released. However, what makes Lu Shang strange is that he waited until 2 p.m. today and did not see any new copies pop up. How is this going? With doubts in his heart, Lu Shang clicked on the Global Gamer Forum. Only then did I realize that there were many people who had the same questions as me. Under a post titled Master, please come in, why is there no copy released today? Many people responded enthusiastically. The original poster is a newbie who just started paying attention to the dungeon. The dungeon is never released on Monday at noon. Before the release of this series of copies of Afterlife Flower and Lotus of the Other Side, no new copies had been released for more than a year. That's right, many of the previous copies were single copies, not in a series, and sometimes they appeared very suddenly. After reading everyone's replies on the forum, Lu Shang finally understood that there was no rule in the release of copies. For Lu Shang, who was used to 2 dungeons a week, this suddenly became a bit unaccustomed. He was referring to people who downloaded dungeons every week to earn points and money. If I don't download the dungeon this week, I'm afraid my uncle's medical expenses will not be paid. As luck would have it, just as Lu Shang was thinking about his uncle's medical expenses, he received a call from his aunt. Xiaolu, uncle's medicine is almost used up. When will you come to the hospital to pay uncle's medicine for next week? Lu Shang couldn't help but feel angry and funny after listening to his aunt's words. A few days ago, he kicked himself out of the house so mercilessly, but now he acted like nothing happened and asked for medical expenses. Why are there such utilitarian and shameless people in the world? In fact, Lu Shang felt like a mirror to his aunt's little calculation. It's just because this week's task is to say I love you to my significant other every day. She was afraid that Lu Shang would suddenly not pay for the medicine, and if her uncle passed away, she would have to passively find someone else to get the marriage certificate. Otherwise, if she didn't complete the task in one day, she would have to chase her uncle. Of course Lu Shang would not let his aunt live a peaceful life. He decided to let her go for a few more days, until the end, and then pay for the medical expenses. Let her live a few more days of fear. After hanging up the phone, Lu Shang lay half-ly on the sofa and turned on the TV. After leaving his uncle's house, the greatest freedom for him was that he finally no longer had to watch the Blue Elephant Guild's press conference. This time Lu Shang moved to the press conference of Shangtian Guild. Sure enough, we found that there is still a relatively obvious gap between the Super Union and the second-level guild. Whether it is from the lighting arrangement of the scene, the hosting of the live broadcast room, or the order of questions, it is obviously much more professional. At this time, the press conference has just begun. Yang Yuyan wore a black and white sleeveless tube-top dress and sat in the middle of the press conference. She was as beautiful as a fairy. Gu Xiaoxiao sat on her left and Luo Beishan sat on her right. Since Yang Yuyan had not been seen for a whole week, the barrage in the live broadcast room was like a sudden explosion. Blockbusters of Yang Yuyan's support slogans floated across the TV screen. Lu Shang was dazzled by what he saw. At this time, a media reporter asked, "I would like to ask, what are the dungeon arrangements for Shangtian Guild this week?" Yang Yuyan took the microphone and replied very appropriately. "If no new dungeon is released this week, Shangtian Guild will release a dungeon of Peach Feast this week. If a new dungeon is released within this week, the priority will be to clear the new dungeon." Another reporter raised his hand and asked, "I would like to ask Yuyan, did you personally try to download the copy of Peach Feast last week? If so, what was the result?" Yang Yuyan smiled slightly at the audience in front of the TV screen. "I personally downloaded a copy of Peach Feast last week, and the identity I won was an undercover agent, but I was lucky enough to successfully clear the level in the end." As soon as Yang Yuyan finished speaking, the barrage immediately went crazy again. "Our Xiaoyan is really amazing. I have read dozens of bloggers' strategy sharings in the past few days, and only Xiaoyan has successfully passed the level. And I still cleared the level undercover, it's so NB. Kneel down and begged the goddess to clear the level." The content on the barrage was projected on the screen in front of Yang Yuyan in real time. Looking at the rainbow farts filling the screen, Yang Yuyan couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Because she knew that most of the credit for her clearance was actually Lu Shang's. So she specifically looked at the camera and added, "The reason why I was able to pass the level as an undercover agent this time was related to the help of another undercover team member of mine. I also want to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to him. I don't know if he can see it, but I still want to say, thank you Xiaolu. Without you, it would be difficult for me to pass the level alone." The barrage in the live broadcast room was instantly filled with crazy fans. Most of them are, "Thank you Xiaolu for taking care of Xiaoyan. Thank you Xiaolu for taking care of Xiaoyan plus 10,086. But some also expressed their envy for this little deer. If I can be teammates with Xiaoyan, I must have saved the galaxy in my previous life." When Lu Shang heard Yang Yuyan thanking him in front of millions of viewers, a warm current suddenly surged up in his heart. Compared with the utilitarian and realistic ants family, although Yang Yuyan and Gu Xiaoxiao are not relatives, they have brought them a little warmth in the world. Chapter 85. The new copy makes a big splash in the sky, it's here. The press conference finally ended under a barrage of questions from many reporters. After Yang Yuyan left the press conference, she returned to the captain's office of Shangtian Guild. Today she will also compile a complete dungeon guide to help the guild members successfully pass the Peach Feast. At this moment, Gu Xiaoxiao suddenly ran in a hurry. "Xiaoyan is not okay. Your fiancé brought someone to the guild to cause trouble?" Yang Yuyan suddenly frowned. "Lin Yang? What's wrong with him?" Gu Xiaoxiao said angrily. "He just brought a dozen people to the lobby of Shangtian Guild and said he wanted to see you, but Luo Beishan and the others stopped him. He's making a big noise in the lobby right now, saying that if you don't get out, he's going to smash our guild." Yang Yuyan's face instantly turned livid. She was already thin-skinned, but Lin Yang came to the guild to cause trouble in front of everyone. How could she have the honor to meet the members of her guild in the future? So he stood up immediately and walked quickly to the Union Hall. 2 weeks ago, Lin Yang expressed his hope to Yang Yuyan's father, Yang Kaishan, through his father Lin Shang, that Yang Yuyan could get a divorce and request that he get a new marriage certificate. After all, he thought he was Yang Yuyan's serious fiancé. How could he tolerate his fiancé marrying another man? But due to the weekly task of "Only You in My Heart" last week, Lin Yang had no choice but to put this matter on hold. But this week, I saw that the task became, "Speak love out loud." When I think about my fiancé having to say "husband, I love you" to another man every day, Lin Yang's heart felt like it was going to explode. Although he has lived until now, he has had many women. But how can those women compare with the national goddess? Yang Yuyan's appearance and family background are not comparable to those vulgar fans. What's more, her own celebrity aura can bring huge blessings to her business. Therefore, Yang Yuyan is the woman he must win and must win. That's why he rushed here in such a hurry. But he never thought that he, the young master of Lin Shang Medical and the fiancé of Yang Yuyan, would be stopped in the lobby by the members of Shangtian Guild. Lin Yang, who had always been used to being arrogant, suddenly became furious. He ordered his men to smash and destroy everything in the lobby of Shangtian Guild. The entire Shangtian Guild hall was filled with smoke and smoke. Suddenly he heard a woman shouting loudly in his ear. Lin Yang, what exactly do you want to do? Lin Yang's eyes lit up and he quickly turned to look in the direction from which the sound came. Seeing it was Yang Yuyan, she immediately said angrily. Oh, my fiancé finally came out. They stopped me and refused to let me in. I had no choice but to do this. As he spoke, Lin Yang took off his glasses from the bridge of his nose, put them in front of his mouth, took a breath, and then slowly started wiping them. He looked like he was the one who had been wronged. Gu Xiaoxiao looked at the messy lobby and felt furious. Lin Yang, I'm warning you, if you dare to come to Shangtian Guild to cause trouble again, I will notify the public security department immediately. Lin Yang glanced at Gu Xiaoxiao with disdain, seemingly not taking her threats seriously at all. He put away his smile, put on his glasses again, and stared at Yang Yuyan. Yang Yuyan, you are my fiancé, and now you have obtained the certificate behind my back and someone else's. I should warn you, right? Yang Yuyan looked at Lin Yang with cold eyes and said in a cold voice. Lin Yang, let me tell you one last thing. The so-called contract between us was made by my grandfather. But what age are we in now? It should have been cancelled long ago. I am not your fiancé, and I don't admit that I have any fiancé. I have now received the certificate and have my own husband. You don't have to pester me anymore, and I will never be able to get the marriage certificate with you. Yang Yuyan's words were calm and collected, but her determination could be heard in every word she said. Lin Yang's face suddenly darkened. He was originally pretending to be elegant, but after listening to Yang Yuyan's words, he simply stopped pretending to be polite. He pointed at Yang Yuyan's nose and said word by word. Yang Yuyan, how can you tear up the engagement between us if you want? Don't you care about your Shangtian Guild the most? I have 100 ways to make him stink on the streets, just wait for me. Gu Xiaoxiao yelled. Lin Yang, what exactly do you want to do? Lin Yang laughed angrily. I came to your guild hall to look for you this time to give you face. If you haven't divorced me yet, I'm afraid I will have to go to your press conference. Lin Yang's words immediately made all the members of the Shangtian Guild furious. To cause trouble at Shangtian Guild's press conference is to destroy your own guild in front of millions of people. What is intolerable is unbearable. Immediately, some members of the guild wanted to step forward and teach this arrogant young man a lesson. At this moment, a new notification message jumped in front of everyone's eyes. New Dungeon Preview, the third act of the Dungeon series of Afterlife Flower and Lotus of the Other Side, Causing Havoc in the Sky, will be launched this Wednesday at 12 noon. This copy will adopt a camp confrontation mode that has never appeared since the advent of the Mander game. Your favorite guild can finally have a strong dialogue in the dungeon. Who is strong and who is weak is no longer a verbal exchange. Hurry up and log in to the following website to vote for the guild showdown you want to see. For more exciting information, please look forward to the new copy officially released at noon on Wednesday, Raise the Sky. As if to challenge the person, he issued a declaration of war on the spot. The copy released by the Mander Game project team this time comes at just the right time. Yang Yuyan looked at Lin Yang calmly and said calmly and confidently. Aren't you going to embarrass our Shangtian Guild? Why not take this opportunity to have a showdown with your Angel Guild? Who will be embarrassed, we will know after the competition. Lin Yang's face twitched slightly. Well, it's time for you to see who is the best guild in the world. When the copy came out, Lu Shang was taking a nap. When he woke up, 2 hours had passed since the dungeon preview. As soon as he saw the news about the new copy, he quickly logged into the player forum. As he expected, in just 2 hours, the player forum had exploded. Thousands of posts, hundreds of thousands of comments. The player forum, which had been silent for a week, was as lively as a holiday. Under almost every post, players are shouting that this is simply a series of lifetime. Oh my god, I didn't expect to see the confrontation between guilds in my lifetime. Those guilds that provoked war fans before can now stop. In 2 days, we will see who is stronger and who is weaker. Have you looked at the voting website? Hurry up and vote. It is said that this time you can be divided into groups according to the voting results. No, have you watched the duel vote between Shangtian Guild and Angel Guild? What is this scenario? Chapter 86. By accident, we were assigned to the same area as Shangtian Guild. Lu Sheng then also opened the voting website to see what the situation was that everyone was exclaiming, "What's going on?" On the voting website, the results of the guild duel voted by all players were arranged according to the number of votes. Among them, the two guilds that ranked first were Shangtian Guild versus Angel Guild, with a total of 124 million votes. It was nearly 100 million votes higher than the second-ranked two-match showdown between Shangtian Guild versus Dragon Capture Guild. This caused many passers-by to exclaim on the player forum. "Oh my god, what exactly is the grudge between the Shangtian Guild and the Angel Guild?" In less than 2 hours, 124 million votes were cast. Can any fans of the two companies come forward to say something? Fans of the Angel Guild said they were completely confused. "I am a fan of the Shangtian Guild. I just received a request from the group leader today to vote with all my strength for the showdown with the Angel Guild." Why, tell me. There were many posts discussing gossip, but Lu Sheng was not interested in these at all. In the Super Guild, he only knows Shangtian and Angel. Wouldn't it be good to have a higher number of votes? He then scrolled down again, trying to find out the duel situation of the Blue Elephant Guild. It was found that the showdown with the same level guild, the Clown Guild, had the highest number of votes, with 1.1 million votes. Of course, there are also fans of the Blue Elephant Guild who are not willing to give in and want to join the Class A Guild. But in those duels, only Blue Elephant's own fans are usually enjoying themselves, and the other party doesn't pay attention at all. Therefore, the highest number of votes is only 120,000. It is the Antelope Guild that is behind the Class A guilds. Lu Sheng had nothing to do and held a poll between Shangtian Guild versus Blue Elephant Guild. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At 12 o'clock at noon on Wednesday, the new copy, Havoc in the Sky, was updated on time. The new promotional interface and exciting advertising slogans both highlight how different this copy is. In the most conspicuous part of the copy poster, 3 lines of gilded characters are particularly eye-catching. Unprecedented scale. Unparalleled rewards. An unprecedented showdown. Every line of big characters is like a heavy hammer, hitting every player's heart hard. Players can already feel the crazy secretion of adrenaline hormones even before they log into the dungeon. Below the poster is a flaming book now button and a bright yellow copy description. This copy will adopt the Guild plus Amateur mode. Both sides of the battle will be composed of a guild and randomly assign amateurs. If you want to experience the thrill of playing a dungeon with guild players, now is the time. All guilds who want to participate in this instance, please submit a reservation application before 9 p.m. today. And it will be online at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. All guild duels will be decided sequentially by rankings on the voting website. In this duel, 500 points will be deducted from the losing camp, and those with insufficient points will die. All the first batch of players to participate in the test will receive a super prize of an additional 200 points once they win the copy. Lu Sheng clicked the reservation button without any hesitation. He had a hunch that this dungeon of Havoc in the Sky might become the dungeon with the largest number of amateur participants in history. After all, the temptation of the super grand prize of 200 points is too great. Voting results on the voting website officially close at 9 p.m. Not surprisingly, Shangtian Guild vs Angel Guild received 600 million votes, ranking first. For Lu Sheng, this result is nothing more than fun. As an amateur, if you want to be in a group with these two super guilds, the probability is about the same as finding a needle in a haystack. Besides, it may not be a good thing. Early the next morning, Jackdaw Express knocked on the window and door of Lu Sheng's house on time. Lu Sheng politely took the gift box and entered the dungeon world at 10 o'clock as specified by the game. Time passed before his eyes, and Lu Sheng came to that spotless world again. However, what is different from the past is that this time there are no 3 problems in the sky. Instead, there is another line of large characters. Waiting for guild members to join, current readiness status April 13th. Lu Sheng was surprised. Guild? What guild? At this time, he saw a faint red light on his left wrist. That was the token bracelet that Yang Yuyan gave him at the end of the previous copy. At that time, Lu Sheng casually put it on his hand and never took it off. At this moment, the pendant with the Shangtian Guild logo on the bracelet was flickering regularly, as if breathing. Lu Sheng seemed to understand something. Is it possible that wearing this pendant given by Yang Yuyan will be regarded as a member of the Shangtian Guild by default and assigned to the same group as them? Lu Shang had mixed feelings in his heart, and he didn't know whether it was good or bad to be assigned to a group with Shangtian Guild. All he can do now is wait quietly for all the team members to be ready. The number of people ready displayed in the sky is slowly increasing. In a short time, all 13 people had arrived. When Yang Yuyan saw the number 13 in front of her, she was slightly stunned. There are obviously only 12 people in the next copy this time. Who is the extra one? At this time, all members were in place, and a new text prompt appeared. Please ask the captains of the two teams to choose the camp you want to join in this instance. A. Sinner Camp, B. Sky City Camp. Note that the criminal camp is more difficult, but the rewards for clearing the level are also more generous. Captain, please think carefully and choose carefully. Lu Shang looked at the two options A and B in front of him, and had no other choice but to wait. I can't help but feel a little curious. Which camp will Yang Yuyan choose? If it were him, with his cautious character, he would definitely choose the Sky City camp. After all, the audience usually only cares about the result of a duel between two guilds. No one cares if your faction is harder. The 30-second countdown ended quickly, and the captains of the two sides finished choosing their side. Lu Shang saw a line of text flashing in the blank sky. Congratulations on joining the criminal camp. Death in the game is a real event, I wish you good luck. Good luck. I knew it. Lu Shang looked at the camp he belonged to and sighed. He had a hunch just now that with Yang Yuyan's character, she would definitely choose the high-risk and high-return side. The white screen in front of me was quickly replaced by black. Immediately afterwards, lines of text emerged. Welcome to the Afterlife Flower and Hibiscus Lotus copy series. Act 3, Making a Big Fuss in the Sky. After Sun Qitian made a big peach feast, Huang Shangtian was furious. The soldiers of the Tianhe Guard were ordered to immediately go to Wujia Mountain to capture Sun Qitian. The Li Jin family mistakenly let the assassin into the feast, and they cannot escape their guilt. This time, he needs to commit a crime and serve as a vanguard to go to Wujia Mountain to catch the thief. Copy rating, A+. Character identity, Sinner Warrior. Main mission update, Xifang City Survival Challenge. Xifang City has a total of 4 levels of city, and every 15 minutes, one level of city gate will be opened from the outside to the inside. In the end, the two sides will meet in the inner center, and the two sides have 15 minutes to fight. Among the remaining people, which side has the most survivors will determine which side has the home field advantage in the next PK battle. Countdown to the opening of the Triple City Gate 1459. Chapter 87. Did you save me? Lu Shang slowly opened his eyes. What comes into view is a desolate abandoned city. Traces of postmodern industry remain everywhere. Fragments of neon lights and mecha body parts were scattered everywhere. Behind him is the vast sea of clouds. This is an abandoned city between the Sky City and Wujia Mountain. As the copy officially started, more and more people appeared around him. Some were wearing coarse linen clothes, and some were wearing close-fitting soft armor. Lu Shang could recognize at a glance that the close-fitting soft armor was the standard protective uniform of the Tianhe Guards. The two parties were scattered randomly in Xifang City. The sound of laser gunfire was heard not far away. Lu Shang quickly took out a laser pistol from the equipment slot, quickly found a bunker and hid behind it. Through the gap in the bunker, he quietly observed the situation on the road, and suddenly found that his situation was very bad. It turned out that the people who landed in this area with him were basically soldiers from the Tianhe Guards. There were only a few of our own people wearing the clothes of criminals. He was quickly surrounded by nearby guardsmen, and after a laser blast, he immediately fell to the ground. Lu Shang's heart suddenly rose to his throat, and he saw a guard soldier looking in his direction. I just saw another criminal here. He must be hiding behind that pile of things. Let's go over and search to make sure he doesn't escape. Another tall and thin man whistled and walked towards the direction where Lu Shang was hiding with a laser gun. It's unlucky for these criminals to land near us. Lu Shang watched the two people walking toward him nervously while quietly putting on the black and white impermanence summoning ring. Now that I have enough points, I must not skimp when it's time to save my life. Seeing the two escort soldiers getting closer and closer, Lu Shang was about to summon black and white impermanence, when suddenly a bolt of lightning fell unexpectedly from the sky. The lightning was like a chain. It penetrated one person first, then quickly connected to another person, and then was transmitted to the next person next to him. The chain lightning quickly penetrated the 12 Tianhe Guard soldiers, killing them silently on the spot. The tall and thin man who was still talking and laughing suddenly found that all the Tianhe guardsmen behind him had fallen down. He was left standing alone in front of Lu Shang's bunker. Lu Shang quickly gave himself the title of a strong man proficient in fighting. Rushing out from behind the bunker like a gust of wind. 3 times, 5 times and 2 times, the weapon was knocked out of the hand of the tall and thin man. Then he raised his laser pistol and pointed it at the tall and thin man's head. My luck is indeed bad, but it seems that you are even more unlucky. After finishing speaking, Lu Shang pulled the trigger in his hand before the tall and thin man could speak. The laser beam penetrated the tall and thin man's chest, leaving a look of reluctance on his face. Lu Shang breathed a sigh of relief and looked up at the street in the distance. He suddenly discovered that such chain lightning was not an exception. Chains of lightning one after another appeared on the streets of the city without any warning. Inadvertently, many people fell to the electric shock. What's even more frightening is that lightning can travel up to 3 to 4 meters. Maybe there is a distance of more than 10 meters between you and another person. But for no reason, through the transmission of 3 or 4 people, he was killed by lightning on the spot. Everyone was in danger for a while, and some warriors who originally planned to kill a few opponents at the beginning gave up the idea of killing them. I don't know who took the lead in shouting. Run to the 3rd level city gate and hide inside the 3rd level city. You'll be fine. A large group of players immediately rushed towards the city gate. Chain lightning is now more convenient for killing people. They are all clusters of people. If you hit just one person, you can easily take away a dozen people. At this time someone shouted again. Everyone should not crowd, spread out as much as possible, and keep a distance of more than 4 meters from each other. Lu Shang was wearing the mirror armor at this time. Chain lightning, as a type of light, will also be refracted by mirror armor. Therefore, among all the people, only Lu Shang ran slowly towards the 3rd city gate with confidence. About 10 minutes later, as the triple city gate got closer and closer, there were more and more people in front of them. Many amateurs from the same camp formed teams at this moment. Lu Shang also saw an acquaintance in the crowd. Gu Xiaoxiao. But what's a little strange is that she seems to be alone at the moment and has not yet met anyone from the Shangtian Guild. After landing in the dungeon world, the members of Shangtian Guild were also scattered in every corner of Sifang City. Yang Yuyan informed everyone of the meeting place through the wireless communicator, and then rushed to the agreed-upon location outside Sanchong City. She also wears an epic A armor. Although it cannot reflect damage like Lu Shang's mirror armor, its defensive capabilities are very good. Can withstand at least 2 electric shocks. At this moment, she was very anxious to contact Gu Xiaoxiao on her personal channel. Xiaoxiao, where are you? Give me a position and I will protect you. Gu Xiaoxiao quickly replied. Don't worry, Xiaoyan, Beishan and I have met. Yang Yuyan breathed a sigh of relief, but then she said. You still have to be careful about lightning, and don't get too close to each other. Gu Xiaoxiao pretended to be angry and teased. We are a serious married couple, why can't we get too close, ah? Gu Xiaoxiao's exclamation suddenly came from the other end of the communicator. Yan Yuyan's heart suddenly jumped and she asked hurriedly. Xiaoxiao, what's wrong with you? There was silence in the communicator for a while, until a minute later, Luo Beishan's breathing came. Team Yang, Xiaoxiao and I were both hit by lightning just now. Fortunately, the armor helped us resist once, so there's no big problem for the time being. After hearing this, Yan Yuyan suddenly became anxious. Please be safe, I'll be there soon. Gu Xiaoxiao and Luo Beishan were the 2 people she trusted the most. At this time, they were struck by lightning at the same time. She was so anxious that she wished she could appear next to them immediately. Yang Yuyan ran all the way and finally saw Gu Xiaoxiao and Luo Beishan sitting on the ground resting about 1 kilometer away from the 3rd city gate. Seeing that the 2 of them were okay for the time being, Yang Yuyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, before she finished taking this breath, she suddenly saw another person being hit by chain lightning 100 meters away. The lightning jumped all the way and was quickly transmitted to another person 4 meters in front of that person. 2 people were killed by lightning one after another, and a group of nearby players were so frightened that they immediately started running on their hands and knees towards the city gate. The rushing crowd accelerated the speed at which the chain lightning spread forward. The lightning bolt, which was clearly 100 meters away from Gu Xiaoxiao and Gu Xiaoxiao just now, came to them in an instant. Yang Yuyan, who was watching all this from a distance, suddenly screamed. Xiaoxiao, Beishan, be careful. But lightning comes faster than sound. Before Gu Xiaoxiao and Gu Xiaoxiao could react, the bolt of lightning had already jumped in front of Gu Xiaoxiao and Gu Xiaoxiao through the swarming crowd. One more blow, and both Gu Xiaoxiao and Luo Beishan will be killed. Yang Yuyan suddenly turned pale and froze on the ground, even forgetting to run. At the critical moment, she suddenly saw a figure quickly stopping in front of Gu Xiaoxiao and the other two. After the chain lightning touched the man, it did not continue to jump forward, but refracted back very strangely. Gu Xiaoxiao, who had narrowly escaped death, couldn't believe his eyes. She raised her head and looked at the person standing in front of her. She was about to say thank you when her eyes suddenly lit up. He shouted in surprise. Fat man, you saved me? Chapter 88. You are now half a member of Shangtian Guild. But after Gu Xiaoxiao said this, he was immediately stunned. Because the Lu Sheng in front of him could no longer be called a fat man in a strict sense. After a week of hard training, Lu Sheng's weight has dropped to 160 pounds. For the 178-year-old Lu Sheng, although his weight is still a little on the heavy side, his figure has generally become more symmetrical. Not only does the feeling of potbelly disappear, but the beautiful facial features are gradually revealed. At the same time, in the live broadcast room of Shangtian Guild, the audience who had been silent just now because they were afraid that Gu Xiaoxiao would be killed suddenly burst into exclamations. Barrage drifted across the TV screen like snowflakes. Oh my god, who is this person? He saved our little one. I want to remember his appearance, I almost cried just now. I want to thank his whole family, eh? Lu Sheng looked at Gu Xiaoxiao and showed a warm smile. Xiaoxiao, are you okay? Luo Beishan next to Gu Xiaoxiao glanced at Lu Sheng and then at Gu Xiaoxiao. He asked slightly jealously. Xiaoxiao, who is he to you? Seeing Luo Beishan's jealous look, Gu Xiaoxiao immediately returned to her true self as a pervert. He deliberately grabbed Lu Sheng's arm and pressed the dangerous peak on his chest against Lu Sheng's arm. The lies come out as soon as you open your mouth. How is my childhood sweetheart? He's fat and handsome. Is he reliable? Looking at Luo Beishan's gentle face, a look of disappointment suddenly appeared in his eyes. Lu Sheng felt an inexplicable feeling of guilt in his heart. Just as he was about to open his mouth to explain, he heard a gentle and emotional voice coming from behind him. Okay, Xiaoxiao, stop teasing Beishan. Lu Sheng is not Xiaoxiao's childhood sweetheart. Yang Yuyan looked at the surprised look in Luo Beishan's eyes and said with a smile. His name is Lu Sheng, and he is the other half of my contract. There is no live sound in the live broadcast room, so the audience in front of the screen does not know what the several people are talking about. Only the commentator guessed. They seem to know each other and should be friends in real life. They are really lucky to have such friends. I really want to have a friend like this. Luo Beishan breathed a long sigh of relief after hearing that Lu Sheng was actually Yang Yuyan's significant other. He quickly stood up, smiled and shook hands with Lu Sheng. Hello, my name is Luo Beishan, and I am a member of the Shangtian Guild. Yang Yuyan then turned to look at Lu Sheng, as if meeting him for the first time, sizing him up from beginning to end. Long time no see, little dear. Lu Sheng was taken aback, looked at the smiling Yang Yuyan, and stammered. Did you recognize me? Yang Yuyan nodded seriously. The way you look now has changed so much from when we first met. Thanks to Xiaoxiao, I can recognize you. Gu Xiaoxiao, who was sitting on the ground, immediately puffed up his chest proudly. Fat man, thank me quickly. Without me, you and your wife wouldn't be able to recognize each other. Yang Yuyan's face was slightly red, she sighed softly, and then said. It's not safe here. Let's quickly go to the Triple City Gate and meet everyone. While talking, he helped Gu Xiaoxiao, and Lu Sheng also helped Luo Beishan. The four of them quickly ran towards the Triple City Gate. At this time, there are less than 3 minutes before the Triple City Gate opens. A large number of players have gathered at the city gate. In order to prevent being hit by the chain lightning, Lu Sheng and the other two stood far away. The members of Shangtian Guild are also arriving one after another. Except for a few people who lost their luck, there were no casualties. The quality of the Super Guild's personnel and the configuration of its equipment are indeed extraordinary. Yang Yuyan took this opportunity to observe the people in front of the door. Since the city gate has 2 gates, the north and the south, she did not see any members of the Angel Guild in front of the south gate. It seems that they chose to gather at the north gate. This is just right to avoid conflicts when there are a lot of amateurs. Luo Beishan glanced at the Tianhe Guard soldiers in front of the door and asked in a low voice. Captain Yang, the city gate will open in 2 minutes. Should we take this opportunity to eliminate some of the Tianhe Guards? Using our airborne tactics, we are expected to kill about 40 people in 2 minutes. Lu Sheng couldn't help but secretly gasped when he heard Luo Beishan's casual words about killing 40 people in 2 minutes. The efficiency of the Super Union is truly astonishing. Yang Yuyan thought for a moment and shook her head. There's chain lightning here, so we'd better avoid going to crowded places. We will take action after entering the next city gate. 2 minutes passed quickly. The amateurs who were waiting at the door and eager to avoid the chain lightning rushed in as soon as the city gate opened. Yang Yuyan nodded to everyone. Let's go in too. He took the lead and ran towards the city gate. Lu Sheng followed Yang Yuyan and suddenly saw Yang Yuyan handing a wireless microphone to him as he ran. You are wearing my bracelet, even if you are half a member of the Shangtian Guild. You put on this wireless communicator first. We can communicate through this. Lu Sheng took the wireless communicator and quickly put it behind his ear. The other members of the Shangtian Guild looked at him in confusion. At this time, I heard Gu Xiaoxiao laugh and curse. What are you looking at? I am the other half of Xiaoyan's contract. What's wrong with wearing a headset? The rest of the team members suddenly realized, and then more and more eyes glanced at Lu Sheng intentionally or unintentionally. Lu Sheng couldn't help but feel a chill running down his spine. He followed the Shangtian Guild's team and ran all the way into the Triple City Gate. Sure enough, it was discovered that there was no more chain lightning in Sanchong City. It seems to be a natural disaster in the city. I don't know what dangers there are in this Triple City. At this time, everyone saw a new message pop up in the message bar. Main mission update, Sifang City Survival Challenge. In 1 minute, the mutated beasts will begin to massacre the city, please prepare all players to attack. The level of mutant beasts will increase over time. After 14 minutes, an epic beast will appear. All players are requested to escape from the Triple City as soon as possible before the epic mutant beast appears. Countdown to the opening of the second city gate 1459. The disaster in this heavy city is the mutated beast. Luo Beishan quickly glanced at Yang Yuyan. Yang Yuyan nodded. Except for the epic mutant beasts, we all have strategies to deal with them. This level is good for us. Let's take this opportunity and seize the time to kill the Tianhe guardsmen. Fishing net formation, action. Yang Yuyan raised her right hand and grabbed it in the air, and the 11 Shangtian Guild members behind her immediately rushed out in a well-trained manner. Like a fishing net, it suddenly scattered among the crowd. Yang Yuyan fell at the end and turned to look at Lu Sheng. You should find a place to hide first and pay attention to your own safety. After saying that, he also chased the guild members. On the streets in the distance, artillery fire soon broke out. From time to time, screams of soldiers from the Tianhe guards being killed were heard. Lu Sheng looked at the members of the Shangtian Guild who suddenly disappeared like the wind, and admired in his heart. They were indeed 100 times stronger than the Blue Elephant Guild. While climbing to a tall tower next to him, he would definitely not hide if he hid. How could he miss such a good harvest opportunity? Lu Sheng climbed to the top of a TV tower, looked at the fierce artillery fire below, and took out the blood-stepping swallow bow and critical strike air hammer from the equipment rack. Long time no see, guys. Lu Sheng muttered to himself, and then with a swish, the air hammer flew towards a residual blooded guard soldier below. Chapter 89 Harvesting is about to begin again. Plus 2 points, plus 20,000 money. The familiar numbers appeared in front of Lu Sheng again, and Lu Sheng couldn't help feeling ecstatic. Although the items that were exploded could not be picked up for the time being, the stable points and money still fell into his pocket. The Chayu in Yang Yuyan's hand once again froze 10 people in place. The extremely cold breath continues to erode these frozen human ice sculptures until their blood is completely worn away. Yang Yuyan was about to add another arrow when she heard Lu Sheng's voice coming from the wireless communicator. Xiaoyan, leave these ice sculptures to me, there are good things. Yang Yuyan stopped in doubt, and saw an air hammer suddenly flying down from mid-air. It made a cute creaking sound while lightly hitting the ice sculptures. Just like the golden egg smashing activities that are often held at the entrance of furniture stores. When you hit it, a bunch of things exploded, and when you smashed it, a bunch of things exploded. Yang Yuyan stared at the equipment on the ground in shock, and asked in the communicator in surprise. Little dear, how did you do it? Lu Sheng was busy harvesting the blood remnant warriors filling the streets at this time, so he hurriedly replied. I would also like to thank you for the blood-stepping flying swallow you gave me earlier. Hey, there is an epic, A-level weapon next to you. Pick it up quickly. Yang Yuyan was taken aback. Epic, A-level weapons usually have a chance to be dropped by mutant beasts of high level or above. How come these ordinary guardsmen can also explode epic weapons? Wrong. To be precise, the soldiers of these escorts can actually explode equipment? With great surprise, she picked up the weapon Lu Sheng mentioned. Click on the weapon attribute details. Equipment name, little flying stick with eyes. Equipment rating, epic, A. Equipment introduction, here comes the little flying stick. The cutie can hit the target 100% and can move on its own. It's really an epic, A, level piece of equipment. Yang Yuyan put the small flying stick into the equipment slot with an expression of disbelief. I'll keep it for you first and give it to you later. No, I'll give this to you. Did you give it to me? Yang Yuyan opened her mouth in shock. Does this little deer know what he is talking about? Doesn't he know how rare an epic, A, weapon is, so he just gave it away? Could it be that he is actually a hidden rich man and doesn't care about this at all? But if that's the case, then why bother digging through the trash can? Yang Yuyan was puzzled for a while. However, she was not the only one who couldn't figure it out, but also the entire Shangtian Guild team members. Because Lu Sheng not only helped Yang Yuyan clean up the residual bloodheads, he was also helping all Shangtian Guild members clean up their remaining bloody heads. Whenever a guard soldier was blown up by an air hammer and equipment fell to the ground, Lu Sheng would glance at it, and then sigh with regret. Hey, they're just some rare, B, grade junk equipment. Many members of the Shangtian Guild looked at each other in confusion as they looked at the weapons in their hands. The expressions seemed to be asking each other. We are the best super union, right? Rare, B, grade equipment is all rubbish. What is the identity of this man? It's no wonder he became the other half of Team Yun's contract. Gu Xiaoxiao also picked up a piece of epic, A, equipment under the guidance of Lu Sheng. Just when she planned to tell Lu Sheng that she would temporarily keep it for him like Yang Yuyan. Lu Sheng's voice came from the wireless communicator. Xiaoxiao, if you pick it up, it's yours. There's no need to give it to me. Gu Xiaoxiao opened her mouth wider than Yang Yuyan. Fat man, are you crazy? Are you going to give me epic, level equipment on demand? Lu Sheng was stunned for a moment by Gu Xiaoxiao's scolding. Because in his eyes, an epic piece of equipment is really nothing. But he definitely couldn't chat with Gu Xiaoxiao like this, so he said. Xiaoxiao, take it. After all, you knocked out most of this warrior's blood. Gu Xiaoxiao thought about it and realized that what Lu Sheng said seemed to make sense, so he put the weapon in the equipment slot without being polite. But he still couldn't help but whispered to Yang Yuyan through the communicator. Xiaoyan, what are the family conditions of your family? After hearing this, Yang Yuyan could only shake her head helplessly. How could I know? Yang Yuyan and her Shangtian Guild members quickly eliminated more than 30 enemies in less than a minute. It was actually faster than the 40 people in 2 minutes predicted by Luo Bishan just now. However, a small part of this is due to Lu Sheng. Because everyone knows that the blood at the back is often more difficult to remove. And Lu Sheng can instantly kill the opponent when their health line drops below 5%. It really saves everyone a lot of time. Lu Sheng watched as 50 points and 500,000 money were added to the attribute column. He twisted his neck in satisfaction. Although I didn't get the equipment, this way of easily gaining points would be popular with anyone. Just then, a new task prompt popped up. The 1-minute preparation time has expired. The first wave of mutant beasts is coming. Players, please be prepared. The moment she saw the mission prompt, Yang Yuyan immediately and decisively gave up chasing the convoy soldiers. He commanded calmly through the communicator. The mutated beast is here. All team members must gather under the TV tower and form a defensive formation. The members of the Shangtian Guild, no matter where they were very disciplined and immediately stopped what they were doing. Quickly gathered around Yang Yuyan. The first wave of mutant beasts quickly emerged from the streets and alleys. It's the primary mutant beast, the blue-skinned cockroach. Lu Sheng still remembers that their weak point is on the cockroach's back. After all, the mantis back is unbearable, face covering. Lu Sheng then shouted through the wireless communicator. Xiaoyan, these are blue-skinned cockroaches. Their weak point is on their back. Let's hit that spot. Yang Yuyan looked up at Lu Sheng at the top of the tower suspiciously, and then shouted. The defense team pushed forward, and the attack team climbed up the TV tower and attacked the cockroach's back. As soon as Yang Yuyan's order came down, Luo Beishan and his defense team members quickly expanded outside and fired at the blue-skinned cockroaches indiscriminately. Gu Xiaoxiao led the attack team to the second floor of the TV tower and began to shoot at the cockroach's back. Sure enough, I saw that the moment the blue-skinned cockroach was shot in the back, his whole body stiffened, and then a large amount of blood spurted out. The weak point of this cockroach is really its back. Gu Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise. She still remembered the last time she faced the beast tide. Although she finally succeeded in repelling the blueskin cockroaches, the fight was very hard at that time. If you could have known the weakness of this blueskin cockroach before, you wouldn't have to fight it too easily. In a short time, a large number of blueskin cockroaches were beaten to a pulp. Lu Shang's critical air hammer circled back and forth over the heads of these cockroaches non-stop. In less than a minute, all the blueskin cockroaches were wiped out. The TV screen was full of people marveling at Xingtian Guild. Oh my god, my family, only half of the angels have been wiped out. How did Xingtian become so strong this time? It's time to shout the slogan. Predator, son-in-law Xingtian. Gu Xiaoxiao looked at the completely wiped out blueskin cockroaches and the equipment on the ground, and couldn't help but asked in surprise. Fat man, how do you know the weakness of blueskin cockroaches? Lu Shang replied casually without thinking. Because as the saying goes, mantis back is unbearable. Ha,